about energies, talking about people working the crowd. I do have two amazing people that know how to work a crowd, so let's go have a talk to them. Let's see how they're doing it. Slacks and Tsunami.
All right, who gets to do it?
Let's roll for it.
Okay, 54.
53.
Idiot. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the road to the International, baby!
We brought 20 teams here, and now we're down to 16. The playoffs are beginning, and they're here to compete for your entertainment, my friends.
That's right. They're not competing for anything else, all right? They work for us, baby. That's what the pro players do.
Maybe.
They're here to teach you the Okay, the age is...
Maybe that.
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
a little bit of
that is important, but how y'all doing this morning? Good morning, gamers!
Good morning, North American gamers, especially. We are back in Seattle,
yes.
Home of the International, ignoring Cologne and TI1 and all that, but mainly Seattle.
You got to bring that up. All right, let's talk to some fans over here. Hello, morning people. Congratulations for waking up before noon. So good to see you guys. Tsunami, pick one out. This is a new thing for you. You get to find a victim.
There's a lot of pressure.
Go find a victim.
I love people who hold up signs. I love a Quincy Crew fan, especially.
Oh, boy.
My friend, how many internationals have you been to?
This is my first one.
This is your first one. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International.
Thank you very much, Tsunami.
Tell me, which team are you actually rooting for? Because I don't think this one's playing right now.
You know, I would be remiss if I wasn't rooting for K1 Hector or Nouns.
All right, K1 Hector, Nouns in upper bracket. Let's go, my friends. Who else you got, Slacks?
I told you I'd put you on camera. I told you. Big fat liar my ass, huh? I told you. All right, fantastic. Who wants to be on camera? Who wants an interview over here? Hello? Hello? What are you two doing? You got some drink? Huh? You want to be on camera?
Hey.
Who you rooting for today, boss?
Nouns.
Nouns? Oh, that's such an NA copium crowd. Come on, man. You really think it's going to happen?
I'm a homer. I got to root for the home team.
Okay. Any non-nouners in here? Huh? Oh, I see a Tundra shirt. Oh, the boys over here. Hello? This guy waved and his friends went, all right, well, hello. What's going on?
Oh, just having a good day. Talking to Slacks. Give me the camera. Oh, man.
This is the new thing we do. They asked us to do this.
It's amateur hour. Come on.
Okay, thank you so much. What team do you want to win?
I don't know, man.
Why did you wave me over here? I thought you had something really cool to say.
I just wanted to say hi to you, Slacks.
Hi.
You got to contain the Riz, man. You're a married man, okay?
This is getting weird. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful time. All right, crowd. Well, I am super pumped. So now let's go back to Mr. Nami here.
Tell me, who here has been to multiple internationals? Who here is, we got quite a few. Who has been to a Seattle International before? Raise some hands. I got a lot of attention up here.
Okay, go.
Now tell me, my friend, which TI did you go to?
TI4, 6, and 8.
Okay. Now, what's your favorite TI memory that you can recall? If I just make you think, oh man, this is my favorite Dota LAN.
Wings winning was really good.
Yeah.
Their run was incredible.
Were you watching their journey from the beginning? Did you have any expectations for them, or they were underdogs the whole way?
No expectations at all, but then they just start speaking everything that is in the roster and just ran over everything.
It was a memorable run, but who are you rooting for at this TI?
I'm rooting for EG.
All right, South American fans, let's go.
Hello, anybody else? Well, this is our last one. This is your last chance to be on camera, guys. Who wants to be? Hello. A ball brother? Hello? Can we touch heads? Oh, thank you, baby boy. How you feeling?
Experience.
I'm pretty excited.
Who do you want to win?
Tundra.
Tundra! Any Tundra fans in the house?
The back-to-back?
The back-to-back champions?
The triple champion in Thompson.
Oh, big boy K! Number 3, do you think it's possible?
Absolutely.
Is that the strength of Southeast Asian pubs?
Yes.
Wow, what a statement. All right, fantastic. Thank you, sir. All right, man, well, geez, should we, you're about to hit this guy, my God. Are you about to do a hit, Avo?
It's a Spanish broadcast. EG fans, Hector fans, we're taking over this international.
We did the hard work for you, Avo. Now, are you going to find some North American fans for us?
Not really, no. My job here is, who's an EG fan? Woo!
Hey, there was one.
Right.
More than I expected, actually. Lower bracket, yeah!
Hey, it's upper bracket day today, but guys, don't forget, I forget which camera's mine. I'm looking at your camera. Upper bracket today. Everybody Everybody here's a winner, including you watching. So don't go anywhere. We got a lot of Dota action coming up. But speaking of incredible upper bracket, behold, at the top of their fortress, looking down upon us, they're our wonderful panel. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Slacks and Tsunami. A little special appearance there from Avo as well. It's nice to see some teams getting cheered on from that lower bracket. EG fans in the house, a lot of Nouns fans. We've talked about them, but yeah, there is that repeat potential for Tundra and the three-peat for Topson as well.
I just want to say I'm sick of being heckled by Slacks. He just stands down there on the floor and just yells at us all during rehearsal yesterday.
All day.
All today. He just yells up at us.
I can't believe it.
Stay down.
Keep shouting at him from up here, but that's what's to come, right? The lower bracket is going to be later, upper bracket is going to be later today, but we can have a look at what's going to be happening later throughout this tournament because we have some special things. It's not just the Dota that we will be watching, we also have the cosplay contest is going to be happening next weekend. The short film contest is happening as well. If you guys haven't watched, all of the finalists are up there. You can go and have your say, have your vote for that one. And the one I am definitely personally most excited for is the late game returning next weekend with Pyrian Slacks and co-host Jenkins.
I have no idea what Jenkins is going to do to that. You know, there's been
That's the
years.
fun thing about Jenkins. No one ever knows what he's going to do.
I mean, Pyrian, he brings the class to that. So now it's like, what's going to happen?
We never thought we'd say about Pyrian.
I don't think Jenkins knows what he's going to do next, like himself.
He is the embodiment of the meme of never let them know your next move.
Yeah.
I'm more hyped for the cosplay because people, I feel like we get kind of like a standard amount of cosplay sometimes. Like you kind of see like your Crystal Maidens, your Lenas, your Quops, whatever. And then some guy will come out in like a full body Weaver suit on a skateboard, just like go down.
Yes.
I
And that is,
remember
I thought you were going to say the BKB from the Lima Major
that
earlier
one
this
was
year.
amazing too. But those are my favorite ones. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I hope someone goes like crazy with it this year.
Yeah, well, like the LEDs, the smoke, everything. But,
Yeah.
we'll see.
The craftsmanship is always so impeccable. I'm always impressed. But there are the other things that are happening here in the Road to the International, in TI next weekend as well. So there's options for everyone on what you get to watch, what you get to participate in, and what you get to enjoy. And we enjoy talking about Dota, so we can keep talking about that if you guys would like. We talked about Nouns, how they got in that upper bracket. Do you want to talk a little bit about groups, how that one played out, how we ended up with 16 out of our 20 teams?
I mean, let's start with Team Spirit, of course. They just demolished the entire group. They're the only team to go undefeated. So right now, I think a lot of people are looking at this team to make that upper bracket run. Will they lose a game? In today's series, at least. I'm not saying the entire thing, but today's series is another series that you could maybe expect them to do well.
They have like 19 wins in a row or something, like not even dropping a game. Like I saw even from before the tournaments, like they have like this green streak that is not ending right now.
It doesn't look to be ending anytime soon, at least.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens when you hit your stride. I mean, I think every time they talk on like their videos and blogs and stuff, Team Spirit are just like, yeah, we had this issue here, we had this issue here, we figured it out, we're sorting
And we
it,
fixed it in
and we're
24
good.
hours.
We're just good. Yeah, I think it was like pre-Riyadh or something, where they were just like, yeah, we figured out our issues from the last major or whatever, now we're good. And then they just went there and cleaned house.
And the interesting thing about this team is that they're not winning clean. Like, you know, they have struggles in their games, but they managed to like find that, you know, something in the game that turns the game around. And it's like, it just happens all the time.
Yeah.
Like, no matter how hard they're losing, like they can be down 15-0, like it happened against Rebellion game, but they would still like come on top.
Yeah. T, I know you have an impeccable memory, so do you have like a favorite moment, a favorite team that you enjoyed in groups? I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, favorite team?
Just one, very quickly.
Of course, it was Shopify Rebellion Arteezy just not buying Midas and not buying Beacon. I'm joking. No, it wasn't that. No, favorite team? I'd probably go a little bit towards Keydstars. I think this was the one team that everyone expected to kind of bomb out the tournament very quickly. Brazilian team. We don't see a lot of Brazilian players, kind of at least teams in the international stage anymore. So getting to see them take some games, get a lot of draws. Sure, they didn't do so well in the kind of best of 3 tiebreak after, but I feel like that just seeing that energy from Brazil come back, it's really cool to see.
Well, look, we'll see if any of Keydstars' games, any of their highlights made it into our group's highlight reel, because we're going to have a look back, see what some of the best plays from the group stage was.
Oh, and now, Isha gonna steal it away. Turn, hit, damage, dead. Oh, Chalice, and that gives him 6. What a turnaround. Chalice, the god, he can bounce off that. You're in the new pain train, the zone.
The charge through once again. Collapse. You're taking damage here, but they managed to get the connection onto RTZ. Moving on to Saberlight. Saberlight trying to do what he can, but there's nothing left in the tank. Centaur's going to drop a rampage for Lal to finish off this game.
What? Actually, just going to go and stand and hold his ground here. And he's just taking down everyone. Lunch is gone, but the BKB is ending soon. He's completely out of mana. Who wins a fight between him and the Luna? Well, with the stun coming through from Saberlight, it might well be the what? Oh my god, Luna, she finally falls. RTZ, he's taking down everyone. It's a rampage for RTZ right now.
And that's going to be a puck going down here as well. Yatoro, he's turning up to this. Though wants to try and make a fight.
Oh, the overgrowth.
I mean, it's a great overgrowth coming down. 3 of them just hugging each other. Bouncing blades going to rock. Oh my goodness.
It's on this. Could be in a ton of trouble. Jump forward stun. Can they bring him down in time? Is there any save at all? No. And now they decide and commit to the fight. A catastrophe for Azure instead. Oh my god! Whoa, he blew him up. Do they have enough damage to bring the rest of them down? Oh dear god! Lord destroyed that fight.
Nullifier, full Abyssal Blade, and now has Divine Rapier queued up.
There's the swap, Stifling Dagger. They're going to look and try to get the kill here out of the Terror Blade. They've got the Ice Blast coming in. That's going to land on the 3 of these heroes.
And here comes Nightfall with a beautiful Ravage right on top of all of them. Oh my goodness, how much damage.
There is no retreat from Dire.
Oh my goodness, fine, I'll do it myself. Goes for the break, goes for the bash, and Ultra kills Somnus, gets the rage.
There is that combo. Rupture kick.
Now Haunt? Looking for a pit. What? Okay, double! Oh my god, no! No, they burnt through the ages!
Nouns, they don't want to fight without that secondary life, but the chase is on. 33, looking for another Doom out potentially. More committed onto K1. He found the Naga, but where's the backup? Here they come. They've got the number. Nice pressure now, Nellis. In comes Gunner. He's got the Echo. And Skitter's
oh my god!
All gone. They are all gone. Moon takes an ultra genius call.
They call it.
Maybe somebody jumps him, but they jump after. And Brawl gonna get silenced right away. The puck's gone. Brawl doesn't get to do anything. He does not get to play Dota. And by the looks of it, neither does the rest of TSM. They're trying to go for the run. Whitebot, they're taking so much damage from this Magnetize. An ultra kill for Squadix.
Whoopsie daisies.
That was the Tormentor.
Oh, are you serious?
It's all right.
Everyone has those mistakes. It was great to see. Group stages over 4 days had so many memorable moments, and it does give us this bracket that we're looking at right now. We talked about those seeding matches, those best of 3s, and there we have our upper bracket 8 teams, our lower bracket 8 teams. It is Team Spirit up against Virtus Pro, Liquid, Talon, LGD, 9 Pandas, Nouns, Azure, and the lower bracket being Shopify Rebellion, TSM, EG Gaming, Gladiators, Keed Stars, Bet Boom, Tundra, Entity.
Yeah, just crazy to think, you know, teams like Shopify, Gaming, BetBoom, and what was it, Tundra, all starting in the lower bracket. A lot of people, of course, would assume they'd be in the upper bracket, but yeah, just kind of ruthless this time around.
The name of these groups is Don't Mess with Tormentor. Yeah. This is so funny. There were so many rampages in the groups as well. Like the whole.
4, I think?
Yeah, I think it was 4 or 5 rampages. It was very, very cool to see.
You know, there's going to be a player out there that has never died to a Tormentor in their life of playing Dota. So now they technically are better than some of the pros that we have here at the International.
Do they have to have played a game since the map changes to qualify?
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah. They've jumped in a couple games, but they've never died. They've never made such an obvious mistake. But yeah, they're doing good.
Hey, it's hard, you know? There's little skelly boys running around. Sometimes they do more damage than you anticipate, even to yourself from the Tormentor.
And you can't stop them.
No.
they want that Tormentor.
You could like Wraith Blaster Ancient, but there wasn't one. Oh, so awkward.
With the upper and the lower bracket sheet, the way it played out, we obviously talked about some of those those upset potentials that we saw in the bottom lower bracket, but also those teams going into the upper bracket. The Nouns that we talked about, was there anyone else that either hit into, you were surprised they're in the upper bracket, or for me, it's like Tundra, right? They made it to lower bracket, and they got to pick their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, What can you do? I mean, stuff happens. I think they don't look as dominating as they have in the past. Obviously, they had like roster change, and that just can upset the balance of things within the team and your strategies and your plans and what you're comfortable with, and that's just something you have to deal with. I mean, obviously, it's surprising to see Nouns in the upper bracket given what everyone expected, but they also are proving it. They finally become stable. This is a team where I want to say, like, one of the Dream League they got invited to, I remember them showing up and playing like tier 1 teams, and they were actually owning them in the early game. I remember being like, wow, they're going to win games. Like, they're actually going to like destroy. And then they would throw every time. They choked so hard. Unbelievable.
They learn how to not throw.
Exactly. Then they went to the Bali Major, and they did better. They took more game wins than they did from Dream League, and they looked good again. But once again, they kind of choked like the important series and then went out. And now they're here. Now they're actually taking series where it matters. They're taking their upper bracket. They're finishing games out. They're really looking so much better. Like, they're reaching the potential that they've shown throughout the year.
They found that stability for themselves. Also, T, I realized we were talking about Tormentors, we were looking at those highlights, but there are some people out there that might be tuning in to the Road to the International, not having watched any Dota in the previous year. They might not know what changes have happened, and thank goodness we have the perfect person to explain all of those changes, everything you might not know in the past year of Dota. It's Purge.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Yeah, there have been some changes to the game. We got a huge patch about 6 months ago that made the map bigger. Let's take a look at the game footage here. This is the old mini map that we're looking at, and after a couple seconds here, it's going to expand. So what we got to see is a big increase of area. This is a generic line, but basically this space in the center was the old map. Now there's a bunch of stuff on the outside. So let's go through these one by one to talk about what changed. Here's the twin gates on the left here. These were added on 2 sides of the map here. They're both they allow you to teleport through them after a 3-second period. So it's a very easy way to get from one safe lane to the other. So you're going to see a lot more supports rotating to gank carries without having to lose their teleports to do so. That increases the map play. Roshan's also got a new home here. He lives on the bottom right side of the map and the upper left. He's got 2 houses. He's very wealthy now. And the nice thing is that he's very close to the twin gates. So that means for him, every 5 minutes, he's going to switch, go through the twin gate, go over here, and then go to his other home. So he goes back and forth every 5 minutes, and the benefits that he gives you depends on which side of the map he's on when you actually kill him. He gives Ags blessings later or refresher orbs. So we've also got outposts. These are other places on the map to teleport. There's outposts here, 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 and here. So this is a way that you can use your teleport scroll to get around the map if you want. These 2 in the center can be switched sides if you take an enemy tier 2 tower. And there's also way more neutral camps because there's more space. Let's do a quick count here. 1, oops, sorry, miscounted, but whatever. And then another 2 here, and then there's another 3, 5 up here. And there's 2 more ancient camps. So it's not 13, it's 12 new neutral camps on the map, so more to farm. And on top of that, we got these new Tormentor things that we were talking about. These are located close to each base. When you kill these, they spawn at 20 minutes. They give your team gold a little bit, and you get an Ag Shard dropped for the poorest person on your team. Nice for support players. They do reflect damage that they take, though, so you're going to see teams take a lot of damage when they take Tormentors, and hopefully not make too many mistakes. You've also got Lotus Orbs on the map, which are these nice pools that are located near each safe lane. Teams are going to fight over these every 3 minutes that they spawn because they heal you for health and mana. And later in the game, they can stack up to heal you for a huge amount of health and mana. So you're going to see these in some inventories. Another big part of the game, Wisdom Runes. These are pretty close to the Tormentors on each side. And, sorry, the video didn't switch. There we go. Wisdom Runes on each side of the map. These are going to give your team some experience to the lowest leveled heroes on your team. So teams are really going to fight over these every 7 minutes, especially for the support players. That's really, really important. And finally, the last one that I'll talk about are Watchers. You're going to see these on the map. They're either going to be blue or red or gray if no one's using them, and they are temporary wards that teams can control to get vision. So these are all the different ways that allow you to play the map in a big way and get across the map easily, make the game more dynamic, and allow you to have more objectives. So those are the main updates that you'll see when you're watching the games today.
Thanks, Purge. Appreciate it. All of the updates, maybe even an explanation as to why we're getting these game lengths going longer, support's getting richer, that we're seeing some people who are normally traditionally pos 5s actually getting the same amount of net worth as some of their pos 3s, their pos 2s.
No?
Yeah, I think that switch is very important right now, that you have to have in the draft a position 4 or 5 heroes that actually can scale in the draft, because if you don't have that scale, then you're losing in the late game, right? So that's why you see a lot of Ancient Apparition, a lot of Phoenixes, a lot of Grimstrokes, a lot of...
There's one more. Enchantress.
Enchantress, and of course, the constant output damage. Yeah.
Yeah, Enchantress, when you say her name, one team, one player in particular comes to mind. We're going to be seeing him playing today as well. So let's pull up our schedule. The person I'm talking about is obviously Miposhka. He's had an amazing performance on the Enchantress already throughout group stages. And we're going to be seeing him first team up. They're going to be playing against Virtus Pro, Liquid, Talon, LGD, Nine Pandas, Nouns, and Azure. It is all upper bracket games today. No one is being eliminated in our Friday, in our day one of the road to the international playoffs. So even if there is a loss, it's not pure heartbreak, okay? You can still be in the run here for the Aegis. But out of those four, Sheep, which one stands out? Where you like, oh, we could get some spicy 3-game best of 3 happening?
It's kind of a boring answer, but like Liquid Talon have played each other like 100 million times this year.
Yep.
So it's kind of
that exact number.
Exactly. Yeah. I want to see how it plays out again. Probably not so fun for those teams, but I think Talon are excited about it, right? These guys like beat Gaming, and it's like, you beat Gaming, you beat the guys that won all 3 majors. They're like, yeah, we don't care. We only care about getting back to Liquid because we want to fight them again. Like, that's so funny to me. I'm excited for that matchup.
Yeah, but the thing about Liquid, the only one team that could stop them was Gaming Gladiators, and they're in the lower bracket, so there's no stopping for the upper bracket finals for them.
Yeah, Liquid kind of happy with that one for themselves. It is going to be a great matchup when we get to it. T, do you have one?
I'm probably going to go with like LGD 9 Pandas. I think both of these regions have kind of struggled throughout the year, even last TI. So getting some China or Eastern Europe kind of further into the tournament. And I think LGD is also, there's a lot of pressure on them. They go from like the old guard to now the new kind of fresh talent. The old guard are now suddenly on
the
Azure
prestige, though, of the org still sits. So even though the majority of it has switched over to newer players, you're just like, okay, but it's LGD, you know? You still got the Zhao 8 as your coach. Like,
yeah, he's still there, just kind of looming in the corner. Like, he expects to get to the grand finals, expects to get there. And so far, it feels like they're on the track to get there. So yeah, I kind of like to see if they can kind of continue that run.
Yeah. Do you have faith in them, Rezo? Are you like, yeah, LGD, this roster could be the one to make it towards the end?
I think they're in a better form right now than ever, and obviously, like, they have a pretty good chance because they faced already Ramses and Solo many times before, and they came up on top every time. I'm pretty excited what's gonna happen this year around, but I'm gonna be rooting for Nouns in today's matches. I think it's gonna be very good to see how they're gonna do in the booth. Sure. Because it's a very big challenge for them, I think.
That's true. You already mentioned before that sometimes it's a bit of a buff to be in front of a crowd. For some people, you can draw on that energy, and other people, it's almost too much energy to take in all at once. Do you think it's going to be another clean series for them when we do get to it? Right, Nouns are playing at the end of the day, but could it be
I'm not sure how clean it's going to be.
Okay, you just want them to win. You're just like, doesn't matter how clean it is, get the job done, boys.
For sure. I'm just rooting for these guys because they bring me like the joy when I'm looking how they're playing, and like this K1, the unique heroes that they're picking, like offlane Witch Doctor, I didn't see it from anybody else except David. So.
I mean, it helps that they're playing the last series because they can come in early, maybe series 2 or 3, sit in the corner of the crowd, hear the crowd.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they get to keep on that gamer schedule. You know, I know some of the.
True. Also, if you suddenly go from playing 2 in the morning to no, but yeah, I feel like if they come in early, absorb kind of the atmosphere, see what it's like. Of course, the booth will change everything, but I feel like they should be in a relatively good spot to not be so TI type of vibe.
I know that our first matchup is Team Spirit and Virtus Pro, and we'll get into that one a little bit more. But just looking from the outside, Sheep, how do you expect that one to play out?
Okay, well, fine, I'll say it, guys. I think Team Spirit are favored to win.
Oh, really?
I think they have really good results, and they look a little bit stronger than Virtus Pro.
A little bit.
I know they were also actually wanted VP to be the ones that won their match to face them, I think.
Oh, okay, that was the preferred when they saw...
Yeah, so I think they're comfortable with the matchup.
I knew you'd say that, but I'm going to say that VP are looking like a team that feel the meta right now and feel the heroes that are really powerful right now, and they know how to play them well. And they also, like, from the previous games I've seen, like, they know how to drag the game longer, and they're, like, playing the same way the Team Spirit is playing, so they're pretty similar in terms of that. But I think VP even, like, have better understanding of the meta heroes.
Do you think the 4-day break is going to be a hindrance to any teams that might have lost momentum? Because VP had that rough start. They built it up for themselves. Any other team playing today that sort of sits in that category too?
Yeah, I think the 4-day break the teams that are suddenly in their stride, now their strats are going to be picked apart a little bit more, like these Spirit Breakers, these Bristlebacks. It's like, oh, wait, we can counter this hero, we shouldn't be so afraid. So I think that's going to hurt some teams, and like VP, they've never beat Spirit in the entire year. The organization hasn't beat Spirit for nearly 2 years.
They've still gotten games off of them.
Yeah, but that's not a series. I'm not going to go home. Mom, I won a game today. No, it doesn't matter. You're not
I'd be
progressing.
proud.
Yeah, no. But no, she's not. But no, yeah. So I think for VP at least, this 4-day break is going to help them a lot. And we hear the horn.
The horn.
The horn.
Do you guys know what that means then?
What does it mean, Nat? Can you tell me?
Well, it doesn't mean we're hearing the horn. We are excited to get our day started. We've done enough talking about everything that has already happened in the road to the international. So let's open this show. Let's have our first game. Let's start our upper bracket matches.
It is a beacon, sounding a call to greatness that echoes worldwide. A crucible, forging a single contender worthy of rising above the very best. And a celebration, gathering a community of millions to witness history unfold. It is the International, the final proving ground, where the world's finest Dota teams assemble to face each other in the ultimate test. Each challenger has earned this honor through hard-fought victories in matchups around the globe. The journey has tested some more than others, but the favorites and underdogs all know the road to the Aegis defies all prediction, and anyone can carve a new legacy here. The Aegis of Champions returns to Seattle, and with it the eyes of the world. 16 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Every team has the potential here. The road to the international playoffs, we're starting today. The vibes are electric, Sheep.
I am feeling it. The crowd is filling up. I'm so hyped right now. I can't wait for the first game. It's so
well, you don't have to wait too much longer because we're going to bring our very first team out. Let's welcome them to the stage. Team has struggled all year, just missing out major after major. But here they are in the upper bracket, walking out on stage. They have so much to gain for themselves, backs against the wall, and they're going to be up against a tough opponent, an opponent that we're going to welcome to the stage now. Team has done it before and they could do it again. Our TI10 champions are walking out here in the convention center at Seattle. They're going to be coming up against Virtus Pro. They dominated the group stage. They went undefeated. They went undefeated in their best of 3 for the seeding. And they're the favorites in this matchup. Could they continue this undefeated streak? Could we see them go 10-0 OT?
I mean, if there ever was a series, this is probably one for Spirit, because throughout the entire year, they have had the best over Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro has lived in the shadows of all the other Eastern European teams. They finished 4th every single time. They have been like one series away from getting to a major, but they've just never been good enough. But to be in the upper bracket, to be against a team that they've, probably scrimmed throughout the entire year, this is like the nicest moment for them. Like, they can finally seek revenge over the teams that have just kept them away from this international stage.
Look, that could be the advantage, it could be the disadvantage as well, knowing your opponent so closely, being able to play all year against each other. They don't have the best head-to-head record sheet. We talked about that one for a little bit, that throughout the whole DPC, in those 3 tours, they weren't able to take a series. Yes, one game, but not a series.
That's just how it be. I mean, especially when you're playing against Spirit, who are so good at the game. I do think it sucks for VP that they didn't get that like precious LAN experience from like the majors throughout the year, and obviously Spirit did, and Spirit gained very many things from that, right? Like they talk on it in their videos. Actually, both of these teams produce vlogs for TI, which have been very fun to watch. It's kind of cool to see how both of them are dealing with the group stage and stuff so far. But yeah, like Team Spirit early on in the year were like, we want to fix up our early game, we want to play more aggressive. Then they play more of these tournaments. They're like, okay, we go to Berlin. We feel like we had a really bad hero pool. We weren't happy with that. They moved to Bali. They're like, again, we feel like our hero pool is lacking. We don't have strategies right now. So they keep moving, they keep improving. Then they get to Riyadh, where they're like, okay, we think we fixed this. And they destroy. And it really feels like they know exactly what their problems are, whereas when I watched VP's vlogs a little bit more, they seem a little bit more like, oh, we're having miscommunication issues, we don't, like, stuff is just going wrong, and they're trying to fix it and patch it up as they go.
Yeah, we saw Lal just on our screen before. That's one of the players I really want to highlight here in Team Spirit, because while Spirit did win TI10, 4 of these players were a part of lifting that Aegis. Lal wasn't it. So he's the only one on this roster that wasn't a part of that winning TI10 championship, but he doesn't have a TI for himself at all, Rezo. He only joined them this year, and maybe a reason why their year was so slow to start, but now they've worked it all out, and he's really been able to grow into his role as a mid laner.
Yeah, he had some issues at the beginning of the team because it was really hard to fit in for him because he had a different playstyle, and he needs to correct his playstyle to be able to play with Collapse and Yatoro as two greedy side laners, and he needs to be like way more active and find the cohesion between him and supports as well. And I mean, right now you can see like they have this feeling of like where he needs to go, like how he needs to be playing, and he's playing like more of a support role for this team as well. Like he's playing this very active like Earth Spirit Invoker type of heroes and creating all the space that needed for the team for Yatoro and Collapse.
Being active doesn't necessarily mean sacrificial though, T. He could still be, a little bit greedy, just not in the farming way.
Yeah, just got to have your presence on the map. That's kind of what Rezo's kind of hinting at. And for Lal as well, like he started his pro career playing with one of his opponents, Noticed. They started on VP Prodigy together, and then they Noticed was a carry player back then. Then when DeHuck joined the team, it was like Windstrike, and he pushed to offlane. So, Lal, he's kind of been there from the get-go against his opponent. So a nice little bit of rivalry. Again, the booths are so close. Maybe he does give him a little wave mid-game, but it's quite a wholesome series as well.
Yeah, they were on that Bet Boom roster together last TI as well. They ended up coming in 19th, 20th, so not the best placement for themselves last year, but now they're going to come up against each other, Lal and Noticed, in the upper bracket. If you want to talk about captains, though, FNG, he has been around for a little while, hasn't lifted the Aegis for himself, but coming up against Maposhka, it's a tough captain to compare yourself to.
Yeah, so I think for both of these players, they are kind of hallmark Eastern European captains for FNG. 2015, when he was on VP again, that was his best run at TI, getting top 5. Since then, he struggled for nearly, 4 years in a row, not qualifying to the TI. He's had a bit of a struggle. He had a decent showing with Alliance, but I feel like ever since then, he's always been kind of chasing the glory of the old days. And if there ever was a time, back on the same organization, get some fresh talent, like he's got so much experience to try and deal with, one of the best captains of the region.
You know what I like about players like this is that they are able to come back, like no matter how hard it is, like no matter how hard you've been losing before, like 3-4 years, who cares? Like I'll keep doing my thing and eventually like I'm gonna come back. And this shows strengths in a character to me, because I'm one of these players as well.
Yeah, to be able
recently I had burnout, I just completely was done with Dota for half a year, I wasn't playing, but then I came back and I finished 2nd of TI. So it's like I know how it is. I know how it is like when you feel that pain inside, but then you still like keep going because you have a passion to the thing you're doing and you want to be like one of the best at it.
And the key thing with that graphic we just saw was just Maposhka. I'd say as a 5 right now, he is a little bit more scaling. Like seeing the Enchantress, like the Tusk as well, like these supports, we were saying in the pre-show earlier, they are the supports that with the map changes, the wisdom, the XP, everything, when you get to that 35, 40-minute mark, knowing that your 5 can pack a punch in the team fight and not just be like, I've hit a grave, just you've done nothing, So I feel like Maposhka kind of.
Wait, you're talking about Dazzle right now?
Yeah, no, yeah.
That was his voice acting of Dazzle.
Dazzle position 3 is like insane.
No, but FNG's played at 5, and it was so underwhelming because
no, but they have a strat right now with it. Like they have this strat where they can bowl like at the 25-30-minute mark, and they could just like go as 5. Yeah. And this is like they play position 5 Dazzle because it's a flex for them because Notice playing it as a 3 as well.
Oh yeah, like the the team, like Squadix on his TA has been phenomenal. I think he was one of the Rampages actually in the
Yeah, he
group
was.
stage. Yeah, and they played that hero so well. Like you're talking about this bull, it's very effective. I actually think we're going to see Team Spirit potentially ban it in the first phase because when they played against Shopify, they also banned the TA because I think the TA, especially on mid, works so nicely against Lal's heroes, and just the tempo and playstyle of TA, it just seems to be really annoying for Team Spirit. So I would not be surprised if we see that hero banned out.
Yeah.
Let's go a little bit broader again, because Virtus Pro, we talked about Notice, we talked about FNG. I know that you just mentioned Squad there, but Kiritich Squad, and I can never say his name, by the way, the POS 4. Sayu, it is?
Sayush. Sayush.
Is that actually how you say it? Okay. It's because I swear I was getting it wrong.
W is sh.
Sayush? Okay. Well, let's talk about them. This is their first TI appearance, okay? They've been able to get through qualifiers or attempt at qualifiers, make it quite high there, but not actually making it to the international themselves. So give me some more information other than just how to actually pronounce his name, please, Reza.
I mean, they're so young as well, right? All of their course, like around 20 years old.
Yeah,
so 2021. It's gonna be like very, very challenging for them to play in the first, hopefully like FNG should be the one who's creating the atmosphere in that team, like along with their coach G, to like, guys, calm down. Like we're here to like prove nothing because we already like in the upper bracket, it's already good results for us. Just like, play your best, then to do whatever you feel like doing. Don't be afraid of like making mistakes. And this is like what they need to be focusing on right now because they need to take that pressure out of their shoulders.
Don't be too result-orientated, It's still very fresh, very new for yourself. Anything that you want to quickly add, Sheep, about these new players?
Yeah, FNG, he said himself that he thinks that the key takeaway, the biggest lesson that he's learned is confidence. He says that his team, he sees their potential, he knows what they can do, they can own. He says he gets mad when they show up to any of these official games and they play like chickens. He's like, we need confidence. We just need confidence to get out there and win.
Alrighty, well, the confidence, hopefully they're able to take it in for themselves. But this game one, this first series, we are ready to begin. So let's go.
Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Game 1.
Draft will be coming up on our screen very soon. I know that lobby is full. Now we can get into the nitty-gritty of these drafts, of the heroes, who's coming into meta, everything I know you three have been waiting to talk about here for the road to the international. So give me some key picks you think Spirit need to focus on getting for themselves, Reza.
I mean, obviously, Enchantress is one of the top priorities for them. They've been playing with the Treant as well a lot. Primal Beast is one of their top goals for Collapse. Earth Spirit as well, like one of the, these are the heroes that people are looking for because they create so much chaos in fights, and it's so easy to like fight around that already. It just sets a really good base for the team fighting and the strong lanes. Primal Beast, like this Blade Mail heart right now. Everybody seems to be doing that, right? This build, like whatever hero can buy these items, it's in the meta right now. There's also a Bristleback, of course. Like the hero has been buffed insane, and with Aghanim's build, just creates this. Like, I think the distraction point of like any heroes that can go into the fight and take all the attention onto themselves, like it's very big key factor for these drafts.
Yeah, especially when they come online so kind of relatively early. Like Bristleback, he just needs Vanguard, Ags. The Spirit Breaker that we see Spirit running quite a lot with Collapse as well. He gets to like the 24-minute mark, and he's got max points in Bulldoze. He's got some like Octarine to be super tanky, low cooldown on Bulldoze as well. Like these heroes, you need to respect them, but I feel like they're the heroes that really dominate the second phase pick of the draft. Like once you've already set your foundation, if now you're going into a Bristle, now you're going into a Spirit Breaker, there's not enough time to recover your draft and get the correct heroes to deal with them. So you need to, if you care about them, you need to think about them early. You can't just, oh wait, we've got one pick, let's try and fix everything right now with this one pick.
Definitely with the draft change-ups, you don't really get to have that luxury too much anymore where you put everything on that final pick for themselves, but Team Spirit will have that first pick, Sheep. Where does the bans fall for either side of the coin now on VP and Team Spirit?
Well, we are seeing the bans of the heroes we thought are the most effective on both sides.
Yep.
I actually think something that's very cool is the teams have like alternating like positions of how they play some heroes. Like a lot of these teams have been playing Wraith King offlane, right? But Spirit are like the team that haven't played it offlane, they played it in the carry.
Only carry, yes.
Yeah, and same with Bristleback. We see Bristleback carry on Virtus Pro, but Team Spirit have been playing it offlane. So it's cool. I think flex is like super important in this early stage. I know the way that Spirit likes to draft is they like to leave their carry for last if they can. Like if they have first pick, they pick it at the end of second phase. And if they have last pick, they try and save it for overall last pick. I mean, you have Yatoro. He's got one of the biggest carry hero pools just in Dota straight up. So that's like a massive asset to have. And he's their win condition, so they want to leave it for later to make sure he has his best game.
And you talk about the break that we had since the group stage. So Collapse, of course, didn't really play Wraith King during the groups too much, and he played it 2 times in his pubs, lost both games. So maybe
we're probably still not going to see it in offlane for Team Spirit.
We can put that on the shelf. But one hero that he has been playing a lot in his pubs is offlane Chaos Knight. He played 8 games, 75% win rate, and you'd like to think if you're spamming a hero 8 times whilst in Seattle, there is some logic to maybe they are looking at that to be an actual strat that they pull out, but keep that in mind if they are to pick that up down the line.
I think doubling down on something like that is going to be fantastic for them because we're all looking towards flex picks now, right? And if you're able to pick a Chaos Knight earlier on before it gets banned out and flex it between a 3 or a 1, you're always going to be able to put it in a position that has a favorable matchup for itself. They're going to take it out instead. They don't want to come up against it. They don't want to pick it for themselves. They're going back on Spirit Breaker. We saw it in the best of 3 to get it into the upper bracket, and it worked out favorably for themselves.
Wow. Riveting draft, guys.
Okay, the Bristleback, I want to talk on more. I'm glad it got picked up because we did some stats about it. We sort of dissected it. Bristle had an amazing win rate. He was looking pretty good, especially for how much he was being picked up and his skyrocket in popularity. But when we segmented it and we looked at only carry Bristle, it was abysmal. It was like 30% win rate on it. Like carry Bristle just was not working out.
Yeah, it also helps where so offlane Bristle, you're playing very forwards. Like every item you buy, you're looking to annoy the next hero on the map you see. You're taking away your enemy's jungle, and if you die, it's like, whatever, I'm just the offlane Bristle, right? But in the carry, there's always going to be things that are slightly different. You need to farm backwards. You're not invading as much. If you die, the game can be disjointed. So
I mean, there's a few things I think about it. Offlane Bristle has the engines, safelane Bristle doesn't have engines, right? So that's a big part. And as well, the Virtus Pro, they have the success with Bristle just because Notice was playing heroes like Wraith King, which already kind of like a carry, right? So he's feeling that role for themselves, and Kiriti is just like being, position 3 type of Bristleback, not even like fully carry.
I'd like to see right now though for VP, if they are going to go for, let's say, offlane Bristle, I want to see them have like some Morphling Razor type safe lane where the Spirit Breaker never has kill threat the entire time. He's always kind of like in the lane, hitting creeps, but always getting pressured. I think the best example was when 9 Pandas, they run Undying plus Morphling against a Spirit Breaker. Like that is an impossible lane for him to play because you're always just on the back foot, you're away from the creep waves, you still want to go Midas, you still want to go Octarine, but it's like 10-15 minutes later than you're expecting. And the same thing for Spirit. I'd love to see them go for like a traditional break or something in their lineup because it's a first pick Bristle. Like there's so many heroes
be able to punish it.
That can punish the hero. Just we don't see them because they're kind of out of meta right now.
Yeah, so you have like your Primal Beast, but they get rid of that. So he can't get the Ags and have the break. I mean, the problem with picking a safe laner like Morphling or whatever against Spirit Breaker is they can just combine heroes, right? You could have Grimstroke just been picked up by Reverse Pro, but like Team Spirit, maybe they could pick a Skywrath Mage, and then you have that ability to silence from Fog and get a kill that way. If you can just enable yourselves to go and move on the map and take fights, use that portal or whatever, it's like you don't have to worry so much about the carry, and maybe you pick a better carry matchup later down the line.
I'm also thinking about Ancient Operation is a good counter to Bristol as well, because people used to, go for this Blightstone, right?
Yeah. It's such a good combo as well with the Spirit Breaker. You throw down the Vortex, the extra magic damage, you're just pushing out waves so easily, and you're always going to hit your ultimate because Spirit Breaker, he's going to bash, nearly 71% of the time, so it's going to be super easy to keep heroes contained. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it now, to be fair.
Yeah, it's either that or Skywrath Mage for them. They like this guy a lot.
They love this guy. That was something that they kept going back on. In fact, they were even willing to first pick it. That's how much faith they had in that Skywrath.
But I agree with your point that when you see the Spirit Breaker, you should be able to punish it. Like, you need to create a strong lane against it. Probably like people don't want to go for this undying type of heroes because they don't scale well, right, up into the late game.
Like I love like if there's VP, if they do Bristle Grim as an off-lane combo, because like if you go, you have Stroke of Fate, you have Inkswell, ways to keep the Bristle alive, but also easily ways to punish on that. So like that should just be the lane in itself. I think VP still got their 5 and their carry to pick up in the draft.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Spirit Breaker. You talked about ways that you can deal with it, shut it down in lane, make sure these timings are later. But Chief, do you not feel that Team Spirit are a team that could elongate the game, push it back a little bit more, still make sure Spirit Breaker hits that timing, and still have him have an impact? Like, do you need to focus on making sure the Spirit Breaker still does nothing in the later parts of the game too, in disrupting team fights?
I mean, my personal opinion of Spirit Breaker is it's the most unga bunga easiest hero in Dota right now. So I don't personally think that shutting down his lane is like enough because his spells are just good.
Yeah, okay.
And obviously you're going to do more with this golden items. I think maybe VP, if they are able to shut down his lane, they can pick up something like, holy shit, they're drafting so fast right now. I was going to say maybe they could pick up something like a Yules to help kill him in the mid game, but it doesn't seem like that's the thing they're going for. It looks like they're just going for a ball that is so hard to kill that Spirit Breaker cannot utilize pickoffs the way that they want to right now, right? You see Spirit Breaker, you see Hoodwink. These are two heroes that they can set up on side lanes. They're going to catch you, they're going to kill you, and they're not going to let you do that. They have a Pugner and a Bristle, and they're just going to go together.
Yeah, the key thing here for VP is Spirit Breaker is very good at elongating the games because he just charges through the waves, keeps playing behind you. And now with VP, it's like Spectre can farm jungle, Bristle will basically protect one wave as it goes down the lane to get to a tier 2 or a tier 3, and then you take the fight from there. And yeah, Spectre pick. These two supports are just food the entire game. Like, if you see them, you pressure ult, you jump on top, you get that kill. If he goes Ags down the line, then they're going to be dying even quicker. So
I love the Spectre pickup because I think this is their best strategy, and they know how to utilize Spectre, and Creative is playing like very, very sick Spectre. So I'm looking forward for some mid hero that is active and is going to be, making plays for the Spectre to hunt in, which right now they don't really have that because Bristleback is just like going to farm itself, and the Earth Spirit is probably going to be banned, so I'm wondering what the next heroes they're going to be looking for.
Are you a little
like Earthshaker or Walker? Oh, and Walker's banned already, never mind.
My only fear with Spirit's lineup right now is, are you a little bit worried it's a bit of scaling? Void needs to buy a farming item +1, Spirit Breaker wants to go for a Midas plus an Octarine. Like, both the side lanes need to greed it up a lot, so there's a lot of pressure on Lal to have that mid hero that can kind of do everything. Because AA Hoodwink together, they can kill anyone on the map. But this mid hero also needs to kind of amplify the supports, otherwise it's a lot of farming, a lot of waiting for Spirit's lineup to get online.
Yeah, that's why the Conquer ban is so good as well, right? Is like we've seen against Shopify the way that Lal's able to just position himself to like protect his carry's farm, and the way that the boat was giving so much damage reduction to like elongate his deaths that he was doing for his team. Like, that was a really key ban.
I mean, also Aghanims and Shard and Kunkka nowadays is just like too many distractions in the fight. It's the same thing I was talking about Primal Beast and Bristleback. Like, you just create so much chaos into the fight that it's so easy to take positioning. Penguin and their Spirit are banned. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, they have Shakers still, if they want to pick it up for both teams actually. That's the hero we've been seeing a lot.
What would Team Spirit want to do with this very last ban for themselves? Is it more protection of a Faceless Void, or again just taking out a mid lane and setting yourself up for this mid matchup that's going to occur?
Pretty much the mid matchup, just hyping over heroes. Like, the thing is that VPs also run like Keeper Light or Zeus, for example, and these heroes could be super in your face. They ban out the Earthshaker, but
maybe Queen of Pain they're looking for.
Like, there's not a lot of clean lockdown for like Spirit. They have a Chrono, Charge, and a Bushwhack.
Yeah.
So any of these super annoying mid heroes, like the Pucks, the Shaker, the Ag, like, they can just tank that one spell or kite out that spell, and it makes VP's fight so much easier. So Spirit needs to be very careful with how they use their spells in this game for sure.
Do you think that VP are going to trend more towards like filling the holes of their draft or buffing up what they currently do? Holy Viper. I mean, that's trying to deal with the Bristle, right?
And the Spectre. It's a double whammy.
It's great. Okay.
Okay, that's pretty unexpected. Probably because all the mid heroes are banned, right? All the initiators are banned, but they had to go for some weird matchups.
So we now get to see, of course, Viper getting picked into Spectre and Bristle. So if they try to get into the middle of the fights, they're going to get broken. They're not going to be as tanky. But on the flip side, you now have a Lina into Viper matchup. Lina, you play on range, you don't really care about Viper, you're going to push it out. So this Viper pick, yes, it's good for the game, but how good is the lane really going to be for him?
how much do Team Spirit really care about lanes? We've seen many games before where they've struggled in the lanes. They might not have had their strength there, but they're always able to pull through themselves. They're always able to make the space on the map for Yutaro and be able to have them be active and have a lot of 4v5 engagements where they're at the number advantage. So is that where this lineup is more gone for themselves, Rezo? And that's where you see the strength for Team Spirit?
I mean, I also think that the Virtus Pro lineup is very too passive. Like, there's nobody who's gonna really make plays for the supports as well. Like, so they're gonna just like keep farming and like hope for, you know, some 5v5 fights, but Team Spirit is just gonna drag the game and find the pickups themselves because it's way easier for them with the Chronosphere and Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I'm looking at Alina mid playing against Spirit Breaker. I don't know. Like, I've seen this team be able to just move and happily across the map earlier than their timings. I think they could potentially catch a lot of VP off guard and steamroll them.
All right, so you reckon VP, they're going to be taking this step back. It's going to be passive, trying to farm it up a lot. And when it does come to that later game, then T, do you have faith in Virtus Pro? With their heroes.
Do you
Looking
have?
at just heroes.
He doesn't.
No,
He doesn't.
I'm gonna speak.
I feel like even if I ignore drafts, I'd lean Spirit for just the history of the year. But in draft speak, if you get past 35, 40 minutes against a Spirit Breaker, the game's going to be always so impossible for you to set up the perfect fight. And that's where, of course, whatever, I can't pronounce. I was trying to mispronounce it on purpose, but anyways. I think Spirit Breaker will always set up the perfect fight for Faceless Void. So I think the later part of the game, sure, it's good. But I think VP's got a really good shot to just be super active around 20-25 minutes. They just need to try and close down Spirit and don't let the Spirit Breaker just reign supreme.
We are going to be jumping into the game very soon, but I assume then it's all unanimous on my panel. You guys are all very Team Spirit with their lineup here in Game 1.
Pretty much.
All right. Well, then it is time that we head on over to our casters. It's Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much indeed, Nat, and Dota fans the world over. Are you ready? We got some games to start for you. We're going to get into the game. Don't worry. Trent, I'm so freaking excited. I can't wait. We got Team Spirit facing off against Virtus Pro. The draft is going on. I feel like we're going to be going to like 80 minutes or something already out of the gate.
It's definitely possible. I mean, probably the most terrifying stat that was shown during that whole draft was the GPM of collapse on that one Spirit Breaker game that he played so far. 823. He actually out-CS'd Yadaro on Troll Warlord.
I mean, it doesn't seem fair, honestly.
It's really not. He just charges through the waves, all the creeps die, he's just gathering gold all over the place, and yeah, Spearbreaker, if it goes late, he doesn't really mind it as much as he used to.
No, I mean, you see these like Aghanim Scepter, Octarine Core coming out, all of this like incredible mobility, and as Purge talked about at the beginning of this, the bigger map, right? You've got more places to go. It can also mean that you're more separated from your allies, and suddenly there's more pickoffs that happen, and that can be the game-defining thing.
That's true, it's true. But like the panel said, we got options here for Virtus Pro. Certainly the underdogs coming in this matchup, but classic thing, regional rivalry. You know, they know their opponents pretty well, so they got a little bit of history. Maybe they can do better against someone who's a little bit more favorited over them compared to someone coming from a different region.
Right.
They know these matchups. Some former teammates mix in there as well.
Oh yeah. No, and I think like that's one of the things to watch for is now we've got this close setup. The team's right next to each other.
So close.
As we get into this game, Unpause comes out. We'll see if there are any big pop-offs or something.
I want to see someone slam the glass. I hope they've been instructed that that's okay. We're going to have to check the structural integrity.
Is it okay? Like,
I'd say so.
Break it? I don't know. Not sure what that is going to end up looking like. As heading out across the map, you can see that already Team Spirit set up on that top side of the river, smoking in, hoping to find somebody. Doesn't look like they're going to find any purchase there. But we did get that little crazy picks coming out at the end. It was the Viper into the Lina. The panel talked about it a little bit. But this is a little bit of a strange matchup. Is it just about the break? What are you seeing with this Viper pick?
Oh yeah, 100% the break for the Viper. No doubt about that, right? It's not just the Bristle either, right? Get a little extra value added in there for a couple of the heroes. A little bit Lina in there, a little bit of Spectre in there, right? Passives are pretty important. So that can be very helpful. But, you know, Seattle, TI, it's been a while. It's been since TI7. Back in those days, Lina Viper. That was pretty common, right?
That was a classic.
Viper used to be kind of this hero for a lot of these Seattle TIs. So seeing this matchup here once again, very interesting.
Oh, they're getting close to each other. The crowd is hungry for blood as they want to see who's going to give it up first. But Yadaro going to back away, not get taken down. By the way, I want to shout out to whoever cheered in the crowd for that Observer Ward D ward. Well done. Yeah, that's the spirit that we're looking for today. as Mira will be pushed back a little bit by Kiritich there.
Well, as you can see, the players are just getting comfortable here by spamming all their voice lines.
Absolutely. Wow. They're using them from all over, too. It's a Polaris voice line. That's pretty nice.
They've invested heavily.
Oh, yeah.
Counts here, so yeah, it's all good. No surprises in terms of where anyone's going here. And, you know, I gotta say, during the draft, I was looking forward to a couple heroes, but they all got banned.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we didn't get to see the Enchanters from Aposhka with his 4 straight wins. Obviously, some quick respect there from Virtus Pro. Not gonna let him have it, and that puts him on the AA, as the panel called. Super solid, right? Especially when you pair it with this classic Yadro Faceless Void.
I mean, that really does feel like it's going to be the thing to watch for. In the later game engagements, obviously you've got the setups with Collapse Spirit Breaker trying to start the fights, but it's going to be up to Yadro to try and end them with that Chrono, and that sets up for all the rest of Team Spirit's abilities. So something to watch for there. But yeah, Team Spirit coming in undefeated throughout this entire event so far. They've been looking really good. And now a little bit of pressure there on the Sage. Not going to be able to do that much to this Pugna, who's so quick and annoying to play as. This little skeleton man.
Yeah, he's super frustrating. I mean, even if AA has a decent pairing, sometimes the movement speed of a Pugna can actually still get out of any sort of attempts at like a cold feed or something. So early on, it's just lots of poking and prodding back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
And then, I mean, down here in the bottom lane, you have Mira on one of the less reliable heroes, I would say, these days in the Hoodwink. You know, she struggles a bit, tends to have some pretty low win rates, but the players that really like Hoodwink, they're big fans. I mean, you can see Platinum tier there from Mira doing a little bit of spamming on the hero. Yeah. And again, another hero that's going to try and make use of the break in this game from that sharpshooter.
Well, and something that you always love to talk about, too, is the ability to run through those little twin gates there. I feel like Hoodwink is one of those that would love to be able to get active around that, like, 5-6 minute mark somewhere in that neighborhood, try and make some rotation and find a kill.
It certainly never hurts, as Treant Protector has shown us.
Oh, yeah. Gets a bash as he heads out of there. But slow, steady going, and at least at the early stages here, it does appear that things relatively even amongst the two safe lane heroes. At least at the moment, though, Viper is having a better time of it mid against the Lina. 5 denies already. Although Laurel, it's brought down very low. I might have spoken too soon there.
Be careful here. 2 points in the Dragon Slave. Wants to keep that harass up. We'll hit one more time. Bit of Corrosive Haze going back the other way. Sorry, Corrosive Skin.
There you
Apologies
go.
Here.
Oh, and look at that
Stuck
Laurel.
In the past.
He wanted to go over to pick up that rune, but a little bit scary to leave the wave and trying to look for a bash, not able to quite get one.
The crowd is hungry for blood.
I know, they're ready. They're so ready for this. There's the bash that he was waiting for. Get it at the worst time.
I mean, hey, your Spectre hasn't died.
2 in a row.
Oh, okay.
Oh, be careful now.
Okay, your Spectre hasn't died, and it's 3 minutes in. I feel like that's a win for a lot of support players.
Oh, yeah.
Gets the pull off there as well. FNG helping to protect Kiritich.
Had a stick ready. Never in doubt. So far, so good. As Laurel's going to make the move actually for that bounty rune and moving into position. Sage going to try and take it away and gets there just in time. That hurts. The Viper wanted that refill.
You need that bad too, because like the Lina versus the Viper, this is the whole idea, right? You're trying to like whittle down the Viper and try and make them really dependable on resources. So support's coming through, getting rid of bounties, maybe getting rid of these river runes as well. Super helpful. And also, Seush wants to be stacking camps because you got this Bristleback, right? And as if you notice, we got some blocks happening here, right? They already blocked off one of the camps there. They have unblocked the Ancient Camp now, so it will finally spawn, but that's really going to slow down this Bristleback's progression here.
Something to watch for. As in the 4 minute mark, no kills as of yet, just trying to dodge away. Notice is going to pull this creep wave all the way
Bushwhack bottom.
Chance, an opportunity. FNG going to go down. They take him, and now Mira might end up going down a second time. Kiritich moves forward and secures that finish. Oddly enough, it was Creeps that got both of the kills, but still, it's what you want to see.
Good play there from FNG at the end to at least put on the Inkswell to get the return kill, but clearly they win there for Team Spirit, getting the first blood. And one thing that you're going to notice this game too is that Ancient Apparition and Hoodwink do share a similar capacity to amplify magic damage. Which is really cool because you get the boomerang on the Hoodwink later, and they have 3 cores that add a ton of magic damage, which is a pretty cool use of their draft here.
Maposhka coming over to contest this, gets right in his face. Ayu's starting to drop down lower. Says, fine, you want to battle, I'll battle you. They are getting very low and will need to run away. So can Tess going in wanting to shut down that farm that you're talking about from the Bristle?
I mean, it's huge. That camp is still blocked out right now, and it's not going to despawn in time either. So it'll be the 6th minute spawn also going to be blocked. And that's huge for this Bristle. That's the whole point of off-lane Bristle, is like you want this backup here of these Ancients. Now that being said, he's also doing extremely well in the laning stage right now.
Oh yeah. 35 and 6 so far for that Bristleback. But it does also mean that it's been Faceless Void still having a decent time here. Collapse will charge through, gets another bash onto Kiritich right as he comes into the lane. We'll have a few denies in his face though, a little frustrating as we're getting closer to the next spawn. Of course, Rune's incredibly important in this game. You've got a couple of heroes that would love to be able to pick him up, and Lina makes the move over. Miposhka is there, Light Strike Array, they get a haste too. Not bad. This should be Miposhka going down as Squadix makes the move, although, wait, a turn, a chance, Miposhka, you god! He was almost able to survive through that one. The sidestep behind the trees, it said it is going to be safe, starting to drop down low, still a haste rune on Squadix, and that's going to get level 6. Comes in with the Laguna Blade, takes down another.
And of course, if you haven't checked Dota in a while, Laguna Blade, very interesting now, does give you some stacks to the Fiery Soul. So you might be wondering why sometimes these Linas are just going to fire it out. That's going to be why.
Right. Absolutely. Just get whatever kills you can with it at that point in time. Now mid lane, they're going to go again, it looks like, trying to find an opening onto Miposhka, forcing him back. And one more hit. Oh, 19 HP, just barely able to get out of that one.
Keep that farm going here, and it is interesting too with this Faceless Void pick because they sort of have an interesting relationship, the Bristleback and the Faceless Void, because like, you constantly have these quill stacks in the laning stage, which is something that you can't really manage that well with Time Walk. Generally, you want to deal with like burst damage because they just Time Walk it off and you're fine, whereas it's like a lot of damage over time. But meanwhile, down bottom, an attempt to stop this aggression. Oh, it lasts so long now.
I know, that Inkswell makes the difference. Here it turns, a little seed shot there, tries to get onto him.
But the counterplay, of course, is that, that's Bristleback's advantage over Faceless Void, but he's to deal with time dilation throughout this game. And Bristleback really doesn't buy a lot of Dispel these days. That's not something that you really want to opt for, so that's going to be really frustrating for Notice if he has to constantly deal with this time dilation with his Quills.
Right, might need to get a little bit of help from some of his allies there. And of course, you have the other nice little pickup, which is going to be the Grimstroke Inkswell later on with that Dispel. But it's something to watch for, no doubt about it. Now they make the move through, gonna get the silence onto Yadaro. This spell very strong, Inkswell layering together, but Yadaro's still making a good distance away, drops the Chrono to get out, but now Kiritich shows up too. They're committing heavy for this kill. They want to take him down, and they're gonna get him.
Spectre. Level 1, 60-second cooldown, has the urn complete and now stocked up. And looking towards that very common progression right now of Blade Mail into Radiance. That's currently the plan.
Okay.
See if it sticks to it.
I mean, you come into this, you think Team Spirit's going to be the favorites, haven't dropped a game yet. Now you look at the net worths, they're looking pretty good across the board. It's been a solid showing so far for Virtus Pro.
Squadix is terrified mid. He's been sitting in this tree line for a solid 20 seconds.
He knows.
I know. I'm not coming out there.
He is totally aware that this wraparound was happening and it won't catch him. So dodging the movement, there was a ward that's placed down just out of vision. Not sure if that one was scouted out by Virtus Pro or not, but at least for now, they're going to keep him fine and dandy, and Squadix stays in the mid lane.
Yeah, the tower stays up. Sayush is nearby, ready to help, but also gets off another double stack here. So despite a lot of blocking out early of these camps, there's a sizable bank here for this Bristleback to come back to, and that's going to help progress you into that Aghanims on the earlier part of this game, which is, of course, one of the main reasons why you're seeing this hero so often now.
So close right now to a couple of really key levels that could set up for a kill down bottom. They're, about a quarter of the way towards it for the Hoodwink, with Collapse already having 6. But instead, making another move. This Spectre getting involved early, forcing Laurel back. And with the charge coming through, it's going to be Virtus Pro backing out. So they force the rotation and then back away.
So a little poking shadow step there. Something you can kind of afford to do now with the lower cooldown. So far, we haven't seen one of the main fears that you would think with a Lina this game, which would be a Spirit Breaker.
Right. Because
Lina, not really a Yule's buyer necessarily anymore. That isn't something that we see all the time. That used to be like one of the options, of course. Might have to be a consideration for Squadix this game, but probably hoping to avoid that right now. Collapse just been a bit too busy in the lane, trying to get towards that Midas.
And another rune there taken away too. So even if you did find a opportunity to maybe get aggressive with Collapse, they haven't been able to get the runes to pair with them. So a little unfortunate for Team Spirit, as the Arcane was denied by Miposhka, so they at very least didn't give that one away to Lina.
Does look like top tower is going to be the first one to fall here.
Wait a minute, Yatoro does not have a Midas queued up. What's happening? Trent.
He must be confused.
What's going on, buddy? We'll see if it ends up changing the build eventually, but it looks like they want to get aggressive as Spectre makes another move.
Oh, that's so sick.
Dude.
How annoying is that? Get Inkswell down bottom, Shadow Step up top.
That's
for the kill under the tower as it's so low with the catapult coming through. I mean, this is just guaranteed gone. But yeah, Yatoro's gone for the treads into the Mask of Madness, so does have a little bit more damage early, higher elements of aggression, perhaps to try and pair up with this Spirit Breaker, Viper, maybe even thinking about some of the timings that Virtus Pro are trying to hit, and you want to be ready to fight in those situations.
Oh yeah. Well, and again, for the fighting with Virtus Pro, it feels like because Spectre's gone this Urn build, can get really up in people's face quickly, and is building into that Blade Mill has it done. So ways for both Notice and the Spectre to kind of take stacks now. Virtus Pro are really starting to cook.
Yeah, cooking indeed here. You can see 3 points into the Nasal Goo. The single point bristleback has become pretty common on Bristback lately. Sometimes you go for 2, but if there's multiple instances of break, I mean, obviously you want to put as few points as possible because you're just going to get more damage the more points you have in Goo. That's kind of the dream right now.
And the stats too. We've been seeing a lot of people just steal them up consistently, but now finding Notice. Good LSA though to turn it, and the life drain to heal him back up. Can't get anything out there. Viper's in trouble. Miposhka trying to run away. Team Spirit went up the wrong hill.
Just a great example of the importance of positioning there too. When all you have is an Aether Lens, you know, that's just all preemptive. Great knowledge there from Virtus Pro, because that's not like a blink save or something, right? It's just Squadix understanding what kind of moves are going to be coming out here from Team Spirit, and to defend your Bristleback while getting that giant bank of gold. Everything is just going right for Virtus Pro right now.
And Collapse feels like he's not even comfortable going on to FNG because of the threat of the Spectre showing up. I mean, why not? Give him the tip. He knows the danger could be coming the other direction. Oh, man. And I like this, too, from Virtus Pro, because it feels like they've set themselves up to be in a position where just play defensive, get into our items, and then we'll hit our timing. And it almost feels like Team Spirit are the ones that kind of need to be playing on the aggressive foot.
I think we might see that soon, right? We got level 6 on the Ancient Apparition, level 6 on the Hoodwink. Could see some smokes down bottom, perhaps, trying to chase this Spectre. The worst thing that can happen is if you try and make a move towards Spectre, and then she immediately like haunts somewhere else for a kill.
Right. Yeah, gotta be wary of that for sure.
Currently, Kurtage pretty static down bottom at the moment.
Scan from the Radiant is gonna connect. And I've seen, like we saw in that little graphic a few minutes ago, a lot of stacks being built that are now gonna start to get claimed. But yeah, 13.5 minutes. Virtus Pro still sitting pretty, just farming, but they are going to smoke now.
Yeah, and he's going to leave that bottom lane too, because he actually got a little peek at Mira as he was swapping between the trees. So Kirtus has moved up top. Perhaps they're going to try and see if that'll be a bit of a bait here, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, Yatoro is up here. He's back over near the little hot tub area.
This has been his heat map. Has just been this jungle.
I mean, but everybody knows that this is where you end up going. Squadix is just going to instead head on over to farm, not feeling like they want to make the dive behind the tier 2 and instead just going to play for the farm.
Taking over the Mighty Mines here. And then immediately back to mid.
Is under attack.
Well, 2-7. Again, a bit of a slow one with Virtus Pro picking up the majority of those kills. Every move that Team Spirit's made over the last few minutes has been rebuffed. And it feels like they're, at least for now, somewhat content to keep farming and try and get into their items.
Charge down bottom.
Looking
for
it.
FNG.
Makes the move, but this is the problem. You go immediately. Collapse needs to keep his distance from Mira now, goes for the TP out. That's going to keep him safe. But this is why you can't make those dives. Even against this support, like the fact FNG can sit here is huge for them. Although now, no haunt. Okay, Mira comes in to clean up.
I'm all out of pity for the likes of
All right, trying to get something going here. That's Squadix, already up to the boots of travel and 1,000
jumps,
gold.
chrono, down. Whew. I mean, they're chronoing for the pug now.
Yeah, but they got him.
That's right. Fair enough.
Okay, not great. That's true. Bit of a long cooldown. To be fair, he's also just been hitting neutral creeps this whole time, so
yeah,
he's finding something here for Yatoro. And Squadix is currently looking in towards that Yules as well, which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Super solid versus Spirit Breaker, and just a quality item.
And eventually, you know, he'll be able to build Wind Waker too, right?
That's right. We got progression on that item now.
I do love that item. That one's pretty cool.
We saw quite a few, I'd say, in the road to TI so far.
Poor Maposhka. They try and turn. Actually gets the Ice Vortex off. Will it be enough damage, though? Lina in trouble. Charge through onto 3. Collapse. He's got to get out of there. The LSA is going to connect. Stun for a while. Collapse turns. Wants to get a bash. Not going to find it. And in the end, it is going to be another kill going the way of Virtus Pro. Spirit just can't find a move. They got a chrono for kills.
Yeah, and you got Notice here mid. Also pushing this in a little bit. Not going to commit, though, by the looks of it. I see. Shield rune up top there, so... wants to grab that first, and yeah, immediately pings. I have a shield rune. We are taking this tower.
Yeah. Got to make the move, but already in to deny it. So, give a little tip there onto Laurel, who's having to play Viper. You know, we cheer for the Viper, and then you actually have to play it, and it feels different for the players, probably.
Well, it's interesting, too, because, you know, 1 point Bristleback, the break isn't necessarily even... I almost think it's more valuable for the Spectre.
Oh, definitely.
Than it is for the Bristle.
Yeah.
They're losing map. They've lost the mid-tier 1, they've lost the top tier 1. Yatoro's been hitting neutrals in the Mighty Mines for a solid 12 minutes at this point.
Although
now they're hitting bottom.
I should say that this is like quintessential Spirit in a way, right? When we think of all those games that we used to watch of theirs, it would be a big turnaround kill that made everything work for them. And could this be it? Maposhka gets away as they take down the Lina. A very nice combination to get their kill.
I didn't see how that got set up, but that was really cool because he was just charging the wave. I don't know if they knew that he was nearby, but he essentially charged the wave and used that for the mobility to get in there for the Nether Strike.
Maposhka's still sitting so low up there on the top side as Collapse is going to get ran at by Notice. TP's away.
I feel like there's games where you can tell the teams immediately after draft are like, okay, they're low on stuns.
Yeah.
Right? Because it is true. You've seen these like really quick TPs a couple times here because they're recognizing there's not a lot to stop us here. Mira, though, he does get stopped in his tracks there.
That is a quick kill. The Aghanim Scepter coming.
Collapse as well.
Very strong, and yeah, looking for more. Collapse tries to run out, gets stunned, and brought down 11-5. They are all over them.
This is the kind of swarming that you're hoping for with this lineup right now. Mid lane, though, you have Yatoro here. He's got Maelstrom, he's got Mask of Madness, and Ultimate Orb, and he needs to get involved. He's seeing what's happening to his team. Felt like they wanted to try and set up for something, but again, Squadix just not getting caught trying to push out waves.
He's been doing a really good job of staying active when he needs to. That kill up top there was the first death for the entire game. But we'll see if he can keep up that type of momentum. Ooh, that one hurts. That was almost the completed Octarine core done for the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, not quite finished, so it won't be the worst here right now, but...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's definitely, if I remember back to some of those quintessential Spirit games, they'd lose a lot up until about that 20-minute mark, and then they'd make a crazy comeback happen. Can it happen again? Ice Blast is out, but with the Decrypt, they don't feel comfortable going for more. Have to back away. They force out a lot of movement, but now Yatoro, he's in further trouble, starts to drop, gets the Time Walk to get away, but I mean, it's only going to be a moment. Now, they did manage to kill Lina at the same time. They found him on the back line.
Okay, nicely done. Good cleanup there from Collapse.
But it is a 19-minute Spectre Radiance with Urn and Blade Mail.
That is going to be the finished Octarine core now for Collapse once his courier respawns in 1 minute. So that is a huge upgrade for the Spirit Breaker, of course. It's kind of the quintessential item of this hero right now, feels like. And then possibly eyeing up and towards that Shadow Blade after, by the looks of it. And see if they can try and break open this map a little bit. But, I mean, part of the problem is that Yatoro only has one option right now. He has to hunt for a kill. That's what they went and they did. They feel like, can they really attack and set up on a tower with these heroes? Not really, you know?
No, there really isn't much push on either team. I mean, Lina to some extent, but we've seen what can happen. Like, if they commit hard onto Lina, she's going to die. Has to play it a little bit more conservatively back away from the buildings. as 20-minute mark comes around, still only a 3,000 gold lead. For doubling their kills, Virtus Pro haven't been able to create that separation you want to see yet.
Certainly true.
Oh, there's the Midas. We're good. Yeah,
now we're sorted. Okay.
As they hold down this bottom lane and Virtus Pro take the top side of the map, the other thing that you might start thinking about would be a Roche play. Obviously can take it to some extent with the Bristleback, having that minus armor, but not a great Roche taking lineup until that Spectre gets into Manta, really.
Not a whole lot of vision out on the map either for Virtus Pro. Might be something they're trying to fix right now. Not sure if they have some boards coming out. There's tons of vision currently for Team Spirit, which is really important with the Spirit Breaker, of course.
Look at this. As soon as he shows up on the wave, and then Collapse is just sitting there, taunting as they go on him, realizing you can't actually go for that kill. And then they back away. Yeah, they barely tickled him. I mean, do you think that maybe if you're Team Spirit, you think about getting active when you know that Haunt is down, or is it just too low of cooldown?
Gold for me.
I think you might want to wait until they feel pressured to like go for towers or set up for Roche. Like, I wouldn't want to waste Chrono right now, is how I would think about it for Team Spirit, right? Like, if you could find a fight maybe near Roche, that could be worth it. I think they're definitely capable of taking it if they get a significant kill. But then you have to worry about things like, you know, is it going to be valuable enough for a buyback Shadow Step?
Right.
You know, could that create some serious issues for us? Collapse has also purchased up the planar pocket.
Oh, wow.
Like a straight up purchase early on, which I think, I don't know, maybe I'm
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
But the magic resistance is just so ridiculous this game.
Right.
That's certainly the best reasoning for it. And of course, if you do catch the right spell,
yeah,
it is insanely valuable.
I mean,
like when you're trying to get Shadow Blade and stuff, that seems like a really heavy investment.
It is.
He has no hope of getting from the Tormentor, though. That is for sure. He is top of the board right now for Team Spirit. So.
Right. Yeah, if you want it, you got to get it. I mean, I guess it is, like you said, just a crazy amount of magic resistance that does help out. As down bottom, they managed to find Miposhka, who Glimmer Cave's trying to escape. Actually, almost survived that one, but the jump forward, Chrono now onto two, but the LSA, oh, he's in Chrono! Is it still going to be enough to get him out, though? The Decrep is there, along with the Eul Scepter, charged through onto Sage. They find him the second go. Moving forward onto Squadix, they get him with the Bushwhack. They need a little bit more damage, but they're not finding him. The LSA to save his own life in a Chrono. Even time can't stop this guy.
And he finally got Seiyushin at the same time, which is so unlikely to happen. This is an Aether Lens Pugna with Glimmer. Like, what are the chances you catch him inside the Chrono with Alina? You finally do it, and he gets off a godly LSA to save himself, and into the Roche pit they go. 5k lead, potential Aegis being set up for them right now. This is everything Virtus Pro wanted with their draft.
I don't know if Virtus Pro heard that. Oh no, oh no. Oh, notice, Roche is angry. He's coming for him. It's Spirit Breaker too. He's charging through. I think he's gonna finish this one off. It's very close, enough damage. They take him down. Collapses, no, this isn't your Roche. I'm coming in for more. Tries to find more damage. Can he get away? He's slowed, he's silenced. LSA to finish.
Ooh. The supports were smoked, trying to get here as fast as possible.
Hey, yo, that Bristleback kill though, right?
I mean, got him.
Now they move it in, but Roche, it's already going to fall. I mean, Spirit are right up on that hill, but they're just a couple of seconds too late. Do they still want to take this fight,
They're feeling desperate.
Mira
they
looking, Bushwhack, it's online. Can they get it? But the silence is already there. Grimstroke on point. And with the Soulbind out, leashed up, FNG is going to die, but they wanted more.
Hoping to get a bigger kill there.
Jeez. Grimstroke is very good, man. This hero is crazy.
Yeah, Silence has been really on point so far, as well as those Inkswells too. But yeah, 4 points in Phantom's Embrace, 4 points Inkswell. Looking really good here, and I mean, negative win rate, so it must be bad.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
That's how it works, I think.
Well, to be fair, though, it is on Radiant, so, you know, that was a positive win rate.
Yeah.
4 minutes left on this Aegis, and we'll see what they decide to do with it. Virtus Pro, smoke up as 3. They've got Spectre on the other side of the map ready to join them. Now, Spirit, they're also very grouped together with the exception of Collapse. Depending on how this fight goes, could turn their fortune slightly. 10 seconds until Chrono. Yeah, and they can't go for that deep dive right now. Team Spirit are just going to back out, go and play a little bit more defensively around their Ancients and Tormentor. But I think to feel comfortable and I mean, you can never feel comfortable against Team Spirit, but I really want to see Virtus Pro pull in the lead out further over the next couple of minutes here.
Well, we'll see if they can fight back here.
Collapse, charges in, finds one, noticed. He's in front, a lot of damage out onto Lina, but now the turn onto Laurel can't stand a chance. There's way too much damage coming out with BKB on a noticed. Can't do anything.
They're just gonna retreat back. Collapse just charging across the map right now.
Yeah.
And so some pretty cool ideas here. They have this ward in the mid lane that's giving him some preemptive vision on the waves, which is something that's going to be super important for the Spirit to keep the game going. So the deeper wards that you can get as the supports on Team Spirit, that'll allow Collapse to try and catch these waves just randomly across the map. And he's just able to charge right through them. And well, there it is, folks. The 26-minute Midas for the Viper. I hope your seats are comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
Team Spirit are going to try and do what they can to take this game as late as possible.
I mean, we'll see if it actually works out, but notice he's getting charged again. Collapse, he sees that ice path. He's hungry, although the Ice Blast is about to wear out, so it's going to have to cancel that charge. Scaritich is going to get connected by the Bushwhack, and Collapse runs right by Squadix as he's just going to head out across map. But yeah, I mean, you can see Laurel, obviously late Midas getting picked up for the Viper. He has not had a great game. It's been feeling pretty bad so far for the old Viper.
It's a risky pick. I feel like every time you see a Viper, everyone kind of thinks it. It's like, oh, I wonder if they'll pick Viper this game. They never really do, but grabbing it here. Not working out so far. Yeah, got that courier, though. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you got to do. That was actually the completed Aghanims right now, so no Flame Cloak for Squadix.
Oh, yeah.
Collapse. Oh, he got caught.
They find him. Although, charge through, tries to escape. Yule's long range. Gets caught and will be punished. That's what you get for ulting my courier.
And noticed right now.
Oh, yeah.
Insane move. Buys a Blink Dagger. Because how do you start these fights right now as Virtus Pro, right? They don't actually have these normal initiation styles, right?
No.
So he's just going to get in there. That's how he's going to start a fight.
Oh, my goodness. And now Maposhka tries to escape. There is no escape. The old pig man takes him down.
It's such a good read on the game from Notice. He's like, I can't die.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to blink. Whatever objective we want to take, I'm just going to blink on it. And then that's going to give vision for my Spectre. It's going to give lots of space for my Lina. I might get Inkswelled and saved with the Hard Dispel, right? I got Pugna backing me up here as well. We got 2 Yules, we got Glimmers, we got Decraps. So I'm just going in.
I mean, and speaking of, these going in builds, Yadro. Yeah, I mean, he gets the Wisdom Rune, but he's going to pay for that. No, time off. Gets away, time dilation. Chrono now on to 1, wants to find that kill.
Okay.
Says, yeah, I'll take that one and get out. Why not?
All right, he's gaming. Crowd likes that. Team Spirit fans in the building.
I mean, that's what you need to do to get back in this game.
Oh, he's getting the Lotuses. Oh, there's so many. 1, 2, 3.
Laurel.
He can't even get them all.
Laurel. Oh, going to drop. Notice is too strong. My God.
Yadro has found a bounty of Lotuses up top. He actually couldn't even keep farming them all. There were too many.
Yeah.
Just leave them be.
They need whatever they can get at this point in the game, not gonna lie.
He actually did get the Vindicator's Axe too, by the way. Which, kind of the luckiest thing with the build that he went, of course. That is the dream.
Dude.
That is terrifying.
Dude, blink Ags Bristleback in every game, please. I want it. That is awesome looking. I mean, he gets overwhelming. But I mean, he's going Lotus next. He doesn't need anything else besides this. You just need to stay alive.
Yeah, finally finding a way into a lighter Dispel other than the hardcore BKB. So I won't have to BKB for time dilations every single time or something.
But right now, nobody home on the side of Team Spirit with no Aegis for a while. They're still feeling I mean, we've seen a lot of high ground pushes go badly. Virtus Pro, is this going to be a little bit too bold of a move, or are they comfortable just continuing to make this? They'll force out the glyph. Do they stick around for more? They seem to have the heroes for it, but I can't help but feel uncomfortable. We've seen so many high ground pushes go bad, but a Yule Scepter lift up. Have they found the secret, the way to break it onto Collapse? He's stunned, but there's the Bushwhack. Ice Blast afterwards connects. Notice starting to fall lower and lower, but not going to go down. And with Spectre in the backlines destroying Mapochka, he's finding more. Kiritich tries to TP out. Does he have a way to escape? The life drain heals them back up, and now Laura also in trouble. Virtus Pro say we don't want to go late game. And Yadaro not there to help out. VP trying to put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, he's got no chrono. Not a whole lot he can do in the situation. Trying to delay as much as they can, but they need him if they want to hit these Ice Blasts. If they want to do some crazy combos.
Not gonna happen. They're onto him again.
Yeah, they're the ones getting comboed right now. And that Agnum's, after getting killed on the courier, finally delivered to Squad X. So things only getting harder now for Team Spirit.
My goodness.
They have to find some crazy vortex, boomerang, insane magic amplification damage here for Yadro to try and get a kill. And then he's going to be chronoless.
Man. Well, he jumps in and then the blink away from the Bristleback immediately. I mean, you talked about
Shadow Step.
Looking.
Spectre players, no dust. All right, everyone relating right now.
Oh, gotta run away, run away. Those illusions are gonna kill you, Mira. Oh, run, keep running, scurry away from there, a little hoodwink. Dude, she's going down, oh my God. That was, that jump in at the last second there was almost enough to take down the hoodwink.
Just a little bit of panic.
I really like this Blink Dagger on Bristleback.
It was so good. It was a great pickup.
Blown open the game as we take another look at this fight and what could have been something from Collapse, but just gets absolutely demolished there inside the base.
It's tough because what can you really achieve with this defense, I guess, right? I think they were maybe just hoping they could dissuade them a little bit because they know they can't win a full fight without the Chronosphere. But Roche may respawn in 5 seconds here, so that's definitely what Virtus Pro are playing for. They just want to get the Aegis, go back towards the high ground. Pretty simple for them at this point. And it's going to be a 2-minuter here. So some time for Team Spirit. Can they get anything that can change the game for them, though? It's a tough one.
I mean, yeah, it feels like it needs to be better fights, but Virtus Pro are playing such disciplined Dota that they're not giving them those opportunities. Now, a smoke up and finding one separated might be the answer. Yadaro right in front of Kiritich, but Sayush right next to him too. Jump in, Bushwhack there. They find Notice, already dead Mapochka. No Ice Blast got out. And now they're in trouble. They got to run away. Kiritich onto him. Chasing, looking for more. Leashed. Now trying to escape. Collapse. Gets the charge through. Connects onto him. Another Bushwhack. Jump back from Yadaro. Laro, he can't get away as quickly. They're going to run down. This Viper doesn't have anywhere else to hide. Notice the charge is going out onto him. Collapse needs to get away, but he is going to die. The Flame Coke bonus. The blink forward from the Lina. They're just finding kill after kill after kill. Virtus Pro will not be denied. This game at #1, they want to take the lead as they head straight on in. But these tier 4 towers, as a matter of fact, say, yeah, we don't need another Rax.
Man, we don't get to see a lot of Lina these days, but what a game from Squad X. Just perfectly positioned this entire game. 9-2 and 9. And then utilizing the Flame Cloak as well to just fly right over the wall. Just hiding in the trees, lurking behind all of his allies. A Spectre and Bristle up front, making it so simple. And the backup saves of FNG.
They've had enough.
I mean, what a game.
They can't do anything. Absolutely perfect performance from Virtus Pro. This young squad of players led by one old head in FNG. A very similar formula to how Team Spirit won TI just 2 years ago. We'll see if they can make it happen again, but already Virtus Pro off to a great start as they're going to claim that victory, and that crowd, let them hear it.
Giving it up here. I mean, yeah, TI, very unpredictable here. All right, no game is ever easy on the stage here. Virtus Pro making sure that Team Spirit are going to have to fight for it here, despite being some of the defending champions of the Aegis.
I mean, and again, I can't shout out enough. Noticed, I mean, how many of these games at this TI, and even in the lead up to it, have we seen where there's been like consistent, you know, the game gets delayed, the supports are pushing out lanes, constantly delaying, Midas. And Instead, this one, they find the Blink Daggers to just run in and find pickoffs. I mean, Lina had a Blink Dagger. When was the last time we saw that?
Yeah, it was a hard commitment, and it's very scary in this meta, right? We've had several teams struggle in these situations. You buy these items, and then suddenly, oh, we're not winning. Oh, the Blink didn't pay off. And now it feels like maybe I should have committed for the late game instead.
Right.
But just a fantastic job here for securing things here for Virtus.pro and knowing they had to win.
Well, they knew that they had to win. We'll see if they have what it takes to pull it back in game number 2 for Team Spirit. For now, we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break down all the action.
Thank you guys so much. I mean, Virtus.pro, they had a monumental task against them. They've done it in game 1. It is a best of 3, so there are still some chances for Team Spirit to be able to come back. But in this game 1, there was no space for them. This team is known for creating space for themselves. Yotaro being able to farm seemingly off the map, out of nowhere, coming into a team fight and being one of the most farmed cores, but it didn't happen this time around. Maybe the changes to spec, Kiritich on spec, is all that needed to happen, Sheep.
I'm sorry, VP. I wasn't familiar with your game. I mean, holy shit. They played so well. They played their timings perfectly. They built their items perfectly. Like, they were just on it. I think Team Spirit struggled so much to ever get any foot in the game. Like, this Bristle free farmed so hard. You know, like when he's coming out at such a high level with all the items that he wants, and you can't do the damage against him because of like this Pugna and all these items. It's just Viper does not like being ran at, and he struggled.
Who would have thought? I mean, I think a lot of, you know, we mentioned that they have no really active heroes on the line side, you know, on the side of VP, but Spectre early on, Kiritich, he made so many space by himself, just, you know, haunting onto heroes and killing them, and then killing towers by himself and creating so much space for his team, along with the notice. When he got his timings, he bought a Blink and he made a pickoffs on Bristleback himself. Like, who is doing pickoffs on Bristleback ever, you know? Like, these players, they're so in state of like this flow where they would just like not have any fear playing against Team Spirits, you know, the TI champions. They just won Riyadh as well. They won another tournament. And look at this VP. They're just so confident. They're just doing their plays, and even by themselves sometimes, like alone completely. And every move that Team Spirit had to make, like Virtus.pro was ready for that. Their supports was already there, preventing that move from happening.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like VP, they just perfectly understood how to shut down Yotaro, right? He's finishing the game 2-3-2. Think out every chrono. 8 minute, he chrono to run away from a fight. Or at like 22 minutes, Lina preemptively LSAs to prevent the chrono from being effective.
That was the most beautiful line tracker I've ever seen. To be able to get the positioning, the timing, knowing everything that was about to play out, saved him. It was phenomenal.
And then on top of that, 28 minutes, he's chronoing again to keep himself alive. And 29, they lose rack. So I feel like they just perfectly understood if you prevent the chronos from coming off correctly, from connecting with the AA blast, with the toxins, then they're going to be in a difficult spot. So yeah, VP perfectly understanding how to just shut down Yotaro on this Faceless Void. Not a single chrono, which was actually kind of impactful at progressing the game for Team Spirit.
I think the big issue was that Laurel has a Viper, right? And if you're not buying some Royal Faedos on that hero, you kind of like, you don't have any like space to make moves. And this is what they were like in this trio that could run around and make space for Collapse and Yotaro to farm, but they didn't have that. They tried these moves for a few times, but Virtus.pro prevented that, and from that point on, like, it's very hard to come back into the game for Spirit.
Viper does not protect his carries farm. Like, he's just not that hero unless he's owning. So it was just very difficult for them to ever do anything. And I also want to point out, like, when you said he used his chrono defensively, I really loved them being so in tune with like the timings of the map. They were using like the wisdom, it was the wisdom rune bait, right? Like Yotaro showed up on their side of the map. They set up for it. Exactly, they took advantage of that. I think VP were just very, it felt like they were very clear-headed in everything that they were doing that game.
Look, that could have been, we talked about the 4-day break, right? That could have been the factor as to why they're able to come so prepared of different VP than we saw at the early stages of group stage. But we're not going to be talking about just this game. We've got to check in with the ground, the crowd. We've got to check in with Tsunami.
That's right. I'm here to give you all a lay of the land as we are here in the Seattle Convention Center, referred to as the Summit, and I want to take you on a brief little tour. Right now, standing behind me is our foreign language panels. We got a Russian, Spanish, and Chinese up there on what we call the Fortress. Now, why is it called the Fortress? As you can see, it's got some castle-y imagery, the stone wall, we got these flags, and we've got a barrier encouraging us to show respect, show deference, because this is the road to the international after all. And as these teams get through the castle, well, they got to go into their booths. on these boosts. We have brought them back. You saw the blog post. Argon infused. And some nice little plush carpet as well. Oh, so luxurious. Very clean also. And carpeted. They face off against each other because they are hoping to get the Aegis. As you can see, we have two sides of the crowd here. One behind me. Guys, you're behind me, right? Yeah, they're behind me. And we got that side over there. Hey, you guys over there? How's it going? Right now, they're taking pictures with the Aegis, but we're on our journey to figure out who's going to win that Aegis. This is the other team, and it looks like this might be the winning booth because VP is playing in there as we make our journey to the English casters. Give us a wave, Gabe and Trent. How's it going?
What?
Give us a wave.
I can't hear. I
Give us
can't
a wave.
hear you.
I can't
hear you.
No,
That's
radio silence.
yeah.
Bye. Bye. That's the English casters, and up on our fortress is the English panel. There's Slacks. Oh, fair Slacks. Let down your hair, Slacks.
Shut up, Tsunami. Thank you so much. Shut up. Hello down there, everyone. What a great view. Yeah, it's pretty cool in here, man. I like this. You know, fort over here, some blue in the middle. I like to dub this place Two Fort. I made it up myself. It's a completely me reference, but incredible stuff. The crowd is up. It's early. It's before noon. They're still screaming. What a cool game. And the view up here is phenomenal. I truly feel like some kind of Dota bourgeois. But yeah, that's your little tour of the panel, the whole arena. So we'll send it back to that panel. Back to you. Back to you, panel.
Slacks, you're right there. I didn't even. Hello.
I am right here.
Oh, look at the bugs around here, Slacks. This man has absolutely no respect for the fortress. Did you not hear, Tsunami? We deem respect on this fortress over here, Slacks. Be gone with you. We're gonna draw our eyes away from the arena, the beautiful arena that is here down at the convention center in Seattle. You guys can still come down. The weekend is only beginning for us, and this series is still only beginning. Game 1 was done and dusted. We loved the look of Virtus Pro, and I think it's pretty easy to say everyone underestimated what they were going to bring to the table today, Shape.
Oh yeah, I did. I straight up went out there and said, yeah, I think we can all say that Team Spirit are the favorites. Yeah, great job, Team Spirit. Good job. Let's go. No.
Yeah. Little did we know Virtus Pro were actually the Megaminds all along. And look, it's not your fault. Maybe there's just not enough information out there about them. And if you're falling in that category, that you don't know much about VP, then listen up because we got a video giving you all the details about this team, Virtus Pro.
4 second DPC started, manager approached me and basically asked me, do you want to play? I kind of wanted to play, but it's hard to start from the zero, right? You need to get players, you need to get a slot into DPC, and obviously it was a good chance to come back and teach new players. They don't have experience, so it was like my main goal. We kind of succeeded in the end because we made it to TI, but the results weren't the best.
Consistently placing 4th in each tour meant Virtus Pro missed out on the majors. However, their fortunes turned in the Eastern European qualifiers. Under FNG's inspiring leadership, the team clinched the coveted remaining spot for the international.
Even if you experience, it doesn't mean that you will be a good captain or a good player, a good teammate, and so on. It still takes some time and it still takes some results. You basically need to show your teammates that they have to respect you. At least for me, but maybe for some other people, like Papi, for example. Everybody respects Papi, you know, he doesn't need to prove anything, but I'm other guy, not Papi. I never wanted to be a captain. I'm the most laziest person in the world. I would like to sit at my home, do nothing and get money, you know, live my life. But for some reason, it's always been like that in teams that I played, they want to have a leader. And that's basically what happened in a lot of my teams. Adaptation is a skill that helps you to work on issues that happen right now and do it in one day. Not like, okay, I need whole months basically to fix this issue. No, you have a game tomorrow. You need to fix it right now. This is, I would say, what is like the biggest thing in this team. That's what I hope we will bring into TI.
I'd say they've done a pretty good job of adaptation. Reza, I mean, how would you feel? You had it last year, you had that week break, but now there's a whole nother week between groups and going on. Like, what did you guys do during that time for last TI, and what do you think VP did to be able to come in so strong for this series?
I mean, you're usually trying to figure out the best heroes for the meta and like figure out the things that people are not using to beat them. For example, like you see this Viper, people probably thought about like how to counter the Bristleback and Spectre, so they found this Viper, but Viper doesn't really fit into the overall strategy, right? Where you have three heroes that are running around together and making space. So I think teams most of the time, like they're playing pops and trying to figure out like to be ahead, a little bit ahead of everybody else to, you know, come to here and make their own stuff happen, and not like, you know, for other teams not to expect that.
Yeah. On top of that, it's like actually you have a captain like FNG where if a player comes to you and says, all right, I really want to play, let's say, Zeus mid or Kotal mid, right? Other captains, other teams might just put that straight away down. It's like, no, we don't want to deal with that. But I think for FNG, we're kind of seeing a little bit of just open-mindedness, like, okay, I'm down to accept this new idea, and then we'll try and incorporate it in. Of course, like Spectre, only like, what, 10, 11 games so far at TI, but Kiritich is, what, now 4-4 and wins, like undefeated. So yeah. Small things like this help a team make runs at TI for sure.
It does feel like their players have freedom what they want to do in the game. They don't have like strict plan of like, you know, 25 minutes, we get this time and we go there. But they have like freedom of like Spectre, Kiritich, he wants to hound in, and on the other side of the map, he does it because like they have this freedom, and FNG is basically the captain of like allowing these players to have free feel in the game.
Do you feel that he plays Spec in a different way as well, Sheep? Like people could still play Spec passively, you could still do the stereotypical of what Spectre used to want to do, wait until that 35-minute mark to really be active, or with this change that she had to her ult being a lower cooldown, you kind of have to be more active. It's not a Kiritich thing, it's just how the hero has to be now.
Yeah, I don't think you like have to do anything, but if the hero gives you a tool to allow you to do something, it's foolish not to. So I think having the haunt be so low cooldown now and be able to just go on that one person, especially when your team's having a good game and they can do and set things up for you. I mean, he's obviously like pushing it as hard as you can. You want to get the maximum efficiency out of your hero. Yeah. I just think, like, typically you look at Lina, you look at Bristleback, these are not heroes that are setting up for a Spectre to go in on someone. So he's clearly like playing up and doing better and playing really well. So he's really good at this hero.
Yeah, I think what they found... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
No, I think what they found really good in their team is that Kiritich is being able to play kind of like position 3 for their team, and like the way he's playing Bristleback and Spectre, for example, he's making space for his both cores to be able to farm.
Yeah, and I think that Kiritich is just showing really good just minimap awareness, because when you're playing Spectre, like in that previous game, he's haunting on opportunities that presenting him. Like he's finding like the AA who stepped slightly far away from tier 1 tower, boom, you're now dead. Like, wait a second, Void's now farming jungle. Let me go take that tower. Like he's looking at his own game. He's not waiting for his team to say, please come help me. It's like he's just playing his own little mini games as well, which is exceptional to have for like a first type of TI. Like you have no pressure already.
Yeah. He does create those opportunities for himself. That's very true, and it takes like a lot of brain power to understand where the heroes on the map and to be able to go to this AA and know that there's not going to be TPs and you're not going to die for it.
Not going to feed, Don't want to feed on TI.
It's impressive for himself, impressive enough that we have to ban out this spec when we look towards Game 2 for Team Spirit. You're just like, we don't even question giving the spec over to him anymore. It needs to be taken out, or that's not really the problem. The Bristle should have been answered more because it was a first pick, and they still didn't really be able to deal with it with this Viper. The break just wasn't enough.
I think giving away Spectre and Bristleback is...
Both of them. Yeah. You just take both of them out.
No, just at least one. Just take away one.
Yeah.
Which one?
Which one? Just like, I thought you were going to say which one. Just
Go on, it's your moment. Which one? Which one?
I would get rid of Bristleback.
There we go.
Spectre, you can take advantage of. Bristleback, too annoying, man.
God.
Too annoying.
I disagree. I think their best strategy...
Wrong.
So you would rather come up against the Bristle? Really? Yeah. Oh, we can see those teams there, they're prepping themselves. They're going to be coming out here so everyone can put their hands together as we see our teams returning to stage at Team Spirit Virtus Pro game number 2. We can still keep talking about these teams. They're going to be hearing you now, Shiv. You're going to be nice to them.
I love these teams. Let's go. Your biggest fan.
I definitely had full faith in you, Virtus Pro. I mean, we had more information on them, so it's only fair that we give Team Spirit their limelight and we find out some more information about our TI10 champions.
Торонто Токио ушел из команды, потому что, я думаю, нам нужна была замена. У нас были внутриигровые разногласия с ним. нам нужно было освежить команду к этому еще, потому что мы 2 года играли одним составом, и нам нужен был новый человек, свежая кровь, так сказать. Я думаю, все это сложилось вместе, и мы приняли такое решение. Мы искали разных мидеров после того, как кикнули Торонто-Токио, но остановились на Ларле. Все очень легко находили контакты с Ларлом. Нам он очень нравится и в плане мужчины, и в плане игровом, так что я думаю, что у нас очень позитивная динамика.
Team Spirit wrapped up the DPC season in a mediocre 10th place. But post-DPC, they dominated, both at Riyadh and then Dream League just a month later.
На Рияде у нас все это вместе стакнулось, и не было никаких уже проблем игровых, неигровых и так далее. И мы просто хорошо сыграли, и нашего уровня игры было достаточно, чтобы победить. У нас быстрее начал происходить прогресс. Мы начали больше решать каких-то игровых моментов, можно сказать. Я просто люблю побеждать турниры. А так как я играю в доту предельно хорошо, я играю на хороших турнирах и просто стараюсь побеждать каждый и ненавижу проигрывать.
I feel like that's pretty consistent with a lot of Dota players. They just simply like to win tournaments. They hate losing, Rizzo.
Yeah, it seems like the name of the game. You love
Yeah,
winning and you hate
good.
losing, and then you become a champion. No, it doesn't work like that. I like what he said about Lara. He's like, we like him as a man. Like,
He's a good man.
He's a good man.
Yeah, very positive.
That's he does look like a good man, the Lara. No, but it's been a tough road for them. Like since the beginning, they had to put so much effort into making this team, work together, and like they had to go through the patch of collapse, not being able to play summon heroes, and hopefully this patch is not there anymore, so he's fine now. He can play his Spirit Breaker. And the Lara also, like, he made such a big improvements, like fitting to this team and like adapting for Yatora and collapse and on side lanes.
Dude, I'm very passionate about LoL. I loved LoL on his old team going into Spirit. Like, I was very excited for this. And I know a lot of people like talk down because he's not super flashy, but like that's kind of the name of it. When you listen to his teammates talk about him or other players like GPK talk about it, it's like he is stable. He does what he has to do, and that's what I love. Apparently, he's just really nice to play with. Like, he's disciplined, calm, understands what to do. He's got better macro, which has improved since joining the team. Like, he is just improving and playing well, and everyone's happy with him.
And he's good as a man.
I want to jump in quickly because this series has to continue. Our game number 2 draft is almost ready.
10 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
Virtus Pro took game number 1. We saw it there in our banner. They had that little mark against themselves, which means this game 2, there is a lot more pressure. I think coming into the series, you can go, hey, if we lose, we were expected to lose. But now game 2, people are seeing what you were able to deliver in game 1. And are you able to get a similar draft for yourself in game number 2, T?
I feel like, again, for Virtus Pro right now, the Spectre is so key for them. They are undefeated on the hero. This isn't going to be something we're going to talk about first phase, but second phase, maybe it's something that you have to consider. If you're that one ban available, do you throw a quick, bit of respect towards it? If not, like, what are the heroes that you're going to start picking up to preemptively prepare yourself?
We were arguing. Rezo, you thought the Spectre was more important than the Bristle.
I think the Spectre is more important for this team, because they like to play heavily, greedy on the notice, and for that to happen, Kiridic needs to be an active hero, CK or Spectre, and Spectre just tends to be everywhere on the map, and it's like he's been playing this extremely well. I don't know what his KDA on the Spectre, but it's beyond 20 or 30, I think, in this tournament.
So the ability of Spec being active, being everywhere, having that global presence is more important than just being a tanky body like Bristle. That hero could almost be replaced by anyone else in your eyes.
Yes, I think especially for this Virtus Pro, I think they're the only one team that actually playing the Spectres, and they're playing very, 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 very well. So you have to address it in a way.
Will Team Spirit think that Bristle is more of the issue? That was the hero they couldn't deal with, so it's taken out. They don't even want to run back the Spirit Breaker for themselves. They're a second pick, maybe afraid that Virtus Pro are going to pick it up in that first phase, and that could be a question mark that they're not willing to deal with.
Maybe. My personal thoughts on the Bristle was that it just seems more annoying than Spectre. I think Spectre somewhat gives an easier lane to the off lane if you let it through. And then later, you have Bristle, who does, I feel like, more damage sooner than a Spectre does, especially when you get the Ags and you have that Cool Spray. I just feel like these timings are way more annoying to play into than Spectre. Although I do completely agree that they ramp up that timing with her ult and just play really well off it.
It also doesn't help that you don't get to utilize the twin gates on Team Spirit. Your Void, after a bad game, he's laning backwards. The Spirit Breaker also, he's just farming himself. So you're never really seeing Spirit utilize the map and how it's kind of set up now, where it's like you throw some 8-minute rotation in, you get that quick Chrono kill. Because in a good game, faces Void with Chrono, you jump in twin gate, you kill your enemy carry, you pressure that safe lane tower, and then you're kind of progressing the map while still farming. But when you're playing into a hero like Bristle, it's not occurring. So for VP at least, yeah, the Bristle's gone. Now I'm trying to think, okay, what's that next replacement offlaner that can continue the same level of pressure to prevent Spirit from hitting their stride in how they play the map?
Well, look, no ban changes from Virtus Pro. Game 1, Game 2 bans are going to be the exact same for themselves. They feel that they're still the heroes that are tough to deal with on the side of Team Spirit, but instead opening up with this Phoenix. Now, we have seen a lot of Phoenix, but how much first-pick Phoenix have we seen so far in the road to the International? I know T's got it. I know, that's why I'm throwing it out there. I know T has it.
We have seen it a unhealthy amount of times, and of course it helps that Mirana, pretty irrelevant hero, Snapfire. PSG Quest got eliminated pretty early, so we're not seeing that one anymore. Like, this hero, it's just the anti-Phoenix heroes are already kind of out of meta, and on top of that, we're seeing a lot of these strength heroes getting picked up, a lot of melee heroes, so there isn't that traditional egg hitter. Even like the position forward, it's Grimstrokes and Skyroth. So yeah, I think a first phase Phoenix, incredibly strong, should be able to play out most games if the player can position the egg. Of course, they can't put a bad egg out and still die, but
it's also the percentage-based damage, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to have that in times of Heart of Tarask being bought every game almost. So you gotta be able to deal with the tanky guys. But I'm surprised that Timber is like completely ignored. I know like he's been nerfed a lot, but I think still like that hero is one of the better ones against like Bristles, against Primal Beast, because you can chop down like percentage-based damage on them.
By the way, and went and had a look, Phoenix mostly picked up in the second phase. I think it's like 20 of the times that she has been picked up, it is in that second phase there. So we'll see if they're going to focus on Phoenix, try and pick up an egg hitter for themselves, even though, like T was saying, a lot of people who play it, a lot of those heroes are kind of out of that meta. Grimstroke going back, they liked it to Team Spirit. Now it's going to be paired with that Tusk. Tusk have any flex in your eyes, or now with the patch, the way that we're going, Tusk is still pretty much just going to be a 4. We won't really see it in mid like we used to see earlier this year.
Spirit have played at 5 so far with Maposhka.
So an interchange between 4 and 5, Grim and Tusk.
And I feel like right now it's such a nice pairing because the Tusk sets up for just an aggressive lane with Vitaro.
Yeah.
So you can get some kills. And then on top of that, you have Grimstroke, who's going to be wanting that body to throw Inkswell on and get in. And now if you have a position 5 that gets Inkswell, you know that you're kind of sacrificing a support, not going, please offlaner, go die for my Inkswell to go pop. It's a nice little combo, very in your face. Of course, very punishable to egg. If you initiate onto that Phoenix, and during Snowball, Punch, and the bug, you don't kill him, now your supports are kind of in a very awkward spot and probably going to be dying.
I would like to see a bit more burst damage from Spirit to like combo with the supports, right? You're not really utilizing the Grim ult right now. You want to be able to kill through the Phoenix Sunray. Like there's currently, last game, they picked up this AA, right? They're like, we're gonna go anti-heal, we're gonna try and deal with it this way. This time they don't have anti-heal.
Look at a silent face. He's confused about these openings. He's like, what? I'm confused too. I have the same face right now. Like, what are these two to pick you right up?
Oh, I love these picks.
No, it's a good picks, but in this particular order right here.
Yeah.
Phoenix into mid and carry. It's like they're statement picks for sure. It's like, we're gonna play our game. We don't care what you're going for. This is our draft.
They give everything,
100%.
man. There's so much stun, lockdown damage.
And it might be the flex as well, the CK for them, right? Did Notice play it before?
No, we were talking, because I was going to say that too, but we were talking about how Collapse was the one playing it, and that could be flex on Team Spirit. So, look, it could still be a potential for Virtus Pro, but off the information we have of what they've been doing on the days off, it's looking to fulfill that carry position right now.
I think Muerta is one of the better heroes that's been left for the Phoenix deck, right? Like you can just shot with the...
You also buy attack speed naturally on the hero, and the lane is also very good because you have your melee Tusk with the range carry. The lane should somewhat play itself out, and
I'm just not a big fan against CK. I think CK is way too strong for Muerta.
I think if Muerta can get her positioning, it's fine. But if CK is explosive and already on top of you, it's like, okay, the fight's gone. So I think it's about vision and kind of everything else there. And that's why for Spirit, some like maybe Brewmaster style offlaner that can just create so much noise to start the fight, give Muerta the entry with her positioning. She'll buy Silver Edge.
I love your suggestion. I think Brewmaster is great here.
They go for a puck instead. Ah, well. Very annoying though. Like, VP's lockdown, it isn't that clean. It's a Chaos Bolt, Cold Snap, like, they're not stopping puck. So Lyle, he's already got a Rampage so far in the road to TI group stage. This is one of those games that it could happen again. And he's also not afraid to itemize for the Ags from the Mjolnir with the talents. Like, play on the fact that his coil can do the right clicks for him. With a CK, he pops ult, you coil, you step back. Those illusions are going to slowly die.
I'm just not a big fan, because what is that? Is it Invoker position 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could
5?
No, it's the TA support, of course, right? No, it's...
Nice. I love that TA pickup. And I didn't like Muerta and Puck together. I think like it's very squishy to have those two heroes together. Like you need somebody to be in front of you, and Tusk is not enough. Like Tusk is gonna just like disappear quickly. So you need something like Brewmaster or like Tidehunter to create space and like, you know, be that front guy for them. And I don't think it's gonna be enough even.
Usually like Yatoro, he's going to want to play like the triangle area, like the double ancients. You're playing Muerta, you have ways now to like take these stacks. You're going to want to buy like your Mjolnir, you want to buy this BKB, you want to buy all these items that they tend to go. They like to get the Hurricane Pike, so they have that force off play around. You want to have this area to really hard farm on Muerta. That's like how pros tend to play her. And usually you have like the bodies that protect you. It's going to be on like Tusk, it's going to be on Lol, to be able to make plays and stop them from being able to invade that area. Because if they can invade, especially when TA has like her like Dragon Lance or and Deso.
And I think Shard is going to be a big problem this game too.
Yeah,
because Shard is owning all of these heroes on the Radiant side.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think TA is a big issue.
And in regards to Invoker, we've only seen it once so far in support. Tofu played it for Gladiators. We've also seen it in offlane.
That was a rough lane, by the way. That Tofu one, he had a really, really difficult lane. And a lot of people were questioning, like, oh, does Invoker still fit this forward? Does this still fit this play style? Like, does it have a place? So we'll see if maybe they're going to have a better lane for Virtus Pro on this opposed for Invoker.
The thing is, like, technically, we already mentioned it kind of, like the CK off lane, the TA carry, Invoker mid. There's still like the triple core option. And then if they did want to go a little bit more to the side,
I thought about it, but I looked previously, and it doesn't look as if Kiritich really plays.
No, he does a different type of player.
Yeah. So, I think there's not too much flex now.
Yeah, and even with the bans, they banned out the Brewmaster VP, so now Spirit can't go for that. And 2 off lane bans as well for Spirit.
I'm mostly worried about how Puck will do mid versus the TA, because obviously it's like really TA favored, but Puck could maybe recover by moving to the side lanes, because I think Muerta, like Tusk lane, potentially is very strong. I know like a lot of the Muerta lanes I've watched, she tends to do really well, has like a lot of kill threat.
10 seconds remaining.
But on the other hand, you can also die because you're so squishy. It's like if you have like the upper hand in the lane, you can get kills. Otherwise, you can feed. And I don't think TA is going to be moving to the side lanes. So if they bring Puck, I think there's a chance to kind of snowball your side lanes instead and maybe get that advantage you need to kind of set up the map state to be good for your Toro to farm.
Do you feel that the Puck then is going to fill the role for LoL that Viper couldn't really last game? Like we know the Viper was picked maybe in a response to Bristle, but didn't really fulfill that super active runs around with the supports. Now Puck is that, and like you said, Rezo, they really just need this tank. They need this body that can be there or like doesn't need to be that.
Puck is definitely much better for them in terms of like making space and doing all the moves, especially with the Dawnbreaker. This is what I wanted from their lineup, because Puck with these supports is not enough usually to chop down through the center and to chop down through the CK, and this is like the hero, that force hero that's gonna come in and help him out.
Yeah, VP, they're going to be super aggressive, but the thing for them is if they blink incorrectly, they're going to blink into a Solar Guardian or a Coil. It can get a bit awkward, but VP, once again, are going to be the aggressors in this second game.
Well, look, I won't put you guys on the spot this time around. I won't make you pick a team draft that you favor more. Instead, we're just going to let it see it play out. We're just going to enjoy it for what it is. It's game number 2, and our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much. And Dota fans the world over, and here in the arena, we got a great game coming up for you right now. Game number 2. Game number 1 was a little bit of a stomp, but this one I'm feeling like it's going to be a little closer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, just as expected. A stomp there from Virtus Pro over Team Spirit, right? That's what they were saying? That's what everyone expected?
Yeah, that's how that went.
Okay,
no,
perfect.
it's definitely not. That was the first game they've lost this entire event. That's crazy. Road to the International. It was on easy mode for Team Spirit, and now they've run into a little bit of a roadblock.
Well, I love their draft in Game 1. I feel like they really addressed a lot of things that Team Spirit were going for. I mean, Team Spirit, you know, they talk a lot in terms of their vlogs. They talk a lot about heroes that they like and stuff, and a lot of those heroes got removed. They didn't get to play a whole lot. Maposhka, this guy, like, after every Enchantress game, he's just, like, slapping desks, slapping balls. He's like, Enchantress is so good. I knew it. Enchantress without Maposhka is, like, 30% win rate. Maposhka was 100% win rate.
I know.
And he's just bragging.
And then it gets banned.
And it's banned.
By the way, check out their vlogs. It's really good.
It's true. Got to give it to the content. The content's good.
I mean, it might have meant that they lost that last game because they gave up all of their strats, but, you know, it's worth it, right? All for the views.
Yeah.
But we are getting ready to go into this game. We round out the draft with a Collapse Dawnbreaker, an absolute classic and a great answer against CK.
It was needed. They haven't had a whole lot of second pick games throughout this TI. They spent most of TI so far on first pick, which I think is definitely the better one right now. Feels a little bit better. I feel like this last pick is really difficult in a lot of drafts to secure a solid position.
Yeah.
And this is also the first time they gave that last pick to Collapse. So handing him the Dawnbreaker. Frankly, everything else was kind of banned. But it does certainly slot in really nicely. But so many of his favorite heroes that have been banned every single series except this one, like the Brewmaster, was there for so much of that draft.
I know.
And then just gets banned at the end, and he's a dog.
It's kind of crazy how that goes, but it makes sense as well. And as we get into this game number 2, Team Spirit not being dissuaded. They're starting off with a lot of voice lines and starting out with keyboard. Oh no! He can't even caps lock the whole way through. It's a real tragedy.
He's got serious problems in there.
Why don't you take this time to wash your
there you go. A classic line as well. They're ready. They still can't caps lock the way through. But we're getting into this one now.
He's excited, you know.
He is, absolutely. Laurel Puck, though. I mean, you and I both have talked a lot about it. As a hero, we don't like Puck that much right now.
Puck haters, yeah. Okay.
But Laurel is one of those guys that, as they are able to bait out a sentry there, nicely done, he's one of those guys that makes this hero look good. Already got a rampage on it, as the panel talked about. I'm expecting big things from him, and he's going to need to do it, particularly playing into the TA matchup.
The reason why, you know, I'm a Puck hater is certainly that you need a lot of things that work together with you to make the hero do well, you know?
Right.
And they have that in this draft from Team Spirit for sure. I think that this whole idea of like Dream Coil setup, if the Dream Coil latches onto the target you want to kill here, the follow-up is pretty ridiculous. You're going to have like an Inkswell partnered on top of something like the Tusk, snowballing in, continuous control. It sort of centralizes the fight in one spot, and then that's going to allow the Muerta to try and position as much as possible. And then, of course, that final pick there of the Dawnbreaker to cement it all in, because Puck these days just doesn't quite have the damage. If you look at Puck's damage numbers on the spells, they haven't gone that much over the years, gone up that much, despite how much tankier everyone is.
Everybody else gets talents and cool aghanims,
neutral
and all
items,
stuff, right? Like, and for Puck, it's been these right-click builds coming out with the Dream Coil combinations that hasn't really been that explored yet. But maybe that's something that we'll see eventually, as both teams are going to be able to claim a bounty rune apiece, and Mira moves on in and takes one away, easy peasy for Team Spirit.
Again, I think that's how we started the last game as well, right? A quick Observer Ward kill here.
Oh my god, so that's now double sentry and another one! What is happening? Gold to spend for days. And then again, we talked a lot about Team Spirit here, but for Virtus Pro, they dropped down that Phoenix pick, and then you were talking about it, they spent a minute of their reserve time just trying to figure out what they were going to first pick on Team Spirit. It took them forever.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time trying to decide, which is kind of scary, but you know, they've wound up with a draft here that I think they feel pretty comfortable with overall in terms of their heroes. But in their actual vlogs, they talked quite a bit about Phoenix.
Yeah.
Someone talking about how they feel like it's a pretty strong hero right now, and for good reason. Everyone's super tanky, and not only do you have percent-based damage, but percent-based heal.
It seems very strong. Squadix underneath the tower, trying to get some pressure now into Laurel, find a couple of denies, but with the orb forward, he's still able to get a few of them. Takes a good chunk of tower hits on his way out, but you can see this is why the counter exists.
And this is also why you've been seeing a lot of TA bans. coming up against Virtus Pro several times in the first phase as well, including in our first match here. You know, it was the first ban in the previous game by Team Spirit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, TA obviously has moved into more commonly being a carry hero at this point in the meta, but you always are going to have these classic matchups mid that you can go for, and the puck is certainly one of them because you're just going to play with your refractions and trying to take too much damage. I mean, right there, you get hit by an illusory orb, doesn't matter, right? Just shield it off.
Mira makes the movement over, trying to get a little bit of separation from FNG.
Oh, Sage down bottom, in trouble.
A chance, an opportunity, a couple more hits, and yeah, that's going to be it. Yadaro takes down the first kill, and now body blocks coming in from Miposhka. Not often that you get to see this position 5 Tusk, but Miposhka can play it pretty well.
I know there's at least one confused viewer wondering why that Invoker was there.
Yes.
And just died. So yeah, Invoker's it's kind of a support now sometimes, which is really cool. Position 4 hero, oftentimes in drafts. Certainly still flexible, often spends a lot of time in the mid lane too. And can still be your classic mid hero, but we have this roaming, earning Invoker. So there you go. And he died.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I tend to see him play, but we'll see. Yeah, Laurel already, you can see, taking a beating there, 14-4 versus 9-3. This is not going to be an easy lane for Laurel on the puck. And as I think Sheep talked about on the panel, they're going to need to see some rotations maybe later to find some kills, see if they can maybe play together with the Tusk Muerta. But here to the side, it's where they want to try and find FNG.
It lasts so long.
Duration. On Inkswell, but it's still not going to be enough. Kiritich threw out the stun, now throwing another grenade. The stun strike! Ooh. Just enough to take down Mira.
That is actually kind of huge, though. For an Invoker that early.
A support Invoker, nonetheless.
Yeah, to get a little bit of help towards that urn.
I mean, he's going to pay for it now as they find the silence, the calling, a couple more hits, gunslingers, and a dead shot for Notice. And another death for that Invoker.
Well, we tried to come back in for the Courier a bit there. Takes a bit more damage after that. We also saw in the picture there, Laurel walking home.
Yeah.
Not what you want to be doing in that mid lane. Currently 11-4 to the 21-8 of Squadix.
Yeah, it's not getting easier. It's been a really tough time so far for Laurel. As, well, they're doing a good job down bottom here of continuing to make every CS just not that easy for Noticed. But you can see it's not a huge difference, though. He's still getting the levels on that Centaur. We'll have to watch for it. I mean, the movements from Laurel and how he recovers from this is going to be really important to see. As Clap takes a couple more beatings.
That was nice. That's because FNG and Mira were just trading blows off to the side there, and they knew that the Inkswell was on cooldown, so able to actually just take advantage of that and try and bully Collapse a little bit. And 2 points in the Celestial Hammer can often give you kill opportunities versus several safe laners, but not really CK. I mean, since these buffs to the hero, the lifesteal is just so ridiculous that it's really hard to catch CK on low HP.
Dude.
And like actually feel confident to go for a kill.
Look at this.
Can you sense it?
It's feeling like it might happen. I mean, he's dodging the best that he can, even just steps forward to break that bottle charge, and right in his face. Meanwhile, down bottom, Noticed in no man's land, and with the tag team there, a couple points, able to find him. So Yaro carrying the load right now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, he's the only one really up there in the last. Oh, meanwhile though,
it's enough.
Unstrike to help out.
Well played, getting active. So very back and forth, and Squadix gets closer to his level 6. He actually almost has it. That could be another point where Laurel needs to be real careful. A trap could spell his doom.
Oh yeah, maybe we'll get a really stylish deny, you know?
Oh yeah.
A little deny splash like our TAs like to do now.
There's definitely a chance of it. He's getting closer and closer while the Twin Gate is used. They're wrapping now.
It was spotted. I mean, Ward was up there on the Twin Gate as well, so FNG immediately de-wards it, but you know they know that Yadro is well aware of their intentions.
I mean, this is a dangerous position, right? You're sending. I mean, they have to send Miposhka mid to help, so Yadro being able to survive here is really important. And as you can see, making the move over, they're going to try and deny a rune. Laurel, he's in some trouble. Mira moving in. They're committing everything to try and shut down this TA. Is it going to work? 6-minute rune, it's down bottom. Sunstrike not going to connect onto the Grimstroke, but they still should be able to run down Mira. So giving up his life
for the
TPs?
bottle. Everyone's coming in.
Dude, they all showed up. A Sage is right on top of Miposhka. with the haste and the rundown, it might be enough to take down this Tusk. Sayuch right on top of him. Laurel is there, does have level 6 though. Now Dreamcoil connects onto 3. Do they have more help? Are any teammates here to help at all? No, they get 1 kill. Now looking for a second. Oh, the movement, the H12, they get enough. They have the chase down. That is exactly what Laurel needed. Help comes as they bring back Mira from the dead, and he's right on top of FNG now. Will they be able to kill him too? It looks like he should be able to get away from this.
Yeah, still has dive just in case, but Sage gets that haste rune. Maybe not the way he was hoping to fill up the
he's going for the 7-minute rune, and no, they're not going to let you have that one. So we'll run down FNG, and it's going to be a trade-off of 2 wisdom runes apiece. Sunstrike. Oh, they got him. Take that with you, why don't you?
Okay, that's for taking out the ward, huh? Man, Sage is on fire right now. These snipes on the support Invoker.
He's having a good one. That's earn charges now for him too on the Invoker. So could be some scary stuff coming out. As we take a look, 7.5 minutes in, it's still Yadro that's up at the top of the net worth board. And to be honest, we haven't actually seen that many stacks getting built up in the Virtus Pro jungle. So TA won't have a huge piggy bank to go back to when these lanes start to break down a bit. As Laurel in the mid, just trying to get what he can. And yeah, now they're going to start to build up those stacks.
Yeah, get them all set and ready to go here. Meanwhile, they're hoping to just keep capitalizing on these Dream Coils right now with Collapse on top. Instead, it'll be bottom, though.
Yeah, nice move and an easy kill. That's the type of play that you can expect going forward. Miposhka needs to be the one to set these up. And then with the Dawnbreaker coming in, they can finish them off.
Yeah, unfortunately, Laro getting a shield rune. Not what you're hoping for on Puck. Trying to get some of these power runes that are a little bit more offensive. See if you can try and get a kill somewhere else. And again, it's also just the difficulty of ganking some of these heroes.
Right.
You know, I mean, they do manage to take down a Centaur. He's a pretty beefy guy. Got a CK who's probably going to be full HP up top there. And then dealing with refractions is always a bit of a bother. So tough to get the game moving. It's going to be really important.
They're going to go again.
Start committing.
On to Notice, 3 points in tag team. This is a huge kill if they can get it. The hoof stomps there, runs back into the calling, trying to bring him down. A couple more hits, and the dead shot is there for the finish. That is very nice, although they might lose Yadro now. Sunstrike to follow. After the stun, it's enough for the kill. Miposhka too is going to die, so they get the kill on the Centaur. But VP, they bring numbers.
That's not a good trade, that is for sure, because not only that, the Sunstrike didn't get the kill, it was the final blow from Kiritich as well, which means he gets that big streak bonus on the CK. Try and catch him back up towards Yadro, and then Squadix picks up the other one onto Miposhka. So lots of gold going to the 1 and 2 right now from Virtus Pro, but 511 just infused into a CK. And this is one of the most important parts of the game for the CK, because he's trying to get into those like big early items.
But look at this. If they can catch him right now, they don't have Dawnbreaker ulti though, so it's too much to ask to go all in for that play.
Yeah, I mean, the armlet's getting delivered as well. You try and kill this guy right now, he's turning and burning on you.
I mean, you can see Mira's playing up here with Collapse. They want to make a go on somebody, but nobody's showing up to give them an option. I mean, again, I feel like you have to have the Tusk here.
This is the Puck struggles. This is why I'm a Puck hater.
Yeah.
Watching a Puck run around the map right now with a shield rune, like, who do I kill?
Yeah, there's nobody.
I'm the, only core below me is a Centaur.
That's going to be an Arcane, and you look at this. Collapse just gets ran at. Trying to dodge the Sunstrike. Nicely played by Collapse, but now the Stampede, the roll, the turn, they find him. Laurel onto Kiritich. Armlet still going, sitting pretty. Inkswell, they break it. That's TP taken away. That is the buff for Grimstroke and why this hero is good.
Huge plays from Laurel. Needed that so bad as well, right? After all that movement across the map there. To finally help pick something up there and get a save onto Collapse. Try and get him moving a little bit further into this game. Get some space on the lane as well.
Oh yeah.
With Kiritich just being dead for a little while is really nice.
FNG. He does have level 6, but he runs back into the calling. He gets the supernova off, and that's going to be the turn that they need. Tries to back away. Pig pull, escaping, and now the Dawnbreaker ulti. It's going to be enough to keep him alive. That was close both ways.
Yeah, Collapse still sticking around as well, right? I mean, he has 4 points in the hammer, so wants to help clear through these waves. Doesn't want to give him any free damage onto this tower. Miposhka also nearby, 3 points in that tag team still with the Walrus Punch. What, 800 HP? That's a tough kill.
this game already feels...
Oh, they're going for it down bottom. They're going to try.
Attempts.
Easy. Okay, never mind.
Nice connection.
No help there from FNG. He was on the way out.
Yeah. Well, they managed to get out of there. I mean, and like I was saying, this game already feels so different from last game. Like, Spirit, it feels like they can actually make moves on the map pretty consistently. Obviously, you want to do that more with a puck, but playing together with the Tusk, it feels like Miposhka's really helping to boost up that damage.
Radiant's top tower
As FNG goes on to collapse, doesn't have any friends nearby, and in fact, with the turn, realizes, hey, been a bit too deep. They make the move with everybody, and Virtus Pro, they get that kill. They keep bringing just 4 heroes constantly.
I think throughout this game, Stampede is going to look like one of the most powerful abilities.
Yeah.
Because just breaking the backline towards a Muerta is like worst case scenario for Muerta. You know, Drow players, they've kind of lived this existence for a long time. Now Muerta, our new hero, she's not going to like that very much as well. Well, good deny.
Kiritich comes in just to secure that. Is there any concern at all that Virtus Pro are bringing too many heroes to these gank attempts? I keep on seeing like 4 of them in a lane together, and obviously you can run through the Twin Gate, you can TP elsewhere, but it does feel like they're pretty concentrated.
It can definitely be a concern, but there's also the fact that they're not really farming like crazy on any of these Radiant heroes, right? There's no like Bristleback who is on the off lane who's like getting super farmed or something like that. Yadro is the closest thing, and he's, you know, this isn't the most intimidating ancient farming I've ever seen.
No, it's true. It's taken him a while to get through it, no doubt. Does have the Maelstrom.
It's just unlucky, you know, he's trying to hit some gunslingers here.
Exactly. And yeah, you can see that Radiant side does tend to have a little bit higher win rate, a pretty decent win rate across the board from Muerta. At least at this road to the International that we've been seeing.
Great flex as well. The supports have looked great. When you hit those saving Deadshot plays too, it can be so impressive. I mean, obviously you can do that as a core as well.
Oh, interesting. So move in immediately. Gets the Supernova off. They didn't time the stun right. Doesn't matter. Still dead. Stampede. Try and save it. Laurel caught. Doesn't get hit by the Sunstrike, but pulled in and killed off by Kiritich. Now Mira, he's running away. Collapse. Does have enough distance for the moment, although a 2-second stun. And now the Tornado. Blade Mail is there. They're bringing in help from Miposhka. Tries to turn it now onto Kiritich. Yadro there as well. They have the dead shot, the connection, the Gunslingers. Great shards. Catches now on a save. They're going to bring him down too. Squad X turns. Wants to bring down Collapse, but it's still a bit scary to chase forward, and there's the blink away.
Collapse, wondering why they didn't learn their lesson. You know, that's a bit of a greedy play.
Yeah.
First time gets chased under the tower, Dream Coil save, Collapse survives. Now this time, like they had already gotten their kills, and it was a good rotation for Virtus Pro, but they wanted to add a few more on there. They get punished once more.
Interesting.
And this is kind of Kiritich at his peak right now, at least for his like early game peak, right? He's got Armlet, Echo Saber. He's supposed to be very terrifying. You watch how he just grabs Laurel, smashes him to smithereens, but to immediately fall right after definitely hurts.
Well, and we talked about the Laurel needing to go for, you know, he had queued up at least for a second the Aghanim Scepter. We'll see if Puck decides to go for that further. Right now, actually, it's switched over to the Blink. So at least feeling like they might need some more damage as the game progresses. Miposhka finds himself a ward. Good job of that by Team Spirit.
They're approaching this top tower. There's no egg, though, for 30 seconds, so I think FNG's just, they're not going to try anything again.
Yeah.
They already had their fight up there. Spirit won it. That rewards them the tower a little bit later.
Puck having a DD too, probably.
But on the 15-minute dot, he got that shard delivered here to Squadix, so...
Okay.
Or at least on its way, sorry. It's on the current. It's in his stash right now, but Panel was mentioning it. Extremely good shard game here from the TA. Absolutely terrifying, right? You might be looking for a save or something as the Tusk. You get silenced up. Puck obviously hates silence a heck of a lot. Dawnbreaker, I mean, you can predict her movement, too. She's coming in with an ulti or something, just lay that thing down.
Oh, yeah.
And what do they have for Dispels right now?
I mean, there's nothing, basically.
Yeah, it's just nothing.
I mean, Inkswell eventually, Grimstroke, but I mean, that also is not super loud. He did actually buy the shard just now on the Grimstroke, so they'll have that at the very least.
Best item.
Yeah. Definitely needed. So Inkswell, of course, giving that hard disable as Dispel, excuse me.
Got you.
To stop the hard disables. And now the silence, the Dawnbreaker, the Walrus Punch. Easy bring down. Notice gets just to the other sides of that shard as they bring numbers up top.
has his Blink Dagger now. It is support Invoker though, so although it is a classic combo of Invoker and Centaur Warrunner, because it's support Invoker, the Exorts aren't that high at the moment, only got 4 points. So it'd be 350. I mean, that's still fine, 350 pure damage, of course, globally, but you're looking for that Blink, Hoof Stomp into the big damage.
Smoke breaks. Notice wanted to play together with Sage right there. Not gonna quite find an opening. Squadix, they're right on top of him. The calling connects. Now the control, they bring down Notice before he gets a spell off. Sunray doing a little bit of work, but they don't have that control now as soon as that Centaur dies.
That was a Centaur Warrunner?
Yeah.
Did not look like it. He exploded.
I mean, they're hitting hard. They're feeling very, very good on the side of Team Spirit now. 17 minutes in, and they've started to assert a little bit of dominance with this deep ward in VP territory.
At this point, they're just kind of hoping for BKB, likely on Yadaro. I mean, he's just doing his thing, farming up as much space as he can on the map. The rest of the allies of Team Spirit trying to provide that space, and a big item for the Dawnbreaker. The item that truly brought her back into the meta was the upgrade to this. Oh, I say that. Collapse.
Collapse turns. Now the spin, the damage. Squadix right on top of Collapse. No, the heal is going to be enough to keep him strong. Tries to TP out. Do they have any way to break it? Yes, they do. Notice comes in clutch at the end. So Virtus Pro take 2 kills.
Yeah, much needed there. And that was, of course, the Deso just getting delivered to this item that the hero absolutely loves. Miposhka in a bit of trouble.
Oh, yeah, that'll happen. I mean, you talked about it. This is the window where Kiritich starts to really come online. Echo, Armlet, almost at BKB. I think actually can do it if he wants to do the disassemble trip.
Yeah, he could. I don't think he needs to be honest. He can just kind of chill until he's got it right.
Laurel, they find illusions of him. It's now an invis for Squadix on the TA. Seeing that the rune did spawn up on the top side, though they might not know what it was.
The thing I would like, if he is going to go for the disassemble, I think then I would like to see him push the tower. I think trying to get mid-tier 1 with this BKB would be really nice for them right now. Notice blinks in.
Oh, they find him, but the Dawnbreaker, he's turning, hits, big stun, Laurel right on top of him, gets him in the damage, although Yadaro gets away before the Supernova does enough to bring him down.
The coil was too good. Sage was trying to get in there for the Spirit Vessel.
Can they find any more? FNG just out of range of the vision, and that's Miposhka Blink Dagger.
That was the dream target they found too, right? Like catching Yadaro, farming up in the Ancients, great defense there from the team. And although they've gotten some of these answers, it's just, they're not all there at the right time.
I mean, the Dawnbreaker pick was fabulous, and it's doing exactly what they needed it to do. The Virtus Pro come up with answers now. I mean, we've had a very fast-paced game, 31 kills in 19 minutes. It is not stopped for a moment.
It feels like Team Spirit have actually gotten like almost lucky in terms of like how aggressive Virtus Pro's been in some moments. They're gonna try and get aggressive again now that there's no play here from the Dawnbreaker, and see if they can use this BKB to force mid alongside this Mage Slayer.
So a smoke to the top side after baiting the TA for a moment. They're gonna run into Miposhka first. Collapse is a really good target if they can get it, and does he manage to break it? Yes. So they find Miposhka right at the start. Dawnbreaker getting chased and found. Does he have a way out of there? Snowball keeping him under control. They do bring down one, and now the turn for the second kill. And with that, a VP, they might think about Roche.
Yeah, they just got Deso as well on the Squadix, so a Deso of their own. And they're making their rotation down. Yeah, they're going to set up and prep as we move to daytime, get down some traps, so you have this defensive perimeter of silences all around you to help protect yourselves. Maybe pick up a couple Lotuses, shelter in the pool there, you know?
Perfect timing. So into the pit they'll go. I don't believe that Team Spirit can get there. Although
they're moving.
Laurel is moving.
He's got Blink. Let's see. Put that Fairy Fire in the backpack. What do you got?
Dawnbreaker.
What do you got, Laurel? How you feeling?
I mean, Dawnbreaker is going to have ulti back up again, too. They're all TPing. Roche down to about a 5th HP. It's getting lower and lower, and a second time in a row.
It's just too fast.
Virtus Pro get the Aegis just as Team Spirit was moving in. And now do they take the fight? Jumps for no! Laurel, he didn't get it in time. Can't quite connect. That one hurts. Oh, and then tipping him afterward. What are you doing? So mean.
All right, the Bandits escape here with the Aegis.
Oh, that's frustrating for Team Spirit. They want to find another one, but Kiritich a bit too far away. you can sense that just desire to go in right now by Team Spirit and take that fight, but they're not getting it.
I can tell you who's really happy is Collapse, because he's got the Deso, he's got the Orb of Destruction, and he is just farming. He's like, you guys call me when you need me, but I want to get near the top of this board right now. Like 2K behind the CK.
That's fair.
Hoping to close that gap right now by just farming nonstop.
I mean, it is a good point, right? It's not a huge issue, the fact that they, like, for Team Spirit's game, that they didn't get that Aegis, but it would have been nice to be able to find a fight. Take it away from them.
Well, part of the problem is that it feels like they also still need to find a couple engagements because they do have this puck. And so trying to fight into the Aegis is a bit tough.
So what do you think then about this decision by Puck to be going in for both the Shard and now Maelstrom into Aghanims? Do you like this decision? Have you got to see too much of it?
It has a certain flavor, doesn't it? Of
Yeah.
maybe a little bit later, you know, kind of preparing for the game to go perhaps a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I mean, thought maybe that's where we're going to wind up last game, but Virtus.pro certainly exploded, and they have the opportunity to do it again here. Okay. So I think it's really solid, though. I don't think you want to rely on any sort of burst damage in a matchup versus a TA, right? You want consistent damage over time. Same thing versus a CK and everyone else.
Well, this would be a nice pickup. They keep finding these little snipes as Miposhka gets the snowball, the walrus punch, and collapses there to clean up and get another charge on his Deso. Miposhka, the captain, to keep steering them towards the right areas, and also has the Philly Stone. You'll have to see that one.
Top tower is under attack.
Sage hasn't seen a tier 2 yet, actually, on the Invoker. But up top, they're hunting. Find him. Yadaro pulled in. No, doesn't connect. Pops the BKB. They back away. Wow, just like that. Now the Walrus Punch. He's going in too far. Kiritich thought he had a fight. He did not.
Now everyone's kind of rotating over a little bit late. You don't want to get caught on the way out.
Got to be careful. They have the silence. Going to bring down that Phoenix. Easy as pie.
With the Aegis, getting caught a bit out of position here. Perhaps, you know, kind of greedily farming like one does with an Aegis.
Yeah.
Not necessarily all grouped up here, so good poke here from Team Spirit. Trying to take something away here as they keep hitting this tower.
I mean, you can see they are still very confident in their play and where they want to be on the map, covering each other's bases, and now taking this tier 2 tower. Virtus.pro gonna need to get their feet under them a little bit after that slight mess up there.
And I love this gem here, purchased by Miposhka, just on Laral. When you're moving around the map like this, obviously,
yeah,
you're gonna have to be dealing with wards, but also it's the traps versus the TA. So it's just super important to have these because he could easily just die if he's just on a trap, right? He has no way of dealing with that right now. So Laral has to have this gem, or he's just gonna perish.
Right. Playing it safe as he goes up there, gets the Invis rune. Not necessarily the greatest of runes for a Puck, but with the next round of runes coming up, we'll see if maybe they can make some action happen there. But look on the mini-map, right? Down here bottom, you've got all of VP that's kind of in this concave formation, really close to their base. They don't feel safe out on the map at all. It's basically up to the CK Illusions to push it out.
Yeah, I feel like this Aegis is essentially just going to help Squadix get in towards the BKB, so that he's going to have a little bit more confidence in these engagements.
Well, this could be big now. Team Spirit getting together. They're hunting. Are they going to be able to find anybody just in range? Nice jump away, but can he get out after? Still chasing. Miposhka wanted to go for the TA, but not going to be able to connect. So Virtus.pro, they dodged that one.
And quickly, Kier just draws down the lanes. Yeah. Push mid, push top.
Get it all away from us. And they'll buy a smoke of their own now onto the Invoker. I mean, it's something to be considering, right? Like, Invoker is going to start to scale. Has the Spirit Vessel, has the Solar Crest, trying to get towards Aghanim Scepter, almost max out Exort. He's going to get some good damage.
The items are quite large coming out of these two supports, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got FNG going for the KRE Classic here, heading in towards that immediate Scythe.
Oh, yeah.
So very good versus the Puck in this situation if he's going to go for this greedier build of like high DPS because just no defensive options. Once more, it's going to come down to essentially just Mira as well as the snowball saves from Miposhka. Try to keep him alive. Here we go, another global play here. Attempting an ink swell through the Twin Gate, but no one to be found.
No opportunity.
Virtus.pro made it look a little better with the Shadow Step, I gotta say.
No, it's true. I mean, that's cheating though, right?
That's true.
No way you get to make that happen.
All right, so BKB for Noticed is delivered. BKB for Squadix is there.
Virtus Pro, their positioning is very strange right now. Playing around the Rune. The Rune ends up spawning down bottom. Aposhka gets found right on a trap. That's what you want to see. Can they find more? Silence now onto Mira. Control there. Laurel tries to back away. Collapse. Isolated Notice, but not able to bring him down. Mira Soulbind now onto Kiritich. They back out. Link up two of them together. Yadro wanting to chase. Inkswell there. Laurel chases. Finds the Silence. Oh, the Cal Laurel. They got him, but he gets away. Phase shift at the last second. Trying to escape, but they shut him down.
Yadro.
The chase, the continue. Yadro, does he have enough damage? 3 second stun. BKB wears out, still stunned. Now Squadix onto him, but he gets caught. Dawnbreaker comes back in for the final connection. Maposhka back into the fight. 2 second stun, in trouble, still gonna fall. Triple kill for Yadro as they hunt for more. A back and forth battle with Maposhka buying back.
Man, he was understanding the limits of his hero there. Just in the middle of the river, waiting for so long and understanding that the coverage is there and the hero's got the strength, holding on that ulti for quite a while as well. And they did not have the damage to bring it down when it really mattered.
It does feel like Kiritich, I think, needs to be a little bit careful at this moment if he doesn't have BKB, right? Because, well, yes, CK, big tanky hero, he's gone like Armlet Bloodthorn with BKB.
Yeah.
Could be an issue if he gets caught without that. 27 minutes in and still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams.
Yeah, VP just one game away here as we take a look at that replay. I mean, great start to the fight, right? Removing one of the big saves that they have. But they were pretty patient in terms of like just immediately running high ground. Yadro was just in vision the whole time as well, but they couldn't actually find any way to really punish him too. A lot of times saving the BKB, as you can see as well, which was a great choice there from Kiritich. But right here, they blow up so many of the surrounding units of Yadro, but the hero himself, they just could not handle.
Right.
Also, got quite a bit of use out of the neutral item there too, the Specialist Array.
Oh, it's super solid. Seems like it's a really good pickup. And of course, Squadix just in too far and was maybe not anticipating that Dawnbreaker ulti to come in. But it was super solid for them, and now we're set up again for what could be another Roche battle. We've got 8 seconds till it's capable of respawning. We'll see if it's going to be up here. They're going to get an instant spawn. It'd be pretty lucky for them if it is. No, 2.5 minutes. That's about as long as it gets.
Yeah, I had a Sunstrike check there as well, just to make sure.
Interesting.
Speaking of Sunstrikes, it's getting there. 1,400 gold away from the Aghanims.
I mean, it could make a difference. They don't have a ton to keep people in place for a Cataclysm.
No, they really don't.
But if they can get a nice stun out there from Noticed on the Centaur, as things get a little bit wild, it could be the way that they make it work.
Man, Kiritich really feeling the struggle here in terms of the mobility of this game, though, because despite having the Centaur Warrunner on his team, he still commits for this Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Which is something that you'll often see CKs avoid anyway, like even without a Centaur. So having to commit for it here is kind of frustrating, but it's a Muerta, so definitely makes sense, right?
Right.
It's just all about being in the right spot, positioning. He just needs to get the most out of his BKBs.
Well, and, I mean, I think that this long spawn on Roche has definitely helped out Virtus Pro a lot. Team Spirit was basically stuck on one side of the map for a very long period of time while all of VP was farming it up. And you can see Team Spirit are slowly going to meander down there south.
It's a really cool game for Kiritich with the Vindicator's Axe, right? Yeah. Versus a Puck, versus a Muerta, versus a Grimstroke. There's a lot of opportunities for that big damage.
Smoke up as 4. Laurel still down bottom. So they won't have their Puck with them if this battle does take place. Arcane Rune picked up for Yadro. Notice. Ooh, buddy. That was very close, but doesn't break smoke. So they'll still have that coming down as Roche is finally going to respawn in a minute.
Got him.
Right? Dude, and Laurel's almost got Ags, too. These fights are going to start to become pretty scary.
I feel like if he dies and loses his gem, he just buys BKB.
You think so?
This is a pretty big fork, I think, for him, depending on how things go, you know?
Really?
I don't know. It's kind of scary, isn't it?
I mean, it's true.
He has just nothing.
He really does not have a lot at this point in time.
he's just completely dependent on his allies. But I mean, we saw how well that worked out for Virtus Pro. I think Sage and FNG were insane on the saves last game.
True.
And, super dependable. So I'm sure that Mira and Poshka can be as well.
Well, and we saw in that last fight, right? Like that one errant trap that popped out, it caught him, and then he basically died from it. All it took was one ability. And it's going to be up to the rest of the squad of Team Spirit to find the visions. That way you can take that fight. So now, into the pit they're going to go. It's going to drop so quickly, and they're making the move from Virtus Pro, but it's going to take too long. They're not getting
the veil.
there.
It's just too much.
Look at this. They're moving down, trying to run in. It's too late. Can they take the fight after? Dawnbreaker's still ready to jump. Virtus Pro together. They just got Aghanims on the Invoker.
They have the Scythe on FNG as well. If he sees the right target.
Looking, hunting. He's still in vision. No, they jump forward, find him. But Poshka off to the side. They get him with the Hex. The Cataclysm. Yadro jumps away and now turning. Wants to hit onto that egg. BKB already out. Collapse in. Brings it down. Now they did kill off the Muerta already. Laurel tries to back away. Eats the cheese. Tries to escape. Yadro gunslinging away. Does he have enough damage? Can he get out of there? Survives. He turns it around. Triple kill. Yadro goes for an ultra.
Oh, it couldn't have been worse. Just a second away from no pierce the veil. He pops it and immediately pops them.
Oh, wow. You know, I think gunplay sometimes ruins fantasy, and this time it destroyed Virtus Pro. Oh, man. Sage now trying to do what he can to slow this down, but look at how much that blows open the lead here for Team Spirit. One fight. That's all they needed.
They did so many things right, too. They get this vision up on the pillar here, the initial stun onto the Muerta. What more can you ask for to begin an engagement? The Cataclysm not able to hit too many targets, unfortunately. And with the heals coming through, delaying that first death on the Aegis. And also the cheese there, too, from Laurel was huge.
I know. Getting those right clicks out. And as you mentioned, look at it. Pierce the veil, back up, gets it out. They almost had him. They almost had him.
To be fair, they might not have made it out of there alive, though, I gotta say. It wasn't looking too good after.
You're not wrong. Well, Team Spirit not ready to drop down to the lower bracket. They want to keep their hopes alive here and push this to a game number 3. As you can see, the damage totals in this one off the chain for Yadro. This is why Muerta has been so highly prioritized at times. When it looks good, it's really good. And then sometimes you die like you did before Aegis.
It's really funny to see Laurel just running around the map with an Aghs in his backpack.
Illusion.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So yeah, I need this illusion rune out. There we go. Okay, I'm ready now.
70% is the call. I mean, we'll see. It feels like it could go either way depending on how these fights go, to be honest.
Well, I mean, plus side, they did get rid of that Aegis, but certainly in Team Spirit's hands right now, they have the Solar Guardian back up. Probably the hardest thing for them to play around right now.
Ready to go with the Dawnbreaker ult. Who are they going to find on the top side of the map? They're running right into Notice.
And they're using this illusion too with Maposhka nearby, so
that's nice.
Yeah.
So they thought that might be the real one. They hex it. Oh, good start, but not going to go for more yet.
See what kind of an Inkswell play they might be considering here as well, of course. Mira just thinking of who to put that on top of, but they scout him out, they let him go. Back to farming a little bit here, and Yadro taking a pretty sizable lead at this point, almost 5k ahead. Yeah. Of Squadix there on the Templar Assassin. But is almost into the Daedalus.
Okay.
Sizable damage upgrade at this point.
Jumps in, Snowball to start, finding more with the Inkswell stun, control, bash, gone. Just like that. Meanwhile, Maposhka getting hit with the cold snap, the stun, 3-second Cataclysm, gone. Okay. So they connect in onto 2.
Ooh,
now do they go for more?
Are you gonna buy that?
Mira, silence onto both. Thinking about jumping, but not going as of yet. And instead, Notice is there for the turn. And now the Dream Coil connects onto both. Collapse runs forward. Yadro starting to lay in, brings down one, wants to find another. Squadix in trouble. FNG caught by the fear. He gets the Supernova off, though. That's enough to turn it for the moment. They lose the Grimstroke, but they already bought back on this Phoenix. It's a big commitment by VP to hold off the assault.
Yeah, buyback as well from the Tusk, too, I believe. Getting that one. They held for a long time on FNG because it didn't really look like the fight was going to develop anymore after that. They're coming back in on Team Spirit.
They want to bring him down. Notice he's in some trouble, but they managed to find the stun. Okay, Dawnbreaker ult now in to join the fight. FNG is gone. Didn't stand a chance there. As the blade mail is popped and collapsed, they're still hunting Notice, but they're gonna settle for the tier 2.
Man, they're willing to go aggressive too, even when they don't have the Pierce the Veil up. Just trying to poke for these little kills. And now comes down bottom to the outpost. Gonna find Notice. Oh, is he gonna get another kill here to permaset? He doesn't catch Notice going through the twin gate. Whew.
White, that would have been big, but can't connect onto him. Instead, it's Laurel that's pushing out this whole wave. And Notice is gonna pressure the top side. But yeah, a back and forth one so far, and now BKB done for Puck. That makes the fight significantly harder for him. Oh, wait a minute. Mira? Mira going for it all? Mira wanting glory? Mira gets another silence? Mira, do you have enough damage? Well, with a little bit of help, you might, or it could get brought down. Forces out at least one, takes off the cold snap. Mira's running down 2 heroes, not a care in the world.
He's kind of stuck here on Notice, actually. He's got no mana. He's got to wait a while, has to pop a Lotus. All right, well, wasted Stampede team, you're welcome. Nice work, but there is now a heart on that Centaur, so getting a bit beefier. Still, strength hero, 16 armor. Gonna be a bit tough.
Well, I do feel like they have the damage now with soon-to-be Daedalus online from Huerta to really tear through. Oh my god, he got a Mindbreaker too. What the hell is that? That's devastating.
Oh, perfect.
Oh my god, they got so much damage. Yeah, you don't stand a chance here. Not even a little bit. I mean, they have to kill Yatoro. They can't let him survive through the fight. And in fact, the jump, Noticed, pops the BKB, Snowball, backs away. Squadix onto him, but the Ghost Scepter immediately. They've got all the answers on Team Spirit. As Gunslinger goes out, the buildings are falling. No answer yet from Virtus Pro.
And this has got to be one of the best things about Muerta as well, right? Just no one else really hits buildings like her, obviously.
Oh no.
A little bit ridiculous.
Well, EMP won't connect. Meanwhile, Kirtich farms on the other side of the map. They have been able to stop the high ground push. That's something at the very least now for Virtus Pro.
Collapse just comfortably chilling down here. I don't think there's a whole lot of threats that he can really worry about dying to, honestly. Like this close to a tier 2, not too concerned as he farms up towards the overwhelming blink. Just gonna be putting up more and more HP.
And that 25 talent too, so Starbreaker's all the time ready. Up top though, they find one. Can they get him up near the twin gate? Oh no, that was just an illusion, excuse me. I was sure that they had him.
Those illusions, you know, they're tough.
Well, smoke instead. That's what I was looking at. They're gonna smoke.
Right, yeah,
that's what
I
it
got
was.
you, yeah.
I just like scaring the
here.
observers, that's all.
Keep them on their toes.
38 minutes in. And hoping to find somebody farming down bottom, or maybe to bait out Kiritich. It could be an interesting play, but Team Spirit, they don't care. They just want to push mid. Or at least force them back on the side of Virtus Pro. Looking, opening. They're not going to go for it. I mean, this is a decent play by VP if they can catch somebody, and there is going to be a TP down bottom.
I almost feel like with their blinks that the Stampede is essentially going to be kiting Pierce the Veil, and they're going to hope to like blink back in afterwards. Okay. You know what I mean?
And just hope they don't get coiled?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's obviously why Puck's very solid versus Centaur War Runner.
Right.
It's one of the better options versus those just runaway Lycan-style heroes.
Definitely. I mean, again, a 12K gold lead is pretty significant for Team Spirit, but if the context of this becomes find Muerta, kill Muerta, suddenly 12K gold lead is gone. So it does still come down to how these fights get taken, and Team Spirit, they can't be too cavalier with their movement. Gonna wait now. Roche is back up in 26 seconds. So will be Aghanim Scepter for them, I believe. Could be, yeah, they got cheese last time.
It did indeed. How good's that Eggs, too? I mean, I guess probably Tusk, I feel like, makes the most sense.
I'd be down for it. Even just kicking some people away, if they get onto them, isn't terrible. So yeah, they move on in. Now the TA trap is there, so they see what's happening. Although, where's the gem? If they don't have it? Tusk has the gem. He doesn't see that the TA trap is, I mean, it doesn't matter. It drops so quickly. It could have been important, but it turns out to not be. They kick it away now.
Oh, let's go. The kick.
He's ready.
Maposhka's got it. Everyone wants a walrus kick, right?
Well, suddenly he's higher net worth, or so feels a little bad for Noticed.
Oh, and he's got ninja gear too.
Oh man,
sneaking around looking for some big kicks.
Everything that he wants.
He feels bold with the Shadow Blade.
The smoke, the move forward. Does he want to jump onto anybody here? Up high ground, smoke breaks, blink back. Doesn't get caught.
Oh, instant smoke here from Virtus Pro as well.
They're going to go mid. They saw Maposhka bottom. That's why. Going to try and run it collapse.
They're just going to try and kill Maposhka. He's the dream right now because he has this Ghost Scepter, but there's now the Nullifier on Kiritich. So just like spot the Tusk, get the kill, and they might be surprised to see he's the gem. I'm not sure if they've noticed yet. That'd be a huge one for them. But yeah, Collapse is the closest one.
Collapse. Does he realize what's going on? Notice break smoke. Collapse still sitting there. Didn't quite get vision. FNG. A little bit of chat wheel there. Crowd appreciates it.
Yeah, he's got a smirk in there, yeah.
It was funny on the, I think it was in that vlog again that they did. He kept saying like, they're always going after me. They're always trying to kill me.
Yeah.
So Collapse has been getting the treatment this road to the TI so far.
I mean, that's what happens when you're, you know, you have that one performance at TI10 as well.
Oh yeah. Tornado, lift up, EMP, but Force Staff gets Yadoro out of trouble. Still have another 3 minutes on this Aegis. As Muerta steps in, gets kicked back. Easy connection, Notice down low, but not dead yet. Now the Dawnbreaker ulti connects onto Kiritich, trying to kill him off. Does get the turn and down pretty low. So they hold out on that high ground push with the kick after Maposhka dies. That's Gem on the ground.
Oh, wait.
Jumps in, catches everybody.
Let it go.
Starts ripping them to shreds. Sage almost dead. Laurel wants to hunt, wants to get away, but no! They managed to find the kill, and now the jump forward Collapse. Wants to get that Gem back, wants to get out of here, but with buybacks coming in, they might have stepped a bit too far forward. Turn now onto Collapse, down very low HP, but Muerta doing some good hits. Yadoro trying to stand his ground. That is 3 already dead behind the tower.
Notice.
Now the jump forward, the stun, the collapse, the jump. Yadoro goes down. Can they get him a second time? Team Spirit, you gotta learn the rule. Never, ever go high ground. It is a folly, although Pierce the Veil, maybe you could do it against that. Trying to find a couple more in onto them. They have buyback on the Phoenix if they want to do it. There's the lift up connection.
Nice timing.
A couple more hits, and they get the finish. Virtus Pro coming back with a vengeance after their high ground was disrespected. All 5 go down.
Oh, they chase so deep there. I mean, I'm starting to see why the only carry player or hero he's played more than once is Muerta. I mean, I get it on Yadoro, right? He keeps moving through all these other heroes, picks the Faceless Void for the first time game 1, comes back with this Muerta here. But at that time, I mean, he does so much, but when his allies, you know, drop so fast, I mean, going back in there with no Maposhka, like, this save has been invaluable.
I mean, you look at that fight recap, how much gold was granted over, how quickly it all turned. I mean, that's the type of thing that you lose 1 or 2 heroes and it's okay. You lose all 5, you're in a serious problem.
I think it also comes back a little bit to some of the issues you could have with this puck build, because like you already have so much damage on the Muerta. I feel like you're not really lacking damage, so this whole idea of just like getting more and more control, if it works, it's amazing. There's no doubt, right? Yeah. I mean, Laurel wants to get in here and use his Dream Coil because you see it. Like, hey, Dream Coil's here. Look how much damage he does.
Yeah.
But it's just that tiny little bit he doesn't get, right? Sayush lives. Oh, okay, this is a creative situation now. Then he just dies. Like, oh, he gets off 1 more spell. It's like, oh, well, I have to go in now and collapse. So I want this free kill on the Invoker. And now you die.
Yeah. No, exactly. Clean up each other's messes. And in the end, there wasn't enough paper towels. You know about that as a dad.
That's right.
As, man, a big turn. And, you know, 8K gold lead at this point in the game means a lot less.
Oh, yeah. It pretty much means nothing, especially when you've got things like hexes and these combinations. that kill was really funny.
Oh, yeah.
They just got shot and blown up.
I mean, the thing that does matter a lot more is going to be the buybacks. They only had to use 1 on the Dire on the Invoker, and something that could be there to watch for later on. Right now, on Team Spirit, only Mira has the buyback on the Grimstroke. And you can see FNG, hope still high. What a turn.
Just 1 more game.
Right?
One more. I mean, you got the first one. Making a little comeback here.
Can they do it? I mean, it's very possible. We've seen comebacks from bigger deficits before, and it all happens around high ground. I mean, they only got a tier 3 tower.
The kiting was superb as well in that fight for sure. That is something they're going to try and address here. Trying to go for the big stun there with the Abyssal Blade on Collapse. Because they only have force, I think, on the TA, right? She's Hurricane Pike.
Right.
So, like, if you actually just stun someone, they're not going to move. We don't have any other options for that. So, see if they can chain a few together.
Well, and the way that I thought about that, the fights were going to go for VP was like, find the Muerta, pick her off when she's out of position. But that was a much more like measured, find one, pick off, then wait for them to overextend, find another, find another, find another. It's just little piranhas chewing you up, as opposed to the one big bite.
And people barely surviving. Also the Cataclysm.
Yeah.
They come in as well.
He's got a Hex now on Invoker.
That's a big deal. Double Hex.
This is not support Invoker anymore. This is level 23 Invoker going for Refresher.
We're 46 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. It's been a fun one.
I mean, depending on how it goes, if I'm Virtus Pro, I'm still sitting high ground for a while though, right?
Oh yeah. There's nothing to gain out here right now. You know,
25 on Puck too for the Dream Coil.
That is a huge
buff immunity.
Yeah, very big talent. Obviously, something you used to be able to buy. Now you gotta earn it. Right. Unless you buy Midas, then you can kind of buy it.
There you go. Buy an experience always feels good. But yeah, 7K gold, all that separates these two teams. And at a decent position, 61 kills in for Virtus Pro to continue to mount this comeback. But
they have a lot
careful.
of vision. They have this Obstetric. It just gets dewarded now, but they saw them all up here on this pillar.
Scary, scary. Thinking about jumping in. Maposhka up front and center with that ninja gear. Can he find anybody? FNG is stepping pretty far forward. Drops down a ward. That scouted Collapse is going to see the hammer retreat back towards them, and they're going to try and force back Virtus Pro by going to top.
Maybe looking for a Maposhka kickback play here, hoping that someone's going to be here.
This is a nice play. I mean, if they don't get back quickly enough for Virtus Pro, or even if they do come back, they still might go for the kick.
If someone shows.
Yeah. Got to be so careful there. Nice play by Team Spirit.
Yeah, nobody even coming close, right? Just putting in the forward spirits, catching the wave. If they notice, they're going to see that he's smoked out, but it's just Ninja.
Looking, Maposhka, Tornado, lifts. Still looking for that jump and kickback from Maposhka. Noticed is a scary target to go on. They're thinking about it. Kiritich waiting, FNG waiting. They're all ready for an overextension. They even popped the Phantasm now. While mid is pushing in, they have an illusion there. And they're going to TP one back. So Collapse is going to deal with the waves.
Yeah, has his Solar Guardian to come right back into the fight, so he's certainly the prime target, but they're going to smoke out right away. Again, Solar Guardian can't come through, but they're looking for a kill.
Mira
through that healing.
Swatix open. Laurel down low ground. Silence, get him. Force the BKB. That's big.
They're just going to take back space right now. Phantasms are running a little bit low. They just want to secure some space to get a little bit of gold right now.
Dude, it's so, you can tell these teams are freaked out. One wrong move, you're potentially going to the lower bracket for Team Spirit. Virtus Pro, they're continuing on.
They're still chasing?
They want to take advantage of no BKB, I guess.
They are constantly dewarding as well, checking these high grounds right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't have a lot of vision to leave behind. I mean, they have traps, sure.
Sending in some. Thinking. Poshka, Yadaro steps forward. They're all there right to the side, waiting up on that high ground. Now, Roche is capable of respawning. We know it's going to come back bottom. This is where the battle's going to take place.
Yadaro might run into Roche here.
Maposhka, he steps forward, breaks smoke. Kiritich also breaks.
Roche, don't ruin this fight here.
Thinking, dead shot almost connects onto the CK. Dude, this is where Ninja Gear becomes so good, too. Having that on Tusk, as well as Grimstroke, is absolutely clutch.
30 more seconds to the respawn.
Collapse still farming the whole time through. He might try and push them by pressuring topside, too. There's a chance. You can sense, though, it just becomes this sort of battle of attrition. Noticed wanting to find an opening. They don't have the reposition tools, though, on Virtus Pro in the same way that Team Spirit do. But much better scouting. Maposhka, does he see one? He sees him. Noticed, still don't want to go on the Centaur.
And there it is.
Roche is up. Both teams see it. Dude, they're right on the edge.
Oh man, this Aeon Disc, this egg.
They're looking, I mean, Laurel has a great dream coil. If VP are not careful, they got to be so
look at Maposhka.
Send a dream through. Mystery Orb.
Meanwhile, Collapse is just firing away.
Collapse is up there now. Look, they're taking a whole Rax. But Kiritich finds him. 3 seconds done. Cataclysm. Is it going to be enough? They find and kill Collapse. Can they get back bottom, though? Team Spirit already there trying to bring it down.
They're going to trade it.
They have the Invoker, but he can't stop this.
Interesting. I mean, there's no way you're getting back to go for that kill.
I mean, yeah. You can't have your cake and eat it, too. Maposhka not connecting on the FNG.
They are immediately running back down here. Want to take advantage of the numbers, force this buyback here.
I mean, this is the worst hero to try and kill because Collapse has buyback and can get right back into the fight.
But if they get him again.
That's true.
I mean, he's super crucial in these fights.
You're not wrong. Jump forward. Hex is there. Control. Maposhka low dead. And now Collapse in the midst of the fray in a terrible position is going to start to get isolated. Do they have enough to bring him down? This is going to be a dieback for Collapse. That is what they were waiting for. And now, look at Yadaro. Yadaro in trouble. Silence. That's dead one time. Can they find more? Maposhka, control onto Notice. Snowball, he's going to fall. SquadX trying to find more. He's just fighting illusions, though, as Yadaro gets forced down to the low ground. Maposhka, though, this is going to be another one. They fight Kiritich. He's dead. More dead. This is going to be a second dieback, but they lost Kiritich. Can they do anything else? Virtus Pro win the fight, lose the Aegis.
They take care of the Aegis.
Yes.
They get the dieback on Collapse. They get the dieback on Maposhka. I think that pays off. That was quite the gambit, I gotta say.
I mean, and again, if you're Kiritich, you know that Maposhka and Collapse are dead for 90 seconds. I mean, you can see they want to make a move down bottom. I don't know if you want to buy back on the CK to try and get it done.
That's a tough one.
I mean, because you could go for the all-in play. That's the bold move, because you know that they're down 2 heroes for at least 70 seconds. Maybe too scary, though. Safer bet. Yadaro walks forward, gets the stun.
Going crazy.
That guy's nuts. They try and get him. Tornado, lift up, but he's lifted for a long time. Yadaro, he didn't get hit by the stun. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. Dark Portrait is scary. And now buildings are being hit. Still 40 seconds without Collapse. Puck is gone for 30. Yadaro having to do it all alone. The Inkswell to break it, and now the turn. The Aeon Disc going to be there. Can they kill him off? Yadaro going to be lifted.
Why is this so scary with 2 heroes?
Right on top of him because it's Yadaro, but Yadaro caught it dead. Now he does have buyback, 100 seconds away. VP, how long do you want to stick around? How much do you want right now?
I mean, it's just too close for the buyback on the Laurel. There's no way, right? Can't stop and save that. Oh, man.
Do they want?
They really respected that Muerta.
They really did.
They waited so long because they understand the damage. I mean, that's what the heroes got right now. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Plus the backup there of the hard dispel from Mira.
Scary moment right now. Again, a second set of racks while they don't have Kiritich. Laurel right on, but he gets away. That is debuff piercing. That would have been maybe SquadX gone. Also, Revenant's Brooch passed over. SquadX has it. So they have an answer now for Muerta too. That pierced the veil.
Also have the Dark Portrait for the Grimstruck. We have the Scythe now as well for the Soulbind too. So Mira just has crazy options in this fight on top of a Blink Dagger. So Mira can certainly make humongous plays here, possibly just win the entire fight.
Dude, this.
Oh, double Stampede though.
Double Stampede. I don't know, Virtus Pro, it really feels like they're in control of this game now. Complete control. They have so much. They're all so scaled. All it takes is one bad fight, but they've been getting all good fights.
DD.
Illusory Orb. Revenant's Brooch ready. Maposhka looking for a jump kickback. Can he find a good target? Inkswell, get him, but the Hex! They were all over that one, so ready. Snowball will have a kickback if he wants it, but no. Able to dodge away. Still, buildings are going down. They need to find an opening. Hex is there, but they don't have any follow-up.
All right, Kiritich is just taunting nearby. Back out after getting the buildings here. So tier 2 still stands in the top lane.
What the hell was that sound? What the heck was that?
Just intimidation.
He's popping the Revenant's Burst for fun. Dude, that opens so much base in this here. What the heck?
You know, when you get the newer items, I like to make them flashy.
That's fair. All right, 56 minutes in, and we're 4 away from Tier 5 neutrals. Team Spirit still looking for that magic fight. Virtus.pro not giving him an opportunity to get it. Yadaro walks high ground. They're under a ward here. Catches Deadshot. Hex again. So ready. Stun. Now onto 2, but there's no follow-up. Kiritich now tries to get onto him. Yadaro turns. Hasn't popped that much yet as Collapse tries to back away. Laurel under control. Silence. Disarmed. Still fine. Paposhka plays the cheese. Now the kickback. He kicks him away. Splits the uprights. And dead in an instant. That's TA gone. That's more. This might be the fight they were waiting for. Kiritich starts to die. The Supernova's out. Notice under control. They're gonna get that stun. No! The snowball save! Paposhka the man on top of it. They find more. Kill him off again. Triple kill. Yadaro. That is what Spirit needed.
And immediately the buybacks all just ring out here from Virtus.pro. There was no buyback timer left for the Centaur. That's why he committed for the refresher, so he is gone right now on notice. A big lead opens back up here for Team Spirit. Down 2 racks, but the gold moving in their favor. And as well after that fight, I'm going to guess level 30. Oh, it's so close. I mean, Collapse was close before the fight as well, but almost there. We also have 29.5 here for Squadix, so some of those huge talents about to come back one more time.
I mean, and look at this one again. It starts so well, but the fight is so separated. It's all over the place, and in this one, it really felt like it was those supports making the key plays.
Oh yeah, I mean, Soulbind Walrus Kick. Not something you get to see too often right here. He just breaks up the whole fight right there. See ya! 1 north, 1 south.
Oh man, that was cool to see. And now the cleanup is just there. I mean, back in this game, we actually might need to get into this one in a second because they could think about...
They have Refresher Dream Coil. They're running down mid with Laurel right now.
I mean, again, you don't have Centaur for a while as they start to siege high ground, take down 1 set of racks. In this moment, are they going to be able to get everything? They've already taken all the tier 3 towers, now going to move for the bottom racks. This was looking like Virtus.pro were going to clean up the end of it. Team Spirit rally back. They have creeps in their base still. I mean, what's going to happen now? It looks like they're just going to try and defend the last racks.
Look how Virtus.pro are playing right now. Smoked up, hugging the tree line up top, hoping that they overcommit onto Kiritich.
Waiting. Buyback status, none of them. Nobody has buyback. Nobody. But look at that. Yadaro gets caught. Stun. No, the snowball save is there for the turnaround yet again. They got what they need. Laurel, can he do enough? They try to bring him down quickly. Dead for 2 minutes. They bring it back in fabulous fashion. Team Spirit. The hexes are not enough. The supernova is not enough. But do they have enough of the sun ray? Not going to happen. Paposhka, the captain, is there to carry the game. With picks, with snowballs, he does it.
That damage is not coming out if it's not for that snowball save there from Paposhka. They're still trying to get up a couple kills here, but there's still a buyback on Yadaro. There's no buyback on the CK or the TA.
They're going for more. Phoenix does have buyback himself, so with mega creeps already claimed, can they stop the hitting on the tier 4 towers? Team Spirit, they want to close this out right now, but they're playing it even still a little bit safe. Their hopes of staying in the upper bracket right there, and there's the jump forward. The Hex onto 2, Collapse onto him as well. They can't stomp, they can't do anything. Stampede won't get him away. FNG is gonna fall. We are going to a game number 3, Seattle.
The map movements here from Team Spirit throughout this game, really abusing the global possibilities of the Dawnbreaker. It was a great last pick there for Collapse. Coming in clutch, helping out on some Dream Coils, and the heals in the mid game, where it felt like maybe Virtus.pro were going to win some of these fights. They just barely squeak out survival there for Yadaro, and of course, he was just so much of the damage throughout this entire game.
He absolutely was. Man, what a freaking game. We get right up to that 60-minute mark, players going crazy, and how many times did we have the seesaw back and forth? Like, Virtus.pro pull it back, felt like they were right on the verge of being able to take that one away, and then Team Spirit with that one magical fight and the double kick, make it work. Oh God, I love Dota so much. Give it to him, crowd. Let them know you're happy about a game number 3.
They were pretty loud for Team Spirit as the series started, so I think the crowd's happy to see a win come out there, and of course Yadaro leading the charge there, doubling up the next highest hero damage on his entire team. Obviously the role of the Muerta in this one, and yeah, again, not a surprise that it's the only hero he's played more than once at TI.
God, It's so good. And who knows what the heck we're going to see in this next one. I mean, it's all come down to this. I do know some people that are going to have a lot to say about it. Let's head on back to the panel.
We have so much to say, not only about this game, but this series. I mean, Team Spirit being able to bring it back. It wasn't clean by any means, but it was definitely entertaining. Virtus.pro putting them to the test. I thought it was going to be the massive comeback for them. I thought they were just going to be able to take it there, especially when they got the dieback off of Collapse towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they're showing some beautifully aggressive Dota. Like, they're in their face every time in the early game. They see some move, they're bringing 3-4 heroes, they're punishing Spirit for not bringing as many numbers, and that kind of helps them in the mid game to have that confidence. But yeah, you can never count Spirit out. I feel like Yotaro on this Muerta, there's so many times where he just finds that kind of clutch turnaround, and Miposhka, every time. The initiations, there's a couple were kind of not so good, but he's the one having to initiate every time. So you're going to expect some bad initiations, but overall, very good game from Miposhka.
No one's 100%
I think the last fight was very decisive, and I think VP won actually the game at that time, but they just didn't have the patience of like continuing just, you know, being looking for that specific moment to end the game with, but they were just kind of rushing to end the game right there and then.
So if you think a little bit more patience from them could have been it, because the way I saw it was Team Spirit getting a perfect engage onto TA, right, in that middle, towards that later part. After they had lost their bottom Rikes, they were able to find the perfect target for themselves, and that was their way back in. But Reza, explain more as to why it might have just been VP playing overextending or just being too aggressive, wanting too much.
I think it's just like when you're playing against Tusk Aghanim's, it's very hard to go high ground because you're already like putting yourself in a very weird spot. I mean, they kind of was ready for that. They were ready for that to hex the Tusk right away, but I think like still they leave so much room for a mistake doing that type of play.
Oh my god, was this I hated this fight.
The 1
I
second,
don't know
yeah.
why VP took it after they just got Aegis, and they just caught. You're playing into Tusk, Grimstroke with Shard and Dawnbreaker in this whole game. Like, the amount of saves they have on Muerta in general makes it so hard for them to ever find like the right pickup. They have to, there's like a very specific order of people they have to like kill or murder to make it to the carry. And when they start on the carry, especially with Aegis, it's just, ugh. Oh, this was so upsetting.
I think it would have been a better fight if Egg was on the high ground.
Yeah.
On top of that, it's like the Muerta, the Pierce of Air, it's like 1 second cooldown. Like this entire narrative, if she dies there, then she's not getting the kills, VP are probably crushing the fight, or at least getting enough resources taken away from Spirit that that fight looks better, right? So it's like 1 second was the difference between Spirit having a comeback in that moment.
Yeah.
It's also like a theme throughout the game of them maybe not understanding the priority. Like when they're going bot to try and contest this Roshan like near the end of the game, right? You're just letting this Dawnbreaker farm all the way up to the top side of the map and then push in your top lane and then go for that Rax. He maybe got a bit greedy there when he then did die, but like if he pushes that up, maybe the creeps take the Rax. Like VP end up having to go back anyway to kill the Dawnbreaker. If they'd done that like 2 minutes earlier, then their Roche fight could look way better. Instead they have to give up the Roche for free.
I want to talk more about that high ground, right? Virtus.pro trying to defend their racks there because Team Spirit, it was really difficult for them to be able to push earlier. They finally break that. They get that tier 3, and then all of a sudden they've dived too deep. It did end up going in Team Spirit's favor. They won this game, but that little bit there, if it had have gone the other way, do you think that would have been the make or break? And do you still think that is the make or break as to why Virtus.pro even had an opening back into?
I mean, for sure, it gives VP a lease of life, right? Because the entire game, Spirit, they're playing on the concept of Miposhka. He jumps in, he starts the fight with Tag Team Punch, and then you follow up. The one time he initiates and he gets instantly CC'd and dies, then Spirit's still taking the fight after. So it was kind of a little bit of a blunder from Spirit. But yeah, it was enough to get VP back in the game, and then you had, what, another 15 minutes of that awkward back and forth, a lot of respect being shown. But yeah, Spirit showcasing how they can just win games from all points.
Yotaro 23, 4, and 11. I'm looking at these stats. I'm like, oh, which one really sticks out to me? You cannot look past that one. He is phenomenal on this hero.
I want to see his damage output this game. I think it's like around 100,000 or something, maybe even more.
He has 76,000 damage.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh my god.
Look, we're going to highlight Collapse though on this Dawnbreaker. Very different style to Spirit Breaker. Or actually, not so much, right? Spirit Breaker still has that global potential, but on Dawnbreaker, it's in a different format.
Yeah, I think that hero actually made their lineup work because there were so many engagements when Dawnbreaker just saved the Muerta from going on top of her, and he turned so many fights around. And he was the force that, you know, would bring damage to the puck and Grimstroke initiation as well. So I think it was like a very clutch last pick for them.
Well, let's break up this talk about game number 2 with some Slacks action. We're going to head on over to him.
Thank you so much. Hello there. Hell of a game there, Tsunami!
My blood is coursing, my man. I can't believe we're starting off the playoffs this strong. 3-game series right off the bat.
That's what I like to see. In fact, I was watching the game with these guys. Now, I told these guys, they said that Team Spirit was going to win no matter what. And I said, if they lose, I'm going to come in the crowd and make fun of you.
But they didn't lose, though.
They didn't lose. You're right.
Why you hear that? Why you hear that?
But you were sweating, though, weren't you?
Just a little. Just a little.
All right, they can hear you right now. Would you like to thank them for not letting me mock you on camera?
Honestly, my parlay is still in. So let's go, Spirit!
There we go, fantastic.
Let's go! Mipushka's the best!
Hell yeah, all right, the boys are alive. Now, we found a very special person in the crowd. This is Sar Potato. Now, if you're a North American Dota enthusiast, this guy's been in your chat about 1 million times, but he's banned from my chat. Stream sniping bastard. But anyway, this guy's fantastic. Now, you have riddles, right?
Indeed, and I've made about 30 of them, though I'm not going to go through all. Just going to choose some for the crowd and for you to guess at.
Fantastic. Now, this guy has been walking around asking everyone Dota 2 riddles. We're not paying him. He's just choosing to do this. But we have some riddles for you today. Can you give us an easy one?
I'll start with an easy one here.
Okay. Tsunami, you ready?
I'm listening.
All right, he's listening.
With name jokes aside, half of one, speed and might in stride, part of lot of fun.
What the hell?
One more time for me.
Say that again. Say that again.
With name jokes aside,
With name
half
jokes
of half
aside.
of one, speed and might in stride, part of lot of fun.
Okay, does anyone know the answer to that? I'll read it one more time.
Any hypotheses out here?
With name jokes aside.
With name jokes aside.
Half of one.
Half of one.
Speed and might in stride.
Speed and might in stride.
Part of lot of fun.
Part of.
Okay, oh my God, we got
fun.
Snap. My boy
We got
snapped and
Spirit.
raised his hand. All right, this is a Dota Hero, Dota Idol. It's just Dota
Poetry
related.
All right, what do you got for me?
It should be quarterstaff.
Quarterstaff.
A quarterstaff!
Oh, well done.
Quarter for half of one, speed and might and stride.
All right, give us a hard one. One more hard one.
That wasn't a hard one, is what
That
you're
was
telling me.
very hard.
That was novice level.
My brain shut off as soon as he started talking. I'm bad at riddles. All right, give me a really hard one.
Here's one for you for all the challenge. The worlds I create, full of fear and of hate, but all in a vulnerable state. My obsession is real with the terror you feel. Before me, even gods kneel.
All right, Slacks, one more time for me.
What
I'm
the
not going to
hell?
process
All right.
that.
The world I create, full of fear and hate.
The world I create, all fear and hate?
Full of fear and hate, put in a vulnerable state. My obsession is real, with terror you feel. Before me, even the gods kneel. This is nonsense. Are you a crazy person? What the hell?
Anyone got an idea on this one? Oh, there's
Oh
a
my
hand
God.
way off in the distance.
That guy's way out here. Run, Tsunami, run, bro. Push people out of your way.
I don't want to do that.
Come on.
We're off.
Spirit breaker through
I want to be
this.
very considerate.
Run.
I stepped on a
Wow,
foot.
that
I'm
is
so
far.
sorry.
That is so far. He is really going to step, Tsunami. Go. He's running. Oh,
What do we
no,
got?
now he's running. Okay, last one.
Let's
What's the
hear
man
it.
say?
First of all, go Phils. Let's go.
I see the hat.
It's going to be Bane.
It is.
Dang! All right, well, fantastic. Well, we got some smart Dota players here. Congratulations, everybody, for solving your riddles. If you see this man around, he'll be there. But Nat T and the fans on the panel, do you guys are you smart? I didn't get any of these.
I'll ask you guys. Did you get any?
Hate riddles.
I love riddles.
I'm with Slacks. My brain just shut off, but you did good.
I did get both of them. I got
get
Quarterstaff and Bane.
The second one, I guess, Nightmare, which I guess is Bane's.
Yeah.
Close enough.
I was going to say, I got like World, Fear, and then I was just like, Terror, I think the other one was. I'm like, it's got to be Bane.
Yeah.
And the Quarterstaff one I only got, because half of one is a quarter.
I'm stupid. I don't know math.
Half?
I got the quarter, but what is quarter like?
I just put it together. I was like, quarter stuff. No, great riddles. You can go around. You can ask for an easy riddle, a difficult riddle. T's like, I'm not going to ask for a riddle at all.
They just don't tickle me. I'm good.
Well, look, maybe talking about the teams will tickle your fancy, something that you're more than capable to talk about, because Team Spirit brought it back into game number 3, our first series here in the upper bracket, and Virtus.pro could have taken this 2-0. It could have been that clean sweep for them, but Team Spirit are adaptable. They're one of the most adaptable teams ever, and they were able to make those quick changes between game 1 and 2. It wasn't clean, so what needs to be changed for game 3?
I think for VP at least, they now need to know that Spirit understands their aggression. Like, you see Spirit's adaptation, right? You got Muerto as a carry, Dawnbreaker as an off lane, Puck as a mid lane. All three of these cores are amazing at making like counter moves. Like, you come onto me, I can then rebuttal that with some big play. And now for VP, like their entire play style is just find hero, kill hero, rinse, repeat. So I think if they can just put a little bit of, I guess, class to this third game, kind of tone down just that raw aggression, then they might be able to quickly close out the game rather than giving these moments of brilliance for Team Spirit.
For yourself, Sheep, is that the same idea that you have, or have you seen this growth of Virtus Pro, obviously not just from groups, but today in this series alone?
I think Virtus Pro could have and should have won that game. I think it's literally just like the little moments, the little decision making, like how they took that Roche later maybe wrong, how they took that fight after the early Aegis wrong. Like, these things are stuff that if they fix, they can win. Spirit are just like, I don't know what's happening. I think maybe their heroes are like harder to execute in some ways, right? You're playing 4 squishy heroes and then like your Dawnbreaker, usually everyone's running, like we saw first game 1, you know, you have all these Kunkers that are getting banned out, you have your Bristlebacks, all the tanky big boys. So they're playing like more precariously. Maybe if Spirit were just to pick like hard on meta, like these are their strength heroes, maybe it makes their game much easier. They're definitely like doing strategic lineups right now.
But I'm gonna tell you guys, these 2 games, they did not feel like it was like Team Spirit and Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
It was like even, it was so close, like all the time. And I think like in both games, whoever started first aggression, but they actually ended up losing. So I think the theme of the game is just don't be aggressive. Just make sure you react correctly to the aggression of the other team.
Let them push into you, and you're like, all right, we'll capitalize this. We'll be there laying, baiting, and trying to get out all of those big spells for themselves for game 3. We saw Virtus Pro have the same bans in game 1 and 2, especially in that first phase. Is that going to have to be changed up? Are you now willing to let Ench or Primal or who's the third hero they banned?
That was a Kunkka ban as well.
Kunkka, that's it.
I would never let Ench through if you're playing against Team Spirit. It's
I
too
agree
easy
with this,
yeah.
man.
It's like so easy to draft. If you're first pick, you pick it. If you don't pick it first phase, you get second phase. But like at any point, you're like, oh, my lane's going to be awkward. He's going to buy a moon shard at like minute 30, and he's going to be some artillery cannon just destroying everything. Too good, too high skill, TI winning hero. Don't let him play it.
But you don't have the same viewpoint as about Primal and Kunkka.
Nah, I mean, Kunkka, to be fair, Kunkka's kind of in the same repertoire with like Ag Shard, so chaotic. Of course, Reza was talking about this earlier. It like just simplifies the game too much. Like when the game's not easy, but when the game plan is that easy, everyone else can just feel good in the fight. So I think Kunkka makes fights too easy, and Miposhka and Enchantress, it's that insurance policy. So I think these 2 heroes are like the big ones against Team Spirit at least.
Okay. Have you figured out a little bit more about Virtus Pro, how they draft, what their inclination is, Reza?
I mean, I think they're just doing the same thing. They understand the meta pretty well, especially on the support role. Like you see them all the time scaling. Like they pick Invoker even to like have this, you know, Solar Crest Aghanim's. He was doing such a good job. Like this game, he was making a big impact. And are they coming out?
Yeah, they're going to be coming out. We could just keep talking over it as we are going to be seeing them walk out. They had their 15-minute break. They have their reset, Sheep. Where's the mental for this? A team that everyone thought was going to 2-0 it, and a team that could have 2-0'd it in Virtus Pro.
I have no idea where your mental's at. I mean, I think now it's like the pressure is high because you don't have that buffer anymore of like, okay, we won game 1, we can lose game 2 potentially, so we have 3. I don't know. I think that if they keep that core of like confidence, like FNG said, just confidence, they've clearly proven that they can just demolish this team like in game 1. They've proven that they can win like they should have in game 2. Like there's nothing they need to really change other than just tightening up the small issues.
It's been over 2 years since VP have actually beaten Team Spirit. Like they're 1 game away from finally breaking that, and it's in the upper bracket of TI to get to the meaty positions.
Yeah, these players are walking out. All the games today are upper bracket, so no matter who loses this best of 3, not that anyone wants to lose a best of 3, you're in that upper bracket. You do still have the lower bracket to fall back on, so really the pressure should feel alleviated. You have that second lifeline for yourself, Reza.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro has nothing to fear, and they should just stick to whatever they feel the best, like working the best for them. Maybe going back for that Spectre, maybe even early on, like not the first pick, of course, but you know somewhere getting early. because I mean, on that hero, Kiritich is unstoppable, really.
Yeah, the 4 for 4 so far in the road to the international, 100% success rate on him. It's just being able to play it. What was so changed between his spec playstyle to his Chaos Knight playstyle?
I think the Notice hero was changed because Notice wasn't able to scale as much in Centaur as he was on the Bristleback, so you need to make sure that Notice has a scalable hero.
Ooh, okay. Does that resonate with you as well, Sheep? That's probably where they should be looking. Kiritich can play a bunch of carries. You don't necessarily need to prioritize him as much as maybe looking towards Notice.
Well, again, I think they should have won that game. I don't really think their draft was like wrong or bad. I think Centaur is like a really good hero against Muerta as well, because it's just like you're so hard to, you do so much damage back when she's trying to deal damage to you early. Like, you know, late game we saw Muerta going pew pew, two-hitting people, but early game is a different story, and Centaur is good against her and her timings there. So I liked it. I thought CK was a great hero. I thought their draft was fine. I really just think it was execution issues.
Purely execution.
Yeah.
It also helps that the difference between game 1 and game 2 was how Noticed was able to punish Yotaro, right? In the first game, Yotaro was running down like the bottom side of the map, farming up all the jungle camps, not making any moves. In the second game, you know, Muerta is kind of top net worth, having a pretty good time. So even if you are playing aggressive and closing out the game, you're still giving this, wait a second, their carry's still farming, he's still scaling, there's going to be that X factor at some point. So I would like in game 3, either keep the Centaur but have a better position 4 to really punish in the lane, or just make sure that you have that kind of Bristle-esque matchup, which is, oh, Yotaro has to just AFK jungle now because he just can't play the lane. I think if they can find that recipe, that's when they look their strongest form.
Yeah, I also think it's important just because of that reason that you need to punish Yotaro on the lane and don't give him free game, because his Muerta task, like this lane is very strong, you need to be prepared for something that, you know, is going to beat that one.
It doubles down on that execution that you were talking about, Sheep. Any hopes for when we do get this draft of what is picked up?
I want to know if Team Spirit intentionally let TA through, because it came after the puck pick, and he did lose mid, I think. And that seemed like a mistake for me. Because especially when you look at Squadix and how good he is, he even had like a really good game. I think the other cores struggled more. Last game 1, they banned it, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, look, because of the way that this has gone, a game 3 is on the cards for us in our first upper bracket series.
Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Game 3.
We are treated to a game 3, another draft. We talked about if that TA was let through on purpose, and maybe it was and maybe it wasn't. Either way, Team Spirit don't want to deal with it. When it does come up on our screens, you guys will see that that was the first ban, the first hero that Team Spirit got rid of, and they are first pick this time around. They were second pick in game 2, game 1, first pick, game 3 here, first pick. That seems to be their priority, what they really want.
Yeah, not much has changed since the last game. Nope. Same bans.
We questioned if Virtus Pro was going to change the mobile racer. They did not.
They did not. And I think it's right, because they had a pretty good thing going on for them with the drafting wise, you know, purposes.
Yeah, I think just the bans look, Kunkka, Ench, Primal, and then that fourth one can be a little bit of flavor based on team preference and stuff. But yeah, so far, bans pretty stable.
There's heroes getting through though. We got Spirit Breaker, Dazzle, and Treant Protector so far that were banned last game. That are out in the pool.
I would love to see Dazzle from VP. I think it's one of their strongest sides when they're playing like as a ball and they have this huge timing.
Just don't put it 5, please. I love it in the core. I want it in a core role. I don't.
Yeah.
I think when they do this flex, I think VP are clearly showing that they like to flex some Invokers to support, some Dazzle as well. But I think Dazzle is that statement hero that when you pick it, it needs to just be the offlaner. And also, interestingly enough, VP ban out the Phoenix, but then allow the tree to go through. Phoenix is the counter to tree, because when you press the overgrowth, if you press egg, you have to disengage as well. So to ban out one of the good kind of drafting counters.
Yeah, they probably didn't want to give Phoenix first pick, but I'm not sure if Team Spirit rated that highly.
Yeah, it's not something they've been rushing towards, so yeah, either way, tree gets picked up, and now VP are going to have to think what they want again already. The Dazzle is still available, the Spirit Breaker is still available.
FNG does not look very confident. Going to the first thing, he's like, what did I do?
Oh no.
What did I get?
He's like, oh man, we forgot about this hero tree. Oh shoot.
Slapping the Spectre right now, that's the statement.
Right here?
I mean, sometimes teams do this. Do I expect VP to do it? Probably not.
Did Team Spirit ban the Spectre second phase?
They did, yeah. That was the one ban they had in the second phase. So like, do you expect that?
The respect.
Yeah. Of course they have 2 bans this time around.
Oh, wow.
Muerta. I mean, I guess it's flex.
Oh, right, yeah.
More of a support hero, right? They were considering that just not... They don't want to let Trient and Muerta be on the same team. That's why probably they got it right here.
We haven't seen VP pick her up yet.
Yeah.
They are showing some new stuff though. That is the new format to the Road to International, right? Like they didn't pick up Invoker 4, we suddenly see them play Invoker 4. Now we haven't seen them play Muerta, they're picking up Muerta, right? So
maybe Sayus just train hard those two heroes during the break.
You want me to check his pubs real quick?
Try it, yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, I think Spectre should be banned still. I think it's their go-to anyways. And very comfort zone, so Team Spirit does not want to let him have it.
Alright, he's played 2 Muerta games in his pubs. He lost with Quinn, and he lost with Thompson.
Right. Oh, well, that's not his fault,
Now he's ready.
Yeah, these mid laners.
Ugh,
These lower bracket mid laners, am I right?
Oh, so true, so true. The puck being banned out there. They got another ban for Team Spirit.
We have guests.
And then we do have guests.
Yeah, it was the karaoke section of the draft. It's a new thing.
I'm trying to think hard of why they would ban out Puck here, and if it's going to be another mid laner that they double down on, or if they're tossing up between this spec. Right? They're trying to bluff of where is the Muerta going to go? Are they going to have her in that carry? Is that something Kiritich can do, or is he significantly more comfortable in the spec and they should just ban it out, even if it's deemed to respect best?
I think he's played it before. I think he can do it, but the Spectre is in. So I know
it is
what
in.
I'm thinking about.
That could be the flair of getting the Muerta, right? Like it's something that they don't have information on. They have to respect the flex in some capacity, and of course Spirit taking away the puck, taking away the Spirit Breaker. These are very potent. They're kind of like the tournament heroes, while Spectre feels like the VP hero right now.
Yeah.
We spoke about it a lot. It also could just get ignored.
I mean, I would also love to see the Wraithkin on notice this game, just because of the tree. I think it's very good against tree, just because of the skeletons, and he's been played it before.
What else sort of counters Tree? Like if we talked overarching, what is needed to shut him down? Is it this AoE that he struggles to deal with? Is it single target, someone to always be able to get on top of him?
I like it when teams draft a lot of Dispel against Tree, like multiple ways to remove the ult. What sucks is if you're a carry and you're like, I'm just going to buy a BKB, and then you enter this fight, you BKB, and then you're rooted, and it sucks.
Yeah.
If you're able to buy like a Manta style, if any of your offlaner maybe can buy there's the spec.
There you go.
Can buy a Lotus Orb. Those are all really nice things to have against the Treant.
I mean, if you want to go down, just go down your way.
Yeah,
right. I like that.
Yeah, I'm not opposed. And also with the tree in laning phase, I love having ways to kind of push that tree away from you, either through slows or banishes, because then the leech seed value doesn't come into play. He can't just put the leech seed, heal himself up whilst punching you. It's like just anything. It's like, well, you're too far away from me. You're not getting that healing. You're not amping up your allies. So I think, laning phase is pretty critical as well when playing against this hero.
Tree does a lot, but he has to be in close proximity.
Exactly.
He literally hits like a truck, but if he can't get his hands on you, then it doesn't really matter too much. I'm intrigued as to if they go for a collapse hero here, knowing that it's going to be a spec, that's going to be the lane matchup, or if you just go again for your support. We're going to see double core if it's going to be a support, and probably your off lane is the only core you're really willing to reveal here.
They have that possibility to pick collapse hero right now. Something like Downbreaker sounds good to me, this spot.
I think if anything for Spirit now, to play into Spectre, you need to have self-sufficient heroes. Because at any minute on the map, this hero is going to be jumping on you with this the Haunt, or whatever it's called now. And just that issue alone, you can't have to react every time. So for example, Tree, you've got Overgrowth, you've got the tree walking, somewhat self-sufficient. Titan already. You get jumped, you're going to have auras, Kraken, you're fine. So I think if Spirit have 3 or 4 heroes that can just not die to Spectre's 20-minute window in the early game where she gets 3 kills, that's when maybe you push this hero into, well, you just got a Spectre, guys. You can never end the game. Shadow, again, the Realm from Willow. Same kind of concept.
It's very hard for Spectre right now to kill any of these heroes. I mean, it's good against Tree because it gives vision to him walking around, but Tidehunter and Willow, pretty hard.
Oh my god, I hate this so much, dude. I can't. They have to have so much go well. I'm looking at these heroes. I think Muerta is a greedy support. I think she wants to like farm items. I think she's kind of useless without items. I think Spectre is, we've seen game 1 how he doesn't have to be a greedy farming carry and he can make those plays, but now we're looking at Team Spirit's drop, which kind of counters that and says you're not just going to get free pickoffs and do whatever you want. Now they pick Wraith King. I watched so many Wraith King like off-lane replays because I couldn't understand why it was so good, and this hero is greedy as hell because he plays up on the map as much as he can until his ult goes down, and as soon as it's down, you see these like off-laners like Gabby and all this stuff, they just retreat and they play like the sides of the map and jungle and just farm as much as they can to try and get this like, you know, Radiance build, whatever they want. They want big items too. You have potentially so many greedy heroes right now on VP, and Wraith King, I would say, is not hard to kill. He doesn't have a very good way to defend himself. Like if Spirit run at them, they want a lot of gold and they're not that great at team fighting.
Yeah, and even after laning phase, you've got the living armor plus the Tide Hunter. So now Tide, he can soak up the skeletons. He can, you know, anchor smash them down. He can protect his towers, simple as. And I think it is a bit of greed for sure for VP, but some of these teams, when they're picking off lane Wraith King, they do hit that quick stride and kills become the way in which Wraith King gets into the game. So I'm looking at the mid laner now for VP to be some super explosive hero. Otherwise, yeah, they're going to have some very static, lots of farm issues potentially.
Yeah, I'll give it to the one thing I really liked in the replays I watched was Wraith King Grimstroke lane is so much damage, but like you just stun go in with the Inkswell. Yeah. I was seeing these weaker supports just die straight up in lane, and you can kind of get benefits off that.
I don't know, guys. I tend to disagree with your points. Like, I think they already setting up a very good win condition for them, where Kuritish is like, you know, this active hero on the Spectre. They have really good supports to follow up with, and this Wraith King is gonna like Note gonna have like the time of his life. I mean, it depends on the core matchup, of course, like what Yatora is gonna play. But at this point, like whether he buys like Blade Mail Radiance, and it's gonna be like super hard game for Team Spirit.
I think the other thing about the offlane Wraith King is depending on how sacrificial you're willing to play. Let's say if it takes 2 or 3 heroes from Team Spirit to kill you while you're in that jungle, there is now that opportunity for Spec to be able to jump somewhere with the supports as well, right? Or to be able to find someone that isn't going on this Wraith King for a pickoff. I know it is kind of difficult, but if they're really that like separated on the map, that does give a window and an opening for Spectre. It might not happen, it might not play out that way, but depending on how sacrificial of a Wraith King you want to be, there is that chance.
And also, like, I'm looking at the damage on Team Spirit lineup. It's very lacking. It's very lacking right now.
It's like they don't progress the map. Like, they don't hit towers. Like, they can find kills with, like, the Willow, the Tree play together, Invoker connects in. But after the kills, they don't suddenly say, now the tower's dead, the tier 2's dead, we're looking at Roshan. It's a lot of just existence. And the VP, it does look kind of greedy, very static. But I would be surprised if they're shut out of the map in, like, the first half an hour of this game. Like, Spirit's draft so far isn't presenting that. Maybe the Luna pick with the VP ban could have given some tempo to Spirit, but Spirit needs a carry.
They needed it, Luna or Troll, to open up the map for them. And I mean, purely calculating numbers, I think Virtus Pro lineup has like way more damage than Team Spirit one has.
Yeah, but if my only concern is that if they get like, let's say a Wraith King blink or whatever, or they bring him into fight and that move doesn't work, like into a Ravage or whatever, how do they keep playing? I feel like they're not tanky enough.
Oh, the Coddle.
High pace hero.
I like Coddle.
I like Coddle too. I don't know, guys. I love VP lineup.
I like the Coddle. The Coddle made me a lot warmer towards.
Yeah, why is that? Why is that? Explain why the Coddle was enough for you guys to, at least for you, she push aside the
roller coaster right now.
It's a roller coaster. Yeah, no. Mostly because I think Coddle, especially as a core when you have levels, is a really good damage mitigation hero. Like your ability to kind of push heroes off your team, and you're going to lose all your physical damage, and then you're not going to be able to sit on them with like Bedlam and stuff like that. You're doing so much magical damage and like rebuffing the enemy's attacks. Like you guys talk about their damage like problems already. I think Coddle makes that even worse for them.
Even when we see this Sven, you guys are still in that realm of there's a damage problem. All the damage now is only really going to be coming from that Sven, and that's later in the game too.
I think the damage in regards to the Sven will come from the initiation and setting up the fight correctly. The rest of the draft does allow that, so they just need to play like a very stable, disciplined game. Whilst VP, they need to be that kind of chaotic nature, right? They're going to go for a keeper like mid, some Vessel, some Boots of Travel, keep playing on their timings of early kills, and if they kind of fall flat and miss execute, I can see Yatora just ripping through this game. But yeah, VP, they have a very annoying, just tanky ball that will just potentially be unkillable in like the 30-minute mark if Spirit's still catching up.
The other question when I look at this is, a tree ult, long cooldown. Tidehunter, long cooldown. Even for Sven, if you pop it at the wrong time, it can feel like a long cooldown.
Yeah.
So does that worry you, Rezo, that it's just going to be a lot of skirmishes from Virtus Pro and Team Spirit almost having to retreat when these ults are cooled down?
I think so, yeah. They have really big downtimes, and this Coddle is going to allow them to play like even faster with the Spectre because they're going to be everywhere on the map. And I'm not sure if Team Spirit is going to be ready for that.
Okay, any other holes that you see in this, or you're like pretty happy with this? It could still go either way. I mean, it's a game 3. This is to stay in the upper bracket. This is to get top 8 for either of these two teams.
It's only about the laning. I think if VP are going to lose their lanes, it's going to be like a very hard spot for them to come back from. But either way, I think they're going to be fine, just from the laning standpoint.
And T, any final closing thoughts from you?
Just use cooldowns better. For Team Spirit. Team Spirit game 1 cooldowns, woof. Game 3, maybe they're better at it.
Maybe they're better. Maybe they've already learned. The one thing I do know is our casters are ready. So let's head on over to Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat, and Dota fans all over. Cooldowns, the things to watch for. Yeah. We had our cooldown after that crazy long game, and we did get to see some a little bit unique picks. I feel like the panel was all about Virtus Pro at this point now. They're kind of liking it after the Coddle pick in particular. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's like the wish list got kind of checked off there, right? Notice on the Wraith King, better scaling hero, sort of things that Rezo really wanted to see. Gets it. And the cooldown, I think, is a great point to make. Certainly a major concern here for Team Spirit.
Well, look at now the dead shot to push him on back. All right, we're starting off fast. Team's ready to battle it out up here along the top side of the map.
You guys might have noticed there. Silent was in that booth for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Picks finished, G's out of there. All right, Virtus Pro, they got the headsets on, whatever. Silent was in there until they were loading in. He took the maximum amount of time there as the coach, and he was given a full-on speech of how to play this game.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that makes it feel like maybe your draft didn't go that well. Like, I mean, like, if you need that much instruction on how to play, right? Like,
I mean, different.
Are we lacking some confidence here, or maybe he's just like, listen to me.
Yeah,
we are the better team. Okay, we came in here as favorites.
Are you trying to recreate his speech now? The motivational speech going on?
I couldn't because he's clearly so good at it that they already won a TI.
I thought it was because he was speaking a different language, but yeah. A little bit of a horn sounds from inside the hall as we are off to the races. And right at the get-go, looks like it's going to be, is that 2 apiece? No, Team Spirit able to sneak 1 extra one away for themselves. So 3 bounty runes go in their direction.
Well, they keep getting advantages at the start of these games. Usually it's been the wards. Now they get another bounty rune. Virtus Pro do get an observer, though. Sage gets kill on 1.
Apparently they don't get to come to lane. And they're going to body block these creeps, so it's going to push in under the tower. And he had to actually TP on Kiritich. Wait a minute.
Oh, I love this play.
FNG, they take Gush level 1. We're taking that first blood for himself. Collapse has had a very frustrating couple of games. He's ready to have a good one for himself on Tidehunter.
I mean, he loved last game, let's be real.
That's fair.
He was just farming the whole time. That was the recovery game after the Spirit Breaker, you know? They gave him last pick, got Dawnbreaker, and just got to farm the whole time.
True.
It's kind of like a little bit of a spa day for offlaners.
Oh, I like it.
You know, they just get to chill, farm, press their ulti when they have to fight.
Hit up the sauna.
Yeah.
It's nice.
This game, though, it's Virtus Pro back with the press ulti to fight in the sense of the Shadow Step here on that Spectre. The hero that won them game 1 makes a return here in game 3. See if it can push them through a little bit further in this upper bracket.
And it feels like you also have another, I mean, obviously the combination of the Grimstroke, Inkswell with it is going to be really strong once you hit those level 6s. But the other thing is a Coddle, right? Like another hero that likes to play very fast tempo, running around, throwing out those Illuminate blasts. I do want to see if they decide to change up the build though, because I'm assuming they're not going to be getting 2 urns. Spectre already has it queued up, and it looks like Coddle is going to be having to do without.
All right, so Dagon. Then,
yeah,
obviously. Yeah, that's what makes the most sense.
I mean, I'm kind of down. That'd be fun.
We have a Tree Protector in this game, which I know everyone was so excited for today.
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't seen enough of this guy. So, Tree not getting banned makes it... All right.
Sage. It's okay. You need to warm up. It's fine.
That was the most insane shot. That's what he's aiming for.
Yeah. Let's try to hit that one.
He's a little bit crazy. Of course, Tree Protector, why is this hero so broken? Really good at moving through the Twin Gates. Very frustrating the laning stage, especially against a lot of different melee heroes, but they have the Wraith King. That's part of the reasoning behind this pick. Maybe like your Wraith Kings or your CKs, like these strong melee heroes that can also go in the off lane. You might see them several times versus these Tree Protector 5s. Up top, though, stun leading off here into the call.
Good damage now onto Yaro. He's in trouble, actually. starts to fall lower and lower, and with the skeletons, everybody coming into play, Yadro tries to get away, and actually he's going to get some distance. He's taking a long the walk onto the other side. The skeletons aren't stopping. They're going to hit him a few times and then chase him back to the tower. So Yadro comes to lane with I mean, if he dies right now, this is awful for Team Spirit, but if you can get away with it, it's solid.
Yeah, it's a serious concern here, but Sayush, instead of going for the kill, you'll see over there body blocking the small camp. So they went for a D-ward to try and stabilize the lane, but he just puts the body inside. So make sure that camp's not going to spawn, and that's just more trouble from Maposhka.
Still having good CS there as the push back behind the tower right now, and again, the nice little voice line spam that's coming out.
They're big Jam fans, I'm noticing here.
Cold Snap burns through all the mana. Squadix not very happy about that.
This is just a mid laner's mid right now. We got 10 denies versus 7 denies. A lot of range creep denies, and I've been peeking in here.
Laurel taking the hits from the Coddle. Get some good damage. Yeah, a lot of denies there. And Invoker for the moment coming out slightly ahead in that streak. But at least for now, they're kind of slow and steady, only that one kill given up at the beginning of the laning stage, feeling similar to what we saw in game number 1. But Collapse is definitely off to the races. Currently topping the CS charts, trying to get into that Meteor Hammer as they peer back in. Yadro able to connect, tries to escape, gets out the far side. So the calling not able to do enough as Maposhka just beats away at Sage.
Great.
Doing what he can. Collapse down bottom, goes back in, decides to fight into FNG. Now the hit from range, not going to connect on the Brambles though.
Barely able to escape there. As Collapse starts farming in towards that Meteor Hammer, you often see on Tidehunters try and push these towers down a little bit faster. Something we haven't seen a lot of today.
He's going in again. The Inkswell is going to hit. Collapse still barely surviving. He is living on such little HP. And Girtich, actually with Gush coming back up, has to dodge away. Slowed down, but not enough for the kill. Man, that Ring of Health is getting value, but another hit, Mira. Not quite in range.
Ouch.
Throw out the dagger. Another one. The Inkswell moves forward, hit by the stick charge. Everybody's on such low HP. But the roll through the Twin Gate? No.
That's his last tango, too. Pass it over to Kirtich.
That was Roche through the Twin Gate, sorry. The other heroes. Man, earn completed though.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah.
They went double earn.
I mean, you know, sometimes it happens.
I thought they weren't going to be going. I mean, they're both faster than average. It's great, right?
Yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work here.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it feels like most of the time Spectre should be the one getting the charges with the Shadow Step in, but if they can both get some charges going, I guess it could be worse.
Honestly, with the fact that you get 2 and you get 1 if you died, it's not quite as bad as it used to be.
We're just coping here.
Cope.
6-minute mark coming around as the first power runes will spawn. And in position, Laurel's there to pick up the invis.
Still just the 1 kill. Oh, well, maybe.
Stun on the Yadro. Damage from Squadix. Trying to kill him with the Illuminate Blast. Will find the follow-up stun under tower. Step forward, and it's going to be enough. Laurel made that move, and now Sage also going to be found and brought down.
I just noticed it.
Yeah, he's just out of there.
He's going back in. I don't know, trying to throw a random stun at or something, but he will be the one who survives and makes his way back to the Lotus Pool. So they rotate the kill Yadro, but they lose 2. So not the best trade in the world here. And immediately, Yadro TP's mid. He says, hey, you just stay up there, Laurel. You're a little bit busy ganging for the Wisdom Rune. I'll go take your farm. But is he going to get it? Because Sayush is also here.
They're making the move with Maposhka in tow.
Oh, he's going for the stack at the same time.
On top of him. Yeah, steps into no man's land. The dead shot, but a couple more hits. Will he survive long enough? Tornado lift up and stolen Wisdom Rune. Now, can they get out? Maposhka, he's going to get stunned and killed as denied by the neutral. Nothing going, Virtus Pros. Wait, it's a 2K gold lead at 7 minutes, and the Wisdom Room is still there for them to take.
Yeah, FNG rotated as well. Squad X2, they don't get the kill. The TP out as well.
Oh, and Ravage! Collapse just comes in, smile on his face, happy to see it. All going the way of Team Spirit here early.
And there were definitely some concerns of a bit of a snowball runaway here from Virtus Pro, right? If the lanes go a bit well, if you hit some combos. I wasn't sure where they put the Grim Stroke because, you know, we've seen some 5 Muertas, we've seen some 4 Grims, so there was a chance for like lots of like Inkswell stun combos or something with the Grim, but I think it's been a little bit more passive with the Muerta. And so that hasn't snowballed too crazily. And now going the other way, Collapse with this Meteor Hammer, like he's just going to be looking to constantly bully down this tower, and Kier just can't do anything.
He's so farmed already. It's really going to be a problem for the side of Virtus Pro. We'll see how it goes. And also with these stacks being built up that you're seeing.
Yeah.
That is going to be real nice for Team Spirit. As a smoke from 2, Sage just going to TP out. Now, that could set up for something down bottom. They're moving on to Collapse, want to connect onto him. No, there's no Ravage. Can they bring down the Tidehunter? They brought 4, dodge, Collapse, sidesteps, gets out of there again, TP's in their face. Will it be enough to get out? No. It was a bold play by him.
This is what he's complaining about in all the vlogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're always after me. 4 heroes rotate down bottom to the Ravageless Tidehunter.
I mean, that's what happens when you're 1,000 gold of everybody else on the freaking game.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Absolutely huge right now as the Faded Roach gets picked up here from Squadix. These mid keepers of the light, they like to run the early game, you know? They either want to be farming a bunch of stacks in the jungle, or they want to be making multiple kills on the side lanes, utilizing that solar bind. And so 0, 1, and 2, not really what you're looking for at 9 minutes.
No.
Let's see if Squadix can find some way to turn that around, but for now, it looks like it's just jungling time.
I mean, that definitely is going to help them out, obviously, but there's a lot of stacks in the jungle as well for Team Spirit to try and build into and get their first couple of items. The interesting thing to see here is 3 heroes mid for Team Spirit. Maybe trying to make a play, or I guess just get set up for the next round of power runes. They know that it's going to be a good one that's coming up. They already went past the invis on that cycling round of them.
Well, Notice is definitely getting space to farm, but I also feel like if they're going to make a Shadow Step play, it comes off the back of Notice just stunning someone. So I feel like if no one's playing near Notice, they're not actually going to be snowballing their Spectre all that much.
No, it's true.
And if the trade-off is that Yadro is just going to cleave the entire jungle of crazy stacks, it might not matter all too much.
Well, and Oshka getting any extra time here just to sort of try and counter push out against the tower, they already had to deny the one down bottom.
I mean, this is what Rezo brought up on the panel too, though. A lot of carries, they get pushed out by this.
Yeah.
Wraith King, he just throws the Skellies out and able to secure an advantage versus Train Protector that a lot of people aren't able to get. Then again, he's also only level 5.
All right, well,
no living armor.
Double Earn was not a problem, but double Radiance would definitely be a problem, as both Spectre and Wraith King have it queued up.
What we have here
is a failure to communicate. There's a couple of issues going on with Virtus Pro in terms of their itemization. We'll see if it ends up coming back to haunt them or not. But for now, Team Spirit still happy as clams, playing on a Tidehunter that is juiced up.
We just need like medallions from both supports now, and we'd be set.
Ready. Well, it's still going to take a while, as there will be a Blade Mail coming out first for the Spec.
Well, Collapse has mission accomplished down bottom, and now that he's ready to come up here, again, they want to play around this idea of Notice initiating, not onto a Tidehunter. Not who you're looking for the big
this would be
Shadow
good,
Step
though.
plays.
Immediately onto Yadro with the Shadow Step there. They're finding him. Silence, connection,
nice
Blinding Light pushback. That is exactly what they needed.
Now retreat.
Get out, run! Dude, they get out and they forced a bunch of TPs. That's perfect for Virtus Pro.
Wow, that could not have gone much better. Meanwhile, Notice returns to the lane after retreating back a little bit there and sees a Tidehunter there. Realizes, yeah, I'm just here for the farm, not the kills. But yeah, huge stuff there. Like there's one plan from Yadro. Looks like he did clean up a lot of those stacks, but hey, at least he got the kill after. Maybe try and get some vision down here too would be nice. They didn't have anything to drop, unfortunately. Currently, they have no vision across the river.
Well, that is potentially an issue, as Collapse right onto him. And do they have enough to kill? Yes, indeed. Can just keep running forward for more. I mean, they really don't have an answer for this on the side of Virtus Pro. It's basically just Caudal Blasts. And Miposhka, he steps up. If he's not careful... Good Blinding Light pushback. Well played.
Nice save, but in the end, the tower's still going to fall here. It's 3 points in the Kraken Shell. Collapse has no concerns at all about being battered by this tower.
The tempo that they're playing at on Team Spirit is presenting a lot of issues for Virtus Pro. Yeah, Arcane Rune for Laurel. TP coming in. immediately onto him. That's a good catch. The silence was there, right on point, but then the pushback, will it be enough to find the kill? Yes, it will.
Oh, and Mira
That's
too.
what Virtus Pro needed. They find him. Mira now in trouble. Notice right onto him, tries to get that kill, and they are going to get it. Collapse has to back out as Virtus Pro bring 4.
Man, it's showing why they value this Spectre so highly.
Yeah.
To pick it that early, I mean, they won game 1, but they're getting value out of this Shadow Step that I would not have expected with the state that they're in. Picking up humongous kills, like picking up the Sven, then picking up the Invoker. It's the only thing keeping them in this game. And now it gets them up to that Blade Mail as well. As they go right back to farming, try and progress to that next item here. Hoping for the Boots of Travel onto Squadix, so that'll obviously help a lot when it comes to actually playing off of Noticed, who has committed to the realm.
Yes, I'm keeping my eyes on this, and Spectre still have Radiance queued up. I mean,
it's not a great Manta Diffusal game.
No.
It's really not.
I mean, this is an issue. If he actually commits to the full Radiance, I mean, obviously gold lead being built up already by Team Spirit, it'd be even more of a detriment doubling up on that item.
It's fine. Everyone's just on fire.
Yeah,
that's okay.
That's not how it works.
They're playing opposite sides of the map.
Well, smoke up now with 3 and having Shadow Step at the ready. Can they find anybody? Down bottom, Virtus Pro, Dark Willow and Sven, they spot Yadaro and manage to get away. Nicely played by Team Spirit, escaping just in time.
Good coverage there from Mira. Had one good Bedlam that unfortunately wasn't able to quite save it. Collapse, though, in a bit of a precarious position.
Yeah, they move in. Stun is there. Collapse starts to fall. They bring in Squadix, connection, but it's too hard to bring down the big watermelon.
The dead shot there. If Sage hits that dead shot, he's dead.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, one of the concerns about the support Muerta. You know? Got to hit that skill shot. If you miss it, a lot of people are going to survive, and sometimes you're doing it in a saving mechanism as well.
Right. Notice gives the tip to Laurel on the Misty MP. Notice is like, oh, well, maybe it's not the best time for them so far. It's still a Spirit in a good position.
Yeah, and any viewers who are unaware, he is currently holding a point. You'll see this a lot with Wraith Kings. So basically, you might notice he has no ultimate. He can skill it whenever he feels like it's the right time to make sure he's going to reincarnate. Doesn't necessarily want to take the point if it's going to be a bad opportunity for his teammates to actually follow up. So he's not in too much trouble, just being, you know, as, again, like some of the panelists mentioned there, Sheep Six was saying, trying to play up as much as possible. You want to be like super greedy on this Wraith King. That's the entire point. Look at that damage.
They pump fake the Ravage too. Wanted to get something out of them. And Team Spirit, they might be turning up the fight pretty soon too. You've got Blink Dagger just completed on Yadaro for this Sven. They already have a Spirit Vessel done on Laurel.
And keep in mind that Dark Willow can throw the Bedlam on top of the Sven if he wants.
Jump, find FNG, in trouble, gone. Just like that, Team Spirit start the movement. Now down bottom, they're all kind of hunting. He found himself a tasty treat. This would be huge if they could get him. Connection, Root, Overgrowth, Sunstrike, everything dropping low, but the turret Kiritich almost gets away. But they say no.
Dude, what a great use of the 15-minute shard there from Aposhka, too. Just recognizing how they're going to be super spread on this map. They're going to have Wraith King over here, Spectre down here. I am just going to hunt Spectre this entire time. You know where she's going to play the whole time. And this is a strategy that I think it was Virtus Pro that were using it, where they kept going for this this tree for FNG, and he would always set up for the Spectre. But instead, they're using it on Team Spirit to just hunt and scout the Spectre instead.
It's really nice. And now coming in with such little HP on Aposhka, not feeling like it's going to matter. Does sidestep the Brambles, and that keeps him alive. On the side of the Coddle, as there was more help nearby. Fear tries to TP out. No way to break it. They forced everybody down to the very bottom corner of the map, and then they all just TP out. Team Spirit playing this map beautifully.
Collapse just continues to plant himself wherever he wants, has the pipe delivered to him from the courier, and now eyeing up that Blink Dagger so they can actually go for aggressive plays when they want. Off of something other than just a jump there.
Stun, 3 swipes and he's dead. Can they find more though? The turnaround on this would be big. They managed to bring him down. Yadaro falls. Signs of life for VP.
I mean, that's the thing. They have overwhelming magic damage right now, right? With this Solar Bind combined up with the Illuminate and some Spirit Vesseling. You might feel tanky on a Sven with some Warcry, but it's not going to help you all too much in those situations. So, good scouting from the Invoker to help set that up in the first place with the Forge Spirits. But maybe Yadaro regretting that one.
Still has that queued up. We'll see if the switch ends up happening. But right now, sitting pretty. And these side lanes not feeling safe because of that tree. Like
they're scanning.
Yeah, they know. Like, they know that they can just die so quickly, and they're just outside of the scan.
They have to get some ob-centric combos.
Yeah.
It's the only option right now.
Or do this, bring numbers down for Laurel. Gets him there with the silence, looks in for the stun. The Inkswell takes forever to come in, and now with the follow-up hit, they have enough. Laurel, very, very low, ends up dying.
Oh, they got him.
Connection for more, good dead shot. Just like that, Virtus Pro come back in, get a couple clutch kills.
Trying to free up this space right now is so important for Kiritich, as he is struggling on the net worth. As you can see, the lowest of all the cores in the game, not what you want for your Spectre. And probably just still trying to figure out exactly what to do to fully commit for the Radiant. I do feel like it's the only choice.
I mean, you think he knows at this point that
he knows.
The Wraith King has it.
I mean, he's got a blink too. I'd hope he knows.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I think it's just the reality of the game.
Top tower is under attack.
Wow. Coming up on 19 minutes.
Nice.
Push back the shot there. Tries to TP out. Oh! Just in time. Able to get out of there.
That's pretty cool. Obviously, one of the benefits there, being able to help yourself versus Shadow Realm. Notice makes his way through this jungle. There is a dire ward, so they're aware of where this Wraith King's moving through, but what's the plan here for Team Spirit? Looks like they want to push this bottom lane a little bit.
That's what it feels like, at least for now. Still very much stuck together. Can go for another Shadow Step play on Virtus Pro. Getting tier 2 items. Now heading in towards... I mean, again, you're just running right into Collapse.
He just does not care. He is just playing the wall right now.
Anywhere that they try and make a move, Collapse is there to stop their progress. And at least for the moment, they've only been able to take one tier 1 tower on the site of VP.
And now if you want to approach a tower, there's a Blink Dagger on a Tidehunter. And that is one thing where, you know, this lineup, sure, there's cooldown issues, no doubt about that, but they need those perfect setups there.
Look at how close that was.
That was crazy, actually.
Super close.
But yeah, it's super important that Sven starts the fight off the right way. I mean, that's obviously very important with the hero. You want to do as much damage as you can in that initial stun, and Ravage just extends that. You know, you can do a Ravage setup, get a few hits off, follow up with a stun. It also simplifies the game for Invoker and Dark Willow a lot. It can play off of this already aggressive Treant Protector with the Shard.
Getting closer and closer. And another smoke play by VP, hoping to find one. At the same time that is happening, Miposhka is hunting, finds Sage, connects with the Overgrowth, and, well, they are just going to bring down the Muerta.
FNG just got a big upgrade, though. Level 10 has the -5-second Inkswell cooldown and already has the Shard, too.
Okay.
So super helpful for them in these fights. They want to keep Notice swinging as much as possible, as well as just, like, moving through these fights.
They just haven't been able to find like a good fight for themselves. The movement from Team Spirit away and dodging the bad fights, it's been pretty clutch.
I think with the Shadow Step up, they could approach this mid tower and just count on Reincarnation.
Okay.
Looks like they're gonna do it very casually.
I mean, yeah, just skeletons, that's it. And I mean, this again is something that Yadro is comfortable stepping up himself to stop the push. The rest of his team smoking over towards him. Team Spirit are in complete control of this game. Smoked up. They're gonna head out. Kiritich bought the relic, and now they're running right into him. He's 1,000 gold away from the Radiance. They move in, they find him. Kiritich in trouble, goes for the haunt away down south though. Connects onto Laurel, now the jump, they chase him down, and now jumps away. He's back out of there. Miposhka collapsed, they're both onto him, wanting to find that kill to silence. He gave him the old do-si-do. We're in America now, baby. As they chase for more.
They actually get Mira.
One kill. Mira ends up going down. Can they get any more? Notice burning, slightly dying, and wants to deny himself. Maybe gets denied by the neutral creeps. Now, Sage back into it. That's 2 dead for 2, but one of them was a deny.
Oh, the pings.
What a wild fight.
Notice quickly realizing that the Wisdom Rune is up, but not taken here from Team Spirit. Just pinging it frantically right now.
and what a hold by Collapse in that instance to not pop the Ravage, because now you still don't feel safe going for these fights, and particularly when lose La Muerta. So Team Spirit keeps the ball rolling. It still hasn't ballooned out into a big gold lead. As you can see, even these little fights here before they ended up losing one more, gold favoring VP.
Well, Squadix gets his first item in a long time as well, picking up that E-Blade, so gonna have some defense here. Up against Yadro, just immediately jumping on top of him, as well as, of course, some aggressive potential.
Just like that. It's still waiting. The Radiance.
It's been a long wait.
It has been rough. Kiritich not having the game that he did in #1. As they do have an E-Blade done on the Coddle, which will help in trying to get towards that Hex. But a lot of net worth right now that's just not able to get the most out of it for him. 23 minutes. He had this, I think, 4 or 5 minutes earlier in game 1. Squax gets caught though. Tornado lift up, and now the stun. Kiritich shows up. They're trying to kill off the Coddle. Will they be able to? Soaking up the damage. Notice shows up, and they take down 2.
Can they go for more?
Looking, thinking about it, hunting. Kiritich. Does he want to? It's a little bit too scary. He just wants to farm. Leave this man alone.
Yeah, notice that blink up in a few seconds, so maybe hoping that someone would get aggressive and he can go in for the big saving play. Has his ulti back up in 10 seconds. So chance they want to go for a aggressive play on the next Shadow Step, which is also in 15 seconds. So things certainly lining up here for Virtus Pro.
So they've hit their timings, but it should be noted, if a fight happens 5-on-5, VP are basically down an extra, what, like 4,000 gold or something, because they have double Radiance, right?
Yeah, if they're like stacked on top of each other, yeah.
Okay.
True. I mean, that is sort of, I mean, there's other, you know, you get 55 damage.
That's fair.
Right? You get some evasion.
Fair enough, fair enough. Do you think that Virtus Pro would want to try and go in for a battle now, like in terms of their timings and when they're hitting it?
Oh, collapse!
Kiritich got the shard. Oh my god, not great when your Harry gets it, but now the injection of gold, it helps him out a little bit. Collapse. I mean, he came in for 1 kill, wanted the Ravage, finally gets it now, trying to escape, but the burn.
All right, the dead shot. He got the snipe.
He needs another hit. No, it takes off. The Phantom's embrace. Managed to find that stun. Yadro walks forward onto Notice, trying to bring him down, gets swiped to death. Miposhka still hunting, Sunstrike, getting vision. Sayich is nearby, and now Miposhka, he's gone out too far. Mira shows up, throws down the Bramble Maze, one last hit, sidesteps it, the pushback, and then the DOT is enough to kill off Miposhka.
FNG's got to get some arcanes. I feel like he's struggling a little bit here. Oh, he has to go for the gem. Someone called him out. He was running to the secret shop.
Yeah.
Desperately out of mana here. Trying to help out, of course, versus this frustrating Invoker. But, yeah, need that gem. Try and secure things. And, yeah, like you said, getting the shard on Kiritich. A plan coming together, perhaps.
Yes.
Maybe this was their plan all along.
That's right. Just sack the net worth so he gets a free shard.
Genius stuff coming out here, and that's going to put him right over top of the Wraith King here. Shadow Step defensively almost at this point.
Kiritich, he ends up killing himself on Mira. I mean, that's a nice way to save your buddy. Pop Blade Mail and run into it. Dude, have they turned a corner? Virtus Pro starting to look good.
It's, you know, what did Rezo say? Just don't go aggressive. You know, Collapse just wants to burn an ulti on a Wraith King here under a tier 2 tower.
Yeah. Ends up getting punished, and you can see Dota Plus, they're believers. They're believers.
Oh, it's
in this
Spectre.
upset.
Don't even put it away. All right. Dota Plus and Spectre, there's something going on there.
You're not wrong. Well, a Shadow Blade into a Silver Edge going to be completed for Yadro. And that will definitely look to try and swipe her down to size. Already the rest of VP is back and hiding out. Now, Roche is up.
Yeah, definitely what both teams are thinking about at the moment.
Still have a while before that's going to switch sides. Kiritich, Yasha done. After getting that Radiance, net worth has definitely started to balloon up. But they're going to go on into the pit.
All right, not feeling like they have the opportunities here. They're going to scan just to make sure. The Radiant scan, they say, hey, they're doing Roche right now, but I mean, this is one of those situations, too, where obviously the old version of Haunt, or now the Agnum's version of the ultimate is kind of cool. Right. If you don't have vision, you can't do anything, but there's no way they're going into this fight anyway. It's only the first Aegis. And it goes on Yadro, who, I mean, Sven kind of notoriously not the best Aegis hero anyway.
Yeah.
Since you're not going to have a second transformation.
It does sort of feel, too, as if Virtus.pro are pretty content with just farming up on all their heroes. I mean, we talked about it a ton in the draft. Very greedy across the board. Yadro comes on in, cleans up those illusions, and now they manage to find him. Look at this. They're ripping him to shreds. Doesn't have God Strength, doesn't have anything. Can they kill him again?
They don't even bother.
Like it. Yeah, they're just happy with that. Age is gone.
Yeah. Just get rid of it. You know? He's got BKB after. You don't have to mess with that. You don't know what kind of follow-up is coming from Collapse because he does have that Ravage just locked and loaded. Excellent use of the Shadow Step here and that Vision. Looks like Sage also wants to kind of play around that Vision a little bit here too. I don't think they want to necessarily give it up. I mean, Shadow Step's back in 10 seconds. It just feels endless at this point in the game, right?
Yeah.
You never feel safe in these situations.
It's such a scary hero, and getting closer and closer to the Manta being done, that's going to mean that, you know, your Treant or your Dark Willow, as you try and run away, you've still got these illusions following you that are going to take you down, and then into Haunt.
Yep. Having a way out of that overgrowth too.
Well, now, only 1,000 gold separating the two teams, and Team Spirit, after having lost the Aegis, you can't feel too comfortable. It feels like they're wanting to make a big move here. It's going to be a tough game for them from this point forward, even though they have this very farmed Sven. If he can hit away, though, that could be their recipe for success.
This gem as well that they've had on the side of Virtus.pro. FNG just helping to clear up a lot of this vision, so they don't see all too much. They have one good ward that they've just placed up ahead of them.
More chat.
That sentry is spotting the invisible Sven running around there tier 2.
Okay. Yeah, they know. Gonna probably need to take that one out of there. But dodging, Virtus.pro heads up to the top side of the map. And Laurel on the hunt. Not really any global heroes that he can rely upon in the similar fashion of the Spectre. He kind of has to be the one there with the Sunstrike help.
Are they gonna run into Notice and Sage up here?
They're looking.
Creep camp's gone.
Tornado not on the mark. Just a little bit late.
Yeah. Blinking into some camps that Skellies are clearing up. Yadro just making sure that he's not still around, but that means he's come up here. They're gonna miss out on some farm, but they're about to respawn anyway.
They haven't been shut out of the map. VP are clean now. They're absolutely on it.
Now the next big upgrade is probably Squadix's Scythe.
Yeah.
Try and break up these fights. Of course, there's some insane targets that you could get. You know, maybe you have Vision on Collapse. All right, maybe you break his initiation coming in. Maposhka as well. If he just gets caught on a sentry ward, that could be a quick Scythe just to ensure they don't get a solid setup there from the overgrowth.
Well, and the real problem, too, that you're going to see, I think, for Spirit is that while Maposhka can find those, like, pick-off hunting plays, a lot of the heroes that you would be most important to pick off, you're not going to be able to kill with just him. You're going to need that Invoker there, potentially.
Look at Kirtish's illusion on the bottom lane right now.
Yeah.
What a hero. Just running it all the way down here behind tier 2, farming up entire waves.
Yeah.
Yep, don't worry about me. Just going to park this here.
That's so annoying to play.
Catapult.
Yeah, and he's burning through it. So they will be able to claim the Tormentor, but Kiritich is really causing issues. The Spectre hurt early, but...
It's actually getting another full wave.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
I mean, that's what happens. You let it sit there, it's just going to keep doing its thing.
Wait. Ah, beautiful.
And yeah.
It's okay, nothing else is happening anyway. We can watch these. It's fine.
Oh, they're comfy. Absolutely. I mean, this is the problem, though, is like, eventually... Maposhka just wants to do something. He's move commanded on Tillman comes back in for the finish. Dude, it's devastating. It's just death over and over again for these 4 supports.
It's just weird to expect it to be some like long cooldown or something after, and you look at the hero and you're like, oh, it's back in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, by the time everything cleans up.
When you get to this stage against these types of heroes, there really does not feel like it's that many answers. But they do have Aghanim Scepter now done for Invoker, and Cataclysm, that should be enough to get kills on these other guys. I mean, you know, barring their ability to escape from an Overgrowth.
Yeah, the setup's pretty nasty. Between Ravage, Overgrowth, Sven stun.
Yeah.
There's a good chance you get caught inside multiple Sunstrikes.
Muerta at least has a Force Staff, but Grimstroke.
Oh, mid lane,
no real
Squadx
way out.
out. There it is. Oh,
They have enough to get him. They don't quite. Can't connect. Yadro now to back away. Notice is going to be there with the stun. Long duration dodge the tornado, but heals back up immediately. And now Collapse there too. Do they have enough to burn him down one time? They will. Everybody grouped together, 4 of them to the side. Notice still way too far forward as the fear connects.
He's dead.
And they will punish that hard. Now that is Aghanim Scepter done on Wraith King, so he's going to live a little longer, but Team Spirit, they got what they came for.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that one. If you're new to Dota, welcome. This guy gets an Aghanim Scepter, and then when people die, they don't die. They become ghosts. Then they still cast all their spells.
It's very spooky.
Yeah, I mean, it's October.
That's right.
It's kind of on theme.
I like it. Halloween coming around. I mean, we did also see there the Yadro Satanic start to become an issue, but mid lane.
Oh, smoke. That got spotted by Obs.
Oh, well played, Maposhka. Nicely done. They have Haunt now, too.
Oh, they do indeed. No notice, though, so.
Collapse got stomped by the Centaur.
Maposhka still scouting, sees the rotation. Collapse immediately jumps.
Jump in, drops the anchor on him. Laurel immediately caught upon. Yadro, too. Heritage thinks about chasing for
he's
more.
at deep.
Onto Laurel, taking a lot of damage, continues
Oh, he's
to hold
selling
around, tries to jump away. There's nowhere left to go. In trouble, Heritage, but he's able to back out. Force Staff keeps him alive. And just like that, they might have gone in too far. But wait a minute. Yadro, the E-Blade, he's still healing back up. FNG is dead. Can they look for more? Muerta also in trouble. Notice starts to fall, drops him into the Meteor Hammer. Notice is going to get burned down to death. Do they have enough to quite kill him off? Still trying to back away. But the Ag Scepter coming in, Wraith King keeping himself alive, but can't do anything. They end up finding 2 for 1. Team Spirit, they're just team fighting better.
What an absolutely sick play from Yadro to come back in there with the Satanic. He must have been at what, 10, 15% HP?
Right.
Jumps right back in. Kind of a light panic moment there for a second because he tries to lifesteal and then someone got E-bladed, but he turns to the next target, immediately back up to full HP.
I mean, definitely could have died rapidly if he did not manage to get off those couple of swipes. And you can see he's doling out the majority of this damage.
And it's always scary to get these big, huge carries alongside something like Alacrity too.
Yeah.
Just get really out of control. And now 25 seconds until the Roche. They've kind of secured a lot of their position on the map right now from Team Spirit. Unfortunately, we're not able to drop too many wards again here. Had run out, plus somebody had been de-warded there from the gem they had for a really long time. I'm guessing that got stolen though, and yeah, maybe?
Essentially.
I can't find it.
Double, well, rather, Wisdom.
Oh no, they got it.
Too. Okay, they got it back up.
It was saved. Sage has it.
That's 25 for Yadro. So gets the God Strength damage. And of course, Roche, it's going to be a minute and a half away as he finishes off the MKB. So no more evasion issues or mischance.
And they're immediately up here just setting and prepping. It will be a dire Roche. It's 35 minutes now, so there's no doubts about that. Dude, Warcry, Yadro, moving forward here. They want to see if they can find somebody. Maposhka wants to be scouting up ahead.
They're moving.
He does.
Invis, they just dropped that Sentry Ward down. They see him immediately. Yadro turns, they already got the Hex. And now the dead shot, the silence, the chase, that vision, but turns it. Lotus Orb keeps him alive. Notice gets stunned back on himself. Catches him there with the anchor. Collapse still wants to bring down Notice. The fight off to the side. Can they find any more? He's dropping lower, but they get Notice out of trouble.
They have a Scythe coming on Collapse's Courier as well. It's on its way.
Dark Willow, Mira in far. They have great vision though. Ogre Seal Totem looking forward, catches only one with the fear. Now Kiritich shows up, finds Mira immediately onto him. Yadro dies, but the Cataclysm, the damage, it's almost enough, and it is! Squadx assembles the Aeon Disc, but the stun is going to be there onto 3. One of them, and now the Hex onto both of them. Connection, the fear, starts to fall lower and lower and lower. They're going to throw out all their damage, but it's not enough to take down Yadro. Yadro standing tall, streaming forward, finding another kill. He backs out. Squadx and Kiritich, they got to get out of here. There's only a couple left, and they can...
Oh, the anchor!
Down. They connect onto him. Anchor down, leashed up, starting to fall. Kiritich nowhere else to go as the tornado is going to kill him off. Laurel with the triple kill and no buybacks.
Oh, they're slowly whittling down in that fight. It was getting a little bit scary, I gotta say. Kiritich is just dodging all over, Roots in there, trying to control up Yadro, but he consistently found the damage. And this time, though, as you can see from the damage numbers, it was time for Laurel to finally show up and try and help out there. Mostly with that Cataclysm, getting a good opportunity to start there. Great assembly from Squadx to manage to survive so long in that.
That was super close.
Yeah. Oh, the Martyrs play from Collapse.
Interesting. I mean, they're hitting it. That Dead in the Water, it's really showing up and providing a ton of value. And like we said, with that Hex there too, you're in a scary position as we'll take another look at it.
This whole fight is just so chaotic. Like, here just comes in at first with the Shadow Step, can't finish off Mira. He just goes into the Realm. Cataclysm absolutely nukes down FNG. Barely survives.
That
actually,
assemble
sorry, just Wraith King. Yeah, that was
right before the right click came in.
Yeah, Squadix barely surviving on that one, and then Kirtis just like dances up on the cliff for a little while. Yeah. Jumps over to Maposhka, almost dies to Yadro right here, but there's a root. Nice Atos top there from Sage. That's what that was. And then Laurel also almost goes down, just so close.
And that Dead in the Water keeping him leashed and nowhere to go. I mean, the dispersion you can see here too with that shard doing a ton of damage back onto the rest of Team Spirit, but they just haven't been able to keep their heroes alive long enough for it to fully work. Man, 12,000 gold lead now as Team Spirit Aegis Cheese in hand. We'll have to see how they want to take the fights better. I mean, again, it's been even. The vision has felt slightly into the favor of Team Spirit in that last fight. Dark Willow able to get the ward up on the high ground.
Yeah.
Mira clutch play.
Yeah, you do have the advantage of the haunt at the very least. So that will be helpful, but that's only once every 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So need those big ideas. Those really good fights for the haunt. Make sure it's on the right one. For now, Team Spirit feeling very comfortable, right? Although we've seen some issues going high ground this morning.
Oh yeah.
As well as like throughout the rest of this event.
And really, I think that as long as they can play sort of, you know, their safe version of Dota right now on Team Spirit, don't go too wild. You know, you can be comfortable at this stage just holding the map, trying to build up more of a gold lead, not necessarily having to take crazy fights, but if they come to you like this, it could work. Maposhka, he's gonna be found. Can they get more? Collapse, notice, right on top of him, starts to fall. Yadro, Hex, do they have any follow-up? Now the Soulbind onto 2, the root, the fear, the connection, the damage coming in already from Squadix. Kiritich is isolated away from the rest of his team. Now he haunts back in. Notice still hasn't died. So keeping him fine, another really solid dead shot. The burn, the cheese pass over Laurel, gonna to him. Shows up for a moment. That's gonna be the one life down. Tornado lift up. And in the end, a lot of battle, a lot of damage, only 1 kill.
All right, you'll take that. I mean, it's only 70 seconds on the Wraith King ulti, so not too bad at this point in the game.
Just throwing out the illusions down these lanes. And Team Spirit, they've been here before in these late game scenarios when it gets to a game 3 in a clutch series. Are Virtus Pro going to be able to deal with the pressure and stand up against this as we get later and later?
I mean, it's been a lot of Dark Willows that have had to go for the core build so far in the past like month or so, right? Lots of Midas, Aghanims. This game, it's kind of feeling like Sage might have to try and find a path there, right?
Yeah.
You already see the items queued up. Dragonlance, Hurricane Pike, going towards a Gleipnir later on after this Athos. It feels like they need more damage. I mean, this is part of the problem of having that Coddle mid a little bit, right? Like, these late game fights, you're watching this Satanic happen. Oh my goodness, that was a DD spin, that was scary. Look at this alacrity.
It does, I mean, he's hitting, what, that's 600 or so? Just base, without popping God Strength?
And they still don't have any dispels, right? I mean,
this man is a monster.
A little bit brutal.
But flip side, if they can catch and control Yadro and kite him away, that could be one of the avenues to success. He is a lot of their damage. And that's where you get the value of the Dead in the Water, but he steps forward and just absolutely chunks him down. Yadro ready for a second life with the dead shot to push him away and the stun. Virtus Pro, they dodge from the hits. Yeah, you can see Yadro doesn't care about anything.
Squadix TPing into this tower, dangerous.
Looking, he's in trouble. Aeon Disc wants to back away, dead shot to get him out of there, but Maposhka is right on top. Cataclysm, Force Staff, keeping him alive. Can he get out of there? Ravage connects, pushes onto 2, he's gone. They take down that Coddle, now look for more, finding kill after kill, and I mean, Laurel, he's taking some damage from the Wraith King Ghost, but it won't be enough to get the kill. Team Spirit know what it takes to close out the games, and they're doing it right here.
No haunt for 22 seconds. Shadow Test is about to come back up, though, but they're going to have to use these buybacks.
They're going to need them.
Team Spirit is going to do way too much damage to this high ground.
The buyback comes already from Coddle after a misplay on his TP in. Forced into that, and an Aeon Disc now for Grimstroke too. Kiritich, he steps in. It's just not feeling like he has enough to stop Collapse, any of them.
It's crazy how that Scythe just paid off completely in that single move, you know?
Yadro waiting, looking, wanting it, ready for the jump in, finds him, but Squanix keeps him alive. Good Inkswell, gets him out of trouble, and with another buyback, that will be enough to force Team Spirit to retreat.
It takes everything.
Yeah.
Stayush with the Force Staff, Inkswell coming in there from FNG alongside his own E-Blade, all just to stop this potential of a Sven just tearing you apart, and he didn't even utilize the God Strike.
No. 19-22, and the gold lead accelerating into the favor of Team Spirit.
Now
another item just feels like it's gonna erupt out of Yadro.
And they got their two buybacks that they wanted, the Coddle and the Wraith King, so now you want to utilize this Train Protector as much as you can, alongside this Invoker too, two heroes that can kind of sneak around the map and try and set up a kill on one of these two heroes, and that's just immediately going to send you high ground. And they got time too, right? Roche is back in 2 minutes, might as well play for that. And it's a nullifier next year for Yadro, so certainly going to be the thing that Squadix was fearing.
And the recipe for success for Virtus Pro, obviously trying to farm, trying to get into those items, hoping Muerta becomes a hero, and maybe finding a pickoff. But if they run at you like this with 5 heroes, Mira jumps in, Collapse, there too, they're under vision, but FNG says, I don't want to be here anymore. TP out, they do force the overgrowth.
Yeah, Kiritich reality is to Laurel, and is still chasing him a bit here. That's a bold TP next to
Kiritich, that is not what you wanted to do. He's in way too far. The Hex is there. Kiritich brought down. Oh no. The nerves coming and hitting this young team, and for Team Spirit, an opportunity to force another buyback.
Just had no real way out of there, was pressed up against the wall, down to the bottom of the map, tried to find a desperation maneuver out of there with the reality, but Invoker just got too many spells.
Oh yeah.
And now he's got more.
The refresher done. All right, we might start to see some crazy stuff as they get the deny on that ward. Open for an opening. Yadro jumps in, stun, Inkswell, Aeon Disc doesn't stand a chance. Immediately brought down. Team Spirit standing tall, keeping this moving going, and well, Collapse is not walking away. They're all up on the high ground. They're all ready for more battle.
He's got 2 Ravages.
And they're gone. Don't have much left in the tank. Spirit here to play. Alacrity Sven beating buildings. They do have buyback on Kiritich, but don't want to use it. Coddle also dead for 90 without anything in the tank. So they will claim another tier 3 tower. I mean, it feels like they're gonna have to give up Megas now if they don't want to buy back. 10 seconds away, stun, delaying for all that they're worth. But of course, one step too far forward and the rest of Virtus Pro could also be dead. Roche is up in 8 seconds. Thinking, you get the dead shot, connection. Now, last tier 3 tower alive, stepping forward onto Notice, down to half HP. Kiritich jumps forward, starts to bring him low. Will it be enough? No, the Terrorize is there. They have their answer. Fear pushes back Yadro, but the stun, the Ravage, the Cataclysm ×2. It's too pretty. Double Ravage, double Cata. Keep looking for more. Notice is about to fall again. He's gonna come back in a green light, but then there's not a whole lot left in the tank. Aposhka still hasn't been hit. That is Mega Creeps. Team Spirit's the favorites coming in. A triple kill as they taunt their way towards the victory. Not a whole lot left for Virtus Pro. They have looked so good this entire time. GG is finally called. Team Spirit. They did not lose a game leading up to today, and Virtus Pro did push them to the limit, but Team Spirit came out on top.
Yeah, they showed they can bleed, but could not finish the job there, despite having a chance in that game too, and that's gotta hurt a little bit there for Virtus Pro. Did a great job of coming back in this one as well in that mid game, where they really struggled to get the Radiance online, and despite it being double Radiance, it really helped carry them, try and push that Spectre a little bit more, but Team Spirit, just such great decisions throughout this game. Collapse especially, I gotta say on this Tidehunter, it really showed you like why you have to fear this hero sometimes, because he could just plant wherever he wanted on the map, and Virtus.pro had no options every single time he was there.
Absolutely. Well, gonna come on over and give some handshakes. Got to give it up for Team Spirit on the victory. Former TI champions who at various times has talked about how they love to play in front of a crowd because they didn't get a chance to when they won that TI back when. Now having a good opportunity and showing some love to the other team.
They love Yatoro.
Oh, yeah.
For good reason.
Oh, yeah, of
It's
course.
pretty exciting to watch. I got to give it to him here.
Had a hell of a game.
Yeah, a bit of a classic there too as well, of course. Popping out the Sven and looking very happy there.
Yeah, definitely. Getting some appreciation from the crowd as they close out today. They're going to get to take a little bit of a break as they get ready for the rest of it. Man, and Virtus.pro, again, a team that at this point looked really solid. I feel like there were some really solid performances from them overall. They were able to take games off Team Spirit. Nobody else had done that. Where do you see them going forward now?
I mean, they definitely have some strats that they really like, obviously, especially the Spectre. That's looking very good. So I'm kind of expecting that to stick around. Maybe some adjustments to be made to it, like similar ideas to what we saw from previously, where they have like a little bit better setup for it.
Okay.
Felt like they struggled a little bit getting the haunts online early in this one.
Right.
Then, of course, the double Radiance, which, I mean, again, it's just, I don't really think that there was much choice.
So here's the thing, you know, pub players like to emulate what the pros are doing.
Yeah,
Hopefully that doesn't happen. We'll see, though, if that's a strat that comes around as we head on back to the panel, them talk about it.
Team Spirit doing the rounds, they're taking photos with their fans. I mean, it feels good. You're a top 8 team. Whilst you did get pushed to the limits, Virtus.pro, they really had the number when it comes to Team Spirit. They could have done it in game number 2. That one went either way. Game 3, though, definitely felt like the Team Spirit we thought would show up and kind of 2-0. So they finally found their way throughout this series in this game 3. The greed did come back to bite them in the bum, Sheep.
Man, Spirit, I was very happy with how the early game went. They gave up the top tower, but the mid, they kept up for so long, which I think was key in making sure Yatoro was just able to farm. They maintained like this 4K plus net worth lead for so much of it, where they're just getting all this ancient space, Tide's being able to play up on the lanes. I think him and Willow together were doing really good jobs of connecting with Invoker and making plays and getting little pickoffs. Like, I think the way they approached taking the mid tower on the enemy side was really clean and nice. Just these little pick off into just pressure, push them back, take the tower. Very nice. Meteor Hammer, very useful. The way that they enable themselves to begin to get that lead to be able to fight Leo was super lovely.
We didn't know if they were going to get those pickoffs, T. We were worried that maybe their lineup would have been too cooldown centric, that they were waiting for these big ults, but Team Spirit knowing how to play around and not always having to rely on a Ravage or an Overgrowth from Tree.
Yeah, I think the key thing here is they didn't need to use their ults like you just mentioned. The Tidehunter from laning phase, he takes the bot tower Meteor Hammer, he moves to mid. Meanwhile, Yatoro on his Sven, completely free farm. So now you have Tide and Sven just farming, doing everything. And for VP, the real question is, when were they going to make a good move, right? Like Keeper of Light, he didn't have anyone to play with. Wraith King was farming a Radiance. Your Spectre was also farming a Radiance. You then had the double, and like everything just felt a little bit disjointed from VP, where they didn't have that aggression. But I think it's also down to Spirit drafting quite defensively. Spectre never saw a hero and went, I want to kill him. Like at no point was it, wow, I want to jump the Sven, I want to jump the Tide. It was quite an uncomfortable game for VP to try and play out.
I like how they found this Tide as an answer to the Spectre, which prevented like everything from happening, you know, aggressively on the side of VP. And he just like, he demolished the lane. He was like top net for the whole game. He was taking the whole map out of the Virtus.pro, and you know, they had no answers to the Tidehunter. I mean, but Yatoro, like, you give this guy space, he's gonna give it back to you, and he's gonna carry the game super hard. Like, at some point, it was like just Yatoro just jumping around, like, you know, you only see him starting the moves, starting the fights, and doing the actual work.
Yeah, I've never seen someone use space so efficiently as Yatoro. Big props to him. But the standout, especially when it comes to KDA, Impact and Teamfight, Lol here. He got Invoker mid. We've seen Invoker in that pose 4, but of course, traditionally, it's a mid laner. And on someone like Lol, going 10 for 12, this item build as well, getting Octarine refresher for himself. Invoker was just always up, always able to be aggressive and active against Sheep.
I liked it. I liked his vessel and being able to play with the team, being able to scale later. He was doing everything he needed to. I thought It was just weird for me seeing like him running around being like the guy with the vessel and doing stuff, whereas on the other team you had Spectre with an urn, you had Keeper of the Light with a vessel. Like it felt like a lot of wasted net worth on their side, whereas they were much more efficient.
2 Radiants,
I think 2 Radiants is not actually that bad.
We've seen it work, right? We saw in the seeding best of threes, 9 Pandas ran the 2 Radiants. Like they were able to make it work for themselves. So it's not completely out of the question of it working.
I had more of an issue with the Ags on Spectre. I think it was super unnecessary. I think the Radiance was fine.
Okay. Why the Ags then, do you feel, was the sort of breakdown of his momentum of that net worth not really being used?
Mostly because the way the fights played out, I saw Yatoro just keep kind of going in and out of the fights. Like he would poke, kill, maybe get like Wraith King's first life, then be able to disengage and stuff. And it felt like, I don't know, if Spectre got...
Skadi?
Didn't even get a Skadi. Yeah, if he'd had like a Skadi, I think it would have made it so much harder for Sven. You saw the impact of the Satanic pickup on him and how he could just keep going back to full health and constantly lifestealing.
I agree. The also one item they were lacking is a Silver Age on the Wraith King. I think they needed that as well to be able to stop the tide somehow.
Well, when it comes to Yatoro, right, there's a few things that were lacking on Virtus Pro, but the item build for this Sven, it was very stock standard, but the way he's able to execute T is just above. You talked about that Satanic. It's obviously impactful, but people have picked that up before on Sven. That's nothing groundbreaking, but the way in which they played the team fights T.
Yeah, I think the main thing is they know when to farm and to fight, and also to kind of contribute the carry into the engagement, because like some teams, they'll go, you know what, let's go and fight while Sven's farming. But they have that nice balance where Yatoro's like, guys, just wait 2 minutes and I'll come to the fight and we'll win the fight, rather than you lose and then we have to wait again and then sync everything back up. So I think Spirit, when they hit their stride, when they're not punished in laning phase, they just know exactly when to leave their side of the map, cross the river, get in a fight, reset again. And that's why I am surprised that VP, from a Bristleback game 1 to a Centaur to a Wraith King, it's like a slippery slope of how not to pressure an enemy carry. So I feel like VP probably missed a beat in adaptation throughout the series.
Well, we've loved the progress that Team Spirit has had so far on road to the international. Even in this series, you know, that game 1 you talked about, Virtus Pro looked fantastic, but ultimately the win was for Team Spirit. So we have Pyrian down with one of the winners now.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I'm here with Maposhka. First of all, congratulations on your win. You must be delighted.
Thank you, thank you. What was the question?
I was just checking in with you, making sure you're okay. Game 1, it felt like this Bristleback was out of control. Were you kind of like, oh, blimey, we're in for a tough series here?
To be honest, I think our draft was not that bad, and we could play much better than we played, but we died too many times, like some random deaths in game, and that's why game became much harder. But we still had some options to kill that Bristleback in late game and other things, but we did some mistakes, and also opponents, they were really good in first game, actually in full series. It shows in our next games, I guess. So.
But this is a team you know very well, right?
I guess right now they're kind of different team. It's not the team which we play against in DPC. They definitely much better than previous our series.
So that was the first game that you actually lost so far on the road to the international. Were you worried at that point, or were you just confident, like we'll figure this out?
I mean, I guess a bit worried, but I think it doesn't matter. Like anyway. Everyone wants just to win tournament. I don't think someone putting some goal to win some tournaments without loses. I think it's not really matters. That's why we have best of 3 matches.
Okay, well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing more from you in the tournament. And back to you, Nat, and the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian, as well as Maposhka. There's some valuable information. You know, we've talked about this head-to-head. Virtus Pro not really being able to stand up to the likes of Team Spirit in DPC, but even Maposhka thinks that this team is a completely different one. The road to the international, Virtus Pro, is completely different. Forget everything that they were earlier in the year, because this is a new roster, and they should be walking away with their heads held high. But what is a key takeaway for you, Rezo, that you want Virtus Pro walking out of here with?
I mean, I think they deserve kind of like to be in the top 6 at least for this tournament from what I've seen they play and how they feel the meta and how they understand the heroes. The only thing I would suggest them, I actually don't know they need to change that much. I think that the other opponents are going to be like way, way weaker for them than the Team Spirit as well.
Look, they might be in the lower bracket, but they can still do that run. We're still looking at our upper bracket matchups, though, and it's time that we start looking towards our second series. The first team that we want to focus on is Team Liquid, so let's have a little bit of a dive into that roster.
I think this year for Liquid has been honestly really good. It's been a really good year, but there's like a slight caveat in that we got second place in almost every tournament that we played. But apart from that, I mean, we've been playing well. We've been getting to grand finals in almost every event that we played, all the DPC marriages. So super happy with that.
Liquid again found themselves in the grand finals at Riyadh, but ultimately settled for another second place finish. Reflecting on Zai's journey that began with a third place at his first TI, he's perpetually been on the cusp of greatness and has etched his name as one of the most accomplished players yet to grasp the pinnacle of Dota 2 success.
It's gonna sound a little bit corny, but I think probably one of the best things I learned from Optic was how to deal with like losing. Optic came into Dota with like a ton of money behind them and a ton of like enthusiasm, trying to break into the scene and stuff. And they signed what at the time was meant to be kind of like a stacked squad, you know, we're gonna make waves and stuff in the NA scene. And things like really didn't click for a pretty long time. Losing is like, it's awful, it sucks, and that's just the way it is. Like you have to be able to deal with it as well. Otherwise, every group and every team is just gonna implode if you don't have people that can manage like having success and also not having success. These days, I don't feel the pressure to win TI as much as I used to. I mean, obviously, like I'm not considered like of course I would really like to win a TI, but I also know that investing all my energy and all my heart into trying to win a TI is like it leads to heartbreak as well. There's been years where I've been really close, and it's just like it's just the worst. But we've also had a really good year, and we've been successful, and we're gonna go play TI, and hopefully we'll win. But I'm also like gotta be proud of what we've accomplished, pretty much no matter what.
A heartbreaking loss last TI for them, coming third there, but you know, they upped the ante, second place at every international LAN for themselves here in 2023, and the story is this Liquid Talon matchup. This is what they were looking like in group stages, but Liquid having their number team.
Yeah, and also on top of that, when you look at the group stage games, Liquid, win or lose, they're ruthless. They're out in like 36 minutes. Their average game times are the quickest of anyone, whilst Talon, they're incredibly slow. Like, the games they're winning, they draw them out a little bit longer. The games they're losing, they find this miraculous comeback, right? So this is a real test of like one of the fastest teams we have so far at this the Road to International versus one of the slowest teams that we have. So a lot of work for Talon to try and kind of set the pace in this game.
Yeah, that might be the only time we see first against Liquid's name. I am just joking. This team is heavy favorites. I say it because I do know some of those players. But Team Liquid looking fantastic. The story between these two teams is that every time Talon are this close, their dreams get crushed by Team Liquid. All right, their matchup.
That's not true. 23 Savage crushed their dreams once.
That's true, yeah. He has to click the Ancient and control his hero, but he decided not.
Okay, all right. We're taking internal shots for Talon over here.
I'm just saying, that was probably their win.
I'm just saying, every time they've been in upper bracket, they get knocked down by Liquid, and then they get knocked out by Liquid.
Okay.
That's the pattern, the trajectory. When did it happen? Lima and Riyadh were the two times that these guys have faced off in international lands.
But now they learn a valuable lesson. Play till the very end, you know? So now they're stronger. I mean, I want to talk about Zai mentalities, actually. Like, he's very stable throughout all of his years. He's been on top, like, every time, but yet, like, to be a champion, a real champion of the, you know, TI. And I wonder, like, why is that? Because, like, he's so chill, so he doesn't have that energy to, like, give it all out? Because he's afraid of losing? Or, like, why do you think that happens?
I mean, he's a champion of something, a champion of the people. So maybe he's just
You reckon he's the people's? Exactly. Oh, Reza. Stop it.
No, I think obviously Dota is such a complicated game where, like, even if you're at the top of your game, you need the other 4 people in your roster plus coach to also click at the right time, right?
But it was different rosters.
Yeah, no, that's the point there. It's like Zai's always been on the hunt to find that perfect click, and I think Liquid is probably the best shot he's ever had. And maybe this 100%. TI is the best shot after years of second places, no curses set throughout the year. Like,
He's also been taking a leading role, right, in this team. So he can be the driving force for the team to actually like accomplish what he wants to accomplish.
Mentality is a very big thing about it. Do you have any insights very quickly, Sheep, about the mentality for these two teams?
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, you're going to say no, right? And that's because you're wanting this series to start. You don't want us to hold up anymore. So let's get to it. Let's start this series. Let's welcome our very first team in this second best of 3 out onto the stage. This is our SEA region representatives. This team has come so close, so many third places for themselves. They have fought hard. They are up here in the upper bracket, but the reward for being in upper bracket is to come up against Team Liquid. So let's also bring them out. To the upper bracket. They're used to playing in front of a crowd. They're used to success in many different ways. And I'm very excited to see how they're going to go up against Talon yet again on the international stage. Will they be crushing the dream of Talon, crushing the dreams of SEA? Will history repeat itself, or will it be rewritten today, Sheep?
Oh my God, I think it can go either way. I mean, they're both, so every time they come together, they are so evenly matched. And people like to meme on Southeast Asia and how they play Dota, but like every single time I hit, all these pros, coaches, people in Dota talk about Talon, they just say how underrated they are and how absolutely phenomenal they are to play against. And I think it really shows. Talking about, leadership and all this stuff, I think that's something that Talon lacked in previous years. And this year we see with the addition of like Ollie coming in, like he brings a lot of experience from when he's playing in China for 4 years, like getting that extra region, insight. You also have Jabs playing as a true captain for the team, which it's so important. Jabs is a player who, when he's talked about it, he wasn't really ready to be a leader, but he kind of had to just because of the nature of how the players are in C and having to fill that space. And, he works with Sunby. They talk about their relationship and how they didn't always used to like be on the same page and stuff. And since then, they've grown so much together and are now really leading the team.
And that's been the hunt for like any SEA team recently. And it's also why the series will be bittersweet, because you have Talon who are finally finding that form for the region, trying to make a run, and then you have like a Western Europe favorite in Liquid. So whoever does lose going to low bracket, there's going to be some part which is like, it's just an awkward series. I feel like you don't want to see these two teams play against, because you always just expect them to want to do well.
This matchup was bound to happen, but obviously occurring in the first upper bracket round is a massive one for themselves. Looking more towards Talon, how much does that resonate with you of needing this clear leadership and the fact that Jab's coming in, obviously a long-standing Fnatic member after that team dissolved, joining Talon, really brought in the leadership, really brought that direction that they might have been missing when they didn't do so well in TI11 last year?
I mean, I'm not really familiar of like his style of leadership. I'm sure he's done a lot there, but I want to mention like the one player that stands out for me, like especially on this tournament, which is Q. Like his task has been phenomenal to me, and like what he's been doing as a position for this team, like considering 23-Savage and Miko are like really good skilled players or whatever, like this is already like we know all of that, but Q has been performing super well in this tournament. I'm really excited to see what he's gonna bring for this series.
How do you feel that Q compares to Boxy, right? Because Boxy was underappreciated for so long as well. This year, he really came into his own form. We talk about how he feels that he's able to play every hero under the sun, that drafting for him is probably one of the easiest things. Do you see Q as maybe just a little bit under Boxy, or also fulfilling the same sort of role that he also can play almost any hero? And
I think they both have a really big impact on these teams. Yeah, and I think Boxy is pretty Complemented, yes, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, because he's been performing very well, and like he's been the one who's making like a lot of aggression for Team Liquid, and he's been playing a lot of heroes as well. Like his Furion was outstanding as well on this tournament. So Boxy is the really guy to look up to.
Both pose fours that have a massive impact. But T, how exactly would you describe Liquid's playstyle? Is it easy to describe them?
I think they're just hitting really nice combos so far. Like if I was trying to like super generalize it, like when you see some of their games, they have like Kunkka, Shadow Demon, Invoker, and they're going for an Exalt Invoker where they're comboing Disruption into Torrent into Sunstrike. And then you have like Ancient Apparition with Spirit Breaker, with Earth Spirit. Like they're finding just really powerful combos that break their opponent. And then it's like, okay, so whilst you're recovering, we play such high quality like macro play that by the time that you even try to catch up, we've already taken that first rack, or done something to just make a statement in the game. It's why they are the quickest. And I think Talon, they just need to be ready for that, because I don't know, something's going to hit them early in this game for sure.
I mean, that's also something that Liquid pride themselves on and have talked about. It's the flexibility they have as a team. It's hard for us to say they play this specific way because they don't. They adapt very often. I can look at just as many games where they have sort of played a bit more defensively and turtled up until their timings, bought Midases, and then hit a later moment, as well as seeing them absolutely demolish a game, snowball in like 15 minutes, Boxy's roaming left and right, there's absolutely so much pressure that the enemy can't breathe, right? They are just so adaptable, they see how the enemy is and they work around it.
To me, Team Liquid looks like water, like real water that can adapt to anything that their opponents has, and that's why they come up like on top every single tournament, because they can adapt so quickly and they be innovative and creative in the game as well, outside and in draft as well.
I was trying not to say fluid, but you hit the puns instead of me.
Reza did it for you. But
yeah.
I like that you are talking about like in games they're able to adapt to that, right? And that's what we ultimately want to talk about. But the fact that outside of it as well, they're just like, okay, this is just another thing that we have to take in our stride. We just have to have that perseverance. We have to push through it. Whereas Talon, you already mentioned it once, Sheep, SEA is such a underrepresented region, a region that a lot of people look at and kind of yawn. They're not really super excited for the Dota that they might play. But this year alone, Talon have been that big SEA representative. So when it comes to growth, even though they are having that slower game time, where else do you see a lot of growth for this region and for this team?
At least for this team, I think that they have just gotten a lot more cohesive, and usually you see like the throws is what you expect from like Southeast Asia.
Yeah, they're up 23 gold, they're pushing high ground, and you're like, oh, anyway, time to lose the game.
Yeah, and it's like, they still are like that in some games, right? But most of all, like more, I would say they're more consistently just doing well, performing, and that comes from all the reasons we said before in terms of like leadership. It also comes from like Q being more comfortable, having more Thai players on the team this year, which helps a lot, especially when he's playing melee heroes like Tusk and Tiny that really love to rotate and do a lot for his team. Being able to really efficiently communicate, I'm sure, is like massive for him. I think 23 Savage is just, I think you see Yotaro even that mentioned that all 5 players on that team are like near the top of their role. Like they're just so good at what they do. Like 23 Savage, when he gets his comfort heroes like his Morphling, it's just sheesh, bro.
Like I love watching like Makoto when the game goes past like 45 minutes. Like me and Rezo were watching one of these games, and when he's playing Invoker against Gaming Gladiators, and he's like TPing into their Ancient whilst there's a Roshan fight. They have no idea if there's TPs up or down, but he's pressuring the tier 4s instead of going to the Roshan fight, forcing gaming to think 2 ways. And like these are the small things that you can do for your team that can like bring you that combat potential, that can get those like 50-60 minute games over the line. And just having that level of just like understanding in the heat of the moment. A lot of these teams that struggle on the international stage, their key players, their star players, don't make those moves. So just seeing Makoto make that play against Gaming of all the teams, it was like, damn, this team's a team to like not mess around with, because yeah, it was so incredible to see.
I wanted to mention that too, because like all their games go pretty late. They kind of like become a kings of late game because they know exactly what to do like on the specific roles, and they're so confident doing that as well. And probably because Japs is not like so demanding as a captain, it allows them to have this freedom to make their own decisions in the later parts of the game, and make these games like very colorful, very beautiful.
I mean, didn't Slacks gank them after one of their wins? And it was like, so what are you talking about?
He did that to every team.
True, but this one, that's a good point. But when he asked, he was like, how are you communicating? And it's like, we weren't. We were just quiet. We're in the zone. It's like, damn, you're making all these plays without even speaking? That is just a level of synergy that takes some teams months, years to get to.
I mean, they've been together all year, Talon, right? So they've been able to have that growth together. They're able to make these players shine that you guys are pointing out. Makoto, massive growth for himself, the communication being a big aspect for it. Q as well. But that Gaming Gladiators, let's talk just briefly a little bit more, T, about it. When you look at that series, it went all 3 games, the Talon being the big upset to come into upper bracket. Your key takeaway that you think Liquid should have been looking at, just don't take it late?
Yeah, try and close out the game in a reasonable fashion, but also, if you think your draft can't scale perfectly, they find ways to make them just be explosive. They're going to play like that as well. But Talon has that for 70 minutes, even though it's been like bringing it to that later point. So, any other thoughts about this matchup, General, before we look towards that draft, before we go very hero-specific on these two teams?
And I would suggest to ban the Tusker. Don't let the Q. Don't let the Q get that. I mean, he was a beast. Like, he was playing like 12-0-13 in like 25 minutes or something. He was owning the whole map that I was looking at him. So yeah, I would think about that for sure.
Mm-hmm. But Q is just a connoisseur of melee pos fours is the problem. It's like you ban Tusk. Now he has Tiny. And I think I was really happy to see him actually playing at this tournament because I thought the hero had fallen our favor. I mean, it had for like most of the year towards the end, but now he's bringing it back. He's played like, what, 3 games of it so far? I think he's doing quite well on it. And then you take that out. Now he has like an Earth Spirit still available, which they could pick potentially as a flex. You have like, I think he's even, he's played Shaker as well. Yeah. Like he's going to get something, and they all kind of have a similar-ish playstyle where he's going to make it work. Yeah. And I think Liquid just need to not give him that.
Well, look, it's time to get started. We want to see this draft happen. So first of all, we have to introduce the series.
10 seconds remaining. Team Liquid versus Talon Esports. Game 1.
We're talking about these opposed 4 melee heroes. We're going to see how many of them get banned out, how many of them get through, and how we're making it work in this meta. I'm not going to lie. I really thought it was a ranged opposed 4 meta. That's what we were predominantly going to be seeing. And you're right, Sheep. It was an absolute treat to see Tiny get picked up.
I suppose it's like per team, right? Because other teams are going to be prioritizing like the Skywrath mages and stuff, the Willows, that's stuff like Boxy's been playing those. Nature's Prophet's still obviously like a contested hero between both these teams. So I think whilst Q might prefer the melee heroes, I think range is still absolutely viable. And
I mean, it all depends on the playstyle of the team and whoever takes the leadership role in terms of like making movements, right? And I think for Talon, Q is the one guy who's like setting up the early game movements, and that's why he needs to have a hero who's initiating. It's kind of like he's kind of like we had Zayats in Team Secret. He was like playing this Nyx type of hero, Tiny, not Tiny, but you know, he's the initiator and he needs to fulfill that role. So he can't really afford to play like Phoenix or Engine Operation or like Grimstroke that much.
With the draft on the screen, the bans coming out, and so far it feels very stable meta. Nothing too niche here that dictates what the teams might be more inclined to pick up for themselves. Invoker, Bristle, Phoenix, Dazzle, Spirit Breaker banned out. One more ban for each. Chaos Knight.
Yep, there it is.
Maybe Dawnbreaker is going to be banned. I think it's like their top heroes to go to. Invoker and Bristleback were picking up by Talon a lot before.
Teams have been banning out the Tree, the TA. They're also kind of in play as well. So there's quite a lot of options for Talon. It's not as if they've been starved entering this first draft, but...
No, not at all.
Yeah. Also, just for reference, Liquid won the coin toss and they took first pick.
Yeah, a lot of teams actually favoring the first pick in the Team Spirit versus Pro. Whenever they had the choice, it was first pick too. So the way of the drafting order changing up for themselves, it feels that everyone now getting accustomed to it realize how impactful and all the potential of this first pick.
Yeah, I think it's nice when you're first pick because you only have to ban 3 times. You pick a statement hero, you force your opponent to obviously pick, and then they only have 1 ban to adjust, and you get to close out the second phase. Yeah. So your opponent needs to react to your first pick, ban perfectly with 1 ban, and then draft open enough that you're not going to get fully countered by the closing phase. So I think first pick, logically, it's a pretty difficult thing to try and draft into.
Yeah, and towards the first pick, you can only answer with 1 pick only, right? So.
And what will it be? Into the Primal Beast.
To go hard for a counter, something that as a support can not necessarily deal with Primal, right? But
that's the old school one. Yeah. Kunkka. Sure. They can both buy Blade Mill Hearts. So just send the beefy boys to the corner of the map. They do their thing.
That's the name of the game, bro.
And then go be honest elsewhere.
That's the name of the game.
Sounds like that's your voice line for next year, mate.
Well, nothing too interesting in these openers, but like you said, T, an importance on these bans. Liquid, they only have one, and this Kunkka is so open. We've seen it played in offlane, we've seen it played in mid, but where do Talon like to put it the most?
For the Kunkka, they liked to play it
They've only played it offlane.
Yeah, so
okay, so the team that's only offlane.
But judging by last series, I mean, they clearly have much more to show on all these teams, and they've had a break since we last saw them play, so the pubs could be there. I'm not like locking it in any which way. Liquid have shown the Primal played offlane and mid so far, which is fine either way.
I'd love to see another Nature's Prophet on Boxy, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that I'd like to see Talon, for example, go for Enchantress. Like when they open up the next phase, they pick up just some nice casual Enchantress. It secures the lane against some Primal offlane. You have to slow to deal with his trample, you scale as well. And especially when you have heroes like Kunkka, you do want your supports to scale as well. So when he has Ag Shard, they're pumping out damage during the chaos of whatever fight Kunkka provides. You don't want your supports being like, I'll save someone. It's like, no, you have an opportunity to slaughter that fight.
I also really love the Kunkka response to Primal because it forces your iron build a little bit more. Like, it seems so hard to buy like your Ags before BKB, for example, because you just won't be able to move, and you really want to be able to use like your ult, which is just impossible into Kunkka. There's so many stuns.
I think it's still better to go for the Eggs though, especially if you have Heart already, like Blade Mill Heart. I don't think you need more in terms of like BKB to move around. Like you can just press your E and just like
hands off keyboard already. Yeah.
Ancient Apparition was going to be that one ban from Team Liquid. Sorry, one of the bans, not even an AA. So they didn't want to take it out, even though that's a very common hero for both of them. Liquid could have picked it up. Talon obviously having played it too, which leaves still one very busted support in the pool, Tree.
I don't really like Tree into Primal Beast just because he can find you like super easy in the trees already.
10 seconds.
It's also like there's a lot of times I see Primal, even with Leech Seed, still do enough damage just to rip through you. But in regards to lane, maybe if Talon are thinking of some like Muerta or something themselves, then Tree secures that lane for a ranged carry, just to body the death. But we'll see what their angle is here.
I mean, maybe they're just trying to secure like their carry idea. You play these team fights into Tree Kunkka. It's like you have to have so many ways to deal with like the Kunkka Ags and all that stun. You also have to have a way to dispel the Tree ult. Like in going into late game, it gets harder and harder. So playing as a carry into carry, it's very difficult, especially when 23 Savage is your win condition. You want to set him up.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. Just thinking about that, right? Kunkka gets these Ags, it almost makes you go BKB. You pop it, and then all of a sudden Tree puts out his ult. It's just like, this BKB, you're still not going to get away. You're not going to get to run away. You're not going to get to do anything in a team fight.
Yeah.
That is a very deadly combo there. And then Dark Willow going to be that, most likely pose 4 picked up for Team Liquid. Boxy getting his hero early. Not the Nature's Prophet you wanted, Reza.
Not the Nature's Prophet. I mean, Nature's Prophet not that good here, to be honest, because your Primal Beast breaks your trees and the tree is walking from your trees. So.
Synergy just not there.
One option Liquid has, they've done it before. I don't know if they pick it now, but like they've done Silencer, and it's like, I don't like talking about this hero too much, but when you have Kunkka, a tree, and you already have Primal who's very quick to initiate, it could synergize with the, we're in the fight, you can't take our fight now, but they go and themselves. Also, super, on the flip side, just this support duo, they can break the map alone. Like Ench plus a Creep plus a Willow, they're gonna run around, poke everything, fight everything, and if you get the Troll, you'll be able to actually kill off towers into the Tree and Protector as well. So yeah, Liquid, they're wanting to play that high pace that we expect from them, being the fastest average game time of any team so far in the tournament.
So far so good, I would say. I love their support duo. I love their offlane already.
What don't you love?
I don't like this Tree pick, to be honest.
There we go.
Yeah. I think they should have taken Ench themselves.
Yeah. Nice, yeah. Great mind.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Hell yeah.
Look, they have picked now, so what is going to be something that you think will put that Tree over? What does their post 4 have to do to fill in the gaps that Tree might not be able to do?
Initiate.
Initiating,
damage,
for
maybe?
sure.
Yeah.
Initiate and damage. Oh, that's a lot.
A Tree does initiate with his shard, but it's a little bit more methodical. You need to set up the map correctly, you need to make sure you're not under vision. But then having that 4, that's a little bit more traditional. Like I blink, stun, fight begins, and then Tree can like scurry his way in. It does simplify the game a little bit. But
Tiny Tusk?
Do you think there's room for Morphling here for Talon early, or do you think it's too early? Just because they have no real hard lockdown right now?
For sure, I think it's easily an option.
Wow. Good job, Alex.
It's 23 Savage. It's 23 Savage. If you don't, you could just say Morphling.
We
and it's
literally
like,
opened this and you're just like 23 Savage, Morphling, pack it up, series is done, let's get on.
It's like a 75% chance it shows up. You can just say it whenever you feel like it.
He wants to play Morphling every game.
Exactly.
I was gonna say, you say that, he's played 9 different heroes out of his 10 games so far on Road to the International.
That's
I'm gonna
my king.
assume Morphling was banned out, but you never know. My man's just branching out, trying to pick up some new heroes for himself.
Yeah.
They profit themselves. So like for Talon right now, I see them looking at Liquid's aggression and going, okay, if you're going to run at us, you're going to run as like a bundle. So now we can have Tree behind you, skipping a wave. Nature's Prophet can skip a wave, and Morphling, once he gets a couple items, in theory shouldn't die to the first 3 heroes. The next 2 picks on Liquid need to kill off these, like kill off this Morphling, because right now they don't have that very clean way to stop the Morphling from getting 2-3 items and just being unkillable.
Do you think Primal deals with Morph in the laning phase? Do you want to see it shifted to mid now, or are you still hoping it goes in that off lane, still goes the very tanky build, the stereotypical Blade Mail Heart?
I think it's totally fine for Primal to go in the offlane and just, play behind the tower and skip waves and just be farming. But he's not gonna push Morphling out of the lane.
Couldn't this just be Naga and the Dogs? Okay. I was like, for Liquid, they could have responded with like some Naga to like fight their map play with your own map play style hero.
I was thinking about PL or Naga.
Sure,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, instead they go for a Darkseer, which...
I don't like this pick. Do you like it?
No, you have to explain why you don't like it. You can't say that,
I don't like it
this panel.
because it already gives Morphling a free lane.
Yep.
It's not punishing him. This is the first reason. Second reason, he doesn't have support to play with the shells. So he's kind of on his own. And I don't really see a big reason for the wall either, because Morphling doesn't really care about the wall. You can just waveform out. So.
It feels like a pick for the mid game and not for the how they get to the mid game style. Like if they could put all their heroes at 20 minutes straight away, they're like, okay, this is perfect. We've got Darkseer punching a Morphling, we've got the Primal Beast soaking up all the early game, but to get there, I kind of agree with Reza. Like this lane probably isn't going to be that great. Like a Tree Morphling lane, that's really formidable to deal with. They might just have to skip waves and just kind of trade Darkseer free farm for more free farm, and normally you lean probably Morph.
Yeah, but I think they can easily connect to kill this Darkseer who's skipping waves, because Tree's gonna set up, and there's TP from Furion as well all the time, and Morphling is just gonna come and wait for a minute.
Oh, and they ban out the Naga, so yeah, I kind of would have preferred the Naga in that position instead of Darkseer. I feel like that conceptually deals with how Talon want to bring out the game longer. You also can buy Skadi, you can buy Orchid, so you have different points of pressuring the Morphling.
I agree.
So I think potentially Liquid missed the beat here by going
I have
Darks
a question. What do you think of Willow carry? Like if you put the Primal with the Darkseer off lane, potentially.
Willow carry.
Have you seen the pubs?
Maybe mid.
Maybe
okay.
Mid. I've seen
Shiro's been doing it from LGD. That's where Sheep's kind of referencing.
Mickey's done it too in pubs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I just saw it coming up more. You get this Midas. When you get your Ags, you're just doing so much damage. I don't know how much I like it. I think like Kunkka with Ags makes it a little harder because you can't just sit there in Realm and hit. But
I prefer it in games where your opponent cores can't reposition and also be very active in the fights.
Yeah.
Like in this lineup here, Kunkka can stun you AoE when you're in Realm. The Morphling can just waveform away from your Realm duration and then reinitiate after. So I think it would
steal you.
Yeah, true. So I think it'd just be crap. I think it'd be a bit awkward.
Huh?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Not a big fan.
I think I'm not a fan. Like when I put it in my head in theory, but I would. If
the option is there as well.
If the option was there and we could put like the Primal with the Darkseer, that makes that lane stronger. Makes.
Spectre.
All right. Spectre is a good pick.
Is this going to be a Spectre that goes Radiance, or are we going to see maybe the Diffusal build? Because Diffusal, Skadi, Basher, like these type of items are very potent against Morphling.
Oh, you get the Disperser as well.
Yeah, Disperse.
Oh,
but then you trade off like low farm speed. So it's like if they get a lot of kills, then the kills can supplement the lack of farm because no Radiance. But I'd like to see a different variation on the build potentially, just because of your Morph matchup.
I think Blade Mill Radiance is just too good of a build right now.
Well, what's going to round out Talon's draft right now? You know, this Kunkka, where they've mostly played it in offlane. You were saying so they're looking for their mid matchup now, going against that Primal. There is still flexing Kunkka, but...
I think it's Puck, right?
Yeah, okay.
Puck has a freeze game of his life against Liquid.
No stuns.
There's so little stuns.
Oh,
it's Kunkka mid then.
They decided to go for the Tide. They were inspired by Collapse Tide last game.
And the same logic is going to apply here, right? Spectre can't pressure the Tide. Tide can go Meteor Hammer. And then also Darkseer never rotates into a Tide. So this should be an unkillable Tide Hunter unless Primal plus Willow plus Ench all come in at the same time with another core to then kill him off. So yeah, a lot of early game pressure coming out from this last pick Tide Hunter.
It's a wild lineup from Liquid. I just like having so little lockdown and just relying on overwhelming Talon with damage. Like we're just gonna go on you with like a Skadi, Primal Charge and a wall and hope that we can just like burst you down or the rest of your team. Seems so hard when they're so defensive with damage reduction on Talon and then the ability to buy like auras and stuff on top potentially.
Do you think that Liquid could still match this potential? We saw how active that a spec can be, right? Kiritich played it very active just before, just moments ago. So could we see Liquid also try and match this tempo and be just as oppressive when it comes to this map, try and cut Talon off of any space?
They have a very aggressive lineup, and I like that, but I think their laning is weak. So they can lose like 2 to 3 lanes this game, and it's going to be really tough.
And no comeback mechanic from a lost lane for the side of Liquid?
Not so much, not so much. They only have like vacuum wall, but there's no like follow-up really.
It's going to be a long game, that's all I'm saying. Like, Morphling gets ahead, he's going to walk up high ground, and then he's going to get Darkseer punched into some Spectre on top of him, die once, game lasts longer. So yeah, I think it's going to be like a 53-minute game.
Yeah, I think I prefer Talon's lineup. I just think it looks simpler. I think it's easier. I think 23 is playing super hard comfort, and they have heroes that support it to be able to do what it wants to do in the game.
Well, look, I've loved listening to your opinions on the draft. I've loved listening to your beautiful voices, but we have 2 more beautiful voices that we have to listen to. It's Cap and SBG.
The story of this series, there have been many chapters going throughout the year, but the culmination comes here at TI. Will it be a story, Avery, of revenge for Talon, or will it be a story of continued playoff dominance for Team Liquid?
I mean, they're the last of the region, right? The last remaining up here from that Western Europe dominance that we've seen all year. Talon, they're a team that's shown no fear. Every time it feels like their back's against the wall, they go to a game 3. They make it very close. Some would say they bring people out of their seats, Cap, and so it's a question of, can you just close it out and get there this time against a team that has been your kryptonite for so many damn series? We're going to see it here, and this is a big series for that upper bracket, especially when you're going up against Team Spirit in the next round. You have to come out strong. You have to show some dominance so you can have a lot of momentum going into that next round as well. It's going to determine a lot of the pathways going deeper in this tournament right here. These are 2 of the teams that people probably had in their top 6 at least.
Yes, especially considering their performances throughout the year. You're expecting both of these teams to do very well at TI, but again, those expectations always seem to get turned on their head when it comes to the international. It has a way, the pressure cooker of just being able to break certain teams and players down when you think that they've really got it all figured out. The opening of this series, though, game 1, is there anything specific that you want to look at? Because I know, personally, I'm already looking at 23 Savage Morphling. If Talon want momentum, particularly throughout this entire event, but in this series specifically, I need the quintessential 23 Savage hero to pop off.
And he's on a C. This is a hero they brought out in Game 3 versus Gaming, and there's a reason why, right? As we were talking, every time his team has their backs against the wall, the 23 Savage Morphling is something they go back to. It's a comfort pick. He is probably the best Morphling in the world at this point.
It is his most prolific hero in pubs. It's his most prolific hero in professional matches. It's everywhere. Nisha actually using the early Q to be able to stop Q and gets them a first blood for Team Liquid.
This is a game that, in a series, it's a lot about tempo. You have Liquid, the fastest team of this tournament. They played a lot of Furion. They've played a lot of these lineups, particularly with the Primal Beast, that they've upped the value on because the speed is just so important to them. They want to take over the map fast, they want to take over it early, and they want to put you in a chokehold, especially a team like Talon that is known for going to those C late games. You do not want to play against this team going past the 60-minute mark. It's just a death sentence. I don't care who you are. I don't care what heroes you have. It's going to get wacky really fast. So if you're Liquid, this is another type of game. You have Enchantress, you have Primal Beast, you have a little bit of a Darkseer Bedlam combo you can throw on top of Nisha this game, and you have the new Haunt in terms of that Spectral that Spectre joining every one of those engagements 60 seconds off the Shadow Step.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to start on, because you're talking about a fast lineup. You know, normally people think of Spectre, traditionally this hero, oh, it's the ultimate late game hero, oh, it's super slow, yada, yada, yada. But now with Shadow Step, every 60 seconds, like this is the Furion of carries. He just gets involved all the time.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this hero's win rate going into today was like 80% over 10 games or something. So we're seeing a Spectre go later in the draft and just decimate games. I think people have to reevaluate. It's one of those heroes that it's stuck in your brain for a long time. Spectre, slow, late game. Nah, this is a hero that plays a lot faster now, particularly with these Urn or Blade Mail builds. And it's something that could suit Liquid really well if they try and up the pace here. The downside for them, I think, in this particular game that the panel was talking about is these side lanes should be very good for Talon. You have Furion versus the Ench, which is not as bad a matchup as it used to be because, of course, you're not playing off Treants. And you have this Treant Morphling lane, which is just a powerhouse of a lane, especially for a Darkseer that doesn't have a melee for to combo with.
Oh, Nisha playing the margins there. He went down to below 10 health against that final hit from Makoto. Makoto's still playing for it. Furion's going to come in, and he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Nisha is going to be slapped down as the creeps were underneath his tower. This is all due to the fact that First Blood. Q, yeah, he gave up the First Blood, but it went to Mickey, and he also snatched away a bounty rune in the process. So the fact that Nisha just hasn't been able to get that regeneration from his bottle results in Makoto effectively winning this part of the lane.
He's lucky he didn't lose Courier off that as well. That was a bottle delivery almost straight into the hands of the Furion here. And this is the thing that Liquid have to think about, where this Furion goes in the early game. We're talking about the speed they want to come out with. If there's one king of speed in this tournament so far, it has been Nature's Prophet. This hero is almost unfightable in the first 5 to 6 minutes, particularly on these rune fights, and particularly in those mid lane ganks where you just can't react to it with the same sort of support committal. So it's like Nisha's gonna have to think about even more now, the fact that he's behind almost a 3/4 of a level here in a Kunkka matchup that can easily set up on him. This is something that Talon are gonna try and exploit here, especially for Q, who wants to get a fast Urn up, get the levels rolling. You get an Urn on this Furion plus the blood grenades. The kill threat on the map just goes up exponentially. He's looking straight back towards mid.
Yep, here he comes again. Now, Nisha has been holding on to the onslaught this entire time. Another reason why he's struggling in this lane, he can't use that ability. Otherwise, Q's going to come in and punish him. And he almost gets him there with the torrent. Not quite. He's going to try and bottle up, but it looks like he's just going to be chased down. Not receiving any help. No TPs coming in from the Liquid side. They are just leaving Nisha hanging him out to dry here. Nisha.
Slow and painful.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the one saving grace is you don't have the Urn on Furion yet, so hey, no charges.
That is true, yeah. But at the same time, okay, the Furion left lane, surely it means you're punishing the solo offlaner.
Yeah.
No, Gabs is totally fine.
Get back to you on that one.
Ollie, gonna be in some trouble here. Vacuum doesn't actually grab Ollie, grabs 23 instead. That's fine, they'll run down the Train Protector anyway because Insania, instead of trying to put pressure on the Tidehunter, they leave in a 1v1. They say, okay, it's better for us to try and have an impact in this bottom lane instead.
And it's a smart heads-up play. You do not want to linger in the early game with Enchantress, particularly if your mid lane's not going well. You have to make the action happen somewhere. This bottom lane's probably going to be the best place to do it. It just feels awkward because it's a Morphling. It's one of the ultimate brick wall carries. Yeah, I don't see 23 getting kicked out of this lane short term, especially with a Treant who Ollie can go back into the living armor points here. I mean, we're talking about slowing the game down. That is what Treant does to a T. So as long as Talon can hold this safe lane, I think they're okay with it. And it means Insania has to pick his marks very wisely in this early game. Where does he pressure? Who does he try and gank? And which of these lanes do you try and sway? Not easy when you're looking against two very tanky heroes in the Tide and the Kunkka that are pretty much full HP because they're not getting harassed. And a Morphling that's hard to kick out of the lane entirely. Tough Enchantress early game, honestly. This is where you really wanted that mid lane to go better if you're Liquid because, yep, it just opens up your plays with this Primal Beast damage. Otherwise, it feels like you're lacking it a little bit.
I mean, it's crazy. You're talking about the brick wall hero that is Morphling. I'm looking at this Tidehunter. I'm looking at a mid lane Kunkka. I mean, these are 3 different brick wall heroes that just stand in lane and are not that easy to gank, not that easy to kick out of lane. And if your mid lane continues to lose like it's going to, once again, Q snags in that final hit to be able to finish him off. They're going to get the kill on Q in return. Stuck underneath the tower. No problem for these two supports. But the trade-off is so favorable for Talon.
Q's really happy about that. XP, Urn charges, another death on Nisha. 3
and
deaths.
Mickey is going to be run down perhaps as well. Ollie snuck his way in through the portal and showed up behind Mickey. Mickey will TP out of there, though.
He doesn't, I mean, these heroes are not close to ults for Liquid. You are a long way away from the 6 on Spectre, and you're particularly a long way away for the 6 on Nisha, who's just continuing to get punished. He's in the early stages of level 5, hoping for a 6-minute rune. And he'll get some saving grace here as a shield rune of all runes.
Yeah,
on the highest
that's
strength
exactly
game
the rune he needs, because he could use some more HP against these ganks.
Definitely helps. But we're seeing the difference here, right? I mean, Ollie goes top briefly, it kicks Spectre out entirely. Whereas 23 is just still living the light bottom, collecting Lotus. This is some tower pressure where the catapults got kept alive. No hammer up yet for Jabs. It's not getting pushed too fast. But it's going to force Insania back here, and it's not an aggressive play for the Enchantress. So it's probably going to come down to this mid-game in terms of how much Zai can get done. Zai has just been free farming on this Darkseer. I mean, he has not been touched at all. That is the very good news for Liquid, and this is a very powerful hero for their lineup in terms of activating Nisha. Okay, maybe Nisha's behind in terms of net worth. Talon committed a lot for him by basically dual laning mid. Upside is Zai's had a free game, and if we've seen one player from Liquid carry a lot of these mid games into the late game, it's going to be Zai.
So even if he's a bit underleveled, doesn't have the same kind of items, you give it an Ion Shell, you give him some extra movement speed, and he's still going to be kind of the same rampaging force no matter what, right?
And maybe some auras. I mean, you look at the damage from Talon going into that mid game. That's where these Kunkka Tidehunter type lineups fall flat sometimes.
Sure.
Like, are you actually killing heroes on Liquid side through a pipe, through a grease? It's going to be a question to answer here. And that's where the Morphling is supposed to do it, but the Morphling might take longer to get there. We'll see how much Zai can propel his team using this early lead that he's accrued. How much these supports can continue to get done in a relatively quiet early game, all things considered.
Peter Hammer is inevitably going to take this lane. And Talon, I mean, this is what they're working with here. An early laning phase, like not quite net worth lead, but it feels like they've got more momentum combined with the fact that they're getting better pressure on the towers. And they're also the team that holds their towers the best out of anybody in this tournament.
Didn't even have to put living armor points into it yet either. Another rune, Nisha's way, however. The luck continues to flow. See if he can use this one. I mean, this is another really good Primal Beast rune. He has gotten his pick. Double damage with an Ion Shell surge.
23 here. A certain amount of burst damage. Pops out, double damage, hits him with a stun, grabs him immediately, but he's already morphed into strength. It's too late.
I mean, you have to force him off here. You cannot let 23 sit down here against a double damage Surge Primal.
23 is trying to hold on to its waveform, forced to use it now, and that's when Mickey, who just hit his level 6, is going to pop up, and nobody from Talon rotates over. They leave 23 alone on an island, saying, okay, we're taking this top lane, we're doing some good farming bid. Sorry, 23.
That's a good pickup for Liquid. Really nice that Mickey gets involved as well. Quick little boat for Insania, no level 6 yet.
His heal only level 1, and no ultimate does not stop that damage. So 4-4, Talon eking out a slight lead thanks in part to that top tower that they've already taken. And Makoto already getting some swipes in here in mid as well.
This is going to be a lot about these tower trades, and if you can use the space. Jabs, he's going to try and give Talon a lead, just put this hammer to use. There's not a lot that stops us unless you're willing to combine the cores and the Darkseer and the Primal. Liquid, they're thinking about it actually. Yeah, they're just going to bring Zai mid. They do not want to give up another tier 1 this early in the game. So much space for Makoto to work with if it happens. This is a tough fight though. There's a lot of HP to chunk through.
Oh, this is going to be a rough one. Trying to kill a Tidehunter under the towers with the Ravage. They grab it, he couldn't get it off. Oh, just no love there from the Kraken Shell, just not dispelling him at the right time. Got chained between disables, unable to get off the Ravage. Liquid do finally get a punishment on Jabs for all that pressure he's exerting on those towers.
Just bring everybody to that fight. Shell on the Primal, Bedlam on the Primal, then you bring that Shadow Step in. I mean, that's a lot of surprise damage he was not expecting.
It is also a pretty crazy large amount, like Ion Shell plus the Bedlam.
Still has level 1 Kraken Shell. It's not the tankiest, but 1500 HP. Well, Jab's not expecting it. Liquid will continue to combine their heroes here.
It did take a lot of heroes and a couple ultimates to be able to bring down Jabs. At some point, isn't it just kind of like, okay, yeah, they did that, but like, don't you just go right back to it? You're like, well, I'm gonna take that tower eventually.
You just don't have support ults. I think it's the one thing hurting Talon, taking a straight up power push that's going to result in a 5-on-5, because you know Liquid are going to take that fight. It's not like they have to commit huge spells for it.
Sure.
You're missing Overgrowth, you are missing the Nature's Wrath. Now you have your Fury on 6, you're still looking for the levels on Ollie.
Jabs is going to be spotted here. Nisha.
Another power
room. An opening.
They have really given these power rooms away.
Can he get 23? Burst him down. It's done.
Okay.
Jabs comes out of the trees, and now he tried to help 23, but he's only going to be a victim right next to him. Surprise from Liquid. Nisha making these power runes worth everything right now.
And they get the Ravage. On top of everything, they get that ult for free.
And Mickey thought this phase, we killed 2 heroes, it means I can stick around and farm some more. No, Talon will keep the pressure on. Nisha's going to pop out of those trees. They're going to quickly grab him to go growth into the torrent, try and chain these disabled to finish him off, and that's enough. Zai now showing up with a wall. Not very good by itself. But maybe with a little helping hand here from Boxy, they can get something. The Bedlam put onto the Darks here to help bring down Makoto. That damage is just enough. Make a kill for Boxy, but Zai may pay the price for it, trying to get away with the Spirit Vessel, but it'll take him out. The heals from Insania not delivering in time. Good TP away from Boxy, though. He will keep his kill streak intact. Very important because he's the one getting all the 5-0-1 for Boxy. He just seems to be getting all the last hits on these.
And honestly, a weird fight for both teams in an area where the objective isn't even there. Started out great for Liquid, but ended up the best for, I guess, Q here, who really just reaps all the reward on this Virion. Full Vessel already done.
Yeah.
Still has a charge left in the bank, level 8. Nature's Prophet is cruising into a position where he's going to become a potential 4th core in this game.
Yeah, his stats are going to be insane because he's getting the levels. Yeah. Nature's Prophet is 9.9 stats per level, right? So insane. Spirit Vessel, if he gets a Blade Mail, like he TPs in, he's not a good target to actually turn around and hit.
I mean, that's the interesting part. He's considering Blade Mail, right? So
yeah.
Not a conventional second item support Furion item. See if it pays off. I mean, there is some uncontrollable damage on the side of Liquid, but it's also not guaranteed to go on him, outside of if Mickey wants to commit his ult onto Q for a decent portion of this game, which is traditionally what you want to do in this matchup.
What would be some other options? Because I noticed Jabs is not going for, I thought it was this, because Jabs is going for like a pipe build, right? Tons of magic damage going on. But he's not thinking about that. Right now he's thinking about Shard and Blink Dagger. He wants to get that initiation online.
I almost think something more aggressive damage-wise. Yeah, I don't want to say the Orchid because I don't think it's a great Orchid game, but something in that line because...
Like the Solar Crest build?
Yeah, you have so much utility. And I mean, Blade Mail is an aggressive option. It could definitely pay out here. I think it's a very interesting choice. It's also a decent damage item on this hero that has very good right-clicking capability. Yep. I mean, you look at this talent lineup, it's going to be Tide, Kunkka, and Treant providing a lot of sustain, which is where I go back to Zai on the flip side. Like, he's going for this Greaves pipe build. That's going to be a really important timing for Liquid. You need to take good fights around Zai's timings in this game to accelerate you into those objectives, particularly for Spectre, so you don't fall too far behind in terms of, I mean, we're going back to some good old Aura gaming, right?
Yeah, I was going to say TI11, I think we would be pretty clearly favoring Liquid because we're going to get some team fights and one side is going to have auras, the other will not.
Whoever built Wraith Pack.
Yeah, well, with no Wraith Pack, Pipe Greaves is the next best thing.
Yeah, what's the Wraith Pack to this tournament?
I don't know. I'm not sure if we figured that out yet.
Hard Blade Mail?
Yeah, that actually is, yes. Good old Heart. Well, I think Talon are pretty content with just chilling out. They're farming away. I think they're happy. Liquid, they need to, as you say, hit that pipe timing. But at that point, you got to start hitting the game really hard, right? Because you said Liquid is the team that needs to play this fast.
I think they prefer to play it fast, and I think with the start, yeah, I mean, they scale fine. Like, the Primal's going to break this Tide in the late game. You have a lot of burst options on the Morphling with the Bedlam, Darkseer going in with a punch, or potentially double illusions with a wall. I just think it's like, it's Talon. Every time I feel like the game goes 70 minutes, you have to think about how this team plays those late game fights.
Yes,
and
playstyle-wise, Liquid always looks better faster, and Talon always look better later in the game.
But I don't think it's necessarily a draft limitation.
Sure.
Enchantress can also scale really hard in this game, and Insania he's going down that path. Early Dragon Lance for the Enchantress, looking to get into that Hurricane Pike, and I mean, it's a great Enchantress game in terms of being a 4th core. There's not a lot that really bursts him down on Talon's side outside of 23 committing on Insania in a fight, which is not something he necessarily wants to do first. You know, he wants to steal better spells than what Enchantress has to offer and find a better target. So Insania could bring up a lot of the damage powerhouse for Liquid going into
lurking, finds him. Q. Now they are going to TP in for this one. Talon is saying this is a fight that we can still take. Makoto is going to be able to grab Boxy. Tried to stop him. Stops the fear very nicely with the X pullback, and Boxy will die for that. Q for Boxy, trade-off of 4s, but Boxy was the one with that mega kill streak, so that was a kill worth a lot for Talon.
I mean, you're talking about Talon being happy with the pace, but I do feel like Liquid are just getting more out of the map right now, particularly with the fact that Mickey went back for this Midas, and he's joining all these kills every 60 seconds. Liquid are happy to trade these kills out if it means Mickey gets more XP, more earn charges. He gets to go back to the jungle, not getting ganked because Talon are not making a play of their own, which should be pretty obvious on this map with the extra lane shove you have between Darkseer, Enchantress, and the Primal. And the second they split up, you just go straight back in. And now Talon has to react again.
Yeah, they already used some of their TPs to come down to this bottom lane. There may not be the same kind of reinforcements, but maybe 23 is all you need. Shows up, turns in the Primal Beast, and brings down Nisha, chasing after Insanity now, who's now in no man's land, goes for a desperate TP out, but the Overgrowth is there to stop him. Liquid overextending themselves, thinking they had an opportunity with Makoto being unable to join the fight, but it's quite the opposite. 23 is more than willing to take that engagement.
That's why this Morphling works so well for Talon. 23 is always happy to join these fights, even with early defensive builds like the Lincolns. Doesn't make a damn difference. He's going to contribute with the spell steal, and that's a fight where you don't have Spectre who can join that dive for the extra burst damage. Shadow Step just coming off cooldown there for Mickey, so it's a carry differential here. I like the concept from Liquid though, right? If you can split this Talon lineup on the map, abuse them with the lane shove advantage you have right now, and get some big core pickoffs, that's going to put you in a nice position. Because this is a lineup that wants the ball.
TD coming in from Q to help out here. This is not an easy kill. In fact, Mickey is going to be able to make even the odds. 2-2. Zai trying to get away with the surge while Mickey wants to finish off Q. And now Nisha is going to join in on this party, making a 3-on-2. Makoto, he pops a blade mail. He's pretty tanky. Is he receiving any help though? Doesn't look like it. Liquid will deliver more numbers. Makoto is forced to use the BKB. The first one of the game, so down to 8-second duration now.
Yeah, not the first BKB he wanted, especially being level 13 already. One he'll have to use here is Blade Mail on Blade Mail on Blade Mail. Maybe that's the new raid pack, honestly. Just buy Blade Mail on everybody.
I mean, I'm sure you're pretty happy with the item build of this game. Only one Midas. I know you're grumbling about it.
Everybody's making so many Midas. That was not me. That was Fog. I like the Midas.
Yeah, you're right. That was actually Fog.
I'm fine with the Midas meta. I think this item's great. I think it's better on supports than cores almost.
Yeah.
Which is the one people complain about.
So what do you think about this game where it's only Mickey building it? Where in games in the past we've seen like 8 different Hannah Midases.
I mean, it's a good point. You know this game's going to go late.
That is, yes.
Where
I mean, Talon, I understand it's like, guys, we don't want to get too greedy. Liquid might try and run us over. But I feel like from Liquid's side, Boxy and Insania, I feel like one of them could probably consider that item to be like, I'm going to scale up, boys.
Normally, I do really like the Midas on Dark Willow. I actually think it's one of the better ones in the game if you can get there.
Yep.
But I think they wanted more aggressive fight setup with the early Yules on Boxy and let Insania scale on the Enchantress, which I think is a fine route. And Ench doesn't necessarily need the Midas to scale that hard. You can just farm it up with the creeps. But yeah, now that you bring it up, suspicious lack of Midas is here. It's like both teams are trying to actually play Dota, which... that only gets you so far at TI, you know?
Sure, you gotta abuse some mechanics somewhere.
I mean, TI doesn't come down to who plays better Dota. It comes down to who abuses more cheese heroes and, you know, buys more Midases. Everybody knows this.
10-10 here as we approach the 20-minute marker. Team Liquid, very small lead, 1K, pretty much nothing. They do hold a bit more of the map, and they do have, I guess, the Midas advantage, 1-0.
Just gonna walk into Nisha and casually vote him.
Now Nisha doesn't have a BKB. He's going for that Blade Mail Heart build. The magic damage could control him with the Overgrowth. It could not get there in time. Ollie, of course, canceled it, knowing it wasn't going to be there, so that's fine. They still have that objective. That's why they're trying to smoke up and catch more. They seem to be pretty confident about taking a fight right now.
No vote to take this fight, however.
They just burst down the Train Protector, but at the same time, great Ravage. 23 shows up with the Primal Beast form.
Oh, he got feared.
Rumble, he got feared up, and he couldn't actually stop it. He cracked shells, gets jabs out of there, but he's blocked in by trees. Q is trying to make his own escape, but it's denied by Boxy. But they don't care about Q. They want the big watermelon. They're going to try and burst him into pieces here, gobble him up, and Nisha will take him down.
Oh, Nisha just gets a free fight off of a weird initiation by Talon, just jamming the Morphling into the river. They get stuck in a wall. Sprout's not helping at all. That's the exact type of fight Liquid want, and like you were saying, Talon smoking it up into them with no foe. You know that Nisha has Arcane Rune because you saw it on that gank. That's just not a fight you want to take, especially when I feel like you were missing an aura item. We were talking about the utility coming out from Talon.
Yep.
You're going into a Greaves Pipe Darkseer at 20 minutes. This is an insanely farmed Darkseer on side. He is the top net worth in this fight. You don't have a single aura item on Talon's side yet. Jabs went for the shard, so you get an anchor here, but I mean, Liquid are happy to sit there and hold their ground.
Yeah, Anchor's not going to do much when Liquid is
congrats.
winning the fight.
Leashed. He's happy to be leashed. That's where he wants to be. It's just, there's not enough firepower in the 5-on-5 here. Talon underestimating maybe how farmed Zai is in this game. Yeah, I mean, he is 210 CS here on the Darkseer, plus a Philosopher's Stone.
And this is definitely the fight that kind of breaks open the game now, because we win that fight, okay, you get the little bit of net worth weight if you're Team Liquid, but probably the bigger prize is they were just able to take Roshan with that, so now they have a second life on the Primal Beast, and he has a heart. So this guy is hard to bring down. Nisha's just going to be running at you.
Yeah.
And Talon, well, they're going to have to do something to be able to...
They need the next set of items here, right? Some form of control or an aura to help 23 in that fight, or at least the next Morphling item.
I feel like you're in dodge mode if you're Talon, right?
A little bit. I mean, that was the big timing for Zai to get Nisha back into a dominant position and also get that objective acceleration that they can't get without the Darkseer winning in that team fight. So now you have an Aegis for 4 minutes. You can play really aggressive here, and the beautiful thing about Spectre with these types of lineups, you put the Aegis on somebody else, it's not a carry that needs it. They can start the fight, they can tank all the spells, you just come in and clean it up if you're Mickey, and you're going to be really happy farming the dead portions of the map while Nisha looks for the open.
Yeah, you can take a lot safer farm as Spectre, right? Because you have this global ability to join in fights, and as you say, you don't have to be there at the start. You can just clean up, be the janitor.
Yeah, everybody knows the janitor is the most important part.
Yeah, absolutely. 10-13, 4,000 net worth lead now for Team Liquid. We'll see what Talon's response is to losing that last fight and the Aegis that they're now matched up against. I don't really see any big items coming in for them just yet. As you said, they need the next round, but they're not coming in anytime soon. Makoto, he's going to be found here. BKB should be able to just walk it off, but Liquid, you know, they're like, okay, we took BKB, is now on cooldown. That just gives them more momentum, more courage to be able to take any fight they can, any pick-off that they see, like Q here in the top lane. Zai, he'll throw down the wall just to slow him down, see if the TP comes in. The vacuum's going to stop that TP, and now Boxy's here to be able to ensure there's follow-up to Sables.
Yeah, Liquid's starting to take over this map right now. Talon are just in stall mode, but the longer you stall this, the more you also fall behind on the support scaling. As you have a Treant, and Treant, he does a lot for you in the early game. He wins you your lane, he controls a lot of the early flow. Sometimes you fall behind on farm on this hero, and you have two supports on Liquid side, in the Dark Willow and the Enchantress, that are going to pump out a lot of damage here. Yeah. So every time Ollie doesn't get to join any of these fights, feels a little bad for Talon. Liquid just getting objective after objective with this Aegis. Another 2 minutes still left on the clock here, looking towards BKBs.
What do you think about the new Ags on Morphling?
I mean, I think it can be good. I think it's interesting that he's going to third, because a lot of those games that we watch 23 play, he doesn't opt for the early Ags.
Yeah.
He's just going the right-click carry build.
Yeah, like, is it... I was thinking about it, I was like, is that good versus Spectre? I don't think so.
Not really. I mean, he just wants more spell action in the game, I guess, but it's not a... It's honestly an Ags that can sometimes be very hard to use in the fights, depending on how they develop in terms of initiations.
Yeah. I feel like it would almost make more sense if BK went like a Radiance route, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
But he's got the Manta Diffusal Blade, very single target focus. It's going to be tough for some of these supports, particularly Q. Might have the roughest time here. 23 uses the waveform here to try and farm this hard camp. Could be in trouble. Run over by Nisha. Try to get him with the fear. He does manage to get off the Shadow Rump. That'll protect him for a serious amount of time. Pops Manta, waveforms away. Great morph there from 23 that keeps him alive and might even be able to get a return kill here. Boxy self-fuels to dispel some of this. Nisha comes charging right in, trying to protect his supports as best as possible, and Jabs may even be trouble. He just does not seem to be tanky enough anymore to deal with the Primal Beast.
And this is before the late game break comes out. If you're Jabs, you are not feeling too good about your frontline capabilities in this game. Just getting dragged through these zone control spells that are not your friend.
And that Axe could be coming soon. Nisha has both the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter queued up. We'll see which one he actually opts for.
I could see either, honestly. You have enough auras to back up this Primal. I don't know if you need the early BKB rush, but it just gives you a free fight as well.
Yeah.
The only control that you have versus these BKBs in your talent is the overgrowth.
Yeah, if you never want to die again, to make sure that happens, then you buy this BKB as soon as the Aegis expires, and it feels like potentially Nisha doesn't die, at least for another like 20, 30 minutes.
Also good versus Torrent Storm.
Yes.
If you think the Ags on Makoto is going to come out in the near future, then BKB is your item of choice here.
And he probably should know that. We've got the point booster in his backpack, so he's got to know.
I mean, what else is Makoto going here?
Yeah. Nobody really goes anything else. Nobody's doing right-click damage Kunkka anymore. All about this control.
There was a Radiance Kunkka match.
Oh, really? Was there? Must have missed that one.
Don't worry, Thompson was doing this. He has you covered.
Of course.
I think you have to get something done with the Morphling Ags here. Your Aegis expired, so you're hitting a window where you can take those 5-on-5 fights again. You've got your pipe up on jabs. Haven't really been able to use it. I mean, maybe if you're Talon, you feel like you need Torrent Storm plus the Morphling Ags here, just for the extra damage. But I feel like by then the BKBs, if Liquid want them, are gonna be done.
Yeah. So this is like a small window where you can get like a little bit of a win, even out the net worth a little bit more.
Maybe not a full 5-on-5, but a core kill or a pickoff or something, because Q is giving you really deep vision on the map right now. He has an observer on the right side of the map. He has another one here on Dire Triangle. Like, these are wards that you get placed deep so you can get core pickoffs with them. So somebody has to be setting up for it in your talent. Otherwise, they just go to waste. And you have the gem on Nisha. So at some point, eventually, there's a high chance they get dewarded or Liquid just move through the area.
I is the person without a BKB who's very often alone. Mickey immediately tries to join him, and they say, okay, let's take Mickey instead. The wall goes out trying to help him out. Mickey does do a good job of reality, trying to get away, but he is just getting deeper in there. 23, though, getting knocked around by Zai, and now Nisha is going to hop in into the mosh pit. He goes, and the pure damage slices down 23 so effectively.
Just can't get anything going in the fights. Liquid playing the map way too well and not giving an even footing to Talon. Continue to struggle here to push in this late game. 10k gold lead almost for Liquid. That Aegis did a lot for them.
And
now
did
you're
you
gonna
see the Ags do very much for the Morphling? I didn't really see it.
No, I don't even think he did anything.
Yeah. Troublesome for Talon.
And another freebie.
I mean, this is the part that is disgusting about Spectre now, because 60 seconds level 1, but 40 seconds level 3, every fight.
Every hero you find on the map is a kill for Mickey. 2-1 and 12. Not been pressured at all this game and is going to get to a very fast Scotty here, and that's going to make 23's life even more difficult in these fights. Like, he can deal some damage, but not if he can't stick on anybody because he's stuck in a wall, getting hit by his own illusion, then gets hit by a Scotty. This gem is also going to dissuade Ollie from, ratting this game out as well.
Yeah, that's a rough one too, because that's the one hero that I don't think you can ever pick off. Not with the BKB now online on Nisha.
He is a true beast right now. Somehow it is still Zai at the top, just continuing to rack up the CS here.
Well, it does kind of look like we're talking about high ground pushing soon.
Next
right?
Aegis for sure.
Probably next Roshan. Do you feel like Talon, is this wait for the high ground push with Aegis, or do you feel like you contest the Roshan fight that's coming up?
I mean, we've seen Talon play this high ground defense game. All right, it's in their arsenal, and they're getting 11% here, but if this game goes another 30 minutes, it's going to get weird. It's just, can you hold the high ground? I guess if you're Liquid, maybe your high ground isn't amazing, right? Spectre is not the best hero just sitting there and hitting the building, so you're pretty much just forcing the fight into Talon's base, potentially buybacks, which isn't, it's honestly not that scary because Talon's lineup is pretty ult dependent. So like if you go on the Tide Hunter, he ravages and buys back, do you really care too much? Feels like you're either winning or losing that fight even into the buybacks. I feel like you can just force the high ground with an Aegis, particularly maybe on the Primal. Give it to Nisha again and let him just start the fight. There's not a lot to dissuade you.
But if Talon turtle effectively enough,
well,
who is hitting that building through living armor?
You can always turtle effectively. And turtle into game 2. You can turtle into the lower bracket. I mean, turtling only gets you so far.
But the shell is so protected.
Yeah, sitting high ground feels great until it doesn't.
Quick jump on the jabs and a jump away. Team Liquid poking at Talon, getting a reaction out of them, and not following through. You say, okay, that's good enough.
I mean, honestly, that is one of the reasons I think Talon have consistently gone back to the Tiny and the Tusk per Q. You're talking about stalling games. Displacement is one of the best ways to stall games, and those two heroes have oftentimes won them these late game scenarios. That's where their high ground defense, we're looking at it in this game, right? It's just around the ults. I guess your one displacement is, this tidal wave.
Yeah, Makoto's going to have to provide that for them, but it's not nearly as good.
Just get a refresher and just triple tidal wave them into your fountain.
Yeah, with the tidal storm going on, yeah, no problem. The second row shot is up, by the way. Team Liquid are doing it. Talon are not contesting it. I'm sure they're well aware this is going on. They even get the scan out there. But as you can see, they had zero idea of we just can't take this fight. That's fine. Let them try and break us on the high ground. And,
they do give the Aegis to Mickey.
Yeah.
So they're going to opt to let him probably siege it up. Or I guess you can still just throw the Primal in and jump in with Mickey as well. I mean, either is a pretty decent choice here. The Spectre Aegis probably just too tempting because, I mean, double the HP with Dispersion is pretty nasty here.
I mean, that is a note, right? They do not have a way to be able to break this Spectre. So this much HP and a second life, you can't sit there and hit that tower for a very long time.
Which is another reason I think this hero's had a tremendous win rate at this tournament. If you get Spectre later in the draft, when you can see a lot of the cores committed, like who's buying Silver Edge on Talon's side? Who's really dealing with Spectre in terms of the man fight? I don't see it.
Ollie. He was out there. I mean, him and NQ are going to be out there deep on the map, trying to get vision, trying to cut some waves, do these sorts of things. Eventually, they're going to be found underneath some sort of Sentry ward, maybe run a Deisha with that gem.
Zai's going to poke 23, and 23 does not want any of that. Looking for his own BKB, so
doesn't want that smoke. I guess all that's left for Liquid at this point, I feel like the only thing they're really waiting on is Aghanims on the Primal Beast, right?
That's the big one. Yeah, that lets Nisha initiate maybe just 100-0 jabs here. Who did pick up an Ags of his own on the Tide Hunter, so we're talking about the high ground defense. It's starting to add up a little bit here for Talon. All right, you have this long-range Gush, you have the Torrent Storm and the pullback there.
There's going to be literally wave after wave of Gush and Tidal waves blasting out from Talon.
better be ready. I mean, you also have this Furion Ags that Q picked up. So if you drag Liquid deep in your base, they all get rooted under a Torrent Storm. It's potentially pretty devastating.
It's a fight that you're going to have to play it slow.
Yes, because you can't just commit it into the BKBs here.
Yeah.
It's all about getting these BKBs out early for both teams, honestly. And another pickoff. AK just pushing towards a Butterfly, helping him with the Morphling man fight. But stall.
All right, there's the axe on the Primal Beast, so I feel like that is the last big item of note for Team Liquid that is required for their high ground. Obviously, they're going to be continuing to scale up, but...
Well, until the Enchantress Moonshard, of course.
Right, of course, yeah.
That's the big ghost signal. Hey, there it is.
There it is. 23 is not going to have fun with that.
No. I mean, somebody's not going to have fun. Which usually on this team is Jabs, I mean...
that's true, yeah.
If someone's not going to have fun, okay, Jabs, you go tank it up. It's the life of a CEO.
All right, here it comes. Time to put it to the test here. Can Talon survive through these folks? They got the BKB out of Makoto.
That's already so valuable.
Yeah, and Liquid didn't even take that much damage. They're going to keep, I mean, even from just Nisha and Insania, they're doing all right. They got a glyph out of them, got a BKB.
But you got to remember, there's no blink on the Tide Hunter right now. Jabs opted for this stand your ground build. There's no real initiation power. Like, there's no surprise wrap around with a blink ravage lead into Morphling waveform in. It has to just kind of be walk up and start going on somebody. I don't know who. Take your pick.
I mean,
2 lives, Dispersion, Spectre.
It just keeps up happening faster and faster. With Mickey being a part of all these kills, the Butterfly's done, but he's going to have that Disperser pretty quickly soon. I don't know.
It's I just looking for a full Octarine. He's maintaining the pace.
Yeah, now Boxy's going to do the same, right? So it's the Perma Shadow Realm.
Yep. Everything's just scaling here for Liquid. I mean, they are very familiar with Talon. They probably know, let's just play to scale anyway. I mean,
yeah, Talon might love playing late game, and it's going to get weird, but if you have like a 50,000 net worth lead on Team Liquid,
surely
gold can buy you out of any scenario, surely.
That's absolutely true.
And that's why Q's out on the map. That's why Ollie's out there constantly. They may be getting picked off sometimes, but somebody's got to be out there finding farms somewhere. They can't just all be sitting in their base forever, otherwise you're just going to fall too far behind in net worth.
Yeah, it's the old Furion Cliff Farm. You remember that?
Basically, yeah.
It's back. Only took a couple of years.
And he's going to be going for the Silver Edge. That's going to be a long time coming.
Yeah, I guess that's your Silver Edge builder. You got to build what you got to build, right?
Well, Boxy goes for the Wisdom Rune, and he might just notice that his Ancients are being taken. Immediately. Oh, gotta get out of here.
All right, well, a wasted ult here. Victory for Q. Though I will say he has not gotten many of these Wisdom Rune steals, which is something you want to see with the hero, right? Because otherwise you do fall behind in XP. Another poke on Chad. Shouldn't yield anything. That's one of the big differences in this game. You look at the experience on Talon supports compared to Liquids right now. They're both 4 levels behind.
Yeah.
That is what map control does. And that is why scaling supports are so nice in this meta. Because if you just choke the enemy out, you're getting all these Wisdom Runes, you're farming all these camps. I mean, you just get to a point where you have 5 cores.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times when I'm looking at lineups, yeah, like, okay, hard to carry, that's one note. But it's not even necessarily about the other cores. A lot of times it's about how well does that 4 position scale? Or if both support scale, then hell, even better. And in this case, Team Liquid, they're going to be very content and confident. Confident enough, in fact, that they don't have to use the second Aegis. Maybe the high ground push comes with the third Aegis, or the fourth. We could be in for a very long farming session here, Avery.
Yeah, you're telling me a Talon game is gonna go late?
Yeah, our time in Southeast Asia is definitely well prepared us for this moment. Yeah.
I never would have seen it coming. Finally, they smoke. As Talon decide enough is enough. They will not wait for 23's MKB.
Mickey immediately jumps on a jab just like all the times before.
They don't want to go on him though.
Yeah, it is tough to bring down this Spectre. They're trying to get Liquid to overextend perhaps in Nisha. He'll oblige, jumping right in there. But again, another target they simply don't want to go for.
Trying to bait them in deep for this Ravage, but I mean, Javelin see.
Oh, he tries to go for the Ravage, but it's not good enough. And now the shots, the rainbow shots out from the Enchantress raining in. Jab's going to be punched to death. Zai, I mean, the damage will eventually come in. It's just a question of who else is going to be joining him in the play here. Mikoto is forced to use the BKB, and they don't have anything to pierce that one. Losing 2 on the side of Talon. They took about 5 steps outside of their base, and it immediately goes all wrong. This is why they were so hesitant to do so before.
And no buyback on jabs, no Ravage even if he had it. Should be multiple lanes here for Liquid. These heroes are way too tanky.
Liquid have been playing impatient, just waiting for them to make a mistake. And when they finally did, they're going to take a lane of barracks. They're going to take even more. Mikoto dies now. 23, going to be in some trouble. The BKB protects him for now. They'll be able to get back to the mountain, but Liquid, you know, they can dive tier 4s and it doesn't matter.
You have to wait for everybody to be up here. I don't know if this game's still going to be going by the time your Kunk goes up.
Yeah, at this rate, the way they keep on losing heroes, it's not going to be a lane of barracks. It's going to be...
Okay, there's some damage.
2, 3.
I mean, this Shadow Realm it does do some work here if 23 can get a full round off.
Yeah, there's obvious Ag's answer for the Morphling. It's just, how is he going to be able to catch Boxy to turn into the... Get the jump in, he's get those shots from the Shadow Realm. Torn comes up, backing with Nisha immediately with the follow-up there. This could be the killing blow as they grab that Kunkka, slam him down, but it looks like maybe they're running out a little bit of steam here. Now they're getting pulled in. Nisha still, he held onto his BKB and he's getting out of there. Meanwhile, the buildings are dying on the side of Talon. They can't exchange buildings like this, a full lane of barracks just for a BKB. They gotta get a little bit more. 23 is gonna try and get something for the Yule Scepter. It stops him almost immediately. And the first damage is just too much for 23.
23 knows he needed something there, and he just gets met with the stone wall that is this Liquid lineup. They have every answer. There's just no room to operate. And yeah, that is a very convincing game 1 from Liquid here. Was not the fastest game for them in the tournament, but very methodical, right? And I feel like if you look at this game as a whole, it's just Zai. it's Zai with an incredibly free laning phase on a Darkseer. He doesn't have the greatest combos to play off of, but it almost doesn't matter. The Grease pipe timing is way too strong. There's not enough damage to go through it. You mess up 1 or 2 of those fights, and suddenly you're stuck on a map where you can't take the 5-on-5, and you're getting picked off by Spectre. What's your game plan? Stall high ground and go late? Well, didn't work out.
No, it didn't. The Morphling, we had that Aghanim Scepter. We saw, he was going to try and turn into the Dark Willow, try and put some damage out that way, or turn into the Primal Beast, get some break mechanics going against the Spectre. But it just, one time he turned into the Dark Willow, and this time he turned into the Primal Beast at the end there. It just really wasn't working out for them.
Nah, it's just
down.
Not a 23 Savage Morphling game we're used to seeing.
No,
0-5.
absolutely not.
Pretty much gets shut down. He finds the net worth, but no real team fight impact past, I think, the first fight around the tier 1. Congrats, it's not what Morphling's supposed to do, so Liquid prepared for Talon here. They get this Primal Beast, which I think should be the hero going into game 2. You're thinking about a lot because for both these teams, Primal has decided a lot of their openers, a lot of the tempo, and how much damage you have in those early game fights.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely going to be hurting Talon's confidence going into this. I mean, on such an important hero for them, like the Morphling for 23 Savage, a hero that he's like literally 66% win rate when it comes to these professional matches. Game 1 against Liquid, a team who has had their number for much of the playoffs. It's going to be a little bit rough, but we'll see how they bounce back. After all, they are a veteran team. They've been around the block a few times. They've been in a lot of these top 3 finishes, and we'll see if they can bounce back going into game 2. Maybe our panel has some ideas how they're going to do that.
We can definitely talk about it, share some ideas, but it's heartbreaking for Talon. It's obviously only game number 1 in this best-of-3 series, but they've been here before. Liquid coming in stronger. We didn't favor their draft out. We thought Talon were going to have it. We liked the synergy. We liked what they had on paper, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how clean those papers are. If you can't execute the way that it needs to be, then everything's going to fall apart. So Team Liquid coming in strong. That Primal Beast doing so much as well. And Darkseer 2 Rizzo, you didn't like.
Yeah, I mean, Zai is just like phenomenal player. I don't know how he won that lane, and he was like the first network the entire time. Like, I don't know what he's up to, but this guy is ready to win this tournament, I think, because like, I don't know, he's just a phenomenal. His execution is on top.
Yeah, 23 Savage singled Zai out. He's like, who is the hardest person to lane against for you? He's just like, Zai. It's always Zai. I don't know who pulls it out.
It also helps, I think, that Talon, most of their focus in the early game wasn't to mid lane. Like, you see the Prophet TPing mid. Like, during the draft, we were talking, okay, a Darkseer against a Morphling, when you play behind tower, if the Nature Prophet goes to that lane, get a couple kills, then maybe you can dictate the game. But instead, they look towards mid, they're trying to apply pressure elsewhere. And in doing so, Talon lost their tier 1 tower very early into the game. And then because of that, you've got like this Darkseer free farming. Like all the highlights we're seeing here, it's just like Darkseer initiates, you've got Primal running in, Spectre going for a beautiful build as well. The Diffusal, the Midas.
I love the Midas.
It was so good. Like, because you go for the Midas, it then allows you to go the Diffusal, Manta, Skadi, and not feel like you're behind on farm compared to the Blade Mail Radiant. So I think Liquid just understood how to get their heroes as powerful as possible for 20-25 minutes, when potentially other teams would look at this lineup and go, okay, we need to farm a lot longer. But no, they found a way to get it online much earlier.
Yeah, well, we even talked about potentially them needing to farm longer because 23 Savage on Morphling, we already heard from Cap, like the amazing statistics that he has, but for this game, he just didn't really have an impact. This Morph was getting burst down so much, wasn't getting that free farm that we thought was going to be traded. Darkseer can have free farm, but at that we thought Morphling was going to get it too. He didn't get it, and he was fighting really early sheep.
I thought that their game plan was that Morphling would hard farm while the other 4 sort of held the map because they were defensive, right? You have the Tide and stuff again. But he got involved in those early fights. I don't have the pro insight to know whether the fighting was an okay choice or not, but I know he's not happy with how it went. Yeah. He literally would enter and die. He would just die. They had so much, but this Primal Beast damage output, I think I even underrated. He was easily just taking Morph from full to 0. They had more than enough to just instantly wipe him. It's more like you don't need stuns if this Morphling is waveforming into you and then just exploding, which is what happened at least twice. That was massive, a massive blunder from him.
Yeah, trying to be aggressive, trying to be that initiation. And look, we don't necessarily have the insight from our pro players, but I do have a professional that we can get some more insight from. It is Purge.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, we want to look at the laning stage because it is a very important phase of the game. It looked very one-sided at the end, but the MVP, I think, in the laning was actually Makoto. It seemed like there was a lot of pressure that came towards Nisha, but Makoto did almost all of this by himself. it was a lot of right-clicking of the Primal Beast when there are opportunities to do so. Like when this range creep is about to be denied here, he's going to deny it, and then when Nisha charges in, he's going to have Torrent ready to go to help guarantee that he gets as many right-clicks. So watch how many times he's right-clicking the Primal Beast here. 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And now that Nisha is low HP, every time that he tries to approach and go for last hits, he's going to be right-clicked again by Makoto. So by keeping him low at this period of HP, he just doesn't get as many last hits and denies, and Kunkka gets to play more mind games. He gets to pump fake his torrents to make sure that Nisha still doesn't always feel comfortable. He's got to click on Makoto constantly to check for mana levels and things like that, and these are ultimately what leads him to the first kill here. Nisha's again trying to get as many last hits as possible. Makoto's sitting about too high, pump faking the torrents. Here he's going for the range creep, trying to get as many last hits as possible, but Makoto's just on top of it consistently here. And as a result, this just leads Nisha to be 10 HP from the splash, and this is just all a 1v1. Nisha's well respected as one of the best mid players in the world, and yeah, Prophet shows up in TPs, but like, who really did the work in this clip, you know? It's consistently Makoto going for these kill setups with torrents and splashes. Even when he tries to get last hits, using his second AoE skill, he glyphs the creep wave to prevent him from getting free last hits. He slaps him a bunch, and again, Prophet says, I'm gonna show up and help try to make this kill happen. And in this case, he threw a blood grenade, he did a sprout to do a little bit of damage. Nisha ends up surviving here with just about 9 HP. They do run him down and kill him eventually, but ultimately this gives him the level 6 versus level 4 gold advantage. And watch what Makoto does here. As he's looking to set up his boat combo, he steps away for just a moment here, and vision right now for Liquid is somewhere around this, and there's also a little AoE from this creep because it's attacking the tower. So he casts Torrent from outside that range, which sets up the boat combo. Very, very nicely done. And again, Prophet TP's in to guarantee a kill. So amazing play by Makoto in this game. He definitely did what he needed to get his team into the match, but unfortunately, the other lanes went really poorly, and Zaya had such a good game that it wasn't enough to matter.
We're counteracting that. It's so tough when you come out on lane. I mean, Makoto putting in the works. One of the players that you guys wanted to highlight when we came into this series, and like Pudge said, it just wasn't enough, which is unfortunate, but don't worry. We have so much more entertainment just outside of the Dota for you guys. We have Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everybody. Yes, that's right. Crowd, are you awake right now? Ah, they're alive and well. Now, we just had our Talon Liquid Series Game 1 here. Do you see any Liquid fans out there that might want to talk to us?
Any Liquid fans out here? I see one right there.
Right, we got some Liquid fans. Let's go get on. Liquid fans, how are we doing here? Now, this is a tradition, Mr. Tsunami, that we do at TI. As the players are right over there, they can hear you. And this is their moment after this game for you to get in their heads a little bit, you know, give them some advice. Any advice out there to a Liquid player?
You guys got this. You're doing amazing. You guys are going to win this TI. Just show up, play your best game. That's all that matters.
Whoa. That was a Seb speech right there. That was pretty good. Mr. Tsunami, do you see any Talon fans here?
Any Talon fans out here? I said any Talon fans out here? Okay, fine, I'll just scoot right over then. Hello, friend. Is history gonna change for once? We have seen Talon fall to Liquid time and time again. What could you tell them to change the course of this timeline?
Nobody beats 23 Savage 21 times.
No one beats 23 Savage 21 times! Let that be a lesson for Liquid fans! But it may be a little bit less than 21 times so far. I think it's maybe like 15 games so far.
Okay, they got nothing. In 6 games.
No one beats 23 Savage in 6 games. Lesson learned. Thank you, Talon fan. What's your name?
Tanav.
You're here alone, but here. You gotta hold it up for all the Talon fans out there. Southeast Asia is watching.
Shout out to Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia, let's go.
All right, so let's hear it from the crowd, my friends. Will it be Liquid winning this game? Let's hear it. Or Southeast Asian fans, this is your moment. Will it be Talon? There we go. Only time will tell, but you know what will tell you things? The panel, probably. Back to you.
Wow, I have never had a cleaner throw back to the panel there, Slacks, doing work for us. It was nice. We heard some Talon fans coming out. Maybe they were just a little bit shy, you know? SEA things, you just need a warm-up. Maybe same thing's happening with Talon. They just needed that warm-up in game one. They're going to bounce back stronger. Their mental, Rezo, surely is sky high right now. They're definitely not thinking about history repeating itself.
I don't think they care about this loss. They have 2 more games to compete, and I think the Q needs to have a little bit of a, active hero, because Furin is not really his play style. He needs to be the one setting up the tempo for this team. And when they don't have that, you kind of saw that they're just splitting the map like forever, and there's nothing really happening for them.
Yeah, it's tough looking at these stats for Talon. I mean, 0-5 for 23 here, and on the other side, Mickey doing 5-1. So almost the inverse of themselves. A lot of assists for Mickey too, with that lower cooldown of Spec. I know I keep talking about it so much, but that is really what's making Spectre so much more impactful. Why we're seeing her picked up more.
And the key thing here is Morphling. He finished the game with 15,000 damage, but only 3 assists. Spectre, 20,000 damage, but part of 22 odd kills. Like, it's disgusting how different it was, even though it was kind of similar on the damage. So I think for 23 Savage, he does want to get in the game a little bit more, a little bit punchier, and it kind of does boil down to where they're applying the pressure. They're shutting down mid, but giving Xayah free game, and they're getting so tanky so quickly. Like a Darkseer, a Primal, a Spectre. These heroes, if you don't shut them down, they are so formidable in the mid game because they just have so much HP.
Yeah, they got their hands on 2 of those sorts of heroes. Any respect bans, Sheep, that you think are going to have to come out here, or maybe even a change in playstyle? Like we said, maybe try and pick up more of an active carry.
I don't think they need to change the carry. I think it was just they fumbled their win condition on Talon for the lineup they had. Like, they did not draft that much damage, and then Morph died too many times, and then at that point, Liquid's establishing like a firm damage line in front of your base. Stay in there. We're warding down the bot side, so you can't like farm down the hour extra parts of the map. Too hard.
They can hear us right now. Is there anything that you want to say? I'm sure they can hear you, right?
Maybe they're blocking us out. Maybe they're like, this panel?
Oh, Boxy, he's my cousin.
Can you fire Blitz? Liquid?
Nod
Now's
your
your
head.
chance. Just fire Blitz.
Can I say,
nod your head. Anyone on Liquid if you're going to fire Blitz.
I want to compliment Blitz, actually, because he's...
He nodded his head.
Confirmation, you heard it here. No matter the result, Blitz, you're done, buddy.
We meant fire them into the grand final.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
There we go.
The sentence
Yeah, you
there.
didn't finish the sentence.
I feel like we do need to build them up, though, Rezo. You can do it. They're going to be walking out, so we know 100% that they will be listening. So, yeah, build up Blitz. Build up the Liquid roster over there.
William, look at what he's wearing. He's wearing his suit. He's a professional here. How many coaches are wearing suits?
Not enough.
I will say, it's an all-black suit, though. We did make a comment, is it Liquid's funeral? Are they going down to the lower bracket with the all-black suit coming out on Blitz?
No, they're going up with style.
Up with style, they're looking to be in top 6. They're 1 game away. Talon wanting to break that curse for themselves, wanting to make it further, not wanting it to be Team Liquid that knocks them down into the lower bracket. Not only would it be a tough feat to be able to go through that lower bracket for themselves, but bouncing back, the confidence. They're going to have to look to be playing either tomorrow or the day after.
Yeah, and also the Spirit of TI. Don't forget that VP earlier today. They won game 1 in a convincing fashion, and Spirit came back game 2, game 3.
Yeah.
So Talon, they just got beat in a convincing fashion. But, there's magic in the air. Maybe this is their time to kind of do the same thing.
I want to say there's magic in the air, but Rosa, we kept talking about how, there's teams that feed off the energy of the crowd. I think Liquid are one of those teams. Like, they love playing in front of a crowd. They perform. They almost do better on LANs than online performances.
100%. Those type of players, they're really looking forward to playing in front of the crowd, for sure. Like, they have experienced players, and they're also, like, super charismatic, and they're not, like, go out there and talk and engage with the audience as well. So I think it's the big factor for Liquid as well, going into the series. But I think Talon needs to be changing their drafts a little bit. Like, they need to have these active heroes that can make plays, some fights back, because otherwise Liquid are gonna just take the complete aggression, and this is the best team that they can, close up the game super fast and not let the Talon do their, split push shenanigans in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they should let 23 play what he wants, but I think they can adapt the rest around it, like Rezo said. And they just did not have enough playmaking / damage on their supports last game to make up for that. And I think maybe that's why 23 felt so pressured to kind of join the earlier fights, which went poorly. Maybe because, just because their other heroes needed help.
I guess the tough side to that is not knowing yet who has first pick, who has second pick, is that you're not really willing to pick up 23 Savage's hero early, right? And if it gets banned out, if that's the one you're sort of gunning for, like how hard does that make it to set up? Like how flexible do they have to be in their openers?
I don't think it's about flexibility. I think it's maybe about rounding out your draft with a really solid opening, like the Dawn or the Bristleback. Like these heroes, Talon have found wins on. If they don't have Dawn or Bristle, they've lost every other game. Like these are the only two heroes.
Wow.
In regards to like offlane, if they round out the draft with this, easy Ws. So I think maybe get the Dawnbreaker in, and you'll be a good spot. It's like untouched in the previous game. So
yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for it.
Why didn't they go for it? Like you've won, you came back against Gaming Gladiators, you bounced back against Keystars in the group stage, we're in 0-2 down, but now you've just kind of forgotten about the hero, and Bristol's banned. So I think Dawnbreaker could be a good game 2 hero for them potentially.
I also understand trying to try something different. We did harp on a little bit too much about 23's Morph maybe, but Jabs' Tide definitely didn't have the impact anyone thought it would. A lot of sort of wasted ultimates there. So it's really tough, but the good thing is it's a best of 3. There is going to be a game 2. So let's get ready to jump into that one.
Team Liquid versus Talon Esports. Game 2.
It is game at number 2 draft. It will be coming up very soon, and we get to see if that Dawnbreaker, if it's gonna go uncontested again, will it get let through in the bans, will it get unpicked as well. All we know so far is that Invoker, Spirit Breaker, and Nature's Prophet, so Talon this time round, they're not gonna pick it up for themselves, and they really don't want Liquid to get their hands on it either.
It's so hard to draft against Liquid. Like, I don't really know how to analyze their draft because there's always something new coming up, you know. There's like some Darkseer idea that's coming up and you don't really see the, you know, the idea behind it, but they make it work with the Spectre and Primal Beast, you know, go in front, and Zai has been, you know, he just won the lane. He was not supposed to even, like, so they know how to execute their hero as well.
All throughout the year in DPC, like every time we interviewed them, it was always the point where it's like, when Zai gets his hero, he has free choice. Like, there isn't as if they're going to Zai like, we want you to play this hero. It's more, okay, it's your pick, what's your feeling on the game? And, you know, sometimes I can suggest a hero that isn't the best, but I think 9 times out of 10, he's often hitting the beat of finding a way to just break the game with his hero choices. And yeah, it's...
Yeah, because he has so much experience that this, you know, these ideas, they, like, he has them within him.
Yeah.
So...
What's surprising is Nature's Prophet and Tree being banned out by Talon, but that's what they picked for themselves last game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Primal's gone this time.
I'm not sure about these Talon bans. Like, what are they for?
Yeah, it feels like they're just banning themselves out, right?
Banning themselves, yeah. I don't even think Liquid wanted those heroes.
maybe the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, these are, to be fair, these are heroes Liquid have been drafting in first phase. But when you think of like the punchy heroes, there's been better, punchier heroes to open up a draft with.
I imagine it's just, if they have first pick, they want to pick something in mind, and they want to get rid of these heroes to give themselves a better game. Like maybe they don't want Tree first pick, maybe they want something else, so they have to get rid of Tree so they can first pick their hero, and then Liquid can't take the Tree.
Yeah.
Why do I think there's a Shadow Demon ban? Like, I often see this ban first phase, but what is it for? Like, what is it preventing from picking?
The Bristleback, right? Although they don't have first pick, so... Or maybe they think that Talon can't first pick Bristle, so if they ban Shadow Demon, maybe Talon have to pick something else and then they get Bristle.
I think it's also Ollie has played it in groups, and leading up to this as well, it's just a hero that he is comfortable with, so it could be this counter, along with being an Ollie comfort that they're like, okay, this is a +5 is actually really impactful.
There it is.
Where's your Bristol?
Well, they took out the Bristle counter, so...
Are they gonna answer with Viper?
Oh,
of course not.
Please. I mean, Primal's gone, that's the best break.
I think Phoenix is, Orange in Operation. I think those two are the best.
The good thing here with the AA pick for Liquid is they can still pick some Earth Spirit, some like simple setup, and then you have the high damage of Magnetize, plus the setup, so then AA is hitting the easy Ice Blasts. We are seeing some +5s look to go for Blink Dagger at like the 30-35 minute mark, because with your Shard, you blink in, you always know you're going to hit that mini stun, plus connect on that key hero, and then you kind of your job's done to some degree, but yeah, I think it sets up for the pairings that Liquid have been running quite a lot so far throughout the group stage.
I mean, one of those pairings, Chaos Knight already taken out. What else do people normally like? It's that Wraith King
Wraith
sometimes
King.
as well.
Earth Spirit, Konka might be the one. Yeah, Konka is banned.
Luna, not really a combo, but a potential.
I mean, Luna doesn't really synergize with AA.
Okay. Just trying to see what else is out there that Talon really need to look to make sure they're not going to have this unbeatable safe lane for Team Liquid, this scaling safe lane that can run over the game.
I just think the nicest thing is the CK ban in the first phase. This is a hero that Liquid have often just kind of drafted with confidence entering the second and third phases. So just to take it out straight away, it's okay. You don't get your easy lane, you don't get your A plus CK. And also against Bristleback, CK is a very formidable hero because you can buy Silver Edge, you have burst potential. On top of that, already mentioned the AA combo, so yeah, I like the fact that they CK into Bristle pick, kind of just a nice little 1-2 between the ban and the pick phase.
They have a lot of options, right? I guess they could take any stun, like a Sven potentially we saw earlier played. I think honestly, more than the carry, I really like seeing other heroes like Axe having been picked up against Bristle, because as soon as you get that call, which can pierce even BKB, it's like he just turns and then you just kill him. And as long as you have any carry with damage, you can achieve that.
Same with Legion Commander, right?
Yeah, Legion's great too. There's also been like the Faceless Void that we've seen a few times, potentially for like Silver Edge pick up later, but also because in Chrono you can hit him wherever you like.
I love what they did with the Tusk. They bend the Tiny for Q and they take the Tusk out of him as well.
Yeah, I was surprised. Both of those heroes were left in game one. You guys hyped it up so much. He still went for that Nature's Prophet.
Tusk got banned in the first.
Oh, he did? He got, okay,
yeah,
well that Tiny was,
Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny was still there. And then they went the Nature's Prophet anyway, and you were right, Rezo. Q just had a really rough showing for himself. Liquid kind of know that now, capitalized on it, so take it away from himself. But that Shaker is another one that you mentioned.
Shaker is another one, yeah. I'm glad that they went for it. And they also have a, Phoenix to back up with damage, so this is what I know Talon for. This is like their best draft yet.
And also, it's like, Bristleback, he's a hero that absorbs your opponent's positioning. Like, it's like you're baiting them onto me. Like, if you want to kill me, come use your Silver Edge to break me. And now it's like, okay, there's an Echo Slam, there's an Egg. Like, you have these really big area control spells, whilst your Bristleback's baiting them to come to them. So, yeah, I think these three heroes just play really nicely into each other. And of course, the downsides of potentially like a Shaker Phoenix support, because Talon have played Shaker support, and they're kind of slow pacing, Bristle just amplifies that and goes, no worries, you're kind of slow, let me just crank up the speed for you, just play behind me and then we're going to be in a good spot.
Yeah. So far they have a really good setup for Mikoto and Savage heroes.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually no, I'd rather see Q on Earthshaker, but I was thinking about the potential of a mid Shaker because I really don't like them as a support duo.
No.
Like you highlighted a bit, it's just they require so many levels and they need, or they would like farm, especially on Shaker.
That's fine. All they need to do is protect Bristol, like make some stacks for Bristol and protect that area.
Yep.
Yeah, I realized I saw the Phoenix and I wasn't too much of a fan because you're losing sort of the healing capability into AA, but the team fight that makes up for it between Phoenix and Shaker is really nice.
Well, Tusk doesn't have too much flex these days. Going to be 4. Insania is definitely the ancient apparition. Look, there's Luna. I did mention her, Rezo.
You did.
And you didn't like it at all.
My host.
I think they're gonna put Tusk with Luna, right? This game.
So you think it'll still be Boxy playing Tusk, but in the safe lane, and then Insania and AA sort of playing this post-5 and post-4?
That's what I'd be looking at. Yeah.
Or they could pick a self-sufficient offlaner and then try and use the twin gates to get the Tusk to play in the tri-lane, but then you like poke it so you can start top for like 3 minutes. All right, Zai, you're doing good, boss. See ya. Twin gate, boom, suddenly a tri-lane from, let's say, like minute 3 to 10. So I think with this opening, it does scream protect your side lanes, because if Zai is on that perfectly independent style hero, it could be quite tough to deal with.
And that still hits the axe that you guys were talking about that you think can help deal with Bristle.
I think for Liquid, if they're doing that route, they pick the mid here and then go later, but they go for a Dawnbreaker. Not so independent, but...
I mean, they can put this Dawnbreaker with the AA on top, and then Tusk and Luna have really strong lanes.
Yeah.
I love the Dawnbreaker because I was trying to think of how they're meant to take their team fights into Talon. I think it's hard to pick team fight into their team fight that already exists because the egg is such a good like disjoint of like, what's the point? You don't want to commit your spells onto us because we're already protecting it. Dawnbreaker is just anti-team fight. And I do want to see one more hero on Liquid because Dawnbreaker likes to play away from her team. I want to see one hero that can help form sort of a line to protect Luna's triangle. I want to see Luna being able to just farm up all of her timings. And right now, I think it's hard for like Tusk and AA to do that alone. They have like set up here, like they want Talon to come onto them so they can use Dawn ult. They want someone to stun so AA can ult. I think they need a hero that achieves that for them.
such a classic matchup, right? You pick Terrorblade to get the reflection of the Luna, then Luna obviously can get Manta to get rid of it, but just like, it's just so nice to see these two cores battle up against each other. But for Talon, not only do they have the Bristle pressure, they then have like the Terrorblade who can then set the objective pressure, the Roshan pressure, and this is going to be a Luna game where I think you might fall off quite awkwardly going into the late game, but this is where I think whatever Nisha plays from mid, that's going to need to really bring the draft together to punish them.
That's a lot on both mid laners.
It really depends on how much aggression Liquid can put on the TB and their overall lineup. But I think like they have a good potential with a Nisha hero just like completely run them over. Look at he's smiling.
They're doing some weird suggestions right now. Like he's played so far, he's played some Quap, some Windrunner, some Sniper.
Who's this, sorry?
So Nisha, he's played Quap, Windrunner, Sniper. These are the weirder heroes. They banned out Invoker themselves, which could have been quite nice to throw more buffs onto him. Mid Ogre, no, I'm joking. Not happening.
Mid Ogre?
Yeah, no.
I mean, they need different active hero.
Yeah, they do.
What does the mid hero really need? Is it looking for, objective pushing, burst damage, tankier build?
Just initiation.
Just
Some
initiation.
melee guy that can initiate, yes. I think this is what they need right now.
No one buys pipe on Talon. If this was VP, they would have picked maybe an old school Zeus, but don't initiate, just hope to kill.
They're taking a lot of time for Talon thinking about this last ban, what really could bring all of Liquid's draft together.
So many
And they could do like a Storm Spirit potentially. You get like your zip in into Dawn ult, followed up with AA ult.
Storm is actually pretty good. I like your suggestion. Yeah, they have nothing against it. I don't know how alive that hero is right now.
I don't know. I think Talon have played it actually.
Yep. They played it a couple of times yet.
5 seconds.
Well, we're going to see it very soon. They don't have much time left.
Oh, they go for the yoink.
There you go.
Nice. I mean, this hero is, I'm not going to say criminally underrated, but underrated to the point where I think enough people have experienced Zeus buying Phylactery and then just non-stop just poking you at like 15 minutes or so. Now imagine you have to deal with Bristle with a Vanguard Axe, a Zeus with a Phylactery, and then you have 23 Savage behind going, don't worry boys, I have a Skadi in like 20 minutes, hold tight. Like this is a very obnoxious draft to deal with.
It is.
But what is
You
their
need to
timing?
go to high ground, but at the same time, like they're so passive. Like who's on their team is gonna make moves? It's only Shaker with Blink Dagger, and it's gonna happen like very late in the game because there's no early game going on for them. I don't really see the way that they're gonna.
They
make
exist, right? They just kind of
They
like
just
they're just
farm.
on the map. Yeah,
They just
there.
farm. Yeah, but Liquid, they're not gonna let them farm. They're gonna kill them.
That's what I want to see. I want to see like Dawn, Tusk, and mid hero going around, taking pickoffs, taking fights. I think Talon is so way too passive, and Luna should actually just be able to farm for free. And then when she has like her BKB, so on, they can just Manta, they can just fight and ball and take towers.
Storm is so good here.
I want to
Against
see
Zeus.
Storm real bad. Yeah.
Good work. Stormsphere is going to be that last pickup. So you guys, Sheep, you got one of the heroes that you favor, so now is it just Liquid all the way through?
I see the ideas in their lineup that are just easy to execute against Talon's heroes. I mean, they have to play so... I don't know. It's weird. They're just vulnerable. They don't really have many stuff to protect them. All they can really do is just say egg and like, please leave us alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about just hitting each item timing needs to try and make a statement in the game. Of course, you pick up this Storm, it'll always find the Zeus, it'll find the entry to the fight, but I think for Talon at least, if they do want to be passive and just exist on the map, Luna always falls off in games. Like you can get to that awkward point, so if Talon just want to play some like hour-long game to win it, then sure, they can just hold the high ground forever.
Oh, Talon want to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like how their heroes scale.
They just need to play it, like if they make mistakes with these heroes, this game will just look so one-sided. But if they play it like nicely, calmly, and just keep thinking about where the creep waves are, then they can really punish and annoy Liquid and just drag this one out.
Is there more strengths in the side lanes this time around, Reza? Do you think it's going to be a little bit more balanced when we do shift towards that mid game?
Yeah, I think Liquid has better lanes this time around. I mean, unless they're gonna fuck up real bad going in the high ground.
Just say how it is.
I don't think this is the game for Talon.
All right, so you don't think we'll be sitting here congratulating Talon? They have this uphill battle for themselves to do. They have a lot on the line for the game number 2. And so we're going to see if they're able to do it. If they're able to break this curse, if they're able to rewrite history and to guide us through it, it's Cap and SVG.
Well, it seems like they are the underdogs, but Southeast Asia has been there before. In fact, most of the time it feels like they are the underdogs, and they've managed to get an upset 1 or 2 throughout TI history. There are some pretty well-known matches there, so maybe Talon can finally get a win over Liquid in the playoffs. Avery, are you a believer?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't believe
the thing is, I like start to believe in Talon once it gets deep enough in, you know. Once that game starts to progress and I can kind of see it coming together, I'll start to believe. But damn, these games always just look so hard for them off the bat, right? And this is another game where, again, I kind of agree with the assessment here that it's a very slow lineup. It's very clunky. You have the Bristle to provide you some early fighting capability. But outside of that, I mean, you're just trying to scale, right? You have Phoenix, Zeus, Shaker, Terrorblade. It's all about the late game team fights here. You're going to be a powerhouse if you get there. At the same time, Liquid, they have a lot to combat that team fight with displacement with the Tuskar, and if you give them a first blood again,
the second first blood of the series going to Liquid once again. And we heard from our panel, they feel like Liquid's actually going to be thriving in this laning phase. You give them a first blood like this. This is not the way Talon want to be starting things off.
And to a Luna. This is a hero that uses early gold tremendously well.
Yeah.
This is also a game where I feel like Liquid are going to pseudo tri-lane. Like, this is a really old school Luna tri-lane strat, right? With the Tuskar, especially AA. This is a very classic Luna tri-lane. A lot of early firepower, pretty much a guaranteed kill on anybody if they decide to put Boxy into that lane at any point in the early game. And you can pretty much leave a Dawn alone against a Terrorblade if the meta's down.
Yeah, one of the trends of this tournament, I feel like, is we are using those portals more and more to gank the side lanes and make these sort of, as you said, pseudo tri-lane sort of situations where you're just constantly moving with one of your heroes.
So I think a lot of this game might come down to how much Boxy gets done in the early game for Liquid and how much Q can kind of counteract that and get his timing later on, but it's definitely going to be later. And they're going to block the off lane here for Jabs to try and get this double melee lane, something in the early game, and also against that Tusk roaming threat, right? You don't know where Boxy's going to start. You have to be prepared for this. And Mickey's going to have first blood gold here as well. So any advantage you can get for Jabs, propel him into a faster Vanguard, get the ancient stacks going, and then fight around Makoto. That's your game plan if you're Talon. And if you're Liquid, get Boxy into gank potential, get runes for Nisha, and then start combining this Dawn ult off of the Storm Spear jumps, and you're just going to be slaying Makoto on the map.
Now, Bristleback is the second most played hero of this tournament, just one behind the Muerta right now. 33 games of Bristleback. And while he's close to 50% win rate, I feel like this hero has been super dominant when, you know, like things go well in the laning phase. This hero just seems to pop off after that.
He's like Darkseer, right? If the first 3 to 4 levels he doesn't get punished too hard, he kind of just runs away with it. And then you have to be able to deal with it. And I mean, we've seen teams be able to do that. There's definitely some counters to this hero. Break helps. Anti-healing helps, and of course Liquid have their Ancient Apparition that they've pretty much gone to every time it's available. This is a hero Insania is just going to play the whole tournament, it seems like, until someone bans it out or stops him.
Yeah, with all the hearts going around and all these strength heroes, you got to get some percentage-based damage somewhere in here.
So I think Liquid have a lineup that can deal with Bristle in those mid-game fights. I mean, Tuskar's like an old-school meat counter as well. You know, he's a butcher. Tag team him up and chop him down.
Sure. You combine that with somebody like the Luna. I wonder if the Glaive interaction with the Shard actually works with tag team. That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Still, it's also a Dawn Tusk lane. This is a lane we saw Shopify run a lot.
Yeah.
To success, or limited success, I guess. But the lane itself looked great. And that's something that could just pop 23 out of nowhere in this laning phase. He has to be careful, but so far this lane is going really well for Talon as Ollie is just dominating the double melee up here with the Fire Spirits.
Yeah, double melee heroes that rely on being able to hit you so that attack speed is even more potent, and they're going up against carry that has the highest armor in the game. So
it's tough.
Yeah, they might be able to pull out a kill somewhere, but
probably not up here. This lane's just going too well for Talon.
Yeah.
It's going to kill the kill threat that Liquid wanted to exist up here, which again points towards, is Boxy going to roam? Is he going to look towards the mid or these runes on a cheeky Zeus kill? Probably not with the leap, unless it's on cooldown from Nisha or Wrath. So this bottom lane, Talon need to coordinate where Boxy goes and when he tries to rotate. That's going to free up a lot of more farm for 23. And maybe he can control the map a bit more versus Zai than what happened in that first game with the Morphling versus the Darkseer. Zai definitely got the better of that matchup on the map.
So we're covering the side lanes, but let's talk about the mid lane matchup, because these are two heroes that neither one of these teams have really been running a whole lot. I mean, it's been 3 months since we saw a Storm Sphere pickup for Team Liquid, and on the other side, 6 months since Talon drafted a Zeus. Where did these heroes come from?
It's a very interesting. Well, I mean, Zeus speaks for itself. That hero's just good. I don't need to say anything there. I mean, the Storm, though, the thing interesting about Storm in this game is you don't have the mana generator.
Okay.
The patch where we saw Storm was the Coddle Storm, the Pugna Storm.
Pugna,
Liquid have nothing to pump him up other than the Donald, and, you know, the Luna Aura is also nice on pretty much anything, but that's not really a Storm combo. So that's why I feel like the power runes for Nisha are really important here. And it's something that I feel like Liquid should prioritize, because you really want the power runes in the counterpick matchup for Storm when he wants to have the extra resources on his own to jump the enemy mid hero. Zeus is not that squishy of a mid. This is not your old man Zeus. It's a young man Zeus. He has leap, he has more mobility. He's tankier. His hero can be deceptively hard to bring down.
And he builds a Phylactery, which I know you love.
Of course. I mean, Phylactery is just it's the best item in the game.
Feels pretty good right now, and there are a couple of these heroes that really can get bursted.
The most fun hero. I'll put it that way. I mean, this is a great Phylactery Zeus game because it'll help him tank up and it'll kite out some of these heroes. So the Storm jumping him is not as deadly. You can start to kite out the fight against Luna and the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I was about to say, Luna needs to be able to get, you know, kind of close to some of these fights to hit people, and Zeus can play that distance really well.
I mean, I'd like to see it on Makoto, but we've also seen a lot of these Zeus's favor just going into the tankier, like the harder buildup in terms of damage output off of an Ags or Fresh or Kaya buildup.
Sure.
You know, there's not a lot of Zeus's going the man to lightning hands. I'll man up and be open about it. Now, is that correct? I don't know, but yeah.
Oh. Rotation from Q surprises Nisha. Really nicely planned out TP there. Q gets him right on the corner, blocks him out with a Fissure, which wasn't even needed. Just the burst damage being that close to the aftershock was good enough.
Crazy good kill by Q.
And Liquid gonna try and get a rebuttal here up at the top lane. 23 takes a lot of damage, but again, this hero is not so easy to bring down with some of that physical damage, which is what was left in the tank after they burned through.
3 HP. Woo. Foxy, living the highlight in real life here, barely gets away. I was gonna say Nisha, he had almost full wand and fairy fire, and he went early Falcon Blade. This is such a tanky Storm. So to get that chain stun perfectly there for Q is just incredibly heads up read. And it's a massive kill because suddenly Makoto has a faster ult, which could sway the side lanes here.
Right.
And it puts him in a better position to contest that 6-minute rune, which you gotta be thinking about if you're Talon.
Yeah, particularly if supports are, when they roam like this between the two lanes, if they don't successfully get kills, they tend to fall behind in experience, which just makes them even squishier and even easier to kill for that Thunder God's Wrath.
Instant bottle refill. So Nisha has massive resource advantage on Makoto here, but he's arcane bootsing up. I mean, this is a contest for sure, or at least you're gonna get the 50-50 and DD top. Really nice news for Talon. That is a rune that Nisha really needed here.
Nisha's gonna fight for this one. Thunder God's Wrath bursts down the Tusk, and looks like Insania's gonna be in trouble as well. They only need a couple more hits, and they will easily get back. Makoto walks away, hops away with the double kill.
Really big snag there. Makoto just living the dream start versus a counter pick. So what? He's 700 gold ahead of Nisha here, and he's gonna be in a position where is Nisha going to be able to find him in those woods or on the map anymore? And pretty good value out of the ult to push his support levels up as well. That was one of the issues for Talon last game. I mean, these lineups can be slow, but if you get support levels, they pick up a lot of pace and nice Fissure cancel.
Oh, things are beginning to turn badly now. Now, he does have a lot of stick charges and a Lotus, but against this many heroes, they rotated so much on the side of Liquid into mid that Mickey has no help, and there was even 23 coming through the portal to make sure the Luna's going to die, and maybe they'll put some pressure on the tower too.
And it's another huge kill on the map because that Luna's level 6. Mickey was well ahead of XP here on jabs and just living the life off that first blood. And
oh, nice play by 23 using the illusion, denying away that wisdom rune. I mean, just 2 minutes ago, Liquid was in a pretty damn good spot. The Storm Spirit and Luna were top of the network chart, but this play in mid, now the play in bottom, things are turning quite dramatically to the favor of Talon.
Talon showing up in game 2 in this early game, especially the supports. And suddenly this lineup is not going to feel nearly as slow, right? Because you have 2 level 5 supports versus Liquid's level 3. And Boxy's start has just been very slow, right?
Yep.
He hasn't found that kill bottom too often. He's 0-1-1. Not a lot of stacking either. Downside of the Tuskar here, he can't set anything up for the Luna. So Mickey doesn't have a lot to fall back on. There's no Ancient XP, and then you get that Wisdom Rune denied. It's like the cherry on top here. You have a lot more breathing room in this game for Talon to get these supports to their ults. And play around Makoto, who's
giving Nisha absolutely nothing for free.
Yeah, who's hunting who in this game?
They're going to jump on Makoto here, but the slowdown attack speed plus a beautiful Fissure. They do have the Dawnbreaker, though, and that's going to be the extra bit of help that they need to be able to burst down Makoto. Nisha commits. Can he finish him? They do. Zai managed to bring him down, but Nisha's going to have to give up his life for that one, and Jabs is on cleanup right now. 2 kills already. Look to chase after Zai, but Mickey does manage to, like, dissuade Talon from keeping that aggression going.
I think Talon are still very happy with this, right? You get another kill on Storm at a good time, which is 8 minutes. Arcane Rune top, another rune Nisha would have died for, perhaps literally, as it'll probably go into the Zeus's pocket here, and you didn't even need the Zeus ult for it. You got Dawn ult off the map as well. A lot of small things going Talon's way here. And I also like this Max Fissure build from Q. If you look at this type of lineup, you throw this Max Fissure into a hero, you bolt them with Zeus, throw a Zeus ult, Phoenix dives in, it's a massive amount of poke damage that can force Nisha into an awkward position.
You can see one reason they wanted that kill on Makoto so badly is TP was still on cooldown.
Yep.
So he actually TP'd out, got into that fight, died, so he had to actually walk out to lane, which means he wasn't there for the power rune ultimately.
A little sad, but still very happy with the start he's been given here.
He got double bounty rune sitting there for Makoto when he needs a fill up at a right time.
This is going to be a tough wall to break right now if you're Liquid. Your biggest priority is getting your supports involved. And it has to be through the Storm Spirit. There's just no way around it. Your lineup doesn't have much else to function until Mickey's ready to join those fights, and it's... I mean, it's a Mask of Madness Luna. He wants to be hitting jungle, he wants to be hitting stacks right now. He does not have Eclipse points, he does not have beam points, so Mickey joining these fights is not on the table. It's gonna have to be some cheeky support kills probably, while you try and stall out some of these lanes. That's gonna be decent space.
Every game that I've seen a Bristleback have this kind of start, feel like he's always walking away with the win. But we're going to get a quick listening on Team Liquid, see how they're feeling about this game.
My game is going to be really slow.
I think you sit and farm everyone to get experience.
Do you believe in that?
I'm not sure if I do.
Yeah, I'm convinced there. I mean, I do believe his game's going to be very slow. I agree on that part.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Something about bringing some positivity and confidence when you need it most.
Yeah, with the laning not something I ever thrived in. I commend these players who do. They are catching up a little bit, right?
Yeah, they're fine.
You have level 5.5 on Insania now. Slowly closing in on the ult. And of course, Talon, I mean, they're going to play like their methodical game, right? It's not that they're going to just jam the levels into you on your side of the map, especially into Dawn ult where the counter initiation is the way Liquid can come back. So you're not on some crazy clock here for Liquid. It's just, that was not the start you were hoping for. And you're still looking for some action here. Only 3 kills in 11 minutes.
Jabs. He's been playing so forward in this lane. Dude, they're going to bring 4 heroes to bring him down. Team Liquid, they really wanted to get this punish on Jabs, and they do get it. It cost them quite a lot, though, in some ways.
But you have to make these kind of moves to get boxy in the game, right? Otherwise, this Tusk is just sitting level 4 forever. He's way too important to your lineup.
Sure.
And extra levels to boot. Zai gets involved, puts the Blade Mail to use. It's going to be really nice in these fights versus the Zeus and the Bristle damage.
Their other global ability is now online. Insania's got the Ice Blast finally ready to go. So the Storm can jump in. If you get the right timing there on the Ice Blast to follow it up, it looks like he's going to be sending a shot across the map, but Nisha's already left.
Yeah, Nisha wanted no part of that jump. Though we'll hit the cover. What's up?
Got a raindrop on it. Immediately tips the cover. Got him. Got your raindrop.
That's value in the bank right there. He did go the Kaya build, by the way. So,
okay.
Phylactery enjoyers. Very sad right now.
Meanwhile, Mickey, he's got his Mask of Madness building up to the Yasha, the full farming build. I'm very curious. I was looking at all these Luda builds recently, and I noticed there was a lot of people experimenting in these pubs with the Shard early, but as time went on, I felt like they were getting it later and later. What do you feel about the Lunar Shard?
I mean,
is it any good, or?
I think it is very good. Yeah, it's just you want to get it when you get into that fight and it has max value, which is it gets better with more survivability items. I think somewhere around that 3rd to 4th item. I think it is a sweet spot.
Yeah.
I think Yatoro has been getting it a little earlier than a lot of these other players. I think Western Europe tends to get it a little later, but I think as long as you pick it up somewhere, it's good. I feel like you can get it pretty early. I think the shard just has pretty good value. It doesn't cost too much. And I mean, Mickey's eyeing it up here. You can just go mask into the Yasha, into like Manta shard timing, and just go skirmish. Not out of the question here, especially if maybe he feels like the game is very slow and Talon are going to take a fight into you. You don't want to lose that. You don't want to lose more map control. It's an option to just bump up the survivability here for the Luna.
Yeah, and it does speed up your farm a little bit. Probably maybe not as much as completing a Manta obviously would, but jabs.
I will say that the aggressive component of the Luna shard in this game is not amazing in the early game. Maybe in the late game, like if you can get on top of the bristle and you hit him with it, but Terrorblade is not going to be on top of you. He's going to reflect you, hit you from far. Zeus is nowhere close to you. The Phoenix Shaker are nowhere close, right? So it's pretty much only for survivability. I feel like it's not that great early in this game for Mickey. I think you just go better survivability items. Like you really want Butterfly or Satanic or some sort of timing like this to fight into the TV Zeus.
It looks like he's gone through that same thought process. His build has changed, but he's going to be caught. Q revealing himself with a Blink Dagger. Jabs, he'll die at the same time. So the teams were making moves on both sides. A 4-man gank kills the Bristleback and kills the Luna. Nisha will sneak away Wisdom Rune before the rotation can come from Talon.
I mean, that is a weird position for Mickey to be in alone, right?
Yeah.
Just walk up mid lane, you get Echo Slam. Maybe not expecting the blink to be this fast, but it was Brown Boots rushed by Q.
Quick Thunder, the burst damage, it comes in. They collect pretty quickly on that one, but 23 is committed heavily to be able to finish up this tower. Might pay the ultimate price for it as Boxy gets him down. Tag team, that's pretty easy. Boxy's going to be left behind, though, as the punch finally comes through. But double kill for Makoto. What's that worth it for 23 to stick around like that?
I mean, no, but it feels good for his team. Does not feel good for him.
Yeah.
So both carries giving something up here. Kind of an interesting exchange. I mean, it depends if you believe like Zeus is this true carry like he used to be. I kind of feel like the hero doesn't function like that. I think he's a great 1.5 to 2, but he's not a true 1.
Yeah.
In that sense, I don't think you want to necessarily sacrifice yourself for Makoto here, who's already having a tremendous game. I think the TV death is going to cost Talon a bit here, but it is great for Q. And if we've seen Talon do anything, it's off the back of their 4, right? When Q has a good game and he's rolling, everything just starts to flow for this team. Yeah. And this fast blink has paid off very swiftly here.
Yeah, because he was thinking about getting the arcane boots at some point in time. I remember very early on, he had the 900 gold. I was like, yep, is he going to go for it? But he went for the fast blink, got a kill. Now, he can maybe help Ollie. No. That's just enough burst. And this is the combo we should be seeing a lot from Liquid right here. Stormseer and Ancient Apparition helps out a lot to be able to land that Ice Blast.
You even have Max Snowball throwing some more magic damage on the amp. Max Vortex is going to do some work here, and they're still looking.
Q, can they control him enough? Easily. Burst him down. Jabs. Dawnbreaker coming in for an extra stun. The extra bit of burst damage required as well. 2 down as successful moves from Liquid begin to ramp up.
All those support levels they were lacking come in, and now they're just straight up ahead with level 9s. Liquid finding the opening here. Big pickup's going to give them a lot of momentum and pushing towards a pretty decent mid-game timing on these 3 cores if you can get to some early BKBs, which is what they're eyeing. Because there's, again, very limited control on the side of Talon to deal with that double, triple BKB timing playing the Luna objectives game. What happens if Liquid just decide to start forcing Roshan in buildings with some spell immunity? Not a lot to throw into it, right? Jabs just needs to be strong enough that he can frontline and waste the duration. And so far, Jabs is the one continuing to get punished.
Yeah, he's plummeted down the network chart. He is
4 deaths will do that.
way far behind everybody else.
Yeah, he's not had a huge amount of ancient stacks because the supports have been active around mid for Talon, prioritizing Makoto. His lane was pretty rough. I mean, Mickey had first blood and it's a Luna lane. And he's just the one getting hunted right now.
Yeah, this is going to be the second time he's going to be ganked around his tier 1 tower bottom lane. And the TPs will come far too late to get the punish.
Liquid have identified the weak point in Talon right now. It is Jabs, and they are continuing to exploit it. A 5th death for the Bristleback. Just no front line in sight. He still doesn't have that Ags. It's going to shift more weight to Q and Makoto to find some pickoff.
Goes Wrath is going to reveal the 2 supports. They quickly go for the Tusk kill, see if they can burst him before the Snowball. Not quite good enough. That's going to delay this kill just a tad bit. As a result, Insania will be able to go home free.
And he does have a blink on Boxy. So as rough as the first 10 minutes were, the next 7 or so were pretty damn good. And that's going to give you your initiation power here, as we saw with that blink reveal. Something else that can just make Jab's game a lot harder. When the Tusk can start on you with the Dawn follow-up like we saw in that triangle, all of a sudden there's just nowhere to go because you can hold the snowball, you can hold the shards. Guarantee that the Dawn ult lands, and then you're just stuck in tag team Starbreaker. I mean, not a lot of heroes survive that.
Manta Illusion's going to be pushing down all these lanes. He also just picked up the shard. Jab's going to be caught here, pulled back in. Again, the double global ultimate putting to use every single time they're thinking about this bristleback kill. They are just not letting this hero get off the ground, not letting him get to this Aghanim Scepter.
A sixth death in 18 minutes here. He is still level 10. He is just falling so damn far behind on XP. I mean, Insania's level 10. Like, this is an ancient farming hero that's the same level as your enemy 5. Something has gone wrong here, and it's gone wrong very quickly for Jabs. He just doesn't have much space. 23 soaking it all up. He needs to, which means someone needs to show on the lane, and the second you show, if you're not tanky enough to survive this double global burst, you're just gone.
See a lot of drawings on the map. Team Liquid seem to circle around that mid area. They want to keep playing in Talon's face, I assume, and Talon is saying, we got to push out that bottom lane. We got to be able to play the whole part of the map, because they do, I mean, this game's going a little too fast right now, right? They want to slow it down, get to their round of items that they need to get.
That very early game went well for Talon, but they weren't able to translate it into anything. And now you're just kind of stuck with these, you know, sluggish heroes on the map. You're getting out map presence in terms of the global ability from the Dawn and the AA. And Storm just has free jumps because there's really only one hero Storm cares about, and Q can't be everywhere. And now you can start to accelerate the objective taking with the Luna lineup that can ball. You don't have that big aura presence like the Darkseer, but you have tag team. You do have nighttime for the Lunar Blessing here.
Yeah, they know about the Roshan, but they also know Insania was isolated in the bottom lane. Talon feeling like they can't get to that top lane fast enough, I guess. But at the same time, Liquid did abandon doing that.
Worried about the damage they were taking.
It is going to swap over to the other side, which may make things a little bit more awkward for Liquid, as Talon are holding that bottom area of the map pretty well. Got a couple of wards around it too.
I mean, I guess if you're Talon, every minute that Jab isn't getting killed, you're probably happy.
Yeah, he's averaging a death once every 3 minutes.
Yeah,
so
the game's progressing better for you.
If he can get past the 21-minute mark without a death, I think that's improvement.
He still doesn't have his Ags, man. The thing about Ags unless hero is, okay, you can use it to farm, but you really want to use it to slay.
Yeah.
It's a fighting item. The earlier you get it, the better. Maybe you can wait for your second, but that's what his hero's supposed to strike. It's just going to be catch-up duty for Jabs.
And maybe because he's being targeted so much, he also did the build to where he's maxing out on the Bristleback passive, where we've seen, obviously, the build lately has been only one level of the Bristleback, so you take more damage, therefore you put back more quills.
He has gone for the 4 points here, which, you know, I guess signifies he has been decimated.
Yeah, he knows he's going to be targeted. He knows he has to play the front line for his Terrorblade and his Zeus. So, I mean, it's not like the supports are going to be able to do for it in this game. They're reactionary heroes, right? They want to be able to sit in the back line too. So
yeah, and his job is just to stall as long as possible, potentially stall the BKBs. That's just not going to be an option because the single target burst damage for Liquid is absolutely insane at this point. You have Deso picked up from Zai. You have the Storm jumping in with 3 levels in tag team and 4 levels of Lunar Blessing. That single target physical is just disgusting. And you have an AA blast to throw on top of it, so no healing. There is no save in this Talon lineup. Something to consider as we go late game. I mean, I guess there's Sunder.
Yeah.
And there's Sunray with, like, you know, Ags Phoenix ultra late game, but I consider that extremely situational, especially with Ollie's net worth here. So basically, Sunray doesn't do anything for you. It's only the Sunder. Is 23 willing to sacrifice his HP for another core? If he has Aegis, maybe. Without Aegis, pretty spooky. So that single target jump for Liquid's pretty damn reliable. And even the blink on Insania to guarantee that fast Ice Blast. Saw Kittrack doing this in Western Europe, so he's going to take a trick out of his fellow comrade's sleeve and put it to good use here.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I liked it when Kittrack did it. I mean, it makes sense. This ability is hard to land, so anything that makes it easier. I mean, it's the one thing you have to get. You have to successfully land this in a team fight. It's like your only job as Ancient Apparition, or at least your most important job.
The only downside I can think of is, I mean, you are playing against Zeus.
Yeah, well.
You know, you get your AA blink canceled.
That's a sentence that I never thought I would be saying in a TI cast, but
You know, what happens when that Ancient Apparition blink gets canceled and he misthrows the ult?
Oh, no.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, that just means it's all the more important for Team Liquid to be setting the tempo, getting the initiation, and they're going to get some information here. Talon inside the pit, 3 of them caught in this Ice Blast, but it's only Nisha who's nearby. They go for the Zeus. They found an opening here. Boxy scouted out Makoto alone, and Talon, with the rest of them low like that, no way they can complete the Roshan. May have to give it up to Liquid with Makoto being dead.
Looking for Nisha, I mean, he's got to be careful. You do have Snowball save. It doesn't always bail you out versus Earthshaker, though, and Zai got trapped.
Oh, sneaks right past the Fissure there. Looked like he was not going to be able to make it out, but it seems like there was just enough room. They popped the smoke because, after all, they used their Metamorphosis on the TB. They do not want to get this Aegis
half duration. This is a Scotty meta timing for 23. You let Liquid go here, you are conceding Roshan.
And Q was looking for an opening somewhere here. Looks like with the Fissure, they might be able to finish off Insania without committing much.
Couldn't get the blink off. Sometimes you gotta pay the price. They still can't Rosh.
Look,
that's the problem.
They're setting up for Makoto again. They've got this lane ward, and they're saying he's going to walk back down the lane. They really want to be able to kill the Zeus first, because with meta down, then, I mean, there's just not much damage left on the fight.
But Zai also just wants to kill this mid tower. Conceding the Roshan without the AA blast. You said no meta, though.
I mean, it felt like, from my perspective, Liquid don't necessarily need the Ice Blast to take this fight.
I don't think they do, especially when they had their BKB timing. You have BKB on Nisha, you have BKB on Mickey here. This is normally when I think you'd be looking to force the fight.
Well, a great win for Talon then is taking an Aegis into the hands of 23 Savage.
And now that Thunder save it could come into play, right? You have a lot of single target focus, so if you can save one of your other cores and use the Aegis that way, it's not a bad way to turn the fight.
And 23 is known to be pretty sacrificial with those Thunders.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. We'll put it to use. 4,000 net worth lead still for Team Liquid after the Roshan taken for Talon. Even kill score, though, 12-12 as we approach the 25-minute mark. Gotta watch out for that Aghanim Scepter, though. Boxy slowed down to a crawl by this. And with the Sunray damage, they'll instantly get the damage on him as he comes out of the Snowball. No way for him to blink.
And this is where that long-range poke becomes that much more deadlier. With the Nimbus, you just throw down on top of that Fissure, Sunray, Nimbus, into even some Terrorblade illusions hitting you. Honestly, it adds up pretty fast.
Yeah.
That's how Talon want to start these fights. Liquid just need to not give them that opening. They're probably going to wait out this Aegis period, honestly. I don't think you want to take the full fight into the Terrorblade right now with 2 lives.
Nisha spotted, not by any heroes with stuns, though. And he's got a haste rune, so even the slow from the Bristleback is no problem for Nisha. Oh, they're going to find Insania still. They actually have this really deep ward by the TP point of the outpost, so they knew where he was at.
So triple BKB timing for Liquid, not going to get put to use instantly here. They're going to have to wait a bit to find their mark. Maybe not too sad about it, though, with how far Jab still is behind.
Radiant's bottom
and of course, like, BKBs versus Zeus are always just...
Dire's top tower.
It's as good as you get, right? Hero does not do anything to carry the fight during the duration. So you have a decent window here. And only 3 minutes left on the Aegis here for 23. So you're going to get a tier 2 off it. You're going to get some catch-up farm for your other cores. Can you get more? Can you find an initiation on the map right now if you're Talon? Because you really wanted to, and instead it's Boxy almost Makoto.
Oh, Makoto. Somehow, Ships in the Night just passing right on past Boxy, who, again, they are hunting Makoto when they get the opportunity, but now it's Boxy, who has been spotted by Makoto instead, and likely going to be dying inside of this Nimbus field. That puts Makoto up to level 15 now, so the experience going back the way of Talon a bit more. 4K becomes 2K gold lead for Liquid.
And to some degree, if you're Talon, you kind of have to be happy going late, right? With the draft you set up for yourself. I don't think it's that one-sided in terms of draft, but yeah, I mean, it is Talon. It is a Shaker Phoenix lineup.
Yeah, they got some big team fight. They got some good scaling, and it's just their ammo. It's what they feel comfortable with. We're going to go a Shadowblade build up. So this is pretty interesting with the Storm Spirit initiation. As you said, Talon wants to be able to play the distance game. We were talking about game 1 and playstyles when it comes to Team Liquid being the speed and Talon being this brick wall that they try and just stop all your momentum and push it late. In this game, it seems like it's going to be a game of initiation and distance.
I think Liquid are fine with that because they have the Storm. So you just jump in with Storm. If you ever get to an Ags and you get this AoE Vortex with a BKB Storm going in, there's no real counterplay. If you ever catch 2 or 3, you're just going to gobble them up with the Dawnbreaker coming in. With all the minus armor, Zai's building especially, it's not amazing versus the Terrorblade, but it shreds everybody else here. Deso into AC for the Dawnbreaker. Tag team over all of it. I mean, you're going to disappear. And 23 decides a minute left on this Aegis is enough to go high ground. This is an aggressive high ground.
I like this. I mean, honestly, keep Team Liquid honest. They're trying to push down your tier 2. You've already taken the tier 2. Let's put some damage onto that tier 3. Nisha sticks around, finishes off finally, but guess what? Your tier 3 is now dead.
I mean, how much do you want to push this? How much do you want to try and set up on the other side?
Giving this up?
Yeah, this is a lot of space Liquid's giving them.
They're finally going to start coming back. But maybe it's a bit too late for this range barracks to survive.
Free racks for 23.
And he's still halfway through his meta.
Oh, Mickey's just going in with Silverhead.
Trying to get a little bit of scouting, but Q, who they wanted, managed to get the TP away. They do have the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They all managed to hop out of it, so no chance. They are dying. 23 is beating back Mickey. Nisha goes to the kill onto Q, diving with his BKB. Actually, the last second of the stun, not quite good enough. Still, though, Talon are retreating successfully, even if it is a 1 for 2. They don't get caught too much here. They've walked away with a kill on the carry.
Look at the ward. Boxy sees everything right now.
Gets the punch up in the air, quickly bursts down Ollie with Zai coming through. A beautiful hit from the stun and getting good damage in, but the BKB just came in for 23. Savage got stunned up though. He's going to be maybe losing his first life. He pops it now. BKB trying to commit to the kill onto Zai, and he barely gets it, but there it is. The life goes down. Zai's going to walk away. Now he doesn't have a BKB on his second life. This is bad for 23. Bad for Talon. If they could have gotten away, but Team Liquid will not let them escape.
Boxy just plays the long game and reaps all the reward here. That initiation for Liquid went terribly with the Dawn ult missing, the initial Storm jump not yielding too much, and Mickey dies pretty much solo to some Fire Spirit Sunray in 23, and then somehow you get that long fight going. Boxy and Zai just cleaning house here. Also, just that TPB BKB from 23. It just didn't pan out in terms of timings in this fight, right? Yeah. Like your meta's wearing out, then you have to play the second half of this fight, and the second you get clumped like this, anytime you clump versus Liquid, it's going to be a world of pain. The shards, the snowball, the Starbreaker, the vortexes from A getting thrown down on top of all of it. I think he even I think he kills Zai there if he doesn't TP. So I think 23 did himself a little bit of a disservice.
Yeah.
They did get the range racks, they did get a tier 3. Honestly, I think it's more than I expected them to get for free with that Aegis. But just a really strange fight. And yeah, Mickey not happy about the fact that, you know, he doesn't get to clean any of it up because of course the janitors always win.
Died first thing in the fight. So he's not going to be feeling great, but everybody else on Team Liquid pretty happy with that engagement. I mean, would you, like you said, the tier 3, it was more than I expected, but at the same time, I feel like Team Liquid also got more back than I would have expected.
Yeah, that fight went better for them than it looked at the start. It looked terrible at the start, but that shows you the power of their scale. That's why I don't think this game is even one-sided for Talon in the ultra late. The way Zai is itemized, the amount of work that Boxy can do in these fights with the snowball save versus the shaker, if you can ever displace it, finding the Zeus. If you find Makoto at the start of these fights, it just opens up so much of the damage differential for Liquid.
Yeah.
And Hex for Nisha means your single target initiation is that much more reliable.
I think if Zai had not if he had gone for more of a utility, you know, team fight item sort of build, I think Liquid would be pretty concerned, but yeah, because he went the Deso route and is scaling so nicely, no problem here with a 7,000 net worth lead, now 8.
I mean, it's just all about jumping Talon and killing them. Because there's a decent argument in this game, you're playing versus Zeus, that you want ore items. You want a pipe, you want a Greaves, you want glimmers. That's a route a lot of teams will take. Here, Liquid just opting for raw aggression, right? We're going to jump you, we are going to find you. And the second that happens with the Storm and the Tusk, Zai is guaranteed to be in there off the ult. And you might just one-shot. That's what they're aiming for here. So if you're Talon, you also need some more kiting in this game.
Yeah, and I think he was pretty aware of that. He was getting charged at in that last team fight. We've got Aeontis being built up by Makoto. He knows he is probably the #1 priority.
If you survive the BKB jump from Liquid, you can turn it around and you have your supports alive. That looks okay for you, Nisha.
Nisha again, just diving in deep because it allows the Dawnbreaker to get the positioning, and once again, they kill first. This time around, the Supernova is going to go down, but Team Liquid are being able to disengage away from it. They can't let Zai get away. No way that he gets out of this for free. So they'll kill him, trading 1 for 1. Ultimately, I mean, you traded a 4 position for a 3. Surely that's fine for Talon.
Yeah, you're okay with that if you're Talon. Liquid just not expecting everybody to be there. They had a pretty good jungle ward that saw some of Talon, but not everything. And Zai will pay the price.
It is an awkward timing, especially for Liquid. With this long death timer on the side of Zai, Roshan's coming up in 12 seconds. We'll see what Team Liquid feels about when their Terrorblade died. Mickey in that last team fight. Successful fight, but maybe not for Mickey. Let's see how they feel.
TB stun. You sky. Yeah, it's 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds.
I'm just punching.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Hit.
Go. Oh, I can't. We just kill again. Fuck.
It's all good. It would have been cool though.
It would have been cool.
Yeah, it would have been cool. It would have been cool if they could have waited out the Aegis, but they had no problem killing Terrorblade a second time.
See, that's some good PMA comms right there, you know.
I like that Zai, the veteran voice comes in, guys. Everything's all cool. I can feel the calming presence from him, but they should be concerned because Zai is not there right now to be able to help them with this Roshan fight, which Talon is currently taking. If they could get themselves another Aegis, I feel like this just kind of guarantees the game to go late, which we know Talon would prefer very likely.
Can I just say that type of team environment, you would never see that on a North American team. It's a very different type of situation. So, I mean, maybe there's a reason they've been very successful all year, you know?
Yeah, somebody would shut the hell up, Mickey.
Yeah, maybe. Where's our carry, guys? That would have been the comment for sure. Boxy leading the charge off the smoke.
He's going to break some smokes, and that gives an opportunity for the jump in from Nisha, but they popped their BKB on Jazz. They didn't quite finish up the initiation onto the Earthshaker, and maybe they do get him. Pull him back in. Once again, Dawnbreaker comes in, finish off the job. Zai goes for the kill, and he'll bring down Q. They can't do anything about these BKBs. They're trying to draw it out, but Ollie's going to join him. In the afterlife, just too much burst damage. Now they pursue. Without the supports there, they're feeling okay about this, but they've lost Boxy. Perhaps too aggressive.
That was a little deep.
Liquid could have just been very content taking Roshan, and maybe they still will.
Yeah, but they lost their tag team.
Yeah, that helps speed it up
also
quite a bit.
switching sides. Makoto grabs an Arcane Rune, and Talon are TPing top. Their supports are up in 20 seconds. It's going to be dire side Roshan.
Oh, they're going to run into each other. They can actually get a free kill onto Insania. This would make the numbers go fully in the favor of Talon.
Insania just too fast for himself. He got here way ahead of time.
Yeah, guys, where are you at?
I mean, it's disconnected right now for Liquid. Can't get to the side of the map. They have no tier 1, no tier 2 on that side because that was the lane that Talon pushed in earlier with the Aegis. So it pays off here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, I guess the range barracks did have a big impact.
Yeah, it mattered a bit as that lane got swung in. And now all of a sudden, Talon, they get away from a BKB fight that caught both supports into a position where you just force Roshan here. You know you have around 15 to 20 seconds, no BKBs, but it's not that fast either. I mean, how good do you think your pit fight really is if Liquid decide to jump on top of you? Because your initiation does not exist. So if you're Talon, you can't just smoke into Liquid and start the fight on your terms. It's near impossible.
I will say one thing about these corner fights, though. It does make it really hard to jump the very crucial supports. Like this Phoenix can just literally sit in the corner and have a good supernova around the pit.
But Liquid have had enough damage to kill these supports. Even with the kiting, the glimmers, the force staffs, the sun rays. She's just been finding this. It does make you concerned though, right? Because this BKB goes down a second every time, and now you're on 6-second BKB.
Yeah.
Is that enough time for you to kill these supports as they start to tank up? And that'll be a full MKB done for 23. He opted just for the full damage and the full pierce versus Mickey here. Make it like as hard as possible.
Very right for them or very poorly.
This is
no buyback, playing for the Roshan fight all in.
Because you could have gone a survivability item here if you're 23. You could have gone something like Satanic even into the A blast. It's not really been hitting you.
But they got it. Oh, Jeff picked up the Aegis. 23 isn't going to have that extra life. Is he going to be fine, though? Mickey in there with the BKB, but he... Oh, the Satanic! Oh, way, Mickey! He managed to push through both of those heroes, 1 versus 2, and the rest of Talon are crumpling to the initiation of the Storm Tier. Makoto's going to try and get away, but remember, this was an all-in. They took away the Aegis. That means 23 can't join in this fight. They buy back, but for what? The supports will not have cores join them in this second part of the fight, and they're just going to be hunted down now. Diebacks on the side of Talon. Oh no, Talon, what have you done?
That A blast did some serious work, right? Because you had a cheese on the bristle. The Aegis and cheese didn't go to the Terror Blade. He sunders, but it's not a great sunder here, and Mickey just stands his ground. That Satanic comes in extremely clutch. BKB Butterfly Satanic shard timing for Luna is no joke in this meta, and that shows us exactly why.
Are they gonna go for
outfights a Terror Blade? Bristle head up.
You could see Mickey was pushing forward there.
Yeah, I mean,
if he wanted to hit tier 4s.
You know there's no meta.
Yeah, he just picked up that MKB. You could probably guess at least no meta, but maybe no buyback.
That is not a man fight that 23 expected to lose. He picks up this MKB to win that. Instead, it goes horribly wrong. You just might get mega here. 7 seconds on the Terror Blade. No shaker for 20. This is the power of Luna. You break these tier 3s, it opens up everything.
They might have to throw some bodies in there. It's not looking great. Jabs, he just has to do something about this. Mickey's going to take Megas, otherwise he gets the BK gets out. He's fine.
Everything and more as Mickey makes up for that team fight earlier and clears through the entirety of Talon's base off of one bad fight for 23. And what did you get for it? You got a cheese. A cheese on Jabs, who can't use it because he's getting A blast. Very rough spot now.
If you're Talon, you were in for the long haul before. Well, that's the only option now. Mega's at 38 minutes. You're just going to have to push this game as late as humanly possible. See this fight. Great Ice Blast. Mickey just going down so low every single time. As you said, 23 bought that MKB to beat out the Butterfly, but it was the Satanic that proved to be the superior.
And Liquid jumping the backline here too. The supports just can't really help that man fight at all. I mean, you can output some damage into that BKB Luna there, and you might just win that. But the disruption of the backline, forcing buybacks out from these supports, they can't do anything. And I'm pretty sure that's what Nisha's saying. I mean, like, Q can't play any of these fights. There's no really big eggs that have swayed the advantage. It's just nothing to help the man fight versus Mickey here. And
no great Echo Slams, no great Supernovas, right. And it's not necessarily their fault. It's just Nisha totally inhibiting their game.
I mean, because how do you prevent it? How do you prevent the Storm going on your backline in this game? You have no jump of your own. The only way you prevent it is really forcing an objective, and your front line stands there, and you are able to hide your supports super far back or smoke them.
Yeah. Get a quick peek into Liquid's comms there after a team fight that was huge for them.
My team is so good! I fucking ran fight 2 of them and I killed both. Fucking Michael Boo, baby! I do nothing! Michael Boo, boy!
Oh, you can tell from that atmosphere, they definitely feel like this game is done, and they might be right. Mega Creeps puts them in a massive advantage, but they still have to be able to close it out.
And you know your team's feeling good when the comms are just like, yo, did you see me in that fight, guys? Yo, did you see me in that fight, guys? Everybody wants
my damage?
Glory. It's not about what went wrong or what we have to do. It's just, look at how great that was from you. And it was everything.
He's going in Aghanim Scepter. All right.
Why not?
You want some additional scaling? Get your Ancient Apparition to start delivering some
I mean, honestly,
auto attack damage like an Enchantress.
It is pretty effective damage for Steroid.
Yeah, that.
In the late game when he doesn't have long BKB duration. You'll just kill him if you're alive. It is a pretty big factor here. Everybody on Liquid just scaling. I mean, that's part of the meta, right? You just want as many cores as you can effectively get with some utility to back it up.
And something Liquid understands they have to do against Talons.
Maybe it just makes the game more comfortable too, right?
Yeah.
They've been in a lot of these games versus Talon where it goes ultra late and something weird happens and then Talon can turn it. If you just build up this extra insurance, it seals the deal.
You've also been in a couple positions, Megas on a TA.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Liquid, no stranger to a Megas game, and they'll find, lo and behold,
first down of Jabs. He's been a target for Liquid this entire game. These constant pickoffs, and they only need one pickoff to really open up the door to hitting these tier 4s. Particularly scary against the Luna. He gets these bouncing glaives. You need to change that a little bit. BKB immediately has to be used by 23, but he cannot hold anybody in place. BKB meta and a buyback from Jabs. Liquid just got away with so much there.
Instant disengage. They knew exactly what they wanted. And at some point, I feel like if you're Talon, you have to just go in and Echo Slam somebody. I mean, it's not the greatest thing. You're probably going to get canceled, but maybe it allows 23 to kill the Luna or something as a follow-up. It gives you a better egg, because every fight has been the Storm jumping you. And at some point, that paradigm has to shift. Especially if Liquid are able to do what they just did there, where they poke out a meta and retreat, and then, oh great, now you're going to have meta on cooldown for a while. Mega Creep is going to push the base in.
Talon, they try and smoke out with the remaining seconds of that meta, try and catch Team Liquid slipping, but they're ice cold right now. Playing the top side of the map, not going to be caught, just leading the Mega Creeps to give them the information that they need, forcing Talon back to base again.
They're going to jump here. No meta for 70. You're not afraid of anything happening.
Jabs used his buyback earlier.
I mean, number 10 for him would be a death sentence here.
BK gets close, pops the break. He gets off the BKB, though. This time around, the Fisher is really nice. The Vortex on to 2. They're going to turn around, try and deal with the Supernova. Mickey's hitting it. He's able to get it while they've also finished off the Terror Blade. No Thunder opportunity. They pop the cheese on Jabs, but without a Terror Blade, there's really nothing left for Talon. They're going to call it here. GG. Team Liquid continuing to have Talon's number in playoff series. Get yet another victory.
And that was one of the more dominant ones of the year, really. Like, this game 2 especially, it looked a little shaky in some of those fights for Mickey, but look at these net worths, the way Liquid were playing the map. They were just getting so much more out of these periods, and there's just no momentum being built up from Talon in this series. It felt very slow, very clunky, and you got to feel for the supports in this game too, right? Nisha just had their number the entire time. Zai guaranteed to get on that back line the second he finds anybody. You're just playing all these fights 3v4, 3v5. And if you can't win the man fight with your Terror Blade in the 3v4, 3v5 situations, there's not much to fall back on here.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, looking back at this graph, even at the times that Talon, okay, they got that Roshan fight, okay, good for them, they get an Aegis, okay, they took a tier 2 to tier 3. They were never actually able to get a sizable net worth lead.
No, they're never leading
always
the game.
even. Yeah.
Which tells me Liquid, they're just playing the map better, and a lot of that was hunting Jabs.
Yeah.
Like, what did Jabs have to do in this game other than just sit there and take the pain?
It was pretty much 23 Savage and Makoto against the world because the 2 supports couldn't play the game because of Nisha, and the rest of the Team Liquid made sure that Jabs couldn't do anything either, so.
That's the downside sometimes of these static heroes. Like Zeus, he can play aggressive. You get like really fast Phylactery, Kai or something, you're running into them and taking these fights, and you have a lot more stuns to play off of. Shaker, he can kind of do that with the poke game, but it's not as reliable lockdown-wise in the early game. Nisha just gets to run away with it, despite Makoto having a stronger early game with the support rotations. Like, the concepts from Talon were good in those first 10 minutes. It just doesn't translate into anything here.
Well, moving forward, I mean, Team Liquid, they definitely built, they've been doing pretty well this entire season.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of seconds.
Yeah, they did. And they did pretty well in this group stage. Now they get into the playoffs there. 2-0 against Talon. That has got to be feeling pretty good, but next opponent's going to be rough on Team Liquid. They're going to have to be thinking about that. Our panel is definitely going to be breaking that down. Liquid's road ahead as well as Talon's road to the lower bracket.
We can talk more about this 2-0 that Liquid were able to secure for themselves, a dominant fashion. Hearts are definitely broken in SEA for Talon. It's not over yet. They do have that lower bracket to run through, but to see that history repeat themselves again, you can see 23 Savage definitely wearing his heart on his sleeve for this one. So heart goes out to him, but it was still a great display. There's still a road ahead of them, but Team Liquid were just better on the day here, securing themselves top 6. They're going to be playing next weekend at the main stage, so a big congratulations to them. And in this game too, let's break down why the Bristle didn't have an impact like any other Bristleback we've seen so far.
They focused so much to stop him here, actually. Like, Nisha was they were just like, and the task as well, they were just constantly focusing him just to not give him this Aghanims timing. And I think he got like Aghanims around like 20 minutes, which was like super late for Bristleback. And for some reason, Talon did not want to like protect the Bristol. They were focusing on the mid lane and trying to get the Zeus better game.
Yeah, and on top of that, I feel like, first of all, commendable start from Talon. I think how they gave Makoto entry to the game on his Zeus, the support rotations, but then you could see just the discipline from Liquid, utilizing the Storm to keep finding the pickoffs, Dawn then Solar Guardian on top of that. There's so many elements to just, you're out of position, we're going to pick you up and kill you. And then the clutch play from Mickey at the very end, using the shard, I was going to say it's clutch, but he pressed the glaives, but still, the glaives with the damage reduction outside the rush pit, kind of 2v1ing the other cores, killing them off. Like, that could have, again, been a moment where Talon kill off Luna. Oh wait, the game's in their favor. But Emeke consistently has these moments where he just pops off and just 1v2s the enemy cores.
I love the Storm Dawnbreaker combination.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the strongest one in the game, actually. It's like, it's so easy to play. We used to do it in the Team Secret as well in the TI. It was like so easy. As soon as we got this combination, I felt like the game was pretty easy for us.
Yeah, there was like, so Talon had that one timing where they're like, okay, we're going to go high ground with this Aegis on TB, we're going to force it, and they did, and they got the range tracks. But then as they're going back, it's like, it didn't even matter that they messed up their combination. Like, Storm zipped in, I think they didn't manage to catch the Phoenix. Also, this was ridiculous. Like,
Okay. Why does he not die?
Because Scotty doesn't pierce BKBA, so he's just able to Satanic and just completely heal.
I mean, I was surprised that Luna can mid-fight 2 cores right
I
like
didn't,
that.
yeah, the shard is insane.
It's super dumb. But, sorry, I just, them pushing that high ground, them being able to go on the back lines and the Storm, like they kill off like the Earthshaker, they kill off the Zeus, and then it's easy for all the heroes to kind of come together and then focus down the TV. They're just so susceptible to this jump. I don't know how they're meant to play fights, and they don't really.
Well, that was the tough thing. We heard Cap kind of talking about, Earthshaker needed to be able to do the initiation, needed to be able to jump into it, but every time he was in a position to want to try and engage, be that initiation for Talon, Storm Spirit straight onto you. The Dawnbreaker ult followed up, and it's just like, okay, now we have to be in defensive mode. We have to be reactive, and unfortunately, that does result in the 2-0 for Talon.
Yeah, it's like one team has a Shaker, and then the other team has the Dawn, the Storm, the Tusk, like multiple points of we can find and kill you. And then poor old, what's it, Q by himself, like, guys, I can do it by myself. It's like, it's a lot of pressure on one player, one hero, and like you can't expect a Shaker every time, especially when Shaker, he kind of wants to be part of the secondary fight where someone else does something, and then he's like, here's my slam, here's my fissure. He wants to drag the fight out a little bit. So yeah, Liquid just showcasing some good pace.
Yeah, they are, and we're going to get to hear from them with a quick 2-0. We're going to head down to Pyrian, who is joined by Blitz.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with Blitz. Blitz, my boy, can you believe we're at work right now, technically?
It's unreal, honestly. I feel I'm kind of just out of it right now. It's hard to describe the emotions that are going through my brain right now.
Well, we heard a little clip in the audio there from the teams. Mickey, you're so good from Insania. What is the mood like in the camp? Are you guys all just loving it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of Dota players hate life, and it's reflected in the things that they say and the way that they feel. But I think my team enjoys every win, and it's important that they appreciate these moments because you never really know when your last big match is. One day you're on top of the world, you're not. So for me, it's important that the guys always have fun and recognize this is such an opportunity.
Well, an opportunity indeed. That's you guys into the top 6. That means you're going to face Spirit. Are you excited for that matchup? It's going to be a pretty close one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Spirit is probably the best team in the world, and I think we are as well. And if you aspire to be the best, then you have to play the best. And if you're afraid of bracket luck or anything like that, then you're a shit team. So, if Spirit's as good as they think they are, then they'll beat us, and maybe we'll meet them again. But if they're not, we'll smash and cruise our way to the top 3.
Nice. I think you guys have a lot of support here in the crowd. Can we get a cheer from the Liquid fans in the crowd here, if there are any, please? Well, best of luck in the next series. We can't wait to see more of you guys.
Shout out to my mom. She's in the audience. It's her first time watching us play. It's really exciting. Thank you.
Shout out to Blitz's mom. And back to you, Nat. Take it easy.
That was such a wholesome interview. Shout out to Blitz's mom from the panel here as well. I love to hear it. Blitz is very much about, this mentality for the team. You've got to be able to take everything in your stride. The wins, the losses for them. They got 3rd last year, securing top 6 again this year. I mean, it's kind of only ups for Liquid.
It's only up.
Only up. It's 3rd to 6th. Until they get to 2nd.
Yeah, they're going to hit 2nd. If they get 1st, then it's up.
Okay.
They won't do that, though.
The only other concerning thing about what Blitz said is, we all hate life as Dota players. That's not true. There's so much to enjoy. The game's obviously very enjoyable. This panel has been very enjoyable. But about TI, the road to the international, one other thing that I do love and get enjoyment from is the short film contest. So let's have a bit of a look at that.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have Mega Creeps. On my way. Good luck.
Do you know who ate all the
Where have you been?
Every year, the short film contest gets better and better. I can't wait to see the remaining 7 videos we'll see this weekend. This is only the first 3 of 10 I will show to you. And of course, there's been a shift in the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm here to take you through the second half of the day. My name's Shiver, but my panelists are the real stars of my show. Fear, good afternoon. How you doing?
Good, amazing to be here. TI is my favorite time of the year, so it is lovely to be back.
Yeah, Effie on the panel, and the main crowd being English. For you also, very lovely experience.
Yeah, and it's my first TI in front of an audience, so the energy has been amazing so far, and I just can't wait to see how it's going to get even better as the games progress.
Yeah, the TI energy, I think that is something very magical, Lacoste.
Yeah, definitely is. This feels, for our Dota community, this is like Christmas before Christmas, pretty much.
It really, really is. And speaking of Christmas, I want to talk about our upcoming series, because we've had amazing series here in the upper bracket here of the Road to the International. And I want to talk about our upcoming series, LGD Gaming versus 9 Pandas. And to basically showcase this series, we really, really wanted to just dive straight in and talk about the mid matchup, because I feel, Effie, this mid matchup is the story of this game, of this series.
Well, I mean, when you look at 9 Pandas, you have to talk about Kiyotaka. He is their star player. He is their win condition. He is explosive in a way that we've seen before coming out of Nothing to Say from LGD. I mean, this version of Nothing to Say is more stable, has been around the block, is experienced, but back when he got scouted for a similar playstyle to Kiyotaka, for flashiness, for that tinker performance, So watching these two go up against each other is going to be really interesting, because it feels like old NTS versus the new EEU version of NTS.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I think both the dynamic of these mids, it has something to do with their carry players as well. I think you'll see a lot of Ramsey's hero pool. He's playing a lot but when he needs to do that for Kiyotaka, because he plays more Tinkers, as we mentioned before, and NTS is the opposite. He has to be more active on the map to make space for Shiro, so he can play some cooler heroes on the map. So it's very interesting how both of them are just kind of like adapting to the playstyles of the teams.
Yeah, and we have, of course, Kiyotaka here for his first international appearance, Road to the International, and for Nothing to Say, it's been his third. So we have, I feel like we're kind of seeing Lacoste, maybe a glimpse into the future of Kiyotaka here.
Yeah, pretty much. I think when we talk about Eastern European Dota, the most improved players of the year, that's definitely Laurel and that's definitely Kiyotaka, because he's been popping off. Like this guy, they produce like so many great players. Kiyotaka definitely one of them. Like his playstyle is like very aggressive, just how you would expect it to be.
Not what you would expect it to be. I think it is important to note that on the stage that we'll have the players here, 6 players will be here for their first time. As first, like even for LGD Gaming, of course, a staple name. But 3 of the players haven't shown their face yet at any international in the past. So this is big for them, especially considering there are not that many first-timers left here at the international. 17 first-timers, 6 are going to be on that stage. And when I say on that stage, they're not there quite yet. So we're going to get that done. We're going to get on stage. First up, 9 Pandas. Joining us on the stage, we got Ramses, Kiyotaka, Miero, Antares, Solo, and their coach, DM. 3 first-timers and 2 absolute veterans in Ramses and Solo. We'll see if they can lead the boys to victory, but their opponents, very strong as well. Let's welcome LGD Gaming. Here on the stage, we got Shiro, Nothing to Say, Neo, Planet, Y, and Xiao 8, but the cheers sphere, they're loud.
They are loud, and that's what we love to see at TI. We want to see the hype, we want to hear the crowd going loud for the teams that they're supporting, and we're getting it.
Dude, LGD fans are so passionate, and not just LGD, Chinese fans in general. I saw people downstairs walking around with huge Azure Ray banners, smiling these big smiles on their faces, and to have a dedicated fan base like this at a stage like TI is just going to make a team stronger.
Yeah, I mean, the fans need to go wild because this is the only time that China had only 2 teams at TI. So they need to be loud, and they're really stepping it up. And LGD, whenever you watch their games, they've been like consistently good. They've been consistently placed well at TI, and also like some of the games that they produce, they're always hype.
Yeah, and let's talk about the year that these 2 teams have had as well, because LGD Gaming, Lacoste, it was a rough year.
It definitely was. I mean, the way it started for them, like, there were some big shoes to fill. You know, we're talking about Fate Beyond, Ame, Jinkyu. They needed to bring in new blood, and these are basically, you know, one of the best players in China for a good reason. Things were not working out to DPC 1. They played with Zhang Yu, Zeal later on. It seems like that they were lacking this versatility coming from the offlane, because if you're playing for LGD Gaming, you need to be versatile. And when we speak about them, like, this is how Niu sneaked into the team, because Xiao 8, he's going to dictate the tempo, how the game's going to be played. He's going to be picking heroes. You better be ready to play those heroes when he picks it.
Yeah, but Niu really feels like he was that missing piece for LGD. The second he joined that team, and they looked so shaky trying in these offlaners, trying to find somebody who can play the way Faith Beyond did, it couldn't quite work for them, and they were consistently placing so low. But after Niu joined, they got 3rd place at the Dream League right after, and they got, I think, 5th and 6th later on, which isn't the kind of result you would want to see from them. But if you compare that 5th, 6th placement to the 9th and 12th they were getting before that, it just seems like they're on the up and up, and they looked incredible during group stages.
Yeah, they need to reach their final form.
Yeah, and I was going to say one last thing about LGD and why they've been so consistently good. I have to look at Xiao 8, and like every single LGD draft I look at, it's just so complete. It has everything. I don't think they've ever got outpicked in their life. Maybe they might play not so well sometimes, but their drafts always look so good, and that's why LGD is such a good team.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, we got 9 Pandas. They had a little bit of a rocky year as well, mostly also switching organizations. Of course, that comes with probably a little bit of stress for the players as well, I can only imagine. But this team there's a couple of players there, Fear, coming out of seemingly nowhere.
They are. Honestly, one of them was Ramses for me because they came from Hellraisers. Yeah, and then Ramses joined the team with Solo again. I didn't expect that, so that was like the biggest shock for me. But yeah, they definitely have some newer players as well on the squad, like Miro. He came up recently as well. I haven't seen too much of his performances. Everyone talks about the squad. Of course, Ramses and Solo come up, but Ramses definitely, or Miro definitely one of those players in Kiyotaka. Great additions to the team.
And Antares, of course, right? I feel like Antares, as a player in Nine Pandas, does so much for them by way of opening up the draft. I mean, this is one of the only teams that consistently opens Skywrath Mage. How often do we see that? Not often, but this Antares guy is just a specialty player. He was the person who brought techies into the meta. He was one who ruined our pubs and our competitive Dota for so long. And having a player like that from the position 4 that you can build around in your draft simplifies so much of it.
Yeah, when we talk about Nine Pandas, we have to mention that we have the oldest competing player ever, by the way, ever at any international throughout any of the years. Solo is 33 years old, which is the oldest player to have ever graced, in this case, the road to the international. But it is amazing. And on top of that, he is paired up with Kiyotaka Lacoste. It's the youngest
player, exactly. I mean, we've seen throughout like Dota history that some of the most successful teams are always going to be like this mix of the new blood and the old guard. Like these puppies, these Kurokis, they're going to be leading the team their own way. Solo is pretty much doing the same thing for a good reason. There was a period of time where like the results were lacking after like VP disbanded, and then they started to pick it up again. That he is one of the best captains in the world for a good reason.
Yeah, and he serves as a bit of a father figure to him, a mentor, which is something that you really need when you have all of this raw talent, but none of the discipline. And I think it's important to note that Solo believes so strongly in Kiyotaka as a player, because there was a content piece that was played during TI groups. And Solo said that I think in a few years, Kiyotaka will be the best mid player in the world, without a doubt. He has so much faith in him, so that's really great to see.
Yeah, and Solo, of course, together with Ramses, Fear, this is not the first time that they've been in an upper bracket against LGD.
I mean, it definitely has not. These two teams have lots of history going all the way back here, and it's always a great time to watch these two teams play as well. Ramses, he's still playing carry. A lot of players will switch to offlane. He had a small stint there, but he's still one of the best carries in the world. Solo's still playing 5. He's also doing really well there. They're playing against their counterparts as well, LGD. They've made more changes, I'd say, but still a very strong team. I mean, I guess Xiaowei is used to seeing these guys in competition.
Yeah, when we talk about the position 5s, I do want to have a little bit of a comparison between Solo. This is, by the way, his 4th international performance, and he's going up against Y, TI winner, of course, with Wings. And this is also his 4th attendance. And I want to talk a little bit about that because, of course, winning TI is the ultimate success, and Solo hasn't had that one yet. But how do we feel about the playstyle, Lacoste? Because these two players seem like a staple on the 5, both of them.
Pretty much. I mean, if we go a couple of months back when Solo, like when Blood Grenade was introduced into the game, he was the player that used Twin Gates the most and used the most Blood Grenades. Like this is like bloodthirsty team. They're gonna be like every single time it's off cooldown, they're gonna buy it and they're gonna make something happen with it. Because I would compare him like to some of the like greedier 5s as well, where they can also be like super aggressive early on. If he finds some farm on the map, he's gonna use it as much as possibly can. You give him 200 gold, it feels like he has 500 gold.
Yeah, he's also the type of player to just get in your face all the time on Solo. I mean, Nine Pandas are one of the only teams that still prioritize Undying heavily in their draft, and they get Undying consistently banned out against them because while that hero still has its strengths, a lot of other support heroes have popped up. But if you've got Solo, you've got him on some ET punching you or an Undying decaying you and punching you in the face. He's just a very aggressive type of player that just focuses on securing farm for his carry.
How does that compare to Innocence or Why You Smile or Why? All the same person, by the way, just different names over the year.
Yeah, I mean, Solo is definitely way more teamfight oriented on all his heroes right now, where we saw Y just pull out a Chen already in this tournament, right? So he's got a much more diverse hero pool, and he has a lot of experience, and I think that's one of the strengths of LGD is like they have a lot more versatility on what they want to do. When it comes to Nine Pandas, they kind of like have their set roles, and I think they do have Kiyotaka Kiyotaka, one of the newer players here, and they got to make whatever they play revolve around here, make sure he can play what he wants to play. And mid lane hasn't really been a lane where you can experiment too much around, but 9Pandas have found a way to make it work.
Yeah, and you see that in the way they prioritize Kiyotaka in their draft. He is always their last pick unless they can secure one of the broken mid-heroes in that overall first pick. But in teams like Spirit, you often see that last pick being centered around the safe laner, the carry. But for 9Pandas, they're always trying to get some kind of gotcha or shaker, some gotcha hard counter like Alina to something that they maybe don't expect, and they rely on Kiyotaka to carry. So it's not just Ramses who's going to scale into the late game. It's almost always Kiyotaka who takes them there.
Yeah, and that always revolves around Ramses' hero pool too. He plays a lot of Alchemist, loves playing Sven, Faceless Void. Those are his most picked heroes. They all have a stun. They all allow Kiyotaka to play a hero that doesn't have a stun, can run around the map and do the damage.
Yeah, and also they're one of the greediest teams out there, I would say, where like if we go back a couple of days that they played the double Radiance, Raid King, Alchemist, Radiance, want to get disassembled later on. We've also seen it today with the Raid King as well and Spectre in the same team, but it feels like that they know how to utilize the map. They're also in this greedy meta where offlaners are pretty much carries rather than being like the offlaners, and they are using that so well. Like they know how to farm. You better be careful of, you know, these potential Raid Kings coming out from the off lane, anything greedy, and it also does allow their position forward to also play slightly more greedy, because after all, you know, map is 40% bigger.
Can I make a little bit of an unfair comparison here? Because I want to talk about the coaches, and we know Zao8. We've seen a lot about Zao8, obviously, also in a true site where we got a lot of extra information. We know he's the dictator. He sits down, he drafts for the team. It's like, this is what you're going to do, and this is how you're going to play, and good luck, and see you after the game. On the other side, 9Pandas, they've picked up DM. This was really recent, and I was wondering, Fear, you've done the same with a team where you come in fairly last minute for a team as a coach. And I would imagine that creates a whole different dynamic than on the side of LGD Gaming.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you look at LGD, Zhao8 on the team, you build the team around Zhao8. Maybe, in fact, Zhao8 may even pick the players for his team, right? But DM, he played professionally. He has a lot of ideas in his head. He is very smart in his own regard, but he's coming to a team that was already well established, right? So you're going to sit back for a little bit at the beginning, kind of absorb, get a feel for the team, and then give ideas and input your information here and there where you think there's like missing gaps in the strategy.
Yeah, and I think sometimes all a team needs for something to click, and we saw this with CY for Gaming Gladiators, is that they need someone that they can have that friendship and camaraderie with, where they can just talk to comfortably, who doesn't necessarily change too much about them, but hears them out and offers their own insights. And I think that's what DM is probably doing for 9Pandas, because their performance so far, like after the group stages, them winning versus Bedboom in the qualifications to the upper bracket was wild to me, because I didn't think that they were the caliber of team at this point that could beat Bedboom, but they proved us all wrong.
Yeah, I heard it was a little bit of a student beating the teacher scenario, Effie.
Yeah, so I learned recently that Kiyotaka actually learned mid from GPK. They would sit down on Discord and they would just talk about strategies all the time, like little things like itemizations, little map movements. They would always 1v1 each other. So it was very interesting to see, you know,
What
the disciple.
Mistake from GPK.
The disciple overthrow him.
Yeah, you know, that happens eventually. That is just the way it goes. I think if you are truly a teacher, all you can do if you're beaten is be proud. Because, you know.
I mean, that game wasn't fair. It was pretty much 6 versus 5. It was 5 players plus Tormentor.
True. That is very true. I want to talk a bit about the group stage and the road that LGD Gaming has taken, because what we've seen so far is that a lot of the different regions have different play styles, and LGD did great in the groups. Let me just put that first. They came first. They did wonderful. Of course, the series after that, they 2-0'd as well to get into the upper bracket. During the groups, there was one team that they tied with, which was Virtus Pro, another Eastern European team. And I was wondering, Lacoste, how much do the Eastern European teams in terms of play style have in common? Will this be something that LGD will struggle with?
I would say not necessarily, but these Eastern European teams, they do have this aggressive style of Dota. They're going to run at you. They feel, that you're bleeding. They're not going to stop. I mean, this particular game that they played, they had very active heroes. This is Spectre we're talking about, the hero that has been buffed. And the Eastern European teams, they love to pick it up. Ulti went from 80 seconds to 60 seconds, and they're going to use that. A lot of the times you'll have like one vision hero. They're just going to provide vision for Spectre. And then Enabler, we saw Grimstroke. We saw Treant Protector as well. Like Grimstroke, I'm talking about the combo with the Inkswell, because he's following around Spectre. Every single time the ulti is up, you're going to jump them. So this playstyle that they have, both of these teams are really aggressive. They come online extremely fast. So I would say that in terms of the playstyles, they're pretty similar, because LGD, they're not trying to take it to the late game. Average game time is around 41, 42 minutes right now. And a lot of the time throughout the group stage, LGD managed to close the game between 20 and 30 minutes.
Yeah, and that's actually what I wanted to mention. On the other hand of what Lacoste just said, I think that teams like Bedboom and Nine Panda and even Spirit, while they do play aggressively once they hit their timings, they have a tendency to prolong games for a very long time. I think throughout this entire competitive year, the highest match time averages were all Eastern European teams. I mean, even Nine Pandas, when they made their debut into the competitive world and surprised everybody this year at Berlin, they were taking their games to minute 60, minute 65, minute 70, playing for that super, super late game timing. So I think there are little exploits that a team like LGD, with all their wealth of experience, can do, especially around those first couple of Roshans. Very formation-heavy teams that know how to team fight and when to team fight can end the game before teams like Nine Pandas are comfortable.
And I think that's going to be very critical here too as well, because we've got 4 Eastern European teams here, and they're all so good. Yeah. And they all play the late game, right, as well. So if it does get to that late game scenario, it's no surprise Eastern Europe's doing well, because they practice a lot with each other. They kind of found the winning formula for me of how to play this patch. And LGD is coming in, challenging that with a different type of idea of how to play the games. And we'll see how it works out here, but I think this is going to be a true test of can you beat Eastern Europe in the late game, or do you crush them in the early game and don't let them get there?
And so you feel like this will be an aggressive game coming out?
Absolutely. I think it might be a bloodbath. We're talking about 20, 25 kills 10 minutes into the game. It could happen, because I can go back and talk about Nine Pandas against Entity, because we said, that they like to take it into the late game. They're also not too afraid to call the game if they see that they can't win a 21-minute game against Entity. They just okay, we can't win this one. They understand when they're defeated, and they're not going to drag this game for another 20 minutes. And these are, different games, because it's got different scenarios, because we're talking about BO3s, and then you just might see them, pushing it into the super late game. But this is also a team that is not afraid to take the farm and play for another 50, 60 minutes.
Now, we know who the crowd favorite is. I don't think we need to check that one. But coming into this, if you would have asked me a week and a half ago, before the group stages started, I would have said, this series, LGD will take it. Do we still feel that way? Because Nine Pandas has shown that they have what it takes, and Fear the Region has shown that they are the top dogs.
I would never count out Nine Pandas from any match against anyone right now. LGD, they look really good, and you can't underestimate that, but I don't have a clear favorite here. I think Nine Pandas depends on what they pick. They've been known in the past as one of the cheesier teams on how they like to draft their heroes. We'll see if they cooked something up over the break here and got something for us, and we'll see if LGD is ready for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think going back to when we were talking about Kiyotaka earlier, if you are a team with a player like that who can just at any point go nuts in 1v5 on, we've seen his Earthshaker mid performances, we've seen his Tinker performances earlier during the year. Teams like that with players who have these infinite ceilings can always win at any point. But I do have a favorite in the series, and I think it is LGD, because not only did they look so solid in the groups, I feel that there's so much pressure on their shoulders right now as one of the only 2 Chinese teams representing their region at this tournament, and they are hungry. I mean, the talk that I've heard backstage about how both of these teams are competitive with each other more than they are with the rest of the teams makes me really excited to see the competition they'll bring.
Well, if we are saying that Nine Pandas rely a lot on Kiyotaka popping off, LGD surely knows this too then, and Lacoste, I would imagine they're just going to try to make his life hell.
I agree. I mean, Planet, he also tends to join some of these like early engagements. If he sees supports like are going to rotate to the mid lane, he's going to be there. You're going to see Y and Planet both on the mid lane, 4 minutes in, 6 minutes in, every single time refill the bottle because they want to stop Kiyotaka from getting any kind of farm. And I think also when we talk about the early engagement, it's very important to mention Shiro. Shiro Luna. I think so far from the games that I've seen, and I tried to watch all of them, pretty much Luna, when the hero's played by Shiro, it looks the best. He plays a bit of a different style. He doesn't go farm heavy. Instead, he puts multiple points in Lucent Beam, and then he tends to go through the Twin Gates and like gank the enemy carry with level 6, and then try to repeat it one more time.
Most building damage as a mid as well. That's impressive. What does that tell us, Fair?
Likes to play TA?
Likes to play TA.
No, I mean, he does like to play heroes that scale a bit harder. He was playing some Arc Wardens earlier. And back to your point about shutting down Kiyotaka, it's an interesting one because you need to go back to Nothing to Say and talk to him. Like, perhaps you don't need to play your normal style anymore of just being the space maker. Maybe go back to the old Nothing to Say and just crush him in the laning stage, because you can get pretty greedy on Kiyotaka, and if Nothing to Say isn't prepared to punish that in the laning stage and he's just going to play a standard space creation running around the map, then you're going to give Kiyotaka a free game. So that's something they should consider. He has pulled out a Viper before and a Dazzle, so he's prepared to do that, but I would like to see him really punish Kiyotaka if Kiyotaka picks some early Arc Warden, TA, something like that.
But can you really do that? Go to a player and say, hey, can you play the way you did a couple of years back?
He's done it. He has done it in this tournament, right? He played a Viper mid.
That's true.
And he won. And this is not something I've seen Nothing to Say do for a while. This team has generally relied on him, especially Xiao8 as your coach. Like, this is your role, the team. Stay within your lane, pretty much. And he hasn't branched out from too much, but they're allowing him to do so. And this is a series where they might have to do that against 9Pandas if they want to punish him hard.
We've all seen TI just play like Seb. It did happen. So the captains do tend to say some of these things.
Well, there's something to say about having the right mindset in the booths as well. And I think we hit the nail on the head at the start of talking about these two teams, Lacoste, with the right balance between young and old, because you need these older players, or more experienced players, to keep the emotions calm, which is especially important if well, you might be seeing it on the screen right here. There's a little bit of things that still needed to be sorted out. This is the moment where players might get nervous, because once you're in the game, surely everything's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they already tested their sensitivity. Everything's working. It's just, talking about the draft, they probably went through this because they had, a few days to talk about this and figured things out how it's going to go. And, that all preparation is going to come into this one particular series. I think LGD overall is the most difficult team to draft, because you don't know what's coming. Like, they just might bang out some of the heroes that we haven't seen yet, that are completely uncontested, unpicked. Because when you are drafting against Xiao8, something that Fear mentioned, you see this draft after it's done, it's like, oh, that's why. Maybe not straight away, but 30, 40 minutes into the game, you're like, okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah, now we also, of course, have a bit of delay, which is fine, because it gives us a perfect opportunity to zoom out a little bit, because these two teams, they have known for a while that they were going to face each other. We can take a look at those brackets, and we can see also that the path ahead is pretty clear. And I think maybe especially for LGD, they are just really hoping that they get the chance for Azure in that next stage. When you look at the bracket sphere, and when you've done that as a player in the past, do you look further ahead, or is it really like tunnel visioning on that first series and not thinking further?
Well, it depends on who asks me. If I'm asked in an interview, I'll be like, oh, I don't care, I'll play anyone. But secretly, you have your preferences.
Yeah.
You know who that you're best against. It's not necessarily you think they're weaker. Sometimes they're weaker, but you match up better against them. So if Azure Ray is better for LGD, we're definitely looking to the future. If LGD win this series, maybe that's who they'll go for. Maybe they'll want to go for the NA team. But as far as preference goes, every team has one.
Every team has a preference, and we're just going to assume that they're just focusing one series at a time, because that's what you're supposed to do. You have like 4 days. Was it 4 days? 4 days to prepare, Effie? What strats are you going to come up with? Are there any heroes you think that are going to pull out that are new-ish, I should say?
New-ish. So I think at this point the meta is pretty established, which with what the strongest heroes are right now. You're building around your Phoenixes, your Muertas. You don't want the Spirit Breakers or Bristlebacks through. I think at that point it's pretty clear. But I did check the Dota 2 Pro tracker recently, and in the last few days, there's been a rise of Magnus.
I've seen that too.
Yeah, and Magnus did go completely uncontested in the TI group stages, but now, who knows? He could come up at any point because his win rate in pro pubs, I think, is 54%, and people thought this was a dead hero. So I think this hero could surprise everybody and come out at any point.
Because I've seen the Magnus as well, and I've mostly seen it in the mid lane. Correct? Is that what you saw as well? Would you put him there if you had the choice?
I mean, it looks like that's what the pros think is good, but the strength of Magnus has always been his flexibility. He can still be played as a support or as an offlaner. You can still build utility instead of, the Harpoon, Radiance, Blade Mail I've been seeing people like Thompson do.
Yeah, we have on the screen Niu. I think we should talk a little bit more about the newcomer here. It is the newcomer. I know that Shiro and Planet, this is their first performance as well, but Niu only stepped in right at the third tour, and for him, it is a lot of pressure. It is extra pressure. He's the new kid on the block, but we're going to find out what he's going to play, because Draft is right here.
LGD Gaming versus 9 Pandas. Game 1.
Now it truly begins, LGD Gaming versus 9 Pandas. I can't wait to see what these two teams have in store for each other on the draft. We talked about Magnus. I also want to throw in that I've seen on the Pro Tracker, Monkey King as an answer to that. We'll see if it comes out. But to be honest, it's game 1. Maybe teams just want to keep it a little bit safe, Lacoste, because what are you going to do on the first game? You're going to try out all the strategies that you've tried during the group stage that worked for you, because of course, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Surely.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also think that Zhao 8, even the first game, is going to try to use some of the heroes that we maybe have not seen. We're in this tanky, super tanky meta, everybody building into hard, so we've seen a lot of Phoenix today already, which is a good counter to it, but something that Azure Ray has been using is OD from the mid lane. I think there are a couple of these sleeper heroes that people still feel, maybe they're not as usable, and we might see them coming up from Zhao 8.
Oh, we got our first pick on the board. It's 9 Pandas with first pick and with Dire. It seems that first pick is preferred at the moment, after which the teams have chosen Radiant almost every single time, I believe every single time, at least for today. And we got a Willow picked up by LGD Gaming.
Yeah, I definitely think first pick right now is favorable in the drafting sense in a lot of ways. I haven't seen that many gotcha picks on that 24 pick, that second pick. That's supposed to be their powerful pick. But these teams are just so good right now that they don't allow you to get that type of hero that's just going to open up the game, like those last pick Broodmothers of old and stuff. Very rarely do you see that. And then on first pick, you have that 18 pick, which is the last pick of the second phase, which gives you you see 4 heroes, then you get a pick right away, then you get pick your mid, you get 2 bans. I think teams are super comfortable with it right now. And Primal Beast going through. This hero has been super strong, and I'm not sure if Dark Willow's the greatest answer for it, but we talked about before. It's Zhao 8. This Dark Willow is going to have some purpose. We just don't know when.
Actually, I think Dark Willow is one of the best supports at controlling these mobility type heroes like Primal Beast or any kind of spirit, because as the game progresses, she does get destroyed by his rotations early on. She's very squishy, right? And he does a lot of AoE damage, but as the game progresses, your Brambles and your Shard, which gives you even more Brambles, your Curse Crowns, the Terrorizes that you're going to throw out, do a really great job at responding to Primal Beast's rotations. So it's a bit of a 50-50 kind of thing.
If we go back a couple of months ago when Primal Beast was also popular, people were using Clockwork as a counter to Primal Beast because you can't do much. I think Dark Willow is going to fulfill that role pretty much, because we've seen Dark Willow do really good. We're talking about the scaling build with Hand of Midas if the game allows you to get to the Aghanim Scepter and then become another core, or go get something like a Yule Scepter, Octarine Core, something that Boxy did in the previous series and just played this support role, but also scaling with the Shard with the level 20 talent.
And also, just to backtrack a little bit on the point that Fear made about the 18 pick, The issue with this 18 pick being so strong is that because the majority of the bans you're extending in that first phase, you don't really have the bans to protect for the second. So you can get entirely caught off guard on that 18 pick. You can only have 1 or 2 preventive picks for things in the past that were like Beastmasters or potential Storm Spirits to come out.
There he is! And that's why we see the Monkey King ban coming out as well. I love this already.
Yeah, this hero's been on the up and up. I mean, I feel like he got forgotten for a while because when Magnus got changed to Universal, everybody was playing him as a super OP right-clicker. It got scaled down a little and he got shelved, or he was tried as utility and got shelved. But people have found builds that are working for him, and yeah, this is the first of many Magnus picks we will see this team.
Oh, immediate response. You know, Rubik after the nerfs to Fate Bolt in the laning stage, it's like -2 damage, which is not that much, but you know, playing against Magnus, there's always going to be this threat. If we swap things around, you know, I would say that Eastern European team, that they picked up Rubik, and the enemy team, you know, that they picked up Magnus and the enemy team had Rubik, because, you know, LGD against Team Spirit, just getting those flashbacks right now.
Mm-hmm. But I also feel like Rubik versus Magnus is just very dependent on how you're going to play the Magnus, because the utility Magnus who's dependent on the RPs or the skewer backs gets very easily disrupted by Rubik. But if you're playing the Harpoon, right-clicking, tanky Magnus, this Rubik pick is not going to do that much for you if you're 9 Pandas.
If you're the one getting Harpooned, you're dying. Like, you're dying in 3 hits, pretty much.
LGD has a tough choice now. They see a lot of heroes and they need to decide. I think it's a safe bet to say that Kiyotaka most likely will not play the Primal mid. It's not really his favorite style. So it could be Mero, so they do have to show some more cores here as well, because yeah, you're going to pick one support, but then you have to decide, where's this mag going? What else do we need to pick? And they've already shown only one core at this point. It's going to be pretty much locked in for the Primal. How do they want to address that? Unless they're super confident that this Magnus is just going to be the answer to the Primal mid. But I don't think you have to do that if you're 9 Pandas. You can flex this.
Yeah, I would prefer to see the Primal flex simply because Kiyotaka isn't the type of player to scale into the late game with a hero like Primal, right? When you think of him, you think of his Linas and his Storm Spirits and Earthshakers and whatnot. And Primal Beast doesn't do what they would necessarily need, but the flex is always there. And Treant got ignored for the majority of the banning phase, which is how we can see the meta already throughout this road to TI. But Treant Protector paired with Magnus versus something like an ET who just wants to right-click you on lane sounds like such a good pairing, right? You're just going to negate a lot of that harass early on, and you just have the strength of the Treant throughout the entire game with his scouting, with his BKB piercing ultimate.
We're bringing back a lot of different heroes from the older patches. Mag, super popular at the beginning of the patch. So was Broodmother when turned to Universal. These heroes were toned down quite a bit. Brood, I don't think, was buffed recently, like Magnus was. So interesting to see Brood come back. And against an Elder Titan as well.
Looking at their faces, they seem pretty stunned about this Broodmother pick.
I'm stunned by it as well.
They would not have seen it coming.
No, when I said that they're going to get creative in this first game, I didn't mean this creative. This is Magnus Broodmother we're talking about. First phase, like first pick Dark Willow overall.
The thing about Broodmother being picked up here is that back when Brood was really popular, the response that people would often pick versus her is the Primal Beast. They would pick Primal Beast, and Primal Beast was able to just connect on the Brood, kill her with Pulverize, kill the spiders with Trample, and just always have a good matchup versus this hero. But then picking Brood into it, I wonder if they're trying to force the Primal Beast to mid by doing so.
Perhaps, yeah, and even when Mag was popular, Morph was the counter to it with the Aghanims, but that has been dialed down quite a bit. This looks like a patch from like a few months ago, right? But they're busting it out on LGD, and 9 Pandas is kind of using the same strategies you would use back then against it. So you have a lot of experience playing against this before, and they're just kind of like bring out heroes that maybe they don't play a lot right now, but you don't play against what LGD is playing very frequently, because this is very off-meta.
What we can ascertain, though, from this Brood pick is that even though Brood is picked into some of her conventional counters, like we've mentioned already, the ET, the Primal Beast, they pick this hero for map control. That's the point of Broodmother. That's always what she's been about. It's placing her spiders and placing her webs, farming every single camp, forcing people to her side of the map. So if that's what LGD is going for, they might just be trying to play the overall macro game and end really early on and not so much think about hero matchups.
We talked about that before, right? It's like they want to potentially win early against 9 Pandas, and that might be a good way to do it.
Yeah.
and they're super aggressive. Like, you have Magnus, you have like all of these stuff you can throw on people, Living Armor, Empower, Broodmother with that going in with Insatiable Hunger. That's going to be ton of damage, ton of survivability. Damage coming up from 9 Pandas early on isn't really there, other than Primal Beast. Morphling doesn't tend to join early on. You have Rubik plus Elder Titan, like they don't provide you with much damage, you know, up until that 10-15 minute. And we did mention about this OD potentially coming out because of this tanky meta. It's also a great save against what they have. So, you know, these teams, they did a lot of homework.
Do you just put carry mag and throw Lina mid or what?
10 seconds remaining.
We'll have to see here. I do know for a fact that we've seen some interesting heroes from Shiro.
Well, they're gonna put the Skyrath. Wait, are they gonna put the Skyrath mid?
No, I believe that's Kiyotaka. I think that's Kiyotaka.
Is this
Broodmother.
Willow? It's Carry Willow. Did Shiro have played
Carry Willow.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so we thought something crazy might come out, potentially, or at least I didn't. Lacoste definitely did, but this is as crazy as they come.
This is why LGD has so many fans, because every time you think you've got this team figured out on how they want to play, they just bust out the wildest drafts. And you know what? I believe in this Carry Willow. I know a lot of people have been theory crafting about it. I know the Midas is good, the Midas into Ags build is good, and he has played it in his pubs. I think it will actually work out here because that is how you take advantage of your Broodmother. You have a Broodmother taking over one side of the map, and you have a Carry Willow who doesn't want heroes on her side, doesn't want anybody killing her, wants to be able to farm
It's
them.
pretty similar to Muerta in terms of dealing damage to these high edgy, high armor heroes where your damage is magical. So, you know, it's been tried before, and they're not too afraid to experiment. I like LGD, you know, and just the way they play, the way they draft, this is some like new tech. We haven't seen anything. Like even in the group stages, no one was this creative.
I mean, we had to wait a little bit before the draft came on, but this was 100% worth the wait, and I can't wait to see how this one will unfold, and I can't wait to listen to the wonderful voices of our commentary duo. It is Sunsfan and Synderen!
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to TI12 Upper Bracket. Sunsfan here with Synderen, my good friend. How are you?
I'm good, and I'm ready. You know, I was thinking to myself, it's so exciting. Thank you very much. It's so exciting to be back, and then we get a game like this as the very first game. We were theory crafting what the draft was going to contain, like what the teams were going to do, and we were both wrong. I actually think you didn't say anything. So I was talking to myself, and I was wrong.
Technically, I wasn't wrong if I didn't say anything. That's true. Thank you for bringing that up,
Yeah,
Synderen.
you did great. You actually did better than me because you predicted nothing. So
Carry Dark Willow.
Yeah.
What in God's green earth is this? Tell me.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we've really seen it much this tournament per se. I think maybe it's been run a game or two, but it hasn't been
We've
very
seen some really greedy games where it's support and it turns into a carry, but not
True.
position one from the get-go.
This has been a little bit of a flavor in high-ranked pub games, though, as a carry. It offers some interesting utility. It's a very strong laner. It scales very well at being universal. The way the attack speed talent, especially later on, the way it can itemize. It's a very special carry because it's kind of a ranged anti-carry. There's almost no hero like that in the game, right? When you use your second spell and you just Shadow Realm, there it is. When you use Shadow Realm and you just keep laying into the enemy carry, they don't really have a counterplay, you know? Like you don't have this.
It's kind of like Muerta to some extent.
Exactly. It's kind of like the second Muerta, where Muerta is a really good anti-physical damage hero, whereas Dark Willow is more of a anti-single target anything hero as long as she stays in that Shadow Realm. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how Magnus plays into this. I find this really interesting. Like, it's at very far down the list of my Empower friends, you know, for Mag. Brood is good for it, though. So that's going to be an interesting sight here. And yeah, imagine, you know, we're just sitting here as casters. Imagine being 9 Pandas going into this draft. You're like, you feel like you have your prep, and I don't know how much of your prep was really the case here.
I think we're going to have a listen in.
All right.
There's Trample.
Listening in on Trample.
It sounds really good. Smoke up right now from both respective sides. And not going to find any action outright. But yeah, you talked about Dark Willow. We both talked about it. But we also have the Brood, which you did mention, but that's the hero that's kind of fallen out of favor. And why is that? The many nerfs have something to do with that, perhaps?
Yeah, it's definitely been hit quite a lot of times. But I would say this is the player that sticks to it the most is new. Even after some nerfs when other teams in China were starting to give up on it a little bit, we still saw LGD absolutely obliterating games with this as a last pick. But in this draft, he picked it open-ended with 2 additional counter picks available for 9 Pandas, and they obviously opted for the Morphling as the lane matchup. I think that's an okay lane for Brood. That matchup doesn't really kill Brood so much. Okay, let's see on the runes here.
Yep, Solo with the Astral Spirit, going for these bounties to start the game. Astral Spirit comes out. It's a lot of spirits, in fact, this game is new. He'll be able to find his way to the other side of the cliff as he makes his way to the offlane for LGD. So overall, like this game, talked about these crazy picks overall. From 9Panda's side, though, this, I mean, semi-normal for the most part.
Yeah, I was looking through their game history, and I think the most creative player they have in their team in terms of draft is actually Solo. I think Solo plays some very unique position 5s. We're seeing it here. He's going to run the Elder Titan, which definitely a team like LGD will not be too uncomfortable playing against, since this hero, historically speaking, I would say is a bigger pick in the China region than in any other region. So they should be very well aware of what this hero offers in that laning stage. Yeah, like you said, aside from that, not really too many surprises. Ramsey's on the Morphling, the Rubik counterpick to Magnus can't have surprised them too much either, but definitely some interesting flavor coming out. And the panel were debating, okay, where's Primal going to go? Obviously ended up in the hands of Miro in that offlane like they thought it would.
Yep, as we're seeing the Skywrath Mage and Brood fight against Ramsey's Morphling and Solo's Elder Titan. And when it comes to team fight, Elder Titan is maybe top of the list for TI heroes, I feel like. This hero just always seems to come back one way or another. And we'll see how it works on this patch.
Yeah, a lot of the time at TI, teams will, you know, because the stakes are high, you slow down your play perhaps. It becomes more team fight centric, and a hero like Elder Titan, or we saw in the last series Earthshaker, generally seems to have a little bit of a resurgence. And I think, I'm not sure exactly what Solo's scoreline is with this. I think he's won some, he's lost some this tournament. It hasn't been all clean. But I will say he's probably the player that played the hero the most, at the very least. So
yeah,
should be warmed up.
As bottom lane, we're going to see a little bit of action there. Blood Grenade onto Antares. The attempt to run away from this very hard-hitting tree and protector is why you smile.
Uh-oh.
More right-clicks will do, or will one Shadow Realm is going to pop the Fairy Fire to just barely survive. They'd have to expend some resources, but and you can see from the LGD side, they didn't really have to expend much themselves to almost get that kill.
I'm just looking at this lane, I'm like, has this lane ever been played before?
I'm sure in some really low MR pub at some point.
I don't know, Tree and Willow against, at the very least, I suppose the surrounding heroes here are somewhat common in their respective positions, but the carry Willow plus Treant lane is, this is a really strong lane, by the way. Willow carry, it might sound uncharacteristic because the hero historically is mainly a support, but can definitely hold its ground as a core in lane, and you pair it with arguably the single strongest lane support in the game. It's a recipe for a tough matchup down here for 9Pandas, who are, I would say, holding their own for now. The main concern is that Shiro has 8 denies on his Dark Willow against Primal, a hero that has really high base damage. So that lane is, at the very least, for LGD.
He's
so
still
far
just
going
so
great.
shocked that it's a position 1. He just can't quite get those last hits. I mean, in terms of the build, I assume Aghanim Scepter is like the core item on this hero, and then attack speed in the form of, well, it could be anything, but we've seen Moon Shards in the past. Like, what are you expecting from this hero long term?
I'm mainly considering what approach he's going to take against the Morphling in particular, right? Because this is a classic Morphling counter matchup. You turn into Willow, you have Ags yourself, and you just start killing people with the Shadow Realm. But if you have Octarine Core on Willow, I think the downtime once you have the level 20 talent for plus 2 seconds Shadow Realm is like 0.3 seconds or something that you're out of Shadow Realm. So if you don't land AoE stuns to prevent Shiro from just staying in Shadow Realm, I don't know if he actually needs to worry too much about Morphling taking his form. So maybe you don't need to itemize something like a Linken's.
Well, mid lane, nothing to say. Getting bullied a bit here, but you can see in the last hits, he's doing A-okay against that OD. Kiyotaka playing one of his patented heroes, I guess you could call it, as the Shockwave comes in. This is another hero that we've been seeing kind of ramped up a bit, as you can see the Astral Imprisonment to start, with nothing to fall, because he doesn't quite have, I mean, is this a Meteor Hammer hero? So we can see TP supports coming in, and Teres. They see that one gets canceled there. There's nothing to say, we'll get some deliveries from Why You Smile.
Yeah. Nothing to say is doing really well in this lane. I cannot imagine this being a good lane matchup for Magnus. You're playing against OD, who historically or in general, just destroys melee heroes in that mid lane, but he's 24-7 against Kiyotaka's 18-4, so even though he has to buy a healing salve to offset some of this pressure of the OD, his net worth is still going to look very healthy going forward in this game. And I guess it begs the question, how good of a Magnus game is this, right? Because if you're having a good laning stage against OD, which is, I would say, not particularly expected, how do you convert it in this game? Do you have good targets? I would say Morphling is one of the better carries at dealing with Magnus because he can, you know, if you get your shift off, Magnus might not be able to kill you in his ult. The OD can save from the RP. You're playing against Rubik. There's a lot of potential problems here for Nothing to Say.
I mean,
maybe
would you say based on the draft, just your guess here, since I know you like to be technical, the Dark Willow was first picked, I believe.
Yeah.
Did they know it was going to be a carry right off the bat for LGD?
No, but I think they rate it that high because they have the flexibility. I think that's why they pick it so early, and also, you know, it's always going to be a bit of a surprise factor.
A bit, yes.
Yeah.
That's one way to put it.
There's no saying that 9Pandas weren't considering this, right? Like, obviously, we were surprised, the panel was surprised, but it's not unheard of to play this hero as a carry, so 9Pandas might have been considering that as part of the reason they picked the Morphling when they did, right? They picked the Morph into Mag Brood and the Dark Willow.
Well, not quite level 4, so can't just onslaught away. That's going to be an easy pickoff at first blood for Planet. Takes a full almost 6 minutes. Talk about this game potentially being a bloodbath, but so far, it's the only kill.
Yeah, speaking of bloodbath, that first blood was actually the blood grenade getting the last hit.
Oh.
So very fitting to get first blood with a blood grenade. Wonder if that's why they named it that, because that's the oh, that's a missed blood grenade.
Went into the Astral Imprisonment there. Is why you Smart's going to take a full Sanity's Eclipse. That's enough to get the kill, but Nothing to Say now completely surrounded. Another blood grenade comes out. Nothing to Say trying to just walk away. Looks like he'll do so successfully.
I would say the biggest winner in all of this is actually Miero, who finally gets a little bit of breathing space, right? Like we've talked about how this bottom lane didn't go well for him to begin with against the Willow, and now with all the heroes rotating off the lane and he has a double wave in his tower, at the very least he's going to close in on his level 5 and start getting some good CS. So that's the good news. The bad news is, for 9Pandas, you look at these last hits deny scores in general, top 3 all sitting on the side of PSG-LGD, and there's a lot of denies there. I called it PSG-LGD.
That's it's just LGD.
Okay. It's funny how that took a while to get used to, and now you got used to it, and now you need to remember to go back to the old way.
You really need to get your shit together.
I
unacceptable.
I know.
Absolutely unacceptable. But yes, just LGD.
You wouldn't think you could be washed up as a caster as well, but you actually can. You can get washed in anything.
That's true.
Yeah.
Planet getting chased a bit here by Solo. They're gonna have a lot of great setups for his eventual Mystic Flare to come between the Overgrowth, RP, and I guess even Brambles.
Yeah, Brambles are pretty decent. 2.5 second duration on level 4. It's the duration of Mystic Flare again. It's 2, so yeah, get the full value out of it.
Yeah.
If you line it up nicely.
Looks like Midas is being queued up here for Shiro. We've been seeing a lot more Midas. Some games we've seen, I think it's like 7 or 8 is mid lane. Kiyotaka taking a ton of damage. We'll get the Astral to save himself a bit, but it looks like he might just drop to that Shockwave. Indeed he does. Echo Stomp from Solo just a little bit too late. So very valuable kill here for LGD.
Yeah. To a 1k lead here, 8 minutes in. And again, oh, I thought for a moment Mag was also going Midas, but that's going to be Treads. We've seen games with 7 Midases this tournament. I think.
Yeah,
that
what
was
do you think about that? It means late game Dota is really fun, right?
Right. I mean, the thing is, obviously, it's no secret that the average game length has become longer in this patch. It's by design, but I think a lot of the time teams are maybe defaulting a little bit too much to Midas because you just have this mindset of, oh, the games are long, we want value.
Solo, so he's getting devoured by you and all those little spiderlings.
The thing about Midas is, even if you theoretically get a lot of value out of it in a 40 or 45 minute game, if it means that you end up in this awkward mid-game stage where you cannot put any sort of pressure on the map, even if you can farm, but you can't like limit the enemy team at all, they might still, let's say they farm 60% of the map and you farm 40, your Midases didn't do anything, right? Then they didn't pay off. Because maybe if you had active items, you could have instead imposed some sort of threat on the map and gained that 60-40 advantage yourself. All right, really hates that Spider Miro, will destroy it.
Actually, I think his creeps got the kill in the end. So
oh yeah,
didn't even get the 1. Very unfortunate.
He's really going to be missing that 3 gold later.
Well, if you get the full thing next time with the trample, then it's worth. But yeah, very annoying hero to deal with, and a hero that they haven't really had to play against in quite a while. So it's kind of dropped off, but I mean, top net worth is new at the moment, and that tier 1 tower will fall.
Yeah, and this is when it gets extra scary playing against Brood. If you lose all 3 lanes and you don't have very good catch, which I would argue they don't have, when this Brood was picked, they didn't really have any heroes that were particularly good against it. You know, Brood's nightmare matchups are something like Spirit Breaker or some sort of heavy single target lockdown like Beastmaster, you know, any sort of long duration stun that people can kill you in. You're not really that concerned here. I think if Miero is ever showing, you're almost safe, I want to say. It's like you're going to need 3 or 4 heroes to kill this Brood, so Neo should be getting a lot of space on the map, and he's going to bring it to Miero.
Steal for the silence. Is this going to be enough damage? Gets off the onslaught. Looks like he will live, but still has to waddle his way back to base as Neo just has this lane all to himself. You can see Kiyotaka has his Midas, so that's Midas number 2. Overall in the game, of course, we're counting, not for each respective team.
I thought, just to specify, Kiyotaka did not buy 2 Midas.
Right. You could do that. Probably lose the game. Yeah. Nothing to say. Has some decent stacks here for himself. Always the self-empower with these core Magnuses being extremely efficient.
Yeah, looks like he's opting to rush the dagger. We've seen different approaches to Magnus after he became Universal Hero. Some players would go for the Echo Saber first. We've seen builds that don't have dagger at all, like where you go Harpoon into stats, just like become this super hard-hitting carry with crit. But it looks like the dagger will be first on the menu here, so I guess their lineup can benefit a lot from having this catch, and maybe this is a way. This is like telling for LGD's mindset in this game that they just want to keep putting on the pressure. I say that they have 3 kills, but you know they're just playing the map better. With a 3k gold advantage now, and with Magnus having this dagger, it becomes even more dangerous for 9Pandas heroes to start moving out. It begs the question, where are your plays coming from as 9Pandas, right? Your mid hero's OD, it's not exactly a playmaking hero, and he went Midas. So, can you really stop LGD just farming the map? What are your plays? Do you
buy more Midases, maybe?
I suppose. That wouldn't be great.
Gonna see a smoke. This will be the blink reveal. They don't really want to go for this Rubik in all likelihood, but might just have to. There's the skewer in, and it's going to be an easy pickoff for LGD, who already have a 3k lead here at 11.5 minutes.
No siege creep for them, so this mid push will be a little bit harder. The Broodmother, one of the best heroes at pushing towers for 2 reasons. Obviously, Brood deals a lot of damage to it, but also just infinite tanking, right? You keep your creep wave alive the whole time. The spiders buy you so much time to get this damage.
Oh,
nice.
Oh, the Astral Imprisonment just in time.
Oh, that's...
But they actually messed up the timing overall because there's the RP, but another misspell, this time the Mystic Flare. Miero getting extremely low. The Pulverize gets canceled instantly. That's finally the first death, and that's in favor of LGD. There's a nice Sandy's Eclipse onto 2. Not enough for kill quite yet as Ramses comes in with that waveform. So they get the support Treant in the end, but my goodness, a lot of miscues from both sides.
Welcome to the tournament with the finest players in the world. Spell accuracy 40%. It happens.
That would be an amazing stat, by the way.
Sometimes you just mess up, right? It's one of those things where you kind of want to premeditatively plan how you're going to use the skewer and RP, but if it wasn't communicated properly, Skywrath might have thought, okay, you just RP, I ult on it, and then we skewer. Or, you know, just misjudged it perhaps, but all in all, when all is said and done, that's a 1-for-1 trade. LGD still get some serious damage out on that tower. And writing on the wall is still that they're just gaining. And I have to say, Primal Beast for me, this hero is extremely powerful in a lot of the games we see. I don't think this hero plays particularly well this far behind. And the matchups that it has are pretty tricky. There's 2 BKB piercing abilities in the Overgrowth as well as the RP, so you don't even have the freedom of movement, even if you do itemize specifically against Willow. And I'd say that's like the only item that truly unlocks this hero against Willow is that BKB. So Miero, it's kind of a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't kind of situation. You have to pick your poison. There's no good build this game for this hero, and that's what you want to see when you first pick a hero, right?
Yeah, that
you want
is
the enemy
true.
team to shut it down, and that's definitely been the case so far from LGD.
That is definitely the case, and yeah, that's why he's not even opting to go for BKB anytime soon, going for the full heart first, just to get a little bit tanky. I mean, at this point, I think you just have to force out these spells from LGD and just live with it.
I think this quick buy is like a Steam wish list. You know, it's like he wants all of these items, and he kind of needs all of them before it truly feels good. But it's a pretty expensive wish list. I need some good gifts for that.
Perez, he's going to get the telekinesis off, but this will surely be his death eventually. Okay, getting blocked.
He just missed twice.
Okay, there we go. Eventually fine, and now they're going to get a beautiful RP onto the OD with the Astral. Not in time, actually, because the Mystic Flare was more than enough damage. So they end up getting the kill that they wanted originally. And now that they have a little bit of practice, Synderen, they get the combo down, and they get the tier 1 to boot.
I have to say I'm pretty impressed with you, because usually when we cast, sometimes you call the team by the sponsor name. You have not called them Hot Dog yet. Actually genuinely surprising to me, because I feel like when you see that word, you just have to say it. But
I mean, it just makes me hungry more than anything, if I'm being honest. My goodness.
I mean, LGD are hungry too. I was gonna say they're playing with their food, but I mean, not really. They're just eating. They're feasting this game.
They're shoving those hot dogs down their throat right now with that 6K lead for LGD here at about 15 minutes, which means shards will be unlocked shortly. Blade Mail now online for Mr. Miero, which, I mean, that's a really good, I mean, obviously that's not like a very uncommon item to pick up onto the Primal Beast, but this game seems very good with a lot of the extra damage flying around.
It's great against Skywrath and Willow because they have this uncontrollable damage, and both heroes are relatively frail, so if they do cast their spells onto the Primal, it can punish them. But as it stands, I think Shiro hasn't really needed to be particularly much involved. He has 1 assist on the carry Willow. He's just farming a lot. All right, we're going to find a advantage
that up.
This could be a good kill.
Be able to do anything about this nice Ancient Seal, preventing the Pulverize outright as Mew just runs away casually. Beautifully done from Planet. Great positioning. And that wastes a lot of times for 9 Panda. That's 4 hero rotation for them.
Yeah, those feel bad. You know, you're already kind of getting cornered by the Brood. These moves have to be successful when you're finally committing this many resources to buy yourself a little bit of space. But great placement from Planet to counteract this move. And yeah, in the meantime, at the very least, Ramses is getting some pretty good farm on the Morphling. We haven't talked about him much. Usually Morph has this pretty significant build-up time. It doesn't particularly crush many lanes either, so a lot of the time just silently goes by and suddenly reaches critical mass. I think this is, if you're a 9 Pandas fan, this is the hero you're holding out hope for. You want Morphling to get big, you want him to turn into Willow and start killing heroes in the fights during the stuns of Rubik and Elder Titan. Still just primarily going to be a matter of, are you going to have that space? It's not often that you're playing against Brood, right? Like, these teams obviously have experience from the past, but maybe I wouldn't be surprised if in the last month 9 Pandas haven't played a single game against Brood, right? In this type of organized play, so it does change the game dramatically. It's a very unique hero in the way that it impacts the map, and
oh, they're getting squeezed in a bit here. Nothing to say has a shield rune activated. Are they going to be able to find anybody? Miero is their target. He has been all game long. RP going to get canceled temporarily as he tries to get another miscue, but they still have more than enough damage to take out the Primal Beast.
Did he? Was he onslaughting while being Overgrowth? I'm actually not sure, because they used Overgrowth to try to counteract this, right? But he still went driving, but then he also got skewered, so as everything all at once. You know, I don't actually know. Guess it's not that important. The end result's the same.
Yep, he died.
He did die.
There's still hot dogs in the game. 8K lead now for LGD. I was not expecting this. Coming into this, I thought this was going to be a pretty even matchup. Throughout the year, I think 9 Pandas have had a better year than LGD. LGD's kind of been up and down, where 9 Pandas kind of, I feel like, not getting the recognition perhaps they deserve. They got, what, 3rd at Berlin. They got top 6 in both the Riyadh Masters and Bali Major. Like, they've had a secret, like, very, very good year.
Yeah, they're a stable team, but, you know, at this level of competition, especially with a bit, I don't know if you want to call this a pocket strat from LGD, because it didn't seem like all of it was pre-planned, right? And I don't really think you can do that anymore in Dota, to be fair.
It's close enough, though.
This is about as close as you're going to get to a pocket strat, right? You first pick Willow and you turn it into a carry, and you pick Brood that nobody's been playing. So they're definitely bringing out something surprising, and even if this turns... Okay.
He's found out. We'll get the Echo Stomp off, and that'll be enough for him to get away. Aghanim Scepter now online, though, for Shiro, and that is the power spike for LGD. Sandy's Eclipse, okay. Got to get rid of those spiders one way or another. Don't have a raid bottle, so just use that ult. And without that, looks like LGD going to feel very comfortable to go inside the pit for Roche number 1.
Spiders don't have much mana, so this this is great. That is quite the desperation play right there. It's like, okay, we're putting out fires, okay? That's where we're at for 9 Pandas. No, but what I was going to say was, you're right about the year and how things have been going. In any individual game such as this, if you get surprised and caught off guard like this, I don't think this game is indicative of the power levels of these two teams necessarily, right? I think it's fair to say LGD are probably the favorites because of the group stage result and their first playoff match, but it's I'm not expecting this series to just play out this way through.
Fair enough. No, nothing to say. Looking for a pickoff onto Antares again. Might not find it though, as the skewer well short.
Yeah, I'm seeing nothing to say opting for the Lincolns over the Harpoon that I think a lot of Magnuses would grab in this slot now to execute kills such as that one. But really respecting, I want to say, primarily the OD Astral, but also it's a little bit of layoff protection against Spell Steal, and it's a way of preventing Morph from turning into you, which could also be a potential concern. I would say that's like the weaker reason for the Lincolns. But of course, he's a universal hero, so it feels great to buy it anyway. This item. A lot of damage.
Yep. Shiro's going to pick up a nice Invis rune, see if they try to set something up with it. As Hurricane Pike now online for Kiyotaka. And he's still going to get quite a bit more farm here.
Is this the lowest amount of kills on a team this tournament, minute 20? 2 kills?
Oh, for one team?
Yeah.
It might be. Taka's going to be found. Oh, force stab onto the high ground. Nicely done, but it's going to set the Mystic Flare. Nothing to say. He's going to bring him right back, but no. Gets terrorized to the other side, and Kiyotaka stuck inside a corner. It's a bunch of spiders. He's not going to be able to get out. And Solo will follow him to the grave as well, though he was killed by a neutral creep. Okay. Oh, by the Tormentor, of course.
What is it with Eastern European teams and dying to Tormentor?
Okay. It's normal. It's only been out for like 8 months now. It's hard to calculate. As Miero will pop that Blade Mail, but no more action to come here.
They did get the Tormentor. I think that's an important detail here. It was, they got the Tormentor and all they lost was their support. They got the Echo Stomp Shard for Elder Titan, which lowers the cooldown and allows you to teleport to it, which you really don't want to do in this game.
Yeah,
so essentially it lowers the cooldown.
For this game, it's not the greatest. But it would have been between him and Rubik, and I mean, Rubik's we've seen many a time is very valuable for a save.
It's great against Magnus.
Yep, very true.
But that's how coin flips are. Sometimes it's heads, sometimes it's tails, Sunsven. Over to you.
Okay, thanks for the analysis there. 50-50. And Miero. Oh, he did actually change his mind here, so we'll be going for the BKB before the heart, despite there being so many things that go through it here.
Yeah, it's, again, it's one of those things where what are you going to focus on? Are you trying to get
Are you
trying to get maximum value out of your Blade Mail, or are you thinking, okay, if I don't have BKB, I can't even navigate fights at all? And Planet almost pulled a solo there.
Shiro actually gets the shard, which means there's other shards on his team. Yeah, Trian already picked up his, so it was a 50-50.
Yeah,
nothing to say, and you are so far.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how often do you see Shiro be third net worth in his team in a 22?
Yeah.
You know, that just goes to show how good of a game the other players are having with how LGD usually administer their resources.
Enjoy, Dota. Enjoy.
Yep, that's what I would say if I was playing with Brood. If I was playing against Brood, I would not.
Yeah, not so much. So do you think that using this Aegis is important? Because, I mean, they've expanded their lead a bit. Still only a minute and a half left. Are they going to try to force the issue, or is there an item or some sort of thing they're waiting for?
I don't think it's particularly important. I think the most important thing here is just keep pushing lanes. As long as you have vision of the enemy team's movements, you're opening up for potential catches with the Treant Shard, you're opening up for skewer plays, you're opening up for... I mean, even the Willow can solo heroes, right, if it comes to that, but Shiro has, frankly, barely had to do anything this game.
The hero has barely existed.
Yeah. It's like the talk of the town in this game is like this, oh, carrier Dark Willow, it's so exciting, and he's just hitting creeps, you know?
Oh, there's only 11 kills total in the game as the RP onto Kiyotaka, Ancient Seal to follow. Do they have the damage? Yes. But they can't deny him his goddamn Midas because he got it off in time.
Nice.
Congratulations to Kiyotaka on cooldown.
It's just not that important with the 2 charges, right?
True.
But
it's still exciting.
It's good. It's good. We have to celebrate things for 9 Pandas that are worth celebrating. That was not one of them, but I'm glad you're looking for bright spots in this little bit of a beatdown.
It's 10-2. 9K lead for LGD. Aegis will be consumed in about 30 seconds, though.
So I think 9 Pandas are waiting for this BKB on Primal, and then I feel like they kind of have to do something. I don't think you can just sit back and hope you farm up something meaningful enough. You've got Scotty on the Morph, you're getting this BKB on Primal, and granted, I still think this fight is going to be really hard, but you kind of have to try to do something. They're actually opting to smoke now.
Oh, Ramses! Oh my god, the damage! One Mystic Flare was enough. Holy jeez. And that's the state of the game for 9 Pandas as the Aegis is now gone, but it matters not for LGD as they're going to get this tier 2 tower.
All right, that
most
play,
likely more.
That play just straight up doesn't really make sense to me. You're 300 gold away from that key item on Primal Beast and your save is dead. And then you smoked. So this smoke was essentially a 3v5. You don't have information about where the enemy team is. And I'm all for looking for a play here because, like I said, I think you have to do it, but bring your team. Going for that as 3 seemed a little bit naive and just hopeful.
Yeah,
and
the second
got punished for it.
Fortification. Another 18 seconds for Ramses. See if 9 Pandas want to force the issue. Curse Crown. Oh, they're going to actually disrupt the charge there. Has nothing to say, taking quite a bit of damage. So you'll be able to walk away.
Oh, that's a lot of brambles.
Elder Titan ult goes off as well, but it's not going to lead to any meaningful kill. But at the very least for 9 Pandas, they do defend.
Yeah. And this is where I would like them to make their move, right? Because now you are all 5 alive. You're naturally just grouped up right now, and the lanes, yeah, the lanes are bad, but they've been bad for 10 minutes, right? So you kind of have to try to look for something now. But it seems that now they have their timing with this BKB, they're still chilling. Like maybe the Earth Splitter in their minds is extremely important for this upcoming fight, or is there some other item you're waiting for? Is this OD Axe really going to be it?
Yeah, what do you think about that Axe, by the way?
It's pretty interesting. I think against the lineup he's up against, it's kind of going to work. It works like an Aeon Disc, right? It's a strong Dispel, and then you get a lot of health. So it's a good line of defense against getting RP Mystic Flare comboed. But you're not really that strong offensively, right, with this. So you're very much at the mercy of Morphling getting to play a good fight or a Primal Beast finding a key target, and that hasn't really been anything to rely on.
Pops, they know that somebody's here. They're going to find Solo. Instantly silence. A nice sheep instantly as well onto the Primal Beast. But they have the cover of Kiyotaka on the sidelines. Miar's going to be able to get off his ult for a decent amount of time, actually. As the Overgrowth comes out now. Onto the high ground he goes, but Mew can easily walk up it. Will pop his BKB in defense, though. So 9 Pandas losing. What is the RP completely whips?
Oh, stolen.
And Ramses now.
Okay.
Ready to fight back, and yeah, with that RP in tow, I think LGD have to be a bit careful.
Yep. I think the play now for 9 Pandas is wait for your BKB on Primal to be ready in a minute. So you smoke in like 40 seconds, and then you want to put this RP to use. And Tars is not going to be able to afford a dagger to make this RP more potent, but you have to look for what you're going to get. And I think the conditions now, this is as good as it's going to get. So I'm going to try to make the most of it here. If you wait for the next key item on Morphling, which looks like it's going to be the BKB, I think your RP is going to expire. And when you're this far behind and the map is like this, you're really counting on individual star plays, right? Like you need something big here.
Well, there's the sheep being shown again as YU Smile taking so much damage from the Arcane Orb. Kiyotaka just rips him a new one.
It's a good start.
Nero gets credit for that kill. So no tree for 40. And we'll see how passive LGD want to be. I mean, we still haven't really seen Shadow Realm being put to use on any heroes yet, I feel like.
He had a couple of times.
All right, just barely.
He's been in there.
Well, there's a smoke now from 9 Pandas, really needing to find something.
Yeah, I like this move a lot. This is...
right on the outskirts.
I mean, any core kill here is big, right? The cores of LGD haven't died yet.
Planet will be found. They knew he was taking those Lotuses for himself. Easy pick off. So another kill for 9 Pandas. They've actually doubled their kills in the last 30 seconds. Incredible display.
What do you think a Planet hot dog tastes like?
Here we go. Sounds like a lot of heartburn. Second Roche is up with the Aegis and Cheese available. And if 9 Pandas can try to, I mean, they do have OD, and Morphling can be pretty decent as well. They can actually take Roche relatively fast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, if this smoke gives them a core kill and Roche is up, I think that is the biggest avenue back into the game, is getting that exact outcome. But they only found Planet. They can't really capitalize on this too much, but at the very least, they're still holding on to, what's that, about 1.5 minutes still of the RP, maybe 2 minutes. So there is still another opportunity if they do want to look for it.
Miero, not halfway done from his heart. Honestly, at this stage, maybe you just go for the blink. Unless you're really confident this game is going to continue past that point.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what the blink play is. Do you just blink BKB and ult the mag if you can? Is that good enough?
then the overgrowth you have to worry about.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? There's no like clear cut, okay, if we initiate the fight like this, it's going to be good. Kind of has to play the waiting game anyway.
Well, Aegis and Cheese are claimed for LGD. So Aegis onto Shiro and Cheese for New.
All right, Shiro's drawing an arrow. What do you think it means?
Hot dog time.
All right. That's a very interesting way of drawing that. Yummy. Well,
he's got a good neutral item for this game as well.
True. Rogue Bow is the item for Dark Willow core for sure.
Not too shabby.
In this tier, I don't even know if there's a tier 3 item that's better than this. Like you could make a case for maybe getting the quiver, but
that's only one shot though.
Yeah, I think this is probably still better.
I think so.
Maybe Titan Sliver when you're playing core, just because you're Universal Hero, so the flat-out damage you get from it is pretty meaningful, with it being percentage of base damage.
I think based on the fact that it's literally amplifying your Shadow Realm as
That's
well.
why it's so good, is that this... Basically, every ranged hero in the game that we see take Grove Bow doesn't really benefit from this that as much as Dark Willow. I guess the only exception is Viper.
Yep, true.
Obviously loves to find it as well.
We saw Viper today. Did not go so well.
Yep. It's been picked in a similar situation earlier in the tournament by LGD, as a matter of fact, and they did win their game with Viper against, I believe, it was a bristleback of, I want to say Virtus Pro they played it against.
Well, I do believe that the Tormentor is now available for the taking. LGD could steal it.
I was just going to ask, who do you think they're going to sacrifice this time?
No, that's only 9 Pandas will do that.
Yeah, well, if Pandas can get out, who do you...
There's aggression in multiple lanes now. 9 Pandas going to do their best to defend. You can see the Shield Rune finally dissipate on the side of Nothing to Say. There's the fortification. As the damage onto Miero, just from afar, you can see that Shadow Realm being put to good use.
And this right here is one of the biggest strengths of Willow carry that I think isn't talked about enough. This hero is incredible at sieging high ground, which is very counterintuitive, right? Like
yeah, it is.
Place of support. It has so much attack range, and you can't really open on the Willow. They're gonna maybe try here. They got at least a stop off, but it's just so far away. As long as you keep getting vision in the base, Willow eventually. It's just playing this like a sniper, right? Just
yeah,
that it's
they're
a sniper.
Get that tower new. Okay, pops the cheese, then the Sandy's Eclipse comes, so he lives through the day. And now that tier 3 tower is down, LGD can kind of reset.
And this is
Insatiable Hunger, Neo's back to full HP again.
That ability, I want to say, is crucial for 9 Pandas to be able to kill. I think they really need OD's burst damage to get through some of these heroes. It's one of their only abilities dealing meaningful damage during Shadow Realm as well.
Arrow finally popped the BKB, going for the Pulverize. This is on the Magnus. They're doing a lot of damage. He's dead. 80 seconds of no mag. And with that, LGD will likely retreat. There's the BKB forced by Shiro. Getting up the Shadow Realm again as Miero just dies helplessly on the sidelines. They're going to lose a second in the form of the Elder Titan as Ramsey's just trying to go down on the Neo, but he has to worry about his HP pool. And going to the high ground, not expecting that apparently, as Kiyotaka finally the Agnes Scepter does activate, but it's going to lead to his death eventually. The Astral Imprisonment will give him a little bit of extra time. Going to try to blink to safety. Four Staffs as well getting whipped into oblivion, but will live through the day as Ramsey's attempting to get out as well. Will actually do so. So these cores somehow evading death, but it might still cost them some buildings if LGD stick around with that Aegis still in tow for another minute and a half.
Such a funny moment from Shiro. It's like he's just attacking ground, you know? The OD astrals himself, and then he just starts hitting the Tormentor with the Willow, but didn't really lead to much else. I mean, honestly, given the circumstances there for LGD, I think they should be very happy with this outcome. Their Magnus died to start the fight, didn't get RP off. There was a really good, quick defensive play there from Pandas to just flat-out stun-lock him until he died. And then they choose to chase out, which I think basically every team would have gone for that chase. But LGD just keep really strong formation, and obviously they have the huge advantage of you have webs in this area, so Brood can find angles, and the Willow with Aegis is a borderline impossible kill, so that chase is really difficult to get anything from, but at the very least they buy time, and the Aegis will expire before the next siege as a result. The question is, how are you going to kill Willow? Are you going to find any displacement here? Stealing Skewer on Rubik might be your best option, or turning into Magnus for the Morphling to try to force the Willow into base.
When your win condition is turning into an enemy hero, it's usually not a good sign, as Antares will get the shard for 9 Pandas. So there's your save.
And with this Tormentor being killed, we immediately see Shiro pinging his own Tormentor. He's like, oh yeah, this is up. That global announcement reminded them what patch we're playing. So assume LGD will make some quick work of this here. And who will be the recipient of this shard? There's 2 candidates, actually 3. And that is...
Okay. Horn Toss.
Decent. That is...
Shockwave.
Horn Toss.
Yep.
It's Shockwave.
That's right.
Horn Toss is the Scepter. I guess this was probably the... I want to say maybe the second best one they could have got. I think the Aghanim Shard on Brood here was probably the best. He is pretty damn strong on Brood with Empower, so...
Yeah, that one is pretty cool.
The Insatiable Hunger one is quite interesting.
I think the Skyrath one is good. Makes him really tanky. He's a tanky boy with it.
It has the situations. This one is probably not going to reach any sort of breaking point in terms of surviving, because the majority of the damage of the Dire team is not even physical, right? It's Morphling Shotgun, it's OD with insane spell damage bursts.
Yeah, but you get Int, right?
Yes.
That gives you magic resist, technically.
Gives you mana against OD, okay.
Solo. He's going to be spotted. Uses the Ogre Seal Totem. There's the Shard Shockwave. Not going to result in a kill, though. And LGD, I mean, their lead has kind of, I want to say, halted a bit. It's been around 12K for a few minutes now. And that's with Aegis that was on their side, and the cheese that they already used as well.
It's definitely flatlined. They're not really gaining much on the opponent. So I guess for 9Pandas, oh, hang on, they have a little bit of a problem to deal with here in the mid lane. Some infestation, and Willow is almost taking the...
Okay.
That's half a barracks in one Shadow Realm.
They will have to do something. The Bramble's being really annoying for Miero. And they're just going to have to give up their melee rack. So just like that. Oh, Echo Stomp does connect. Is this going to open up any situation for 9Pandas? They're going to cancel out that onslaught right off the bat. And with that, they will retreat happy with what they have gotten, which is the melee racks.
Yeah, and as if the Willow wasn't hard enough to find, now also has the Shadow Blade. So a secondary line of defense. And building in toward the crit here for a break, which is primarily... This doesn't work against the OD Ags, right? You can't break that from going off, but you can break the Primal Uproar, and you can break the Elder Titan Aura. Which
when you break the Primal Uproar, it just stops you from gaining stacks, I believe.
Yeah.
Right? So situational. Break's not that good this game.
It's also just a feels good item, right? Damage attack speed, more mobility, more safety.
Now Kiyotaka has a Hex now.
Possibility of a surprise attack, which should obviously not be underestimated, but he doesn't have a Hex to couple it with. Still, now he's going to go for the Octarine, as expected, on the Willow as his next core item. So once that is completed, that moment of opportunity you have against Shadow Realm is extremely narrow. With the current cooldown of Shadow Realm being 12 seconds, with Octarine that should go down to 9, and the duration is 7. So it's 2-second window. It's more than I said. Uh-oh.
The Sheep being used onto Kiyotaka. Does have his Astral Imprisonment available. Will get saved by the Echo Stomp to start. That's why you smile. He's going to find him on the backside. There's nothing to say. Pops his BKB, looking for a nice RP potentially. The ETL does go up. Kiyotaka's Ags activates again. There's the RP to follow, and the Pulverize is there as well, keeping them locked down, but there's the RP. They lose the OD, as Shiro now trying to right-click Miero. He's actually quite pathetic when he's not in his Shadow Realm ability. He gets off his Terrorize, not really going to hit anybody though. The Echo Stomp is there as well. There's a Skewer from Nothing to Say, putting Miero onto the cliff as Shiro finally goes down. That's a triple kill for Ramses, starting to clean up nicely for 9Pandas. Not showing much life in this game until this fight. They did lose Kiyotaka at the beginning, and it did cost the buybacks.
That is still, honestly, great result for them. Like, the way this all started, they get their OD caught. The RP, I think, was kind of lackluster. This is the one thing about Willow carry, right? Is that if the enemy is BKB'd, you don't deal that much damage. And when your Shadow Realm has been expended, you have this like little downtime until he gets this Octarine. Essentially, he's a damage dealer half the fight, right? You have 7 good seconds, then you have 5 really bad ones. And if those bad seconds overlap with the RP being used, or you don't have any sort of reach for your target, the Brood needs to do a lot of damage in that window to get something done, and they couldn't go on the Primal. He's too tanky, and Ramses, as a result, got to completely fight on that more.
5 seconds. If he just stays in the pit a little bit longer,
yes,
they can actually claim. Oh! Oh, God! Oh, no. Oh, wait. He heard the crowd. Okay. There we go. Into the Roche pit he goes. And this is the 3rd Roche. That means Refresher Shard is now online. Question is, can LGD do anything about it? I don't
They cannot.
believe so. 2 cores still
Okay.
dead. 10 seconds. The spiders might. No.
Who do you give the shard? They're putting it on OD for the time being. There was perhaps a play with double Pulverize and double BKB, but I guess he doesn't have the mana to support it either. That's obviously a problem this hero has. Yeah, OD is probably the obvious choice here. Double Hex, double ult. This is definitely, I mean, we've been painting this picture of LGD being ahead the whole time, and obviously that has been the case, but with this flatlining and with this bad fight they just took and losing the Aegis over to the side of 9 Pandas, they're definitely still going to be constrained to about 25% of the map, but they're not losing, right? They're narrowing the gap. Their heroes are extremely strong late game. Both Morph and OD are late game powerhouses, and Elder Titan is always this wild card that you can never forget when the game goes late enough. He has some great pairings too, because he doesn't need the armor removal from the natural order to do a lot of damage here. As long as his spirit is on top of them, it amplifies OD and Morph so much that, and Primal as well.
Now keep in mind, as well, might be some action here.
Easy D word.
Nothing to say with the shield rune. They're definitely ready to fight, but it's going to be up against a Morphling with Aegis. And the Refresher Shard, like you said, is on OD. The Aghanim Scepter, the Essence Flux active, cannot be refreshed.
Correct.
That would be pretty...
That would be interesting.
Yes, that is one way to put it.
Yeah, it's a 60-second cooldown on the Flux Shield, and I don't know if that cooldown could be reduced by Octarine.
I don't see why it wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I think it would be.
Probably. I actually don't know.
I mean, what skill in the game,
when you need them?
What skill in the game would not be affected by that? I think it would.
Mech. You can't mech yourself. It goes on cooldown on yourself.
Oh, Miera's going to get skewered onto the other side. They lose their tier 1 tower. The RP on just the Primal Beast, but the right-click damage from Shiro is absurd. All right, they say he gets the kill, though.
Keep in mind, that was a BKB.
Oh, Niu on the other side of the map is pressuring the bot lane. You can see the rest of LGD trying to force them back so that he can just get these buildings himself. Ramses deletes planet in the meantime, though. Bramble is there. They're going to find the tree as well. But if it's going to cost them the racks, that is definitely not what they signed up for. That is 2 now for the side of LGD.
Oh, nice waveform. Yeah.
So a great bait and switch from LGD. They essentially sacrifice their supports, and now they have 2 lanes.
Yeah, well worth it there. A couple of things to unpack in that fight. Willow's damage on the Primal Beast BKB was actually a lot stronger than I thought it would be. He killed him from 75 to 0 during the RP, and that is, considering if the Shadow Realm was dealing full damage, obviously that would have been a way faster kill, but I guess it's a good sign for Shiro that he's able to kill the Primal like this, because it probably means he's able to do the same to Morphling as well, right? If they do find that catch at any point, maybe do the same to OD, obviously having to account for Essence Flux, but the damage is there, and it's going to stay. And now it's going to get even better. Octarine Core picked up. He's closing in on level 25 for that 100 attack speed. But who knows? Maybe this game isn't even going to come down to a team fight. Maybe it's going to come down to a distraction, right? Like they just did there. If they can do that one more time and get the top half, that top tier 3 is only about 40% health left. So Brood can make quick work of this. A lot of damage on the Brood currently. And he has the Shadow Blade too, so could maybe go for a little bit of a sneaky siege.
But
there's a
in an outright fight, we're 42 minutes in the game. 9K lead is not much. No. So maybe
this is all about vision, all about getting the jump.
Yeah, or just the ratting, like you said. As Miero will take the Arcane Rune. So he's got the BKB Blade Mail and Heart. He's going for the SNK now, but will likely try to save for buyback.
Is there a big thing here with Rubik Ags that's going to make like a big difference? I guess Skywrath spells are kind of nice.
Well, yeah, Skywrath you just get doubled, right? I mean, Skywrath already has an Ags as well. That's why we saw the double Ancient Seal before. Planet pretty farmed. He's going to buy himself a shard, apparently. Keeps getting screwed over by the Tormentor. That's 2 50-50s he's lost.
Well, what can you do? Sometimes lucky, sometimes unlucky.
Yep.
Here goes the Aegis of Ramses.
Third Aegis that has not just been used casually, right? Just expires on its own. 2 from the side of LGD and now 1 for 9 Pandas. Of course, it makes a little bit more sense from 9 Pandas side because they're just trying to hold on.
Yeah.
I think the longer this game goes, the more it favors them, despite being down 2 racks. But like late game is, I mean, late game Morphling is absurd. How would you put late game Dark Willow? Well, we can talk about Dawnbreak if you want. I know you really like that hero, but
yeah.
Dark Willow, does she fall off at some point?
Dark Willow is really good late game, probably only second to Dawnbreaker, but no, it's a really strong late game hero, especially when you get the level 25 talent. This exact build of having the talents and the Octarine is really what unlocks the hero's potential. Okay, we can actually see the exact timing now, so I think my math was off a little bit. There's 0.9 seconds that you're outside of Shadow Realm.
Okay, Nero. Look at the onside. They're actually going to lose New right off the bat. That is a very important hero, but Shiro deletes solo. So it's a 1-for-1, and now the buyback comes from the Brood. Ancient Seal not going to prevent the blink out from Kiyotaka.
Had to use his Refresher Shard for that, though. Just to refresh the blink. I guess he also refreshed his ult, to be fair, because he did use that for the Brood blow-up. But
can they hold on 5 versus 4? Of course, LGD, I'm sure, don't know that Elder Titan has no buyback. Will be coming back in 15 seconds, though, and he's about 160 gold away.
And the waves are decent here for 9 Pandas. They have a good push up top. It's at the top tier 2, but
yeah, just Dark Willow core things. You're going to see a lot of these in pubs now after this game. Win or lose, honestly. And continuing on with that Shadow Realm onto that melee racks. Nero jumps in, instantly hexed. And Kiyotaka gets off the Astral Imprisonment. There's the RP. It's only onto 1, though. It's the Primal Beast as Hot Dog as the Dark Willow pops the BKB himself. Ramsey's taking so much damage. He goes in really deep. He's dead. Does have buyback, though, as Kiyotaka there. Is the Essence Flux finally activating? Will be able to blink to safety as a result. And they do get that Dark Willow in the end. So a 1-for-3 with a couple buybacks from 9 Pandas.
That Morph buyback is really expensive. Not only in terms of gold, but in terms of like win probability here, because if you kill Morph now, the game's just over. Like, way too much of the net worth and the power of 9 Pandas rests on Ramsey's shoulders here. And you just had a perfect example of how this hero just kind of can't commit into the enemy team. Despite having the attribute shift running, he just got obliterated by the Dark Willow. So, has to be very, very careful. Either he has to be careful, or you go for, you know, a really high-risk play now. It's one or the other. I think some sort of playing to stay in it is, I don't know. It's tough. I think you probably need another Aegis at this point, right? If you're at the side of 9 Pandas before you can really make an aggressive move. Roche early respawns in 10. So if you're lucky, you could get it before Willow's up.
I think we find out in 10.
Yeah, the early respawn is in 10.
Yeah, if it were to early respawn.
Yeah. And they are, you know, I wouldn't say they're banking on it. They're hoping.
Yeah,
they are inhabiting the area.
2 minutes.
Is diffusal.
A little bit over 2 minutes for that Roche.
Yeah.
So Shiro will be back, and we can see that he has buyback anyway. So even if he were to die. Of course, Niu does not. So it's all about the buybacks from both sides, and like we talked about, 9 Pandas are depleted for the most part. Kiyotaka, the main one that has his available. And I do think this is going to be a Roche off eventually into potential end of the game. Most likely.
Yeah.
So it will be nighttime still when Roche spawns, and it'll be a full minute before he moves back down to the bottom, where he'll randomly gain an Aghanim Scepter, of course. Lore friendly.
What do you think about Willow putting Bedlam on her own Manta? Do you think that's...
I mean, it's cool.
What do you make of that? Do you think it's fair or good or weird?
It's interesting. It could fake them out. Maybe they think it's real.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a good way to push waves. He's literally just sending in his Manta and putting Bedlam on it, right?
Yeah.
It's just something you don't very commonly see. I guess fair is the wrong word. Oh, smoke break.
Arrow, unable to find a connection. And Kiyotaka, he's right behind him. He's going to get instantly hexed. There's the RP onto 2. Can they take out the OD? Aghanim Scepter does activate again. He's going to get rooted up in an ice. Mystic Flare onto 2 heroes. There's the buyback onto the tree, but the OD is lost along with the Primal. Kiyotaka buys back into the game. A couple buybacks from LGD as well as Shiro finally takes a tumble, and now he will finally use his buyback. They're going to try to force out this eventual buyback from Kiyotaka, and with that, it'll be a 4v5.
if they don't know for a fact what the buyback status is of these Dire heroes, that was a huge gold swing, right? For the side of 9 Pandas there. I believe accounting for the buybacks, it's not really about the gold at this point, I suppose, but, you know, as much as we talked about Morph not having buyback, now there's multiple cores on the other side, so 9 Pandas somehow get a good fight out of this. They obviously have to buyback their OD.
There's the 4v5.
Guess LGD are just going to retreat and take the Roche now.
Yep, Roche is up. See if they scout it. A lot of buybacks used by Hot Dog team. As Shiro with that Shadow Realm going to town on that melee Rax. He's not going to be able to dodge out that Echo Stomp though. No follow-up quite yet. He's already at half HP. Then he's going to try to get it off with the instant silence again. Beautifully done from Planet. Right place, right time. Saves Shiro's life. Has to pop his BKB because of the Shockwave. Ridiculous distance from the Rubik. And just like that, 9 Pandas defends with 4.
Wow, I'm actually genuinely very surprised that LGD took that risk. They're 5-on-4. They know Roche must be up at this point. They can take control of it. They have 2 lanes pushing in mid and bottom. And Shiro still goes to hit the high ground. And if it wasn't for that insanely clutch sounds coming out from Planet, that would have been a dieback on the Willow. And then you lose Roche too. So that was massively high risk for relatively little reward. Oh no, here it comes.
All right, well, Aghanim Scepter on Mr. Roche.
Yeah.
Oh, the smoke up though. The Talking Company, nothing to say, will be pretty difficult. Lincoln says Poppy uses his BKB as well. That's why you smile. Trying to force Kiyotaka into a rough spot, but there's the telekinesis save. And a Shockwave is basically global on Rubik. And that one is global. Living armor. Not as useful.
Well, can make the difference.
It could, theoretically, sure.
It's nice. Getting that 10 armor on your core of choice. But yeah, this moment right here should define the game. Right?
I think so too.
This is this flat-out game deciding. If they find a key core kill on either side without buyback, this could snowball into just a full-on game end. And yes, that could also be 9 Pandas pushing down mid as 5, despite not even taking a tier 2 tower this game. 51 minutes in, they could win the game in one push because Morphling is one of the kings of quick pushing.
So and now they're starting to put those Lincolns onto Shiro, knowing how fragile he is. On that Dark Willow. Oh, but Kiyotaka in the pit? Are they going to be able to scout this out?
Dashed.
It's already at half HP. I mean, this is a hero that can definitely take it fast, as Kiyotaka is going to get some company with Ramses now. And I think they're going to get this for free. A big take for 9 Pandas. They get the Aegis, they get the Cheese, and Aghanim Scepter. See who ends up taking it.
And again, let's remember.
Get out.
Let's remember this. This was probably just flat-out LGDs if they had chosen to go for it, right? So not only did you not get the Roche, it went to the enemy team. And that's about I don't know, how much of a gold swing is that? Like 15K?
Wait, did they leave the Ags in there? Is that what happened? He just pinged the Ag Shard.
I'm surprised there isn't more net worth on the Dire side right now.
Aghanim's Blessing dropped here. Antares is the one that pinged it. They probably ended up getting it anyway.
Where is it?
Well, Kiyotaka already had his. Antares. Okay. Oh, Ramses maybe took
it. So Ramses used it. I just thought they were going to get more net worth out of this situation, but... Okay. Oh, now he has Morph. How good is that here?
I don't know. You tell me, you're the analyst.
I think it's okay here.
That's why you get paid the big bucks, huh?
Well, what were the alternatives? You could have gotten it. You could have got it on Primal, but he's buying it, right? He's 100 gold away. That's his next item, and the final option was Elder Titan, who can't really use it very well. So, yeah,
it's more a core.
It was kind of just the. It was the best option they had, but none of them were really that great.
I mean, you're also taking it away from LGD.
Of course. I mean, that's the biggest thing here is that LGD did not get it. Because they could have, for example, got it. I think the one on Treant this game could have actually been really interesting for LGD with the state of the game, right? Starting to get Eyes in the Forest out. You just need, you need to find that one key pick. But now that the Aegis is in the hands of 9 Pandas, I think this game again is going to hit a little bit of a lull because LGD aren't really interested in taking a high-risk play offensively right now without their buyback on the Willow. Like, what do they have to gain? You just need to keep controlling the waves, have Broodmother push it out, have a little bit of maybe a Treant, Nature's Grasp, push out a wave here and there, and Shockwave from far away. Just dodge, buy time. And if you look at this from 9Panda's perspective, they're not seeing a hero, right? Their waves are getting pushed, but it's all low commitment pushes. It's Manta from Willow, it's Broodmother Spiderlings. And how are 9Pandas going to use their Aegis? 2.5 minutes left. I mean, I guess the name of the game is not using it. This game we haven't used
that
it.
Will follow the trend. Both teams will have 2 apiece at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think just waiting for the buybacks, and then we're going to have to reset this, and who knows, maybe we'll get to that special time of the game, Sundaran.
Oh, you start dreaming. You generally start dreaming of it minute 40. I'm impressed with your restraint. We got to minute 54:22 before you started talking about tier 5 neutral items.
I mean, to be fair, I think about it minute 1.
Yes.
Like, legitimately.
This is probably a personal best for you, actually.
I do have a problem.
Yes.
More than one, some would say.
Yes.
As Ramses fully loaded, I mean, what can you even buy at this point? Is it Moonshard time, or do you backpack the refresher after you use it and replace it with something else?
I guess it's Moonshard, right? I don't really know what he can improve here. I think you really need your Manta in this game. So you're against Overgrowth. It can be a nice little line of defense against Skyward Silence. So you're probably keeping that one. You're keeping your BKB. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think he can swap anything out. So it's got to be Moonshard at that point, right? Unless, is there some sort of cool Swift Blink build here where you blink and assassinate someone waveform out?
Oh, Kiyotaka really wanted to eat that hot dog, but it was not for him to ingest.
Well, if anyone eats a planet hot dog, it's OD, right? I think that's
the lore?
That's pretty lore friendly, yeah. That would be a frequent visitor of the Galactic Cafe.
We'll have to ask Slacks about that one. Level 25 now online for Primal.
Wasn't there a cartoon, a children's cartoon, about like some sort of space family that went to a restaurant?
The Jetsons?
Is that what it was called?
There's a Dota game happening right now.
You would know this. Yeah.
We're aware.
Well, we're currently waiting for Aegis to expire, so I feel like in the meantime we can talk about other stuff until when Aegis is expired, then it's go time. Then we're going to see the fight break out. So maybe you're right.
Oh, Kiyotaka stealing a Wisdom Rune. He goes from level 27 to level 27.
Oh no, don't do it. Don't fight the Tormentor. Don't do it. Oh my god.
Wait, no. He can do it. He can do it.
He cannot do it.
Kiyotaka, keep doing it.
All right, fun fact about that attempt, it was not even remotely close.
Oh, the sheep onto Ramses. Do they have the damage? The RP, but the save is there from Antares. And Ramses will survive.
Great.
That was scary.
Great save.
Kiyotaka was healing. I'm sure he didn't want to admit to his team why he was healing in the fountain. When there was no heroes remotely close to him, he's going to blink into the corner. He's going to force that in. They're going to be able to see him. He gets Hexo. There's the RP finally to come. OD is dead. No buyback at all. And Miero will follow suit. He does have his buyback available. There's the waveform from Ramses. He's able to clean up one. And that's a form of new. So no Brood to come, but he does have his buyback available right now. Looks like Antares is going to die on the sidelines. As there's a triple buyback coming out, making a quad from 9Pandas. As Ramses has to be careful. Going to get the waveform in, but it looks like LGD are on the run. They're going to lose their Treant Protector. There's nothing to say. Able to Shadow Blade away. My goodness, what the hell was that fight? I mean, that's 4 buybacks for 9Pandas and only 1 for LGD.
Yeah, that's expensive. I guess the good news for 9Pandas is they did not need to burn the Morphling one, so he can frontline in the coming fight and have that buyback for a potential play, but yep, that was expensive. Still, considering how that started, OD blinked in, got stuck, 4-staffed in and got hexed, did not have Essence Flux, because guess what? It was a cooldown from the Tormentor.
Boy, oh
things.
boy. I told you the Tormentor was important, Cinderin. Maybe not in this way.
Okay, late game Tormentor is just a trap. Okay, like you... risk reward, boys.
Everyone has shards, basically. Yeah. Oh, he wants revenge.
Oh.
Okay, can he do it this time? Solo is coming to help out. Kiyotaka is like, never mind. I almost threw the game by doing that.
I think he learned a lesson here. He's like, this is a trap, so
if they can get him, that's a dieback. He's going to get Sheep. There's the buyback onto the Treant Protector. Big fantasy clip. Down goes Brood. No buyback from the side of LGD. So just like that, it's a 4v5.
LGD have given so few freebies, I want to say. Most of the kills 9Pandas have got in this game, they've really had to fight for in these moments, but that one-time Neo out of position.
It's time for Tormentor number 3. Can you do it this time? LGD? LGD?
Just do something else.
This tormentor has been a trap twice over now for each side.
All right, not to get your hopes up. We're 1 minute away from tier 5 neutral items.
Don't get me too excited.
So if you wanna start theory crafting a little bit about which ones you would like to find.
All of them.
All right. Well, you're gonna find 5 of them for each team, so 10.
Well, I would think that, what's the, man, I can't remember the name. The one that gives you stats only.
Apex?
Apex on OD would probably be good, I would think. Something like that.
Seems like a pretty dope game for Book of Shadows.
I was going to say Book of Shadows is, I think it might be the strongest one in general. It's just the usage is so difficult.
Yeah, it's a very good item to have on Rubik this game, though. He has insane cast range. He's kind of playing as a save anyway. It's away from...
Okay, Mew gets a little prize in the grave. Still 50 seconds left on his death timer. And he will have, that's the insatiable hunger one, right? Yes.
I feel like when Tormentors came out, people were a little bit on the fence about, is it a good name for it? I think it's a pretty good name. When you think about what it does in the game.
Torments you? Sure.
No, I mean, people really want to get it, and I mean, how many players have burnt their fingers so far in this tournament on the Tormentor?
That is true. Could have been called Masochist.
That would make
As 60
no
minutes
sense.
has arrived. Tier 5 item, Cinderin.
Oh.
Mirror Shield is the first to drop.
Wait, how many Midases does each team have? So OD had one, so that was a direct item there.
Okay.
And
they're so spread out. It doesn't even matter. They're going to get them. Right?
It's the only Midas in the game, so bit of an advantage. 9 Pandas there.
Yeah, huge advantage. Boy, oh boy.
Imagine
Pirate Hat. Oh, that is a delicious one for Dark Willow.
That is very good. But imagine you got 5 tier 5 neutral items before the enemy team got any. If you had like 3 Midases and you just immediately used them, right? And then smoked.
I'm not listening to you. I'm just looking at the items that are showing up on my screen. Apex onto Morph, Seer Stone onto Tree, Book of Shadows for OD. Okay, we were thinking that might be on a support, but that's just another save. I mean, he has Astral for himself or a teammate. He has his Aghanim Scepter, and now that item.
Ramsey's rocking 400 agility right now.
Normal.
That's a lot of agility. Book of Shadows and OD, as you said. The rest is, there's a token now coming for Primal Beast. Love to see the Giant's Ring, just so he's bigger. Not particularly because it's good, it's just funny.
It is. That is accurate. I can attest to this. He's really thinking about it.
He is thinking.
Maybe we get to see a Fallen Sky. Okay, he's going to go for the Force Boots.
Okay.
Good against Tree. I believe it does dispel that.
Yeah, frees up a slot for his Face Boots as well, right? So he can put something else there.
He's been getting Ancient Sealed all game.
Yeah, fair.
Of course, he's been getting Hexed as well, and that will not help him in that scenario.
But his item that he's queuing up will, the Aeon Disc.
True. All right. Well, Roshoff will be happening. He is not up yet. 35 seconds to go. And yeah, it'll be daytime.
So
plenty of time here.
LGD are missing 1 tier 5 neutral for Brood.
Dire's middle tower.
And
should have gotten that Midas.
9 Pandas. We're missing 1 for the Elder Titan. Keep in mind, Seer Stone on the Treant could be a game-winning item potentially if you use it well for that vision. As that will break here.
Yep, nice overgrowth from YU Smile, but they're not going to be able to stand inside that Ancient Seal. Nice Hex. They're onto Ramses for the time being. Miero gets off his ult, though, and that is going to be a deleted Magnus who has to buy back into the game. Shiro already at half HP. He's going to have to use the Shadow Realm now, focusing on the support, but he's taking a lot of damage from Miero, just shadowing him with that Uproar. He's going to be able to blink out to the high ground. Another Shadow Realm is there, solo. His Eon Disc procs. And Miero trying to find somebody in the trees. They're going to find Planet. He dies. So just like that, 2 dead for LGD. Both have bought back now. So 9 Pandas in a pretty good spot. But remember, their lanes are pushing.
Yeah, they're getting
mid lane.
They're getting mega creeps in about 30 seconds if 9 Pandas don't bring a hero back to base. So it might be what LGD are banking on here.
And Ramsey's in the pit. And they're going to take Roche extremely fast. As there's a Shadow Realm again doing massive amounts of damage. Not quite enough for the kill. He's now being shadowed by Miero.
New is going for the megas.
He is indeed. They only have the range racks for now. The Shadow Realm now. And Teres, he takes the RP all by his lonesome. So not the greatest thing from nothing to say. They will get the kill in the end. That's a dieback essentially because 2 minutes for no Rubik. Echo Stomp. Not really going to connect on much other than the Magnus. So double kill for Shiro. So they are finding kills in the backline. There's the second RP into the arms of Shiro. The hot dogs are too much to handle for 9 Pandas. As Miero, he blinks out thanks to the Eon Disc. Can they find him? Yes. The Curse Crown with that shard activating is triple kill for Shiro. And Ramsey's attempting to TP out. He will do so, but only 2 alive for 9 Pandas.
All right,
this is going to be a tough defense.
This is a knowledge game right now. If LGD are aware that there's no buybacks here, this game is probably just going to end in a moment. But they might not have kept track of this and know the exact timing of these buybacks. They do seem to want to go aggressive, but at the same time, Shiro is quite a bit away. If Kiyotaka and Ramses could maybe find a quick burst kill, maybe that could set up for something.
Oh, man. Yeah. If they knew.
Yeah. There's 50-second cooldown on the buybacks. If they don't, I mean,
they're going to try to force it regardless, even if they didn't know, right?
Yeah, but they might be a little bit hesitant about diving for kills that they can get, right? So you're probably a little bit timid here. You'll get the Megas,
sure. Get Megas.
But are you going to go for the Jugular? Well,
Tier 4 is going down quickly as well, and just the Ancient exposed now as Ramses and Kiyotaka trying to defend 2 versus 5. Can they do it? I highly doubt it, but they're going to try. 48.5 HP is the Ancient. Wait for him into Ramses. He's going to get Hex right off the bat. There's the Ancient seal to follow. The GGs are called as the Ancient gets destroyed. And LGD take game 1. The Hot Dog reigns supreme, Cinderella.
Yeah, they get there in the end, man, but if I'm honest, I think neither LGD nor Xiaowei are really happy about the way they won this game. Obviously, they're relieved they won, but 9 Pandas really pushed them to the distance here in order to get that victory. Considering that, I want to say for 90% of that game, 9 Pandas were playing on their own side of the river, if not more. Like they didn't get a tier 2 tower all game, did they? I don't think they ever managed to really
I don't remember
push anything meaningful. So considering they were constrained this hard, I think props to 9 Pandas for making this as exciting as it got. I almost wrote off this game, I want to say 40 minutes ago. I was like, okay, LGD are, they're going to clean this up relatively easily.
Yeah.
They made it really hard for them. And, well, the surprising picks did work. Not the way they intended it to, I would say, but they got there.
Yep, so LGD take game number 1. Let's break it down with the panel.
Well, thank you so much, Sunstein and Cinder. And there's a lot to break down. A game like that, LGD Gaming taking it in the end, but we got to start by talking about, what else? We got to talk, Lacoste, about the Willow carry.
Yeah, I was wondering where this came from, and then I figured out that Mongolia used this against China during Asian games, and they managed to beat the Chinese squad with it. So, sometimes you don't necessarily need to think of something yourself. You can steal it, mold it, and implement into some of your own drafts, and it looked really good. Like this bottom lane went, all 3 lanes at the start went really bad for them, and scaling from Dark Willow, that things are going to be extremely difficult. If you don't have enough AoE, the hero is going to be super potent in some of these mid-late game fights. But I also want to point out the build that he went for. This is 4-4-0 build, no points in the Curse Crown early on because you want to be maxing out the stats, and very interesting going for Manta style. There's not many things that he can Manta out of. Basically there's nothing, but the way he was using it is ever since the Bedlam was changed, you wanted to have some hero that goes in, so he was pushing the way with Manta style plus Bedlam on the illusions to get the max farm.
Also, Willow is a universal hero, so you have to build attack speed on her to make your Axe build effective. And if you're a universal hero, what better item can you have that gives you stat efficiency more than a Manta style, and also the attack speed from the Yasha? So I think that was the logic behind that build-up. I thought the Silver Edge was an interesting item choice. I was talking to Fear about it, how I thought that was just kind of useless net worth on Willow, because she does have a problem as a carry when the Shadow Realm is down, where she needs to reposition herself so she doesn't die when she's susceptible and not doing damage. But I feel like in that case, you just want to be able to blink out for repositioning. The Silver Edge, I thought, was kind of the reason why the game extended for so long in terms of, carry to net worth efficiency, but, they cleaned up in the end. The Willow prevailed.
Willow prevailed.
Yeah, it definitely did. I would say the early game was really good from the Willow. You had a strong laning stage. You transitioned into being this core, and then there was a couple fights where it felt like the Willow wasn't as strong as the counterpart carry. However, all the other heroes on LGD really pulled through as well. Neo on his Broodmother was absolutely amazing. The scaling, nothing to say with this Magnus. Also had some great plays as well. I was afraid for this Willow and how it's going to do in the late game against the Morphling, but it was really a team effort from LGD.
Yeah. It really was, and we're talking Willow, great carry, team all came together, it went great for LGD Gaming. I don't think they planned for this game to go as long as it did, Lacoste. We had a 60-minute plus game, and I feel like we gotta give a lot of credit to Nine Pandas here as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about the Eastern European teams, how well they do when it comes down to late game. And this is the first game that Nine Pandas lost after game went after 45 minutes. Because usually when it comes down to like post 45 minutes, Nine Pandas, they will bring it home for a good reason, because their decision making, like some of the experience that Solo brings to the team, is really shining in some of these. But they were also like so far behind. And Kiyotaka, he had, you know, one of those Kiyotaka moments where he decides to go for Tormentor and then he gets stuck, his Essence Flux gets procced, so doesn't have that for a fight, and then he dies, doesn't have buyback, gets the buyback gold because of the assist, and then comes back to a fight. But yeah, very difficult when it comes down to like super late game, because the scaling from PSG LGD, it was there. Like this is Dark Willow we're talking about, like the mid game fight, so you have Magnus, you have Broodmother as well, who scale extremely well. And I want to point out also New's item build, you know, going for that Echo Saber, disassembling straight into BKB, and they really lacked some of the like straight lockdown, so he immediately picks up the Hex.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about in terms of item builds and little things, but I also want to talk about, well, I want to talk about so many things of this game. But we gotta take a deep breath, and sometimes we cannot talk about everything we really want. But there's two people that basically talk about anything they want anyway, so we're gonna let them do that on camera. I think Slacks, Tsunami are, I don't know what they're gonna talk about. Let's find out.
Well, we thought that we may let the crowd do some of the talking for this one. Now, obviously, we are here in Seattle, which famously, you may recall, a North American player had won a TI here, and that player is actually on the panel right now. Fear, if you don't mind, would you come over here and grace us with your presence? Ladies and gentlemen, this man is a legend. And I always see that these pubs, they're all like, man, if I queued up with a pro player, I would be able to win so easily. Well, now it's the crowd's chance to prove that. I would like some crowd members to serenade our TI winner. Fear, are you ready to choose some suitors?
This better be good.
Well, I'll start off good. Slacks, while I find some people, could you give a sampling of what this would look like?
All right, the game is simple. We have a TI winner up there. If you can woo Fear, you win his special prize. All you have to do is come down to the fortress and call to him. I'll give you a fine example as we find some Fear fans. Let's see, what should I do here? Oh, Fear, please, if you shall select me, I shall adorn thy nape with a neck pillow of my own creation, like Sumail at TI5. I'll oil your bursting muscles from your baby gap shirt.
That's enough. Fear, that was number one, I suppose. What's your opinion?
Send that one back in the kitchen.
Okay, that one needs a little bit more time to cook. My friend, come on over here. Introduce yourself.
I'm Nolan. Fear, I'm sorry. I have a confession to make. I think about this every night. 5 years ago, I was in a pub with you. I inted mid against Merlini, and I fed you. I'm sorry, Fear. Please accept my apology. Not only did I feed you, I flamed you without knowing it was you. And I'm deeply sorry.
Fear, that's quite a confession.
I'll think about it.
He'll think about it.
Thank you, Fear.
We're off to a good start. Could I get a second suitor, please? My friend, introduce yourself.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I'm Spencer from Utah. Nice to meet y'all. But, Fear.
No, I need the full thing. Let's go.
That was next. Hark, Fear, my beloved, grace us with thy golden wisdom, and bestow thy gaze upon me. I will aid thee in thy next match. Please, I will show my true strength that I learned from Mason from the land of NA. I will hard support you with my wonderful anti-mage, for I have never lost an easy bot match with him. I offer you my services and devotion.
Cut him off, he's done.
You were so close, man. You were like 90% of the way there. Fear, what's your opinion?
I cut him off. I mean, he's support anti-mage. Get that out of my game.
All right, we got one more, my friend. Come on over here. What's your name?
My name is Bowden. And Fear, let down your hair to me. I have something to say. I am only 1K MMR, but I believe with my support alchemist, I will devote my net worth to you, grant you Moon Shard and Aghanim Scepter, and make you the greatest carry of your bracket.
Convincing stuff. Fear, what you got?
I mean, I'm liking that. That sounds good. I think we got a winner.
We got a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Fear, would you like to bestow anything upon this winner? I believe, what is this? Toss it down, my fair king.
Toss it down? All right, here you go.
Glorious! Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you have won a signed mouse pad by all the talent here. Congratulations! There you go! Mr. Fear, for you.
For you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Fear.
And he appreciates your support, and we appreciate the panel.
Sit back down.
Thank you so much, Lex and Tsunami. Well chosen, Fear. I think you chose well. I think Lacoste, you would have probably chosen the same one.
Yeah, most likely. But you know, LGD, we talk about the team being super creative. There might be also getting some ideas from the audience. The support Alchemist, and not so much.
Man, I'm a carry player.
Anti-mage.
He's gonna just be Alch and spoil me. I'm down.
He's also going to be your support on the lane.
Well, we've seen that work before.
It's not so bad.
It's better than support anti-mage. There's no return on that.
That is true. I want to talk about the series, of course, that we watch and how to adapt from here, because I think both teams, after a game like that, they go back to the drawing board because it didn't play out the way they wanted it to. I want to start with 9 Pandas, though, Lacoste, because they come here as a losing team now in game number 2, and they got completely surprised by what LGD threw at them, and they were not able to bring it back, even though they went late game with their Morphling, which normally is a recipe for success.
Yeah, we did mention that drafting against LGD might be like the toughest opponent to beat, because a lot of the times you'll see the drafter like, what the hell is going on? And then, you know, 50, 60 minutes into the game, you'll see what they actually went for. But yeah, I want to see 9 Pandas focus more slightly on the early stages of the game, because they had Rubik, they had ET, and also Morphling. These heroes are really not that great. You know, early on, they didn't put much pressure. And then you also had OD, who lost his lane, went for Hand of Midas, so there was like 10-15 minutes where they couldn't push back this aggression that PSG was throwing at them.
I mean, I would chalk it up to them getting caught completely off guard by the draft, because I feel like the OD would have had a much better game if there wasn't a Skywrath Mage pressing silence on him, and if there wasn't a Brood that they had to deal with, right? They didn't expect a silence to come out in that overall last pick from LGD, and all of a sudden they had to deal with it, and it makes your OD look bad if you're playing against a Brood lineup with all of that tempo. So I wouldn't chalk it up to 9 Pandas playing bad by any means, but that game was definitely a tall order to overcome in that early game.
Then I think we have to come back to something we talked about during the draft, Fear, because we said overall last pick hasn't been that kind of a gotcha pick, but it sounds like this Skywrath Mage coming out for LGD might have just been that, together with the Flex, of course.
Right. I mean, it wasn't so much the Skywrath, it was so much the surprise of the Willow and how the lanes went. I think 9 Pandas was a little uncharacteristic in their drafting right now. Like, they ended up picking a Morphling, which is a really hard carry, where Ramses is typically comes online earlier with some Alchemist, some Sven, or has some Chronosphere, but he can't really do anything as a Morph. He just has to farm. Then you pick Kiyotaka's hero, who also can't really do anything but hit creeps and farm, and he lost his lane on top of it. So I think they need to come back with a better plan to get through the early stages a little bit better, so they can get to late game without having any issues.
This was, of course, the first Willow we saw as a carry, but Effie was also the first Brood Mother that we saw, so I want to touch upon News Brood as well. In the past, it was always a gotcha pick. We're like, okay, you got to have a plan against a specific Brood. How scary was the Brood Mother? How big of a part was it of the draft?
It played a huge part. The tempo that came out from LGD was solely on that Brood's shoulders, and how they were able to push towers early, how they were able to draw attention to the Brood Mother. And I think in part there was a lot of choking going on from 9 Pandas when they did try to kill the Brood. Because one moment I can think of is when they brought 3 heroes to kill New and they failed the stomp into the Astral setup, and they just waste all of their resources and time. So I wouldn't really necessarily think about that Brood too much moving forward in this series, unless they're going to set it up with a Willow again.
We'll, of course, see if there will be any flex picks. It's at least now, from here on out, on the radar. I think that makes a huge difference for all the players as they come back out to take their seats to play. Of course, game number 2, it's a best of 3. We're in the upper brackets of the road to the International, and one win here for LGD will put them on top 6. And before they have a chance to do that, though, let's learn a little bit more about them.
Dota Titans LGD Gaming faced a season of upheaval, with Arme, Faith Beyond, and Xingqiu parting ways. With Captain Y and Nothing to Say at the helm, they integrated a fresh roster of young talent. While they secured 6th in the DPC, the absence of top placements at the majors marked a rare deviation from their typical dominance.
关于我们队伍在前3个 major 然后大部分成绩滞留不前这个问题，在于我觉得很大一部分，一个是我们都是比较偏的新的选手，然后队伍的化学反应是需要个过程，并且他们在第1个 major 甚至第2 major 对于他们来说都是头2个那个线下赛，所以我们在打到淘汰赛的时候，依旧水平还是在保持小组赛的水平，然后并没有得到进步。我认为大的方向应该主要是分为2派嘛，一个是游戏内，一个是每个人的心态上面。然后对于这次 TI 来说 ，TI 是对于每个职业选手来说1年只有1次的，每个人对他的重视程度也会更高一点。然后，但是再怎么由这个过程慢慢转变到更加平和，然后既把它知道它是很重要的，但它又是依旧是一场很简单的一个系列赛来说，这是需要每个人去把握一个度的，所以这也是很难形容的。回顾整个职业生涯，我可能不太会想回去改变任何现有的结果吧，然后可能会 TI 时的时候跟我们那个队伍可能会说更多心理上的建设吧，就是说让大家更好的去面对后面的生活什么的，但是并不会太想去改变什么，是说可能说一些让大家没有意想如愿的结果，然后去让大家有更好的心态去面对一切。
A lot of talk about pressure because that is just the reality of things. The pressure on these players right now. We got 3 first-timers on each team, and we saw the Willow carry, the Brute, and the Skywrath of the first-timers of LGD. And that pressure, it seemed to have improved their gameplay because they did step it up, and we heard Y talk about normalizing pressure. It's a very tough thing to do, but it seems like under leadership of Zhao Wei, they were able to do so. Can they do it in game 2?
LGD Gaming versus 9 Pandas. Game 2.
Maybe the pressure, if you're the winning team after game 1, is a little off, Fear, but 9 Pandas, they lost game 1. This is where they really got to show their character.
Yeah, I thought going into this series that 9 Pandas would be the one that would cheese LGD Gaming here. But it was the other way around with like that Willow pick here. But I still think they don't feel completely bad about it because they didn't get steamrolled, right? They still were able to come back in the game, had a fighting chance, managed to bring it to 60 minutes. So they should be happy about that. But you do have to come into this next game strategically with a bit of a different mindset.
Yeah, and I think they had a really great shot at winning that last game on 9 Pandas, especially when it got to the point where all of their heroes were outscaling all of LGD's, but they kind of dropped the ball when it came to certain individual play, like dying in places where they didn't need to, and the late game team fights, which can honestly swing either way depending on one incorrect misstep. So they're not feeling discouraged at this point. They can't be.
I feel like LGD is in their heads right now because they pulled off strategy that like no one, like meta was pretty much set coming into this tournament, coming into the group stage. People were picking these same heroes, not trying to experiment too much, and now you just managed to beat them with like 24 picks Skywrath Mage, Broodmother, carry Dark Willow. So I want to see how much that is gonna affect 9 Pandas.
Well, 9 Pandas will be on the dire side for this one. And we have a lot of tanky boys removed from their draft. I wonder if that teaches us anything, Fear, because we got a Spear Breaker, Primal, Bristle, even Treant. You know, these are some beefy boys that they remove.
That's just pretty much the meta right now. Like the Blade Mill, Heart meta, all these heroes are really good at it. I guess Earth Spirit's still in the pool, another one that does do this. It allows you to be this hero that can not only initiate, but do damage at the same time and be unkillable. It's quite strong right now. That's why we see them all in like the first phase bans. Sure, Spirit Breaker does go a different route, doesn't itemize the same, but Primal, we saw in the last game, he did have a rough laning stage and he did lose, but he is very strong, and if you do have a good laning on the Primal, you kind of just run away with the game. And you gave away Enchantress. This is a hero that plays very fast in the early game. And we talked about these big tanky heroes being strong in the meta. Enchantress is actually quite good at killing them if you do get some farm.
It also just gives them the tempo that they were able to completely take over the first 20 minutes of the last game with. Enchantress is a hero that I'd say is like maybe 10th in popularity right now, because in the right hands, it changes the entire pace of a game, depending on your mid-rotations, your ability to take towers. But overall, I feel like if you're giving away Muerta for this Enchantress, you could be making a mistake, because I think the Muerta is something you could have taken yourself on LGD, because you just play so exceptionally well with it on Hero and on your flex to it.
One thing I want to know about is this Monkey King ban that LGD did 2 times in a row. In the first game, they managed to ban it in the first phase, and now in the second phase. Because looking through the drafts, 9 Pandas, they did not play Monkey King a single time at TI. So there must be some info that we're not seeing, something from the scrims, that I'm really wondering, like, why is this Monkey King so popular when it comes down to banning it?
It's a counter to Magnus. Like, they ran the Magnus in that first game, which is a hero that is pretty unusual, but Monkey King has a great lane versus him and a great matchup versus him, and that's basically what the pub meta has looked like in the last week. So this could be indicative that they want to run back the Magnus.
Could be, and we're talking about those big tanky boys in the offlane that were all banned. Well, the most popular ones are gone, so you get the runner-up here, and that's Centaur. He serves a similar function, strong laner, eventually will build into a heart, has the built-in blade mill, so he doesn't have to purchase that. We'll replace that with a blink dagger, because you do need the mobility, where these other heroes like Bristle kind of just runs in, Primal can go on, free mobility, same with Spear Breaker. Similar effect where you do have the Stampede where you can go on, so pretty nice here. Interesting thing is Ramses has not played this Muerta quite yet, so it's always been on the support on Terrace here, so is it a game for Ramses to potentially bust us out, or will this just be their offlane duo?
I mean, you'd hope that there's flex potential in this Muerta for coming out this early. So this is definitely the game for Ramses to show us his flex potential here. But I think that Centaur as a hero is so difficult to deal with right now. It feels like all of the heroes that traditionally countered him in the past, like Ursas and Monkey Kings and what have you, they don't necessarily have the most comfortable place in the meta right now. So his laning is strong, he gives you team fight, and he builds the broken items. He just is such a nuisance to play against.
Yeah, he really is. I like the Centaur pick, because with the Stampede, you have something to defend the Muerta with once she doesn't have a BKB when her ulti is gone, so you can still manage the reset. But then again, immediate response from Kunkka, one of the better heroes. Like, traditionally there was a Doom where you can throw it on a Centaur immediately, and then you know that Stampede's not going to come out. This is like a cheap version, having this X marks the spot against the Centaur, so you know that the heroes are not going to run away.
And this is what I wanted to see, like, last game, honestly. This is what makes 9 Pandas, to me, such a good team, is when Ramses, sure, the hero pool I have from that I think is really good for the team is small, but this Alchemist, they've been running this the whole year. And this is pretty much the only team that's been running the Alchemist throughout the year. And they've been winning games with it. It's been Alchemist and Sven for a large portion, and it just does well. And for all the reasons I've been kind of like harping on for a while now, it's like Ramses, sure, these heroes are quote-unquote greedy, but they're not super greedy in the sense, like, they build very simple items. Like, you buy your Radiance, your Blink, BKB, you have a stun, you can go in, and now all of a sudden Kiyotaka, if he does want to play an Odie or something greedier in that nature, their timings will kind of match instead of waiting for like his Morphling for 40-50 minutes to come online.
I'm loving this Ancient Apparition pick because it blocked some of the heroes that Neo did play, which could like just completely dominate the laning stage and dominate the game. I'm talking about Necro, where Alchemist would not have a good time, neither would Centaur. This is position 4 Muerta, so you don't care too much about the hero, her dealing damage to her Ghost Shroud, and also, potentially coming out Omni Knight, so they're probably staying away from these healing heroes, and I could see, against Alchemist, it was always a super strong pick, Brewmaster, throw him into the air and just buy a little bit more time and then focus the rest, and you'll already see these backline jumpers, something that has been ran at the first game of the today Eastern European team. They did run this Grimstroke plus Spectre, where you just playing around Spectre, roaming around, waiting until this ulti is available, and then popping that Inkswell, and then going for the targets. Ancient Apparition, Muerta, they can't really defend themselves.
You also have a Dispel from that Inkswell that you talked about on Grimstroke versus the 2 stuns that are 9 Pandas. They're just very simple, very easy way to cover for your Spectre. And another thing on the topic of the Ancient Apparition is it deals with the Enchantress, right? The issue about Enchantress as she scales into the late game, if you don't have a hero that can get on top of her and burst her fast enough, she's dishing out way too much damage throughout these fights. So not only does AA pair up well with these stun heroes that he has, but it also just counters one of the most annoying aspects of Enchantress.
And of course the Kunkka rum buff. It's always great to hit an AA blast on heroes that are going to take damage from that anyway. So it's a really nice addition to 9 Pandas draft as we are heading towards those final picks here. We got the Doom Brewmaster banned out on 9 Pandas aside, Dazzle removed already for LGD Gaming, Earth Spirit now as well. Fear, are there any boxes that you really feel like these last 2 picks should tick?
Oh, I mean, nothing particularly for LGD. They have like some options here. I was just wondering if they put the Kunkka off lane in this game or pick a mid. They're going to pick an off laner and the Night Stalker against the Alchemist, and they're going to throw the Kunkka mid. Now you get Kiyotaka in a situation where he sees everything. His lineup's well-rounded, so he can pick whatever he wants. Now he gets to punish his Kunkka in lane and hopefully pick something that's also good for the game itself. But yeah, the Night Stalker pick is quite interesting too. I don't think that really slows down the Alchemist too much in the laning stage, but after that, when it hits nighttime, you can definitely run at him.
I think this Night Stalker does a lot for LGD just by way of being able to play around the 9 Panda supports. So you have this AA and you have this Muerta. Muerta as a hero is quite useless if you have something like a Night Stalker just getting on top of her with that silence, just killing her from 100 to 0. Because support Muerta does not have the tools to deal with a Night Stalker the way that a core would be able to. And then on terms of the other support on the side of 9 Pandas, you got the Spectre, who's going to instantly be jumping this Ancient Apparition whenever she gets the chance to. So all of a sudden, you're looking at wanting to take these long fights because you have a Kunkka, and you're doing this with both supports taken out. So to me, it makes a lot of sense just in terms of how they want to navigate the fights.
We got the Kiyotaka Shaker coming out. Do we like this? Do we love this? Up against Kunkka in the mid lane?
I mean, you still need to defend yourself somehow because you're playing into X-Mark, you're playing into Night Stalker, so your Aghanim Scepter is not going to be, as potent. You're not going to be able to jump out as many times as you would like. But I really do like what LGD drafted for themselves in this game because it's a well-rounded draft. Again, it's Alchemist. It's being played by Ramsey, one of his better heroes. There's one team that can make this Alchemist work. It's definitely 9 Pandas.
And we saw the smiles coming out from Ramses as well during the end of that draft. That must bode well, Fear.
I mean, definitely he got his Alchemist, but I would say on a scale of Kiyotaka picking something wild that could crush the game and being more safe, he's being on the more safe side here.
Okay.
So maybe that's what they need, but I always like to see a little more risk involved, especially when you have a young player that's explosive.
I mean, we've seen Kiyotaka pop off completely on Shaker before, especially last Dream League. He 1v5'd the game in its entirety, just like that. But I think that Shaker will have a much more difficult time doing this game. Shaker is good versus any melee hero mid, but Kunkka functions a little bit differently with his Tidebringer and his ability to fight back into Earthshaker's team fight. So it doesn't feel like that magical pick that would have changed everything.
Now, in the previous game, we saw LGD having no issues, the cause going high ground with the Willow and the Brood. Are we going to have 9 Pandas struggling again with that, or do they have a way better way to deal with something like that this time around?
I just want to see if they can shut down this Alchemist in the first 5 minutes. This is Night Stalker in the lane, not the strongest laner, stronger than most people think this hero is. So, you need to hunt him down. But going high ground, again, this is still the most difficult thing in Dota, sieging the tier 3 tower and just breaking the high ground. It's one of the reasons why I see these games being very long, post 40 minutes most of the time.
Well, let's find out how game number 2 will play itself out. We're heading over to a commentary duo of Sunsfound and Synerin.
Welcome back to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Sunsfound here with Synerin, as Shiva just said. I don't know why I'm repeating that. It's just a normal thing to do. Game number 2, Synerin, between LGD and 9 Pandas. LGD squeaked out a game 1 victory. I want to say that they had the advantage most of the game, but it felt like it was 9 Pandas for at least a little stretch towards the end, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to find ourselves in a similar situation to the last one, where LGD obviously came off to a really good start in their lanes and started controlling the map. They were just constricting the side of 9Pandas very heavily with their Broodmother. This game, they don't have it, but they have something that in essence is a little bit similar in the sense that you're going to have the scouting tools of Ench with a creep, Night Stalker at nighttime, you have X Mark for long-range catch, and then you always have that Shadow Step that can connect. So I think 9Pandas need to be very cautious about the way they move around the map in that mid-game. And more important than anything, I think 9Pandas cannot afford to fall behind in the early laning stage by too much, because their lineup is relatively slow. Shaker needs items in that mid lane, Centaur needs items in the off lane, and you have Alchemist as a carry. You don't really need to say much about how many items this guy needs. So your support duo also isn't too active in setting up kills. They're very good follow-through. The Muerta is a great secondary, and so is the AA with the Ice Blast. But again, all of that depends on the cores being able to set them up for success. So really, 9Pandas, make sure your lanes go well. And teamfight-wise, their lineup's very strong, clearly. They have a lot of stuns, a lot of AoE damage. But they need to get there, and they need to be able to handle LGD playing flanks, because LG's lineup's super mobile.
Yep, as we're going to see, bounty runes are split across the board. Solo, though, is going to get caught eventually by this Ink Swell. And you would think the first blood will be going the way of LGD, and it is for Why You Smile. And Enchantress, this is a hero that has been banned first phase consistently throughout the tournament. For people that haven't gotten to see this hero very much, which is actually probably a considerable amount of people that only tune in for TI, can you explain why she is so highly regarded and how she got through?
So I can't explain exactly why she got through, because I don't know the detail of why 9Pandas opted to focus on other things. But what makes this hero so strong is actually what you're seeing right now in the bottom lane. At level 1, Enchantress can skill any of her 3 spells. Oh, nice dead shot actually from Antares, and the Blood Grenade. Why You Smile was not ready for that.
Yep, looks like he might be taking a tumble. Indeed he will.
Yeah, that's why Ench is so good. Right there. She just dies. So the thing about this hero is, while Nature's Attendants are running, she trades the best of almost any support early on. She offers a lot of playmaking potential with rotation with creeps. She is able to take towers as a support, which is something very few supports are able to put that type of pressure. And most importantly, above all else, she's a lane securer. Because she's good in the first few minutes, generally, even a hero like Spectre, who's generally relatively weak in lane, can be enabled by Ench. She'll take her heal and trade with the enemy support. She'll get level 2, she'll take a creep with Enchant, and she's just overwhelming. You know, very few heroes can really deal with that. But gotta say, 9Panda's doing a really good job down here. Again, Shiro.
Yeah, double edge is there onto Shiro. Not gonna be enough for the kill, but still, only 2 tangos remaining. See how long he can stay there.
Taras didn't have the mana for the dead shot, or that would have been another kill in this bot lane. But
I mean,
so
that is
far,
one thing
so
about Muerta, is dead shot does cost quite a bit. I mean, the combo between calling and dead shot, as her courier will end up going down here.
And you already see the plan here from Shiro. He's already quick buying Infused Raindrops, which is the item against this lane. Centaur very heavy on the magic damage, so is Muerta with the dead shot, so can block a decent amount. And probably in a kill attempt, it will take so long for 9Pandas that he's going to get double the value out of the raindrop. Probably proc twice, so a wise choice. Gotta say, the lanes are going the way they want, though, on the side of 9Pandas, right? It's pretty good across the board.
Yep, not too bad. We can see mid lane, in terms of the CS, nothing too crazy. As we're going to see a Torrent come out from Nothing to Say, trying to pressure the Earthshaker as much as he can. And I mean, historically, Kunkka against any melee hero generally is Kunkka favor. Would you say that that is the case against Earthshaker?
Shaker's one of the few melee heroes that can really stand his ground here, because you can just walk in and trade with the Kunkka. I don't know the ins and outs of this matchup enough detail to say what the expected outcome is, but definitely it's one of the better melee heroes against Kunkka, simply because of, you know, you walk in, you enchant, you can at least deny some of the creeps or guarantee yourself last hits on range creeps. I guess it's kind of a glass half full way of thinking too, where it's like, well, okay, hang on.
Mid lane, X marks the spot. Is he going to be able to get the kill here? No. Not able to set it up with any, but Nothing to Say is bullying him, and you can see the CS advantage is pretty decent, 18 and 8 versus the 11 and 6.
He had a stick charge, so he could have stick charged Torrented there if he wanted to, but electing to save the mana there, or maybe just wasn't aware that it was going to just barely push him over the mana cost limit. But either way, good pressure. So yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting mid matchup for me, specifically because both heroes are melee hero dominators, so when they face each other, who is happier if this is a draw, right? which, by the way, it is not right now. This is Kunkka winning the lane clearly. So maybe, I don't know. I don't want to judge too much based on this one showing, because Nothing to Say has a history of just doing exceptionally well in certain lane matchups. His Kunkka has always been incredible in lane.
A nice little casual ice armor being applied from your position 5 enchanted. Oh, bottom lane though, double edge takes out Shiro. So
yeah, nice ice armor, bro.
While You Smile is buffing up the mid laner, the safe laner does get killed.
Interesting. I don't really feel like there was that much value to sending the Ice Ogre there and giving him the armor. I don't really think Nothing to Say needs it much. Nice deny on the ward. Kiyotaka was going for the D ward. Nothing to Say lands a Torrent and gets the deny. And that might not sound like much, but it's actually quite defining for the lane if Kiyotaka gets that ward. He gets so much experience and gold from it. Instead, gets absolutely nothing, and Nothing to Say takes the full wave. And now he's level 5 against this 4-shaker, and this is when things can get really scary. The low cooldown on Tidebringer is going to be very spammable. Every time Kiyotaka wants to go and do this, he's going to take as much back the other way.
Oh my goodness, so much harassment in the bot lane. You can see Solo has made his presence known going through that gate, so Shiro forced to try to get some last hits under the tower. He's going to get hoof stomped into the double edge, and from the other side you can see Solo is there with the last couple right clicks. Should be enough, indeed it is. Miara though might get turned around on Planet with that Inkswell. Will get the trade, but still that's another death for the Spectre.
Yeah, core-to-core matchup right now. 9Pandas are looking great with the exception of mid. Alchemist is having a much, much better time than the Spectre, but of course, we're now hitting nighttime, and I think part of the reason LGD chose to go for this Night Stalker, which is a pretty uncommon hero to see right now, this hero is relatively weak in the first few minutes of laning. He's very exploitable by a lot of the meta carries, but Alchemist is just not it. This is not a particularly aggressive and strong lane carry, especially when coupled with a hero like AA. I don't think you pose that much of a kill threat. So as a result, Neo is going to be off to a solid start on NS, and now that it's nighttime, he's going to be the one running the top lane. So very curious to see what Ramses' approach is going to be. Are you just going to abandon the lane and go jungle, or do you feel like you can still contest? So far he can. But a level 5 NS should start proving to be a bit of a problem for him, you would imagine.
Yep, there's nobody I would ask for advice on Night Stalker more than you. I trust you.
I would ask
everything
a lot of other players nowadays.
Ramses.
There was a time.
Gonna get caught here. There is a TP coming though. Inkswell does hit, but not going to be enough to actually get the outright kill. As Ramsey's just going to continue to farm. You can see his CS pretty decent.
Still the big CS winner is definitely this Kunkka of Nothing to Say. Speaking of which,
big rotation from Nothing to Say.
Easy
X
combo.
into boat. Miero. Nice job from Shiro dodging that hoof stomp, but this looks like it will eventually be a kill, and it will go to Nothing to Say. So his game just continues to improve and creates a little bit of space now for Shiro to at least get some farm in that bot lane.
Yeah. Obviously a little bit of good news for Kiyotaka because he got a full 3-wave mid, but it's very, very thin silver lining considering what it cost across the map. Spectre will be almost completing power treads now and halfway to level 6. And once that is unlocked...
That's not a jungle creep. Careful now. Careful now, young man. Planet, the stroke of fate, perhaps? No.
But yeah, this is effectively what I was worried about could happen for 9Pandas. It's not happening yet, but this is the makings of a very dangerous first 15 minutes now, where Night Stalker's level 6, you have Ench that is being freed out from bottom so she can start making moves and taking control up top. All right, Shiro though, takes
another combo, bringing him back into the call. Not quite enough though. Mero does a decent amount of damage, but it's still not enough. But Spectre, I mean, the fact that they're still pressuring him. Kiyotaka now going to feel the brunt of the damage coming from LGD as Neo comes in with a crippling fear, and that's going to be an easy pickup, or will it? Yeah. He's alive a little bit longer. Still silenced though. So get dropped.
I do like what 9Pandas are doing here, that they're recognizing, okay, this top lane is not that great, but we're gonna let Ramses
the stampede, hoof stomp with the calling, and second go around is a kill. So third death already for Shiro. And with Ramses, he's getting gone on now. New getting some nice vision thanks to his ult. It's gonna run out though. There's the void again. Concoction not gonna do much. Kill goes the way of New, and Solo getting caught on the other side by Nothing to Say, looking for a solo kill, but the cold feet will activate. Planet and company, we're gonna chase him down, and with that Inkswell, this should be more than enough damage. And Nothing to Say is absolutely dominating this game. All over the map, finding kills left, right, and center. Going
It's
for
an
the blade mail
interesting
first.
dynamic to see, though, right? The Ench kind of just leaves bottom lane minute 4 or 5 and starts playing top half. And as a result, 9Pandas identify, okay, our aggressive plays are all sitting on the Spectre bottom. But effectively, the trade-off right now is that LGD are killing mid and top, and all that Pandas are trading is kills on Spectre, which, while good, isn't kind of fully compensating for what's happening on the rest of the map. They're losing top tier 1. The mid tier 1 has almost fallen as well. So Alchemist, in terms of having safety and having the space he needs, this is when this game can get really scary. I'm especially looking at the 15-minute mark when Nightstalker gets a second Knight. How are 9Pandas going to handle the... Honestly, just how much of a terror the map is going to be. Miero?
Yeah, trying to go for the hoof stomp, but the silence comes out from New with that crippling
Nice dead
fear. Dead shot on the Grim means that no kills will come.
That's good news for Alk. So many heroes showing bottom means Ramses feels very confident.
That's good news for Alk, says Cinderin.
Oh, he's probably fine.
New. Continue the pressure. Why you smile? Getting some nice impetus damage, but the chemical rage, all that regen to come with it.
And the daytime, so.
Gets off a tip as well.
There you go. Told you it was good news for Alk.
Good job, Cinderin.
Yep.
So we're going to see Midas #1 from Shiro. Not a big surprise considering, I mean, it is Spectre. It's not the most uncommon, but also his game is pretty bad right now.
Yeah, I think he needs to catch up Midas here. I think his other cores are having a good enough game that he can probably go for this. What a weird net worth distribution, right? Spectre and Shaker are even. So that means nothing to say won the mid lane by 2,500 net worth minute 10. This was a last pick Shaker into Kunkka, right? Which is also why I was holding my judgment about this lane matchup, because 9Pandas chose this. They knew that this was what they were getting themselves into, and maybe just unfamiliarity with this matchup or an individually bad performance from Kiyotaka this game. I don't know which one it is, but if they knew this was how it's going to go, I really don't think they would have picked this hero.
Ramsey's second go around does get off the chemical rage.
Stampede gets him far.
Get the TP with
Not
Muerta.
far enough.
The Torrent is there with the boat, and nothing to say, takes another kill for himself. And Teres still getting pursued by New. Earn charge applied. Phantom's embrace as well. Second kill goes the way of LGD. They are really aggressive, which I guess shouldn't be a surprise considering it is a Night Stalker. And now we're going to see another Inkswell combo. Solo dies. Third kill for LGD in just a matter of moments.
Yeah, so we didn't have to wait for the 15-minute mark. We just needed one Dark Ascension and an overwhelming play. And here's the problem for 9Pandas. Their support duo, AA and Muerta. Muerta's level 6, but didn't skill her ult. She's just 3-3-0. AA doesn't have Ice Blast, and your cores need daggers to make moves. Centaur doesn't have the blink. He finally got it now, but didn't have it until just now. Shaker is 300 gold away. So these timings that 9Pandas might have had in mind when they drafted the heroes they did have been delayed sufficiently for LGD to at least create some sort of distance in the game now. And now I want to see if 9Pandas can find some good moves with these upcoming blinks. They're going to immediately make use of Mieros, it looks like. Going to go for the smoke here. For a bit of a surprise reveal. Stampede is ready in 15. Nothing to say though. Safely taking the rune with X mark, so they're not going to get him.
Yeah, but there's the blink reveal. As you said, hoof stomp double edge with the calling to follow. Is actually going to get the self Inkswell off, and that's enough. Planet. They can't even kill a support right now. Very bad news for 9Pandas.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to get the
going to
kill,
be spotted. Centaur Stomp is there. Shiro jumps in, looking for the kill, but the Stampede, oh, it's not enough as the Tidebringer just decapitates him, and Solo looks to be next on the list. 11-4 advantage for LGD. They're up by 3K against an Alchemist.
Yeah.
Not good news. I mean, they are pretty close to some items here. I mean, I think, yeah, the Blink Dagger just came online for Kiyotaka, so they have the double blink, and Radiance is either being delivered or soon to come for Mr. Ramses.
Kiyotaka has some ground to cover, though. I'm going to be looking at the Shaker quite a lot now. You finally got your dagger. This was your last pick in the draft. Where's the value? Like, where are the moves coming from? You went for this smoke, it backfired. You got 0 kills and got 2 heroes killed instead. And got to think of this from a morale perspective as well, right? Like, you want to get something going. Just having some successful plays and feeling like you're progressing towards something would be very welcome for 9Pandas. Keep in mind, they went through an extremely stressful previous game, right? They had their backs against the wall for like 45 minutes and all for naught. And now they're finding themselves in a similar position again, potentially here, with how these first 14 minutes are going. Smoke's gonna break. Why you smile?
Stomp is there, calling as well. That's gonna be an easy pick off for 9Pandas, but You can see Neil popping his ult. He wants to focus on the Miera. Nope. Changing the targets. Kiyotaka is the bigger one. Ice Blast is coming. Looks like Kiyotaka does get off his Echo Slam, but it's all for naught. So it's a 1-for-1 advantage, certainly in LGD, and it might not be over yet. Teres gets X'd. By the way, as he gets killed, he's going for a Midas on the position for Muerta. So this is kind of the state of affairs now for 9Pandas, is try to get to late game somehow.
Yeah, do they even have better late game? Is my question. Spectre has been one of the absolute late game monsters of this tournament when the hero gets there. Night Stalker, I think, is an incredible late gamer when he's farmed enough. And this game, Neo had a good laning stage and a Midas. And Kunkka, a hero that used to kind of fall off later in the game, I think doesn't really have that problem anymore. You just go for this massive water park build that he's building now. You get Octarine Core for lower cooldown, you maybe get Refresher, and the fights just turn into this absolute chaos that both Night Stalker and Spectre thrive in. So I don't know if this is a winning strategy for 9Pandas, but what's the alternative?
To say he's going to get some help with his Spectre using the Shadow Step. Stampede is there for Miera, though. I don't think they can close the gap as he blinks away.
Good disengage there.
But you can see the power of this LGD lineup. They can kind of be all over the place, especially when Mew's ult is online. Speaking of Mew, Concoction's coming for him. There it is.
Kiyotaka's coming as well.
AA Blast is off the mark, but the fissure is there. Neo finds a little gap in the trees, and now it's planted there with the Soulbind. Solo is dead on the sideline. And just like that, 9Pandas have to retreat. Very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, that Ice Blast miss. It's not great. You know, you have the Shaker rotating in. That Ice Blast can be a guaranteed hit if you have the patience, but they stressed out a little bit and went for it.
Another attempt on the Miera, but
nice dagger.
Again, gets out of dodge. I mean, he's had a decent game for sure, all things considered.
Yeah, I think that's the one hero on the side of 9Pandas that has truly had the game he wants.
Ramses, crippling feared, completely outnumbered and brought down.
More art than science.
You need to be really careful with how you position your heroes as 9Pandas right now. I think playing this kind of game becomes so exceptionally difficult because the enemy team can kill you in all sorts of pairs. Night Stalker plus Grimstroke can kill, Kunkka plus Grimstroke can kill, you always have the Shadow Step, and she's giving vision, and she can actually deal some serious damage too with 4 points in Impetus and a Dragon Lance, so nowhere is really safe. The moves you're making aren't being particularly successful.
Oh, their smoke is instantly canceled. They're going to try to focus everything onto the Night Stalker. Looks like they should be able to get him. The Crippling Fear is there. They do find it in the end.
That's good.
A much needed kill for 9Pandas.
Solo the one to take the brunt of the bounty, though. I think they would have hoped to get a bit more maybe on Kiyotaka, who has a long recovery ahead of him. And like Lacoste pointed out on the panel, I don't think this is a very good Ags game either on Shaker, but you kind of have to get it if you're playing it core mid. The problem is, usually when Shaker gets this item, he can like jump in, kill someone, reset, jump out. You're playing against X-Mark, Silence, and another Silence. So it's tough. It is definitely a long road to recovery here, but
which means BKB will have to come short.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you have any choice. I think BKB is absolutely mandatory after this Ags. We've seen some players sometimes go for something else than the BKB. I think more often than not, it is just the best choice. In this game, it's a total no-brainer. I think you can't play without it in that stage of the game, so gotta get there, though. Midases are paying off still for LGD, both of them just running on cooldown Night Stalker and Spectre.
Pops that ult, they find the Centaur, still Crippling Fear silenced, another silence to follow as he talked about. Easy pick off again for LGD. And Solo, well, he's playing Ancient Apparition, so he will die. And nothing to say claims that for himself.
That's a great summary of his experience with the game so far.
He will die.
Yeah. And he is playing Ancient Apparition.
I mean, nothing to say, though, as we're going to see another initiation. Ramses, Inkswell will eventually hit him. Do they have the damage? Nothing to say. Didn't even use his ult in the previous engagement, so that means he has it there.
And he still had the Torrent Storm, too. Like, he's not even using all his spells because they don't need to.
Yeah, he's using the stats from the Axe right now.
Yep.
That's for sure. Kiyotaka, Echo Slam. They really want the Night Stalker. They'll get him again. Now trying to follow it up to get Planet as well. Looks like he will follow suit.
All right, double kill for Shaker. Very good news for them.
910 is showing some signs of life, but again, down 4K with an Alchemist. That is, I mean, I feel like...
And against a spec, right? Let's keep that in mind, too. This hero with a gold lead has a really high win rate. It's definitely going to be a challenge for 9Pandas to overcome. And I think the one hero in this game they have that truly can solve the Spectre is Alch. especially after the change that gives you this corrosive weaponry. All of these like little things help quite a bit when you're playing Alk against another hero in these fights, but it's 4 deaths on Ramses hurts a lot. This hero really needs to snowball, and he's just not been given the game that he would want. Not being top net worth on Alkman at 19 is generally a recipe for disaster.
Yep.
So he's gonna complete the BKB in any second now, probably half a minute away, but it's Ancients. They have too much
he
to
might
gain.
not even have time.
Yep.
Nothing to say. Continuing the aggression. Solo, remember, he picked Ancient Apparition. We know how this ends. Dead again.
And now with the Shard as well, for nothing to say. Considering how tanky he is right now and the damage issues that 9Pandas are facing, this is an absolute dream game for a mid Kunkka. You can just run around the map. If you find anyone with X Mark, you know you can count on Spectre support. You know you can likely count on the Night Stalker with Dagger to connect as well. And you have so much damage just on your own. X Mark, Torrent into Tidal Wave, Torrent,
Tormy Steel? Could it be?
Did you just call it Tormy?
Tormy Steel?
Nobody calls it Tormy.
Now they do.
No.
Coining that phrase.
Now they still don't.
Tormy's your friend.
I think
Cinder.
if
Do you want to take it? They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Blade Mail now online for Mr. Miero. I thought he was going to go straight for the heart because he was actually having a decent game, but switches it up now knowing that these fights will just be constant. I mean, LGD have... I mean, you talked about how Kunkka is really set up well in this game, but I think a lot of it is because he destroyed his lane at 1v1 first, right?
And I think if 9Pandas, if this game goes awry and they come back and look at this replay, I think they're going to come to the conclusion that this was not the choice, right? You cannot give Kunkka this good of a game. He was the overall first pick of LGD's draft, correct? No, that was Ench. When did they pick Kunkka?
Go ahead and alt-tab. I'll allow you.
Was it second?
One time this tournament.
Anyway, thank you so much. I really need your permission to do things. Anyway, at the end of the day, they had all 5 heroes visible when they picked Kiyotaka's hero. And, well, still needing to see that out of Shaker.
All to save AA.
Solo.
I mean, theoretically could still die to these illusions. You never know. You never know with this hero. All right. You can see that they want to go for Tormy time, but Solo. Don't do it. Solo. Don't do it.
Okay. And Teres is also done.
And Teres, the Eastern European special. Will you die? No. Solo wants a little bit of it now. This is a really inefficient Tormy time, but they will get in the end. And Solo gets rewarded with his shard, which is
okay. I'll
really
give it to you. If you can start calling it Torming time, that's good.
Well, that's a Kezu special. Roshan is being attempted here from LGD.
Oh wait, that was
Ice
a Kezu
Blast.
special? That's why it was actually
Ice
funny.
Blast is coming.
That makes sense. That's why it's funny. Oh, okay.
Into nothing, though.
Well, he has the shard, so he stuns them a little bit. So that's kind of cool. But down it goes. Aegis going probably into the hands of Shiro here.
Yep, so 5 minutes with that Aegis. Gonna get the old X marks back into the fountain. And LGD having a terrific game so far. But we saw them get a little bit shaky last game. And I feel like 9Pandas gonna need a little bit more of that to potentially get back in this game. But the Agnems is online, like you talked about the Earthshaker. Maybe not the best game for it, so likely the BKB is next.
I mean, it just has to be, right? Like, what else can you buy here?
Kiyotaka, he finds new.
That's good. Oh, he got the silence off in time.
The crippling fear with Shiro coming in. That's a dead Earthshaker. Soulbind on the 2. And the boat is coming for Ramsey. Stampede's not going to help him here. He is absolutely stun locked with that Torrent Storm to follow. Pops that BKB, but he is completely surrounded. And they're going to bring him down. Triple kill for Shiro. And LGD don't even use the Aegis. I mean, Shiro has basically full HP.
Did he hesitate even a slight?
Not over yet, and Teres.
Oh dear.
That makes it 4 dead for 9Pandas.
If you're gonna jump Night Stalker like that with Shaker, you have to have the chain stun. I don't know if he didn't cast it perfectly instantly there with level 4 and Aftershock. I think he can get the Fissure off, but either he just narrowly missed it or like okay, it depends how you're facing, right? A Shaker. If you jump in with Enchant Totem, you need to cast Fissure in the same direction that you're facing. Otherwise, the turn rate is going to cost you that perfect chain stun, and Night Stalker just needs a millisecond to get off that crippling fear and ruin your play. That was such a crucial mistake. We're going to see the replay here. So jumps there, He gets the hit off first.
Yeah.
That's too greedy. He has to Fisher instantly. If he goes for the attack first, the chain stun's going to fail. And that's just the end of the play. The moment Shaker dies there, this is just abandoned ship. But unfortunately, the better ship is on LGD's side.
Yep, it's a shark, I think.
Yeah.
Actually. Very effective ship indeed.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So
under
LGD continuing their prowess. As Torment Time is available for them. If they want to go for it, and they will. Planet already has his, so this could potentially go to New, and it does.
That is so nice to get for free for NS.
So now he can consume creeps.
It's a true feels good shard on this hero. It solves some of the problems that you have with efficiency in terms of farming. It gives you a lot more tankiness in fights. You just need to connect on anything when you're resetting out. If you're fighting anywhere in the jungle, you just go and eat a creep and heal a massive amount. You have no downtime now, so he's just going to eat creeps. It's essentially like a second Midas almost, right? It's just like instant kill on creeps. You get experience for. Just feels so good. A lot of the time, Night Stalkers buy this item, and he just got it for free.
Oh,
so.
he had it queued up.
Yep, so he's going to progress that much faster with his Blink BKB already.
Stampede, I mean, when it's hard to find who they're stampeding, you know that's not good news for 9 Pandas.
Oh,
Ramsey now does not have that spell at his disposal. We'll pop the BKB.
Yeah, he'll get out.
They forced it out, and that's a pretty big BKB
is that
down.
X gonna last long enough?
We'll
it is!
Boat is coming. Ramses goes back, and he's dead. Ice Blast is coming, not going to connect though, as Antares has to try to stand his ground, but that's a support. Double kill for New.
Solo's playing AA.
Yep, he's playing Ancient Apparition. He's going to get pushed back and brought down eventually because, again, AA things. I mean, you expect to die double-digit times when you play that hero regardless.
This is
maybe not this
a bad AA game. I think 2 of the matchups in this game are absolute nightmare matchups. Spectre is terrible, and Night Stalker is terrible. And I wouldn't say Kunkka is good either for you. So, in all fairness, Solo has 9 deaths. It's like so hard to play. Like, what do you do in this game? You have to stand back extremely defensively to not get caught by any of this. And, well, at that point, you're fully reliant on your teammates setting you up with stuns to have any impact. Because, yeah, if you're 2k range behind the fight, maybe you don't get caught, but then you're literally 1 spell. And you're only the Ice Blast. That's everything you offer. It's going to be hard to use your items. You know, you're buying Glimmer Cape to help your teammates, but if you're playing completely safe position, you can't even connect to save them. So a really, really difficult game for him. And gotta say, LGD with this draft have punished some serious holes in this 9 Pandas draft. And it's going to be so tough to find the recovery here.
Yeah. Oh, Ancient Apparition things. Oh, the Spectral Dagger. Oh. Nope, he's fine. And he will actually live. Antares is trying to kill his teammate just because he's used to him dying so much. Oh my god! Oh dear. All right, he made it to 10, Cinderin.
Yep.
Take your shot as Earthshaker found out. New. Okay, the Echo Slam is there. Kiyotaka with the Axe gives him a little bit of space. Fissure to follow, but Neo pops the BKB, and another kill goes the way of LGD. Gracious.
Dire's middle tower is under
I mean, the one saving grace for 9 Pandas is LGD does not hit towers very well.
That is true. It's going to take them some time to get there. But the thing they do well is absolutely dominate the map. So even if you can't go high ground, if you can effectively control 80% of the map, which I would definitely say their lineup can, Spectre can be farming her own jungle while being able to gank with the other 4 of her team that can just constrict the map from 9 Pandas. It's a matter of time. Like, you can't just sit back and hope you can turtle forever and then lose. Like, you're gonna lose to a Spectre with a 20k net worth advantage over an Alchemist, right? It's just like
Concoction,
just a numbers game. Yeah, no BKB on you.
The Max New, quick blink though. My goodness, AA Blast is coming. Have too much of an effect. As we can see, Centaur just getting taken out on the sideline. Why you smile has a BKB? Excuse me? Kiyotaka dies. That's 2 dead already for 9 Pandas, and Ramses is completely surrounded, trying to TP. Will actually get out. The Inkswell not activated again.
He had BKB running still, I think, for a little bit.
Okay.
He BKB TP'd out, but again, it's like it's not even the slightest win that he gets out, because at the end of the day, he could have also just not initiated to begin with. So this was actually a worse outcome than nothing. Yeah, there's just nothing good happening for 9 Pandas in this game, really. The map just keeps getting smaller and smaller. They're running out of towers. Now, if only they had 5 shrines in their base, maybe they could heal.
God, that was such a bad mechanic. I don't miss that one. Tormy is definitely better than the shrines. And Terry's trying to turn into a core because he just can't trust his teammates anymore. Just a hard game overall for 9Pandas. And the lead is just continuing to go LGD's way. And we can see Roche, we won't know for another close to a minute. But you had to expect that one to be very important for 9Pandas to somehow contest. I don't know how, though.
Yeah, that's the challenge. How do you get out on the map? I think, okay, so first of all, Smoke is the, oh my god.
Nope, Stampede. Trying to get out of here. Nice fissure, though. Soulbind onto 2. He's going to slow him to a crawl. He gets X marked back, and Centaur's dead. Torrent Storm making good work of Kiyotaka as Ramses is caught off all on his own. Double kill for Shiro. And LGD just playing with their food now. 15K lead, and I don't think it's stopping anytime soon.
All right, let's
because they can't hit buildings.
let's talk possible options for 9Pandas here. I think you could try to stall for Shaker BKB so he can have some sort of teamfight impact. He's about 1,000 away. At that point, you probably complete Alchemist's Scotty as well, and I think you just smoke as 5, hope you find a good fight, and get Roche. The only way you get out on the map is by smoking. Like you have no space at all to work with. But that is not enough because you also need to find the right target. If you find Night Stalker and he gets BKB off, your smoke just breaks and you don't kill him. You have no BKB piercing stuns. Kunkka is probably too tanky if he gets any spell off in his BKB. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm grasping at straws here. Like, even if they smoke, what can they find?
I think the easy answer is, as Kiyotaka getting chased now, Spectral Dagger.
Desperately trying to get that BKB. Nice Psychic Headband, but
he's dead. He's done. 50 seconds on the deck. Does have buyback, but I mean, I don't think we're at that stage of the game where you're forcing that one. But I think the easy answer is LGD just has to make some big mistakes. I mean, you can look at 9Pandas' lineup. They have ridiculous AoE. Like, if they can get the jump on like 3 or 4 heroes, that could definitely be a good fight. But LGD, that's a big mistake if they even are in position to let that happen.
The nature of their lineup makes that really unlikely because of the way the heroes work, right? Kunkka is essentially a ranged hero in this game at this point. He's going to cast all his spells. He doesn't even need to go in and hit anyone with Tidebringer. So let's consider him a ranged hero. Then there's Night Stalker who's flying and can go anywhere in the fight, and there's Spectre who can jump around. So how on earth are these heroes going to stack up for Kiyotaka to find a big echo? Except if they push high ground and send in multiple heroes. But I think when it's high ground time for LGD, they're going to get Spectre and Aegis, and then she's just going to hit the tower alone. So, and they can X-Mark push. It's obviously going to be excruciatingly slow. But yeah, I like this from 9Pandas. You know, you gotta try to go for something here. They definitely wanted to wait for the BKB on Shaker, but it just seems like that is not possible. So
yeah, Roche not up for another 45. Of course, the teams don't know this. So 9Pandas trying to catch LGD with their pants down. This might actually happen here. Yeah, they get off the nice initiation. Hoof stomp into the Ice Blast on the nothing to say. He's gonna pop his BKB though, and Antares ends up getting a kill onto Planet. He's gonna get Tidal Wave back and brought down swiftly, so it's a 1-for-1, and now look at the pure damage coming in from the Enchantress onto the Centaur. Now focuses his efforts onto Ramses, who's trying to take out nothing to say. This will be a pretty big kill for 9Pandas, and they'll get it. It's still a 3-for-2 with a buyback now coming out from Planet. Nice TP out. So even though the numbers are on the side of LGD, that's still better than nothing for 9Pandas, because that was 2 cores that didn't die.
That was honestly quite good for 9Pandas. If you think about how this started, they jumped the Kunkka, he doesn't die, because Ramses was not immediately there for the play. So he was there round 2 when the fight developed. He gets a kill on a Kunkka who's 7-0 and 17 before that death, so a big kill bounty for your Alk, and you got a buyback. You lost the fight 3-2, but I don't think it was going to get much better than that. So it bought your Shaker a BKB. Your Alchemist got a lot of gold, and well, you are going to lose the Roche, but I don't know. You kind of got to take the small victories here if you're the side of 9Pandas. So, Ollie, it's something. Looks like Ramses is not finishing the Scotty. He's opting to go for a Silver Edge, perhaps. At least he's eyeing up multiple items. He has quite a bit of gold. Hasn't made his decision just yet. Obviously, with the Silver Edge, has a much better chance at killing Spectre.
Oh boy,
but
As BKB's down for 20 seconds, so if they just find him, won't be able to do much.
Yep.
But he does go south. So
a very unexpected farming pattern, to be honest. When you're this dominated, it's pretty rare to go and farm that camp. And as a matter of fact, it's going to work in his favor here because LGD weren't expecting it either.
And now Ramses does pop the Chemical Rage, blinking.
Well, he's gonna
closer to danger.
Oh my goodness,
danger zone, danger zone. And LGD, they're going to find their combo, this time onto 2. Centaur's dead, and Teres looks to be next. BKB popped by New, and it's an easy double for YU. Smiles now turning into a ridiculous core on that Enchantress. And now the absolute pathetic building damage being applied by LGD.
Well, they do have backdoor protections.
Even so, Cinderin.
Most lineups would not be taking this. I mean, yeah, it's pretty slow, but hey.
Yeah, with a lead this big, I don't know what.
They have an Alpha Wolf as well. Helps. AC Aura.
Kiyotaka looking for an Echo. Could actually get off an okay one, not anymore. And even if they did, it's still 3 versus 5. So second fortification comes out a little bit early on. There's backdoor protection, so that'll buy them some time as well. No more creeps. Coming in a few seconds though, it's Kiyotaka. And they get the Echo Slam. It's only on the 1. They want YU Smile. Ice Flash is there, but it's all for naught. They don't find anything. Solo's dead instead because he's playing Ancient Apparition. And it looks like Alchemist is next on the list. And that is a big kill for LGD. Now they're trying to focus down this set of barracks. Kiyotaka without that big Echo is going to go in with the Miero, getting off the hoof stomp onto 2. New getting in with the Crippling Fear. Is it enough to take out the Spectre? It is, but that's just the Aegis. And now the Torrent Storm doing so much work, keeping everybody stuck in place as Miero falls along with Antares. And there's the tidal wave on the Ramses as GGs are called, and LGD completely dominate game number 2.
Yeah, and I was just about to say LGD getting us back on schedule, but in reality, those 2 games had an average game time of 50 minutes anyway.
That's true.
Because of how long that first game was, but a 2-0 is going to be the result here. And honestly, this game was just a total beatdown. I loved LGD's strategy. I think we've seen another team, I don't know if it was this tournament or the one leading into the Road to TI, where we saw a team playing a similar strategy with this Spectre, Night Stalker, Ench trio. Is really, really dangerous. And then you put into the mix this Kunkka who just absolutely obliterated out of the mid lane. And it's just a recipe for a map that falls apart. Like 20 minutes in, 9 Pandas had nowhere to play. And this time around, they could not stall it out for 60 minutes.
They had amazing pickoff, global potential. Spectre's actually been way better than I thought. I mean, she nerfed relatively recently. If I'm not mistaken, I'm probably making that
hero
up.
Definitely looks like one to watch, because we also saw VP earlier against the side of Team Spirit run a great game of it on Kiritich, I think it was. So this hero is it's looking good. It's
I mean, Eastern Europe, they had 3 teams in this upper bracket. Now 1 more goes to the lower, 1 will move on.
Yep.
And I don't know, Cinderin. Even though they're into the lower bracket, 9 Pandas did look good throughout the year. LGD, though, on another level this series. Let's go to the panel so they can try to wrap up this quick second game.
Thank you so much, Sunsan and Cinderin. LGD make it a quick one for this one indeed. There was just not that much 9 Pandas could do this time around in order to defend their high ground and try to delay the game that we talked about, Fear. This was very dominant.
It was indeed, and I was super surprised. Like, it's going to be like the theme for me when I watch 9 Pandas play. Kiyotaka, right? Like, he ended up picking the last pick Earthshaker for this game.
Yeah.
And it flopped, and it flopped really hard, and that's very sad to see for him. His team definitely is relying on him, and I was like, this is a safe pick. I probably don't want to see safe Kiyotaka. I want to see wild Kiyotaka, the one that's going to pick that tier, that's going to be last pick, crush the game. The conditions are set for him. It just didn't work out.
It was also a very difficult matchup for him to play, even though it was the last pick. This is the big one. I think this also shows like the power of the Night Stalker. He's the one who's supposed to be initiating, and then with just daytime silence is going to be enough to turn it into nighttime, and then just dismantle them. I mean, you're playing the Night Stalker, the long duration silence coming out from the Grimstroke, and also X mark the spot. So Stampede, you're not going to get the value from it. And also, if there's one hero that I would not want to be in this game, that's Ancient Apparition. Playing against Spectre, playing against Night Stalker, providing vision, you're going to be the first one getting jumped, so you're not going to get to play the game. You won't be able to go for the targets with this blast that you want to go for. Like, this is one of the few times when they were the ones initiating into a fight, which looked pretty okay-ish. Managed to get the kill on, nothing to say, huge streak, but in the end, like, the rest of the team is going to be able to clean up.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the series was just tempo. LGD brought the tempo. They didn't let Nine Pandas play their usual style of just stalling until the late game, waiting until that 45-plus minute mark for your late game heroes to come online. No, in that game 1 with their Broodmother, they took over the map. In this game 2 with their Enchantress plus Night Stalker duo, they were also able to take over the entire map. I mean, in the bottom lane, Nine Pandas did try to pressure the Spectre a few times, but they just didn't have enough damage to do it. And then anytime they overcommitted, they would either TP in their Grimstroke or they would TP in their Kunkka, and they just handled the Centaur early on. And then afterwards, that first night, Enchantress rotates top, plays with the Night Stalker, kicks Alchemist out of the lane, while also finding time afterwards to instantly rotate mid, get a kill on Kiyotaka, and get the tower. I mean, this was textbook rotations coming out from LGD.
Speaking of the Enchantress there too, like I was talking about how this hero can do a lot of damage at scales because of these rotations, and she did so well that she ended up getting a BKB, she ended up getting a Hurricane Pike. She did more damage than anyone on Nine Pandas as the position 5.
Yeah, there were a lot of bans going out for the offlaners on the side of Nine Pandas, and then still as the last pick we see Neo getting his Night Stalker, and I feel like, Effie, you just mentioned the story of the game. This game was Night Stalker and Enchantress, but previous game was Broodmother and Neo as the newest player on the squad, Lacoste. This guy is showing up big time.
Yeah, even though him being the newest addition to the team, he really does shine. Like, you can feel that they are playing really well together. They talked about it, why in the interview talked about how they need a little bit more time, a little bit more experience. And Neo, he's just shining and he's smiling on the camera all the time. Every single time you see the guy, he's like big smiles, good vibes.
Well, let's see if he's smiling right now. I bet he is. Top 6 here, he's standing by, but period.
Thank you, Sheebs. That's right. I'm here with New, and Helen will be providing translation services. Game 1, that was a pretty tough, long game, but game 2 looked easy. He's an off-lane player playing in an off-lane meta patch. Is he enjoying himself in this patch?
第一把其实打得蛮久的，也相当有一点点困难。然后我们想问一下，就作为一个烈士路的版本，你作为烈士路打这条路享受吗？
还好吧，就还好吧。
It's all right. It's all right.
It's all right. Yeah, I guess so. Now, okay, you are pretty new to the team. How is it playing with Zhao 8, sort of managing the drafts and stuff like that? Is that like an honor? Is it a lot of fun? What's it like?
你在队伍里面算很牛，然后也比较新，跟小白一起打有什么感受？他对你来说有什么样的领导作用呢？
就主要他能教我很多，就是职业的经验，包括很多打法吧，就是然后很多，就反正就是帮我提升嘛，反正就是。
Well, he taught me a lot of experience as a pro player, and he taught me a lot of different play styles. So he helped me grow as a player.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. All right, and last question. There's a lot of LGD fans here in the crowd. They're very passionate. Do you have a message for them?
现场有很多很热情的老干爹的粉丝，你有没有想跟他们说的话呢？
谢谢大家支持吧。
Thank you everyone for all your support.
All right, well, thank you indeed. And Shiva, back to you in the panel.
Thank you so much. And it must feel amazing coming top 6 here already, which is equal to the result of last year's stacked LGD team. So very curious to see how far they can make it this time around. But that is the third team today making it top 6. We have one more team that will secure their top 6 here as we move towards our next series. We've got Nouns, we got Azure Ray. They're waiting to take the stage. But before we get there, we're first going to hear from Purge a little bit about how Nouns is coming in as the underdog.
That's right, Cheever. There's a lot of underdogs at TI usually, but today so far, all the teams that we expect to win have been winning. So let's take a look at a couple of things. Last year at TI, Nouns, for example, managed to play the last chance qualifier. They won some games, but they got knocked out, and they reformed with 2 new players, Lelis here and Yamsun, on the squad now. Now, throughout the DPC season, they were consistently the 3rd best NA team behind the juggernauts of TSM and Shopify Rebellion. They got 3rd place Season 1, 3rd place Season 2, and in Season 3, they managed to beat TSM, earning them a 2nd place and a spot at the Bali Major. Now, once again, they earned a spot on the global stage, but they didn't manage to make it out of groups. They finished 15th, 16th out of 18 teams, and they went 5 and 11 in their groups, which wasn't so good. But a last-minute roster swap, adding Hector, helped them easily qualify for TI's remaining NA slot. And now that they're here, haters are abound. NA is a dead region, they say. NA is bad. NA is bad at math, but Nouns at this TI squeaked through with a 3-5 series result with a win against this year's best team, Gaming Gladiators. And they almost beat LGD in a match, who topped their group at 7-1. So here's Nouns, a team counted out in the past, gate kept by the NA DPC. They've got poor performance on international lands. And Tundra, the team that won TI last year, topped their group at 7-1, and they've had a handful of solid runs throughout the year. And they get to pick their opponent. And between these two, yeah, you can bet your ass that they picked Nouns. So, and then Nouns smashed them 2-0 in a huge upset to get here today with some really funky drafts. So Hector, he's looking revitalized, he's looking dominant like his old self. Yamsun, he just role swapped, but it looks like he's been playing 5 for years, not months. And Gunnar is looking like the superstar mid of the past. So that is the series that's coming up. We will see if Nouns can do it once again.
We will see if they can do it. Thank you so much, Purge. We should also focus a little bit on their opponents because, yes, Nouns is on a roll, but so is Azure. They are doing fantastic. And Lacoste, this is a team that if people, a lot of people just tune in for the big tournaments and maybe sometimes only for TI, they're going to be like, Azure?
Yeah, what is?
Who are they? Who are they?
These are the veterans of the scene. You have this Somnus, Chalice, FY, and you have like newer generation of the players, especially from their position 5, Tian Ming, who's a beast of a player. He's been in top 10 on the leaderboards for a really long time. He's top 30, which is really difficult to achieve as position 5. And he's been, just really stable. He can play anything. And this team, they're like, okay, we're going to retire, then they're going to unretire. This happens a lot in the Chinese scene. And I think Somnus, maybe he's one of the guys that has like gigantic fan base, and everybody's glad that he's back. And it's one of the reasons why they like him so much, because he stomps. He's just like stomping every single matchup that he's playing.
Yeah, you're saying he's back, but for a lot of people, he never really went away. He is playing his 8th in a row rotated international here. He never left. Come on.
There's no such thing as retiring. In Dota, we know that. We all know that. And I think this is just so funny because this team was literally formed because they were all chilling together and streaming, and then they were just talking, hey, this meta looks pretty fun. Why don't we try making a team together and playing? And then they just went into the DPC and they qualified for the Volume Major, and here they are at TI. It's that easy. It's so fun to watch.
And they came top 8 at the Bali Major. Normally there's a little bit of a honeymoon period, Fear.
Well, usually, yeah, if a team is going to do well, it either starts off right away and they do super well, or it takes time and eventually they become good if you have the resolve to wait that long through bad results. But this team, as soon as I saw them play, I was like, wow, they're good. And I thought, Somnus retired, FY, I haven't heard a lot around him. Like, these guys, are they taking this seriously or are they just playing for fun? Because we see that a lot of times, and they just come out and they look like they're in top shape, especially Somnus. That mid lane performances he delivers time and time again, that does not seem like someone that was retired. It seems like someone who's been spamming and grinding the game.
Retired.
He took a break, shorter break, just so that he can can't even say the word. He can, just come back stronger. And he's one of the greatest Dota players ever that has not lifted the ages.
Mm-hmm. And we have to note, we just watched LGD crush in their upper bracket series. This team is basically old LGD. I mean, Somnus, Chalice, and FY, this trio are the LGD that went to 2nd place TI and 3rd place. So it just feels like we've gone full circle somehow, and whatever happens, if they manage to win this series versus Nouns, we're going to see LGD versus LGD in the upcoming days. So that's just an exciting
That could
fight.
be. There's a team that would like to say something about that. And for this matchup, we really like to highlight two players in particular. Both players have done fantastic. They've come second at the International in the past. We got Moo versus Chalice. I feel fair that this comparison is a very interesting one.
It definitely is, because I think more so the heroes, like Moo, he can play a lot. He's been playing for a very long time. Same with Chalice. You can see the hero, he's playing like offlane Phoenix. You got offlane Witch Doctor from Moo. These guys got a very wide hero pool. Yeah. But like Moo, I think, has a big transition or shoes to fill, because this is a second TI, I think. And his first TI, he was a newbie, right? Yeah. Coming onto this team, he is now the veteran of the team. He has to hold the troops together, so it's really night and day difference for what he has to do for this team at this road to the national.
And when he got to second place, people were cheering Moo, playing the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker's back, baby. He's been, playing Spirit Breaker on the offlane, and one of the reasons why team is doing so hot.
And that was 2016. In case anybody is wondering when Moo was coming second with Digital Chaos, it was 2016. That is 7 years ago, Effie.
Yeah,
and
that is back. He is back. I mean, that is something to commend. A lot of players who have really good placements early on in their career and kind of fluctuate or fall off or don't seem to find a team that fits for them, I just end up quitting, right, or retiring. But Moo has been going at it for a very long time. He hasn't quit, he hasn't been discouraged, and there is something to commend about grit like that kind of determination. After getting second place at TI, consistently placing low, but still trying and still having faith in yourself is something that's very, very easy to cheer for. So I'm just happy that Nouns made it this far, and I'm especially happy for Moo.
Yeah, we should talk a little bit about the safe laners, because a name that is fairly unfamiliar to a lot of people across is Low, or Lou, which sometimes you also will hear that, but his official pronunciation is supposed to be Low. Low versus K1 in the carry position. How do we compare them? Like, how would you compare their play styles?
I mean, K1, he played for Beast Coast for good 4 years, and you could see that things were not working out, so he needed a fresh new squad to come through, and he's playing much better. Like, if you compare how he's playing right now compared to the previous year, he's doing much better. But Low, he's the type of a player that is also very explosive. Playing carry in a Chinese scene, you're always going to be compared against the greatest. Like, Ame is going to come always into the conversation, but Low, he had some of the good performances, like even in the DPC, I'd say that he felt really good, and you could see constant improvement coming out from Low.
Yeah, we see here the crowd in front of us. This is what you would expect from some superstars. We got Chinese superstars in Azure, so there is, I mean, of course we're in North America, of course Nouns has a massive fan base, but let's be real, the fan base here for Azure absolutely representing, and that is because Azure is about to get on that stage. We got Low, we got Somnus, we got Chalice, FY, Tianming, and of course Coach Lana must not forget, and the crowd absolutely adores them. They would love to see them moving forward to that top 6. This is a crowd favorite, but guess what? North America representing, ladies and gentlemen, it's Nouns. We got K1, we got Gunner, Moo, Lelis, Janssen, Coach Justini, and I don't know, Fear, which one is the crowd favorite? Because we got both sides being so loud. Cloud. And some might say, I don't know, I mean, you're the North American. Is this the North American squad? Because there's a lot of North American teams with Europeans in it. This one, though, not the case.
This is definitely the North American.
The North American squad.
We've got the most players that play in the region consistently throughout the year. Sure, there's a couple South Americans on there, but guess what? They play on our servers. They scrim with us all the time. They can be honorary North Americans, no problem.
No problem. And I don't know, and we're going to hear loud cheers. I want to know this time, because Lacoste previous series, you promised us bloodbaths. And yes, we did have some of those. But it started off a little slow. I really want to hear them roar. So I want the bloodbath. Are we going to get that?
I hope so. I mean, the previous series, especially the first game, was a little bit on the slower side, but seeing how Azure Ray plays, and also Nouns, when they're off to a great start, they're not going to let go. So, hopefully it happens in this one.
Yeah, and we saw some really interesting drafts coming out of the last years. We could be seeing drafts that are just as interesting here because, Nouns did bust out their offlane Witch Doctor, their mid Ogre. They were doing some exciting things, and Azure Ray are also no stranger to experimenting, because when everybody was drafting the same mid-heroes during the group stages, they did break the mold and they did do something new, and they brought us the mid-OD and they brought us the mid-Necrophos. So this series should be a drop of fresh air here.
Yeah, we talked earlier about Somnus being the veteran mid laner here in Seattle, and he is the oldest mid laner. That's just statistics. He's the oldest mid laner here. On the other side, you got a first timer, not the youngest, of course. That's Kiyotaka, but Gunnar, his first international performance, his first road to the international performance. How do we feel he'll do up against the ultimate veteran, Veer?
Well, Gunnar's a really fun player to watch because he's one of the players that's either going to just dominate the lane with something new and be super amazing, or he might have some inconsistent games where things get a little rough. But I think his laning stage is really good, but he's very explosive, and that reminds me a lot of Somnus as well when he likes to play the game. So this matchup is going to be obviously a big test for Gunnar, being on the big stage here, playing against one of the big names. Formidable mid laner here. Very curious to see how he's going to do, but I think he'll be fine. This guy's always calm, cool, and collected every time we see him play and just talk to him. So I think he was kind of built for this type of thing, and he's been playing for a long time, and I think now is his time to shine.
Yeah, when they played up against Tundra, of course, Tundra is considered to be one of the favorites, or was considered to be one of the favorites here. They 2-0'd them with two, I don't know, could you call them cheese strats? No.
Not necessarily. I mean, it's been seen before, it wasn't bought out of nowhere, so.
Yeah, I want to add something on Gunnar as well, because he's one of the players that knows the most mechanics about the game. I think he's on Tundra level, and maybe one of the reasons why they managed to beat them, that this, you wake him up in the middle of the night, Gunnar, he's gonna know pretty much every single thing. If you need a beta tester, Gunnar's gonna do it. I don't know if he's gonna do it for free, but my man, he knows everything. Because when he was working as talent, I was really impressed how many things he knows, and he's just testing everything and knowing all the interactions and knows all the cool stuff. Everything that happens in the pubs, he knows all about it.
Yeah, it's because he just is so willing to experiment with hero picks, and he does not stick to the meta. He's never been a meta slave. He always breaks the mold. If you watch a stream, he was one of the people running mid Marcy back when nobody believed in that hero to be mid. He consistently tries to innovate something and bring it into the meta, and he kind of gives off Thompson energy in that sense, right? He's always reminded me.
Most definitely. I mean, he also has a couple of these niche picks that he's gonna use from time to time. When there was Ember meta, he was also playing a lot of Lone Druid, the old Lone Druid, but still, this hero feels very unutilized, I would say. I feel like this hero is super strong, and if the game allows him to pick it up, he's gonna definitely get the hands on Lone Druid to just dominate the matchup and dominate the game with it.
Yeah, I would like to give some limelight to one of the it's not player, the coach in this case, Lanham. He is one of the people that has been at almost every international. He only missed one. He only missed TI7, and this is only his second as a coach. He's been a player for all the other ones. It is fantastic, Veer, to still see him on top of his game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he was very interesting. He was super fun to watch.
Yeah.
Right. He had some interesting item builds, and he was always known for his aggression and how he'd build heroes. And now he's bringing in fresh ideas, moving in as a coach. And I love it to see it when people have the determination to just continue to stay within the game that they love, which is Dota 2, the best game in the world.
Loving all the glasses here in the crowd, or I mean, glasses, quote unquote. For Lanham, I also remember he used to have a victory sweater that he wore for a long time. It's a random fact, sorry, but I am curious. Is it like do players have superstitions when it comes to
Man shorts.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. A lot of people have it. It was slice boxers or something.
Yeah, well, no. But his lucky thing was that he took off his pants to play in his boxers.
Oh, there you go.
It wasn't
still a superstition.
Yes,
Tyler with paper tissues.
I think in any kind of competitive field, whether it's esports or regular sports or anything else, there will always be some form of superstition or pre-game rituals that a lot of the competitors partake in. But I mean, I don't know if anyone on Nouns has something like that.
I don't know either. I do want to point out that the coach on the side of Nouns is Astini. A lot of people would not have been familiar with him, apart from the fact that he was, of course, talent at the Lima Major. So a lot of people got to know him then. And this is his first performance here, so he's up against the most veteran coach versus Astini, the newcomer coach. But he's been with the team for the full year, Lacoste, and he has definitely had some good impact there.
Oh, most definitely had a chance to talk to him during the Lima Major. Guy knows what he's talking about. You know, when we're talking about predicting the picks, listening to his ideas, like just listening to people who are very smart about Dota opens up like your own ideas, and you manage to grow. And I think he brought a lot to the team. He's also, relatively old school when we are talking about the Brazilian scene, because he played for Midas Club, Hokori, No Ping Esports, Furia as well. So he has a good competitive background, but also, a type of a player / coach that is willing to learn and adapt to the new things.
That's contradicting right there.
Well, no, they got their bases covered, spreading the odds there. It works out. We've talked about every single newcomer apart from one player here on stage, Jamson. For a lot of people, an unknown Fear.
Yeah.
North American player. What can you say about him?
Yeah, the last time he played on this stage was the Last Chance qualifiers.
Yeah.
But he was on, I believe, wildcard at the time, but he was playing carry. And he played majority of this season as a carry, but they decided to make some roster changes. I felt like they needed that extra little bump, to beat the TSM, Shopify Rebellions. So Jamson's like, I'm going to go ahead and just shift on down to position 5. We'll bring in Hector, who's someone who has a lot of experience on the main stage. They feel like that's what they needed to get to that next level. And his position 5 has been great. The way he's been fitting into them and meshing. And it seems like it's working. They're the only North American team in the upper bracket of the road to the international.
And with that working, do we also know if he is a vocal player in that regard? Like, does he take that captain role?
I would say he's just very straightforward. He says what he needs. He's very efficient in his communication, right?
Yeah.
We've done interviews with him before in the past, and he'll just say what needs to be said in a very calm manner. I don't think he's going to be like an emotional captain by any means, but maybe he is the one that's like, just do this, and says it in very few words to the point where you just know what you need to do, and you get it done quickly.
Yeah, we have Nouns playing with Hector, Effie, and it is it's a very interesting story that he's had this year.
Yeah, I've just been itching on this chair to highlight Hector here, because no one in Dota farms the way Hector does. I mean, he's famous for it. He's famous for his farm speed. He's famous for his ultra late game playstyle, and he was also a bit notorious in the past for neglecting his team in favor of his farm. But I do feel like he's worked that out through the years. But it is quite the interesting story, because you all may know him from his time playing in Beast Coast. I mean, he was a Beast Coast staple. He was their carry, but they benched him. At some point, they had disagreements. They benched him because they wanted a player who played faster. They wanted somebody who would join fights more, and that's when they brought in Parker. But Beast Coast did not make it to the main stage.
Let alone upper bracket.
Let alone the upper bracket. But here, Hector is after being kicked, after being shamed. He's proving everybody wrong. You say that I farm too much. I farm just enough. Thank you very much. And
farming is a way of life.
It is a way of life.
He's been studied like during his prime when he was considered like one of the best carries and had like the best farming patterns in the game. People were studying like how he's doing it. He's like rest of the team is fighting and he's TPing away from a fight because he understands they don't need me for this one. I'm gonna TP out and get some more farm, join the next fight.
There's actually a name for that. They call that the K1 TP. The one that Lacoste just mentioned, where he TPs in the middle of a fight or when a fight's about to break out just to get those few extra CS.
Oh, I can't wait for this series to start. I can't wait for the cheers from the crowd. And one thing I can't wait for is the draft.
Nouns versus Azure Ray. Game 1.
And we don't have to wait for the draft, gonna sit right here. This is what we get right here. We got Azure Ray on the Radiant side, we got Nouns on the Dire side. And I want to talk about playstyles and things, because of course we've seen Nouns with the Witch Doctor offlane, with the Ogre Magi mid, but what is their... How would you define their playstyle, Fear? If someone comes in, they haven't watched the group stage as intensely as we did, like, how would you describe what Nouns is like as a team?
Experimenting is the best way I'd say.
Experimenting.
I mean, they only have a 50% win rate right now, so they do have a lot of losses.
Yeah.
But when they do win, they're winning with a lot of different things. When they lose, they're losing with different things. There's not a lot of like similarities. I will say the one similar thing that I have seen from them is Hector's hero pool with the Chaos Knight, with the Naga. I believe he has 2 games on both of them with 100% win rate. Everything else he's played, it's been only one time, most of them losses.
And if you were to do the same for Azure Ray, how would you describe their playstyles? Because they've been winning a lot. They've been doing good.
I also think Azure Ray is a team that has a lot of flexibility. We saw Chalice's hero pool. He can play whatever he wants. Same with Somnus too. Like we see him last picking ODs to crush the lane, or it can be that stable playmaker for the team as well. So I think both these, but I think they have more of a consistency on Azure Ray than Nouns right now.
And just the way that they draft on Azure Ray is typically they do try to get Somnus' hero in that very first phase. They go for some Primal Beast, some Kunkka, an Earth Spirit, anything that they can just open up the draft in a stable way they do. They don't hold out his last pick like we see some teams like 9 Panda do. So that Doom ban is very, very good because Azure Ray are one of the only teams that you have to be afraid of this position for Doom coming out of FY.
They open up with the Treant Protector after banning out the Ancient Apparition here for Azure Ray.
Yeah, because they play a lot of these healing heroes, not just Treant Protector that they just picked. They also play Pugna, they play Necrophos as well, and we've seen the rise in popularity of this Skywrath Mage. We've seen this hero being first phase, we saw him being last picked as a 24 picked in the previous series, because it does allow you to kill some of these like tanky heroes. Sometimes you lack damage, but the increased magic damage that you take from the Skywrath Mage and having the burst potential, and also most of the offlaners nowadays have stun, so you're gonna have someone in the lane to play with and always have this burst combo to go and get the pick off on the map.
Yeah. Dota's become into a huge chess game, I want to say, where it's like there's just 7 bans in the first phase now, and every team seems to have their flavor of what they want to first pick, and you just have to analyze each and every single ban to be like, this is going to be good for this game.
I think that the way the draft order just exists now makes so much variety coming out of the second phase. There's no way you can prepare for everything. There's no way you can prepare for every scenario or situation. So you can always see these surprising heroes coming out, which is great for a time like TI. But just to add on to the Skywrath Mage, when you have a Treant Protector, his living armor placed on these tanky Heart Blade Mail heroes is so difficult to deal with. So if you have an insane amount of magic damage to negate that coming through Skywrath Mage, that's a very simple and fundamental way to play against Treant.
Someone was very excited about this bristleback ban.
I mean, I thought that may have been showing up in the first picks, right? We've seen it before. It's looked really strong, so it's out of the game now.
Yeah, very good. Takes a while here for Nouns to get their bans in, although it's Azure Ray that has used their bonus time.
they only get one ban, right? So it's ban into pick, so they need to think a lot about that pick. The draft order has changed quite a lot, and there's going to be certain picks where you have to think a lot, and I think when you are in this slot right here, you got to put a little bit of extra effort into think about what could be the best possible ban into pick.
Azure Ray's turn to pick. Enchantress.
So they open up with their 2 supports. I'm assuming at the moment both are going to be supports. At the moment with Nouns, I guess you never really can tell for sure. Is there any flex potential here? I know that we've seen Enchantress offlane in the past, but that's been a long time ago.
Maybe slightly more when we're talking about Nouns, but most likely this is just going to be their 4 and 5. I don't think they're going to experiment too much. These are also super strong laners where you can put a ton of pressure and just snowball out of control. In the previous series, we've seen Y play this Enchantress, who's going to put a ton of pressure in the lane, puts not just the pressure, but also sets up some of these early kills, gives you enough sustain in the lane, and also another position 5 hero that scales extremely well into the mid and late game.
But also it gives you a dispel for the living armor that we talked about earlier, right? It's very difficult playing into Treant in that, early mid-game phase after lanes when you're trying to take these fights, but you just have these tanky cores with living armor on them, getting leech seed heals, with their blade mills being built up. So Ent has a really good workaround when it comes to that. But I do think there is a flaw when you're showing both of your supports who are both really squishy at the very start of your draft. I feel like that's very easily exploitable by any kind of gap-closed hero. And one does come out in the form of Centaur.
And a lot of burst damage. Sometimes you'll see Enchantress struggling to kill Enchantress. Skyreth Mage, 0 armor against Muerta. These heroes are gonna melt. And again, you have protection, something that 9 Pandas did in the previous series, not much success, but I did like the combo. You have Muerta, you have a Centaur, plus Treant Protectors, so multiple heroes to take care of Muerta in the middle of a fight. And here's K1 Classic.
I think they're forced into picking some type of Earth Spirit or what's left in the pool is Primal. Primal's on the pool. There's not a lot left, but you're definitely forced into picking a stun right here. And I don't know if that one's going to be quite good enough because it is a very long cooldown. So I'm sure the leash with a shard is great and everything. I like what Azure Ray is doing here with their opening. This Morta could just go straight to carry right now. And I think it wouldn't be bad with you having a natural Mjolnir buyer. So having Gunslinger, you can deal with these illusions quite well, even though it's slightly PL favored. But generally carry-to-carry matchups, you're not going to beat a PL. You're going to beat them through other means, like your mid laner or having potential an off laner that has some AoE. So very interesting here. I'd like to see them go for the carry Morta here.
I also just want to note that the Tidehunter leash destroys Stampede.
That's true.
You can't Stampede through it. So I think that's the idea behind the Tidehunter pick here, is that you have a counter for the disengage coming out of Azure Ray.
They just are low on someone to play a Skywrath, right? To just use those Mystic Flares and get those kills, which will probably come from Gunnar through the mid lane. Most likely this is Mu, Tidehunter in the off lane. Definitely K1 on his PL. For the side of Azure Ray, I guess we only know what Chalice's hero, and I suppose the tree will be 5 as well. Well, that's kind of been the hero of the tournament, but most people have been picking Tide into Spectre, not the other way around, because you can't really stop a Tide from farming as a Spectre. You don't have any tools, which gives Tide a free game, and when Tide's super farmed, it can be hard to deal, so...
You don't have anything to kill the Tidehunter with from 100 to 0. These are not the heroes that build into break. Maybe something from the mid lane, most likely not, but I think the way they're gonna play out these fights is kill these 2 supports immediately. Skyreth Mage, he doesn't get to play Dota. Treant Protector plus Spectre, insanely good combo. You pick up Shard on 15 immediately, and you're gonna scout things out for Spectre, Centaur with the Stampede for some extra damage, get Spectre out of trouble, you build into Blade Mill. Skyreth Mage is not gonna have a good time.
That is exactly what they're going for here on Azure Ray. They're not looking to shut down this Tidehunter, they're just looking to address the double supports that came out at the start of this draft. If you can just burst 2 supports at the start of a fight, the other team is playing from a disadvantage. It makes it hard to take team fights or get a good Ravage when your supports are just dying. I feel like you can play to ignore this Tidehunter in the mid game, and that seems like what they're looking to do. But with that being said, I do feel that the PL is still a little bit unaddressed here. I would like to see some incredibly high tempo hero coming out of Azure Ray, some Earth Spirit or something, and anything that just can run at this PL in his side lane in the early game and not make him comfortable.
Well, Earth Spirit has been removed by Azure Ray. So we're not going to see that one. We're also not going to see the Kunkka coming out. It does look like both teams are looking still for their mid laner.
Yeah, they both need the same type of hero for the game. So we're going to see like 4 of the best options just removed. And they're just giving a nice little respect band to the OD that Azure has pulled off before. Versus Tide makes sense. Not particularly good versus the PL, but yeah, I mean, you do have the ability on Azure to kill these supports for sure, but they still need to address the fact that their heroes right now, if Murta is a support, can't really kill PL and they can't really kill Tide.
This is why I think maybe Pango is going to come out, even though the hero doesn't have the highest win rate. It's around like 30% right now, and coming into the tournament there was a lot of talk about him, but they don't have a lot of things to deal with him. It's like one silence from Skyward Mage, that's about it.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, we could also see a Shaker come out for Nouns if the Pango does come out, because they are lacking that solid stun.
Yeah, Sure, and the blast banning the Shake.
That is a Leshrac.
That is an interesting one.
First PL, I feel like they really needed. That's good versus Tide and PL. So
yes.
That actually kind of deals with both the problems there. We don't see much Lesh because the hero isn't particularly strong spell-wise right now. So if there is a game for it, this is it. If not, the hero's just kind of like dead. But we'll see how much it can do. Now you get a response here from Gunnar. He gets his pick of the litter.
I think this is a great Leshrac game.
It's amazing.
We don't see a lot of really good Leshrac games, but even though it's not going to have the easiest time like doing those explosive rotations that we're talking about, it will rotate and take towers. It has the AoE damage to deal with the PL, but also you get that Blink Dagger on the Leshrac, you're going in with your Centaur and you're completely destroying the Nouns backline that are already going to struggle. And it feels like there isn't enough damage coming out of Nouns right now to deal with that Lesh once he gets his items up.
There's an Invoker in the...
Yeah, I was about to say, you build into Spirit Vessel something that can come online early on, because this Skywrath Mage, Enchantress, they're going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting. Phantom Lancer, not a hero that does join some of these early fights, pretty similar to Morphling. He wants to farm, get like 2 items, then join with the Aghanim Scepter Diffusal Blade, and then keep on farming until he gets to his heart, Manta style, whatever is necessary. But yeah, I feel like Invoker's a good one.
Monkey King. If anybody has been keeping track of Gunnar's games, he's been playing a lot of Monkey King recently. And then when I say recently, I mean this past week here in Seattle in his pub games. And personally, we kind of thought maybe it's up against the Magnus that we've seen a lot popping up as well. But I see heavy frowns coming out from Lacoste. This Monkey King is going up against Leshrac Lacoste.
Yeah, that's the big question mark. I've not seen this matchup, but knowing Leshrac against any of these melee heroes, he's going to need a lot of supports rotating to the mid lane to be able to do something. And we talked about coming into this series that mid matchup is going to be the one to look into. Because it's Somnus against Gunnar, Gunnar's first TI, Somnus a veteran player, and he knows these matchups. So a little surprised that they decided to give him like matchup like this.
I think the good news for this Monkey King is he does have Enchantress and Skywrath Mage, which are 2 of the best supports at playing around that mid lane. I mean, if they can play around this Monkey King and give him a game, because the matchup versus Lesh is not easy for him, Monkey King does a lot for them. It's a Silver Edge builder, which they desperately need right now versus the Spectre, and it's a stun that they need to pair up with the Mystic Flare. They didn't really have a way to take advantage of Skywrath's burst, so Monkey King is one of the heroes that can do that, but he needs help to get there, and it's going to take the help from the side lanes. Like, he will be actively siphoning resources into the mid lane. So this could be a great decision or a terrible decision.
It means that you're leaving Moo and Hector K1 a little bit more on an island fear. Is that something that
Lose versus Spectre, it's fine. So basically when you move a support, you oftentimes force enemy supports to move too.
Yeah.
Which will force 1v1s. And Tide, he's fine for Spectre, 1v1. And the other side lane, well, you're going to have some issues with PL versus Centaur, but at the end of the day, you're just going to hit creeps and farm. Pretty much everything that was said about the Monkey for the laning stage, I think they feel like it'll be okay, but it's really great in the game because Leshrac isn't a mobile hero. So you drop the Wukong's command, get him trapped in there, you just hit him, and should be good.
Should be good. This game should be good. That is what's up right here. We got Nouns, we got Azure Ray, and of course we have OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, what a fantastic series to get to end this first day of the Road to the International Playoffs with. Azure up against Nows. Fog, what do you make of the lineup? That last pick, Lesh, coming out seems pretty solid, but I'm excited to see what Nows are going to be able to do with this Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, Gunnar, they said on the panel multiple times, he's been playing a lot in the pubs. He's been doing his style of his Radiance and stuff like that, even Octarine Manta. So it looks like they're going along their comfort, and that did work for Nows, right? This worked for his Tundra when they went for comfort, but this definitely feels quite a bit harder. This last pick feels like it's an amazing answer versus the PL to have the answer for that, and also just a great lane. So yeah, we'll see if Nows is going to be able to deal with the pressure.
I mean, for sure, because that's the thing, right? For Nows to pick this into that matchup, into that Lesh match up in the mid, that's going to show a lot of confidence from Gunnar. You don't do this unless you're 100% sure that it doesn't matter about the lane, you're still going to be able to pull the game out of the bag.
And I did hear, like, Fear was talking about it. Yes, the immobile aspect of the Lesh could be the reason why they're looking at the Monkey King, but then I'm looking and I'm like, there's going to be a tree living armor, and then there's going to be Stampede as well to protect this Lesh in a lot of functions too. So it does feel like Nouns has their work cut out for them. I do believe that the supports are going to have to be active, make those moves around. Could see perhaps the PL suffer because of it, but we'll have to see how it all kicks off.
Oh, exciting stuff.
Should be fun.
For sure. Ready.
And are people going to be able to defeat the Spectre, as we're seeing that this hero just kind of is just rolling through the games?
The battle begins.
Looking towards Chalice, but they won't have anything more here to throw out right now. As we'll see how things settle down with the lane situation. I mean, we talked about the mid, looking at the side lanes. Any particular area of the map that you feel either side could start to struggle early on?
It depends on what happens with these support rotations, because they are absolutely going to start making moves early on, I'd imagine, from the side of Nouns with either the Ench or the Skywrath. So, I mean, Tide should be fine, I would say. As they were mentioning, versus the Spectre, we've seen this matchup a lot. I think the PL is the one that can suffer. So, probably these carries, as it tends to be the case, do start to get slowed down a bit when we see the rotations. But we'll have to see. So it all kicks off.
Yeah, what do you think it was about Nouns that kind of made them go for this direction where they did get that PL drafted, third pick in the draft phase?
He saw a game where there's not really much answers for the PL at all at that point, right? Yeah. When he saw the actual game state. But then the Lesh comes out, and it's a totally different game at this point. Yes, you can build these Mage Slayers and pipes and whatnot, but it's still an excellent matchup for the Lesh at all times throughout this game.
But that's the thing, they must have anticipated that the Lesh was going to come. You don't think they forgot?
We'll have to see. I mean, if this is the concept that they had, if it's they were like, okay, if they pick Lesh, we're gonna, we'll have like this. I don't know. It just looks strange when you have this Monkey King. But Gunnar, as we said, during the pubs and stuff like that, that's what he's been confident with. Just definitely not going to be an easy matchup for him at all.
No, I think a couple of the pub games that I caught him playing the mid Monkey King, he was in much easier situations, like a game against a Shaker,
like a melee.
Storm,
yeah.
Even for these lower ranged heroes, you can do all right. But against a Lesh and against a Somnus Lesh, it's not going to be easy. And we're starting to see that already on the CS. Somnus getting the early advantage.
At least you can dodge a little bit, right? I guess that's the one thing about the melee matchup versus Lesh. When you're Monkey King, you have mischief, so you can always dodge a couple of these lightning storms and stuff like that. But yeah, it's always going to be advantage for Somnus, as we're seeing. And all three lanes, first few waves, definitely looking good for the side of Azure. And that PL definitely is struggling. I think this is the lane I'm looking at, where K1... It might not even... Yamsun might not be able to actually leave up here. He might actually just have to stay up here for K1.
I think so, unless K1's just going to be forced out of the lane pretty early, and it's never fun to be in that sort of situation as a PL. It's going to take a lot of time for him to recover if he can't get much in this lane matchup against Chalice and FY.
No, absolutely. The thing about PL when you're playing versus Centaur, even before Centaur was this big of a beast of a hero, you have high base damage and you have explosive burst early, which for PL, it can always be a problem. And you have AoE control for the illusions and stuff like that as you get to the further aspects. So we'll have to see what the recovery comes from. Lanes, yeah, definitely look quite dominant.
And looking to continue that way as well.
Yeah. But Moo's still going to have this good time, right? Because we've seen this so many times now. The Meteor Hammer rushes. He's going for what looks like a little bit more aggression. He's actually going for the boots early on. I think I've seen almost every time it's just straight ring right into that Meteor Hammer to apply pressure onto tower, but see if that pays off.
Sure, I mean, because against the heroes, this Spectre tree lane...
Can't get aggressive.
I mean, you're not killing these heroes, right?
I guess maybe just it's curious, I'm not sure.
And maybe, if anything, just to allow him the chance of running away if Lo and Tianming actually get aggressive on towards Mu early.
Yeah, and then I guess if Lelis is making moves around the map too, he's got some way to escape too, but... Yeah, Spectre, 19 last hits, not really missing much of anything.
Yeah, it's pretty much free farm on all three lanes here so far for Azure. which, maybe part of the plan for Nouns, with this draft. Do you think you're going into this game being like, you know what, lads, we're going to struggle in the lanes?
Probably, I would imagine so. Yeah. Even though the Spectre picked into the Tide Hunter, they probably look at that and they're like, yeah, this is good for the Tide, but the other 2 lanes, absolutely. We're seeing the repercussions. 19-6 up on Chalice. It's going to be a very early Vanguard.
They've got to be careful up top soon. The amount of burst that they could surprise the PL with could be a little too much for K1 if he gets caught in that setup.
And they have a very early aggressive draft, is the thing too. Besides this late game aggression that Azure has themselves set up for, the early aggression of taking towers is absolutely there. And collapsing on heroes super early with Spectre, they have the ways to make these moves very early on if they do get an early advantage in the game. And yeah, lanes continue just going in their favor.
And for Nouns, a lot of pressure is going to be on Mu, rallying with his 2 supports to make the moves, because if Gunnar does want to go down this kind of Radiant Octarine route that we've seen him do so recently in the pubs, it's going to be a lot of greed, a lot of time that Gunnar and K1 need, and a lot of space in the map that Azure might just not give them.
Yeah, I think Gunnar might have to take a step back, and maybe he does go down like that Mage Slayer weird, like Echo Saber disassemble Mage Slayer or something, so he has an answer for the Lash to enable his PL, but we'll have to see. Depending on how he feels about it right now, a lot of skill points saved up for Gunnar.
Don't yet to see much movement.
Yeah, no movement
Support's
at all.
probably around that early power route. 6 minutes in, we'll get some extra focus around the mid.
And Chalice is going to have Vanguard done, though, so they're going to be able to just leave this Centaur top, and I imagine they're going to match the rotation. At least with the Muerta who already has early boots, they're probably going to look to make the match rotation, and they're probably going to expect it to come toward that mid lane as well, too, so. Calm and quiet, 5 minutes, no kills.
A huge wave as well coming in for Chalice up top.
Yeah, that is the Vanguard.
He's no longer under any sort of threat on this top lane, Chalice.
Feels like things are going to explode pretty quickly as soon as those level 6 come out. As soon as that Spectre's got this jump ready, could definitely like to see a move happen. Somnus is getting closer and closer to 6 too.
They're going to try for the setup here, Lelis.
Gunners hit 6 first.
Somnus. Oh, by the Ancient Seal here. Backup coming in from Yamsen on the side. They've done with the Boundless, trying to take him down.
Nicely done.
Now they bring the 2 supports. You get that very late on, 5 minutes in, first blood for Gunnar.
Perfectly done. And it's running the Catapult wave with the Centaur, so they're actually going to get pretty significant amount of damage here. They didn't read the move.
I mean, where was the response? I feel like Azure, they just didn't give any sort of help to Somnus there. They left him on an island completely on his own.
A really good hit. Look at this tower. I mean, it's
a lot of damage.
Yep. Somnus is going to come back in, but Gunnar, 31-6 match. Yeah, overall, looking good for him.
Very impressive hit.
PL is suffering, but the other 2 lanes looking pretty good. Mu is free farming. A really cool move.
I can't imagine they'll get away with that sort of play around the mid again. No. And next time, TPs are going to be coming in for Somnus, I'm sure.
But if they can finish this tower off in the next move, you kind of remove the factor of the tree that kind of scares things a lot of times with the living armor heal. So the fact that they got it this low off just 1 kill, pretty massive.
Yeah, Mu looking super strong down here now. He's got his phase boots out as well.
And he's doing, very different build than what we've seen. Collapse, we even saw him do earlier the same build of the Meteor Hammer. Mu going a different route.
Yeah, they'll group up and go for him. Somnus comes in with a rotation. They'll look to go for Mu.
And in the meantime, they denied a rune. Yamsen actually with the Hellbear Smasher was able to get that one away. So FY, not going to be able to pick that one up. Some low-level supports perhaps coming out from the side of Azure. And they do finish off the mid tower. So 7 minutes in.
That's an early for a
mid-monkey versus Lesh.
Against a Lesh.
That's pretty huge. And he's going to be showing his build. So he looks like he's going to be going down the Manta route. So playing versus the tree, he's going to be going for his own scaling build rather than just enabling the PL, who is slowed down. He is going to be looking to scale too. And Gunnar's getting active.
He is. He's turning himself here into a dire range creeper, looking to try and surprise this top lane.
I love when we see this from the Monkey Kings. It's just an unexpected gank.
I mean, Chalice is about a creep away from having the XP for level 6.
Oh, this is perfect.
No stampede available at the moment. They're going to full commit here pretty much. Backup comes in from FY, lays down the red. They're looking to turn. They're looking to burst.
Too many numbers.
They turn on the Gunnar, take him down. They might even get more level 6s in. Stampede's at the ready. Azure Ray, they punish the move here this time round from Nouns, as this time they are very, very well ready for that move.
Looks perfect at first when Gunnar's coming in. Centaur not quite 6. Quickly gets turned. 5 heroes turn up. Spectre does hit the 6 as the go's happening. 4 earned charges instantly acquired. A blessing.
He's going to be able to have that sustain and that extra offensive output many other opportunities arise.
Big strike back, 4-1 now. Mid tower still was brought down very early on. FY, perhaps in some trouble. Looks like he's getting trapped by a little tree ganking him.
Tries for the neutral deny, not quite able to aggro them in time. There's the way of Lelis. Gunnar and Lelis, they'll look to clean up that stack as well. Top lane.
K1 is
jungle.
He is really struggling, and they're putting so much pressure onto him. Spectre is able to get a lot more free farm right now and can always join in too. That's the thing about this hero. He's always going to be able to jump in and perhaps get these extra kill setups onto the PL and find the real PL as well too with the dagger.
For sure, especially nowadays with this ridiculous low cooldown on the ultimate, 60 seconds. It's back up, he's ready to go again low.
It's going to be a slow recovery for K1, that is for sure.
I mean, for now, are you going to be getting back on looking for aggressive moves, or are you just trying to sit back?
You probably still look to make aggressive moves with Gunnar. I don't think you want to just sit back. Yes, you have PL, but you're playing into this Spectre, and we've seen what this hero can do when you get farm. Even without farm, this hero's pretty insane right now. So I'd imagine we're going to see Gunnar still look to be active to get that space for K1. Otherwise, they can just put free pressure onto him.
Hello, he's getting involved again.
More and more.
Tian Ming finding Lelis in the jungle.
I mean, these supports are, the panel said it, right? These supports are going to struggle, especially if Spectre has a good start. It's always free kills onto something like Skywrath. Enchantress a little bit more difficult, but Sky is just... And they have great scouting outlets. Like this Train Protector in particular with the Spectre is always going to give that info. Things slowing down a little. Gunnar is getting, maybe finishing up one item here, getting these neutral items picked up before he looks to get a bit more active.
Still holding on to the tier 1 mid very nicely.
Yep.
Now, not a lot of damage being able to be done yet by Azure on the push.
And who's actually going to go down the Blade Mail route on the Tidehunter? So rather than going for pipe and damage mitigation and stuff like that versus the Lesh, I guess he's going for Lesh's uncontrollable damage. I'm just going to run into him and try to bring him down and stuff like that. We'll see if it works.
Hello. He himself having the Blade Mail complete.
His is just standard on these Spectres. Very good game versus the Monkey King versus Skywrath as well too to have it. But K1 is getting some time to slow down, so Midas pretty much going to be coming out here. And then straight into that Aghanims. I think this is the build that we see on PL when it's played, but it has yet to be played. This is the first game that we have for it, of course, so.
Yeah, a tough start's expected.
Yep.
You're bringing out these carries that haven't quite seen the play or success.
Yep, and you're playing into, you know, a meta that is quite good versus the PL in a lot of instances with these tanky strength offlaners that have ways to clear. And you're playing versus Somnus, who plays every hero under the sun, so the potential of that Lesh, they had to have known it was coming. So things, Azure, they're the ones who actually want to be the ones kicking up the pace a little bit here. Somnus feeling strong.
Was under the observer though.
It was.
Nouns, they'll be aware of this one. I mean, it looks like the line's being drawn over towards Mu. It's a hard kill anyway. Obviously, Nouns, they're aware that this is coming in. And if Azure do try and force something around this bottom tower, high chance that Nouns could look to turn.
That doesn't feel like a very high value kill for them.
Yeah, right they kind of swept down bottom, but they're back over towards the mid. And looking towards Gunnar.
That's
maybe
the big kill.
With sort of the jumping and potential of low, they can try something, but Nouns, they're playing careful with their positioning, and Lelis and Yamsen, they're there ready to help out if Gunnar is to get jumped around this portion of the map. Now that they know the smoke's one off for Azure, Nouns, they'll look to hit back themselves.
They have to get the connection perfectly with the Ravage and Skywrath Mystic Flare. That's their only real early setup unless the Monkey King is there to have it.
I mean, if they get the opening onto low, this should be a pretty clean kill.
Monkey King is also there, so he is sneaking around as that range creep right now, so see if they can find the angle onto him. The Blink is about to be finished up onto Chalice as well, too, so this is a pretty prime time for Nouns to strike if they can 100-0 him.
Although he's going to show on the tower. TP's going to start to come in and look to burst through the Spectre immediately with the setup of the Ravage into the Mystic Flare. That beats Pop.
He's still alive.
They didn't have it. Low's perfectly fine. He's ready to turn. The dagger across. They brought down Gunnar. They'll take down Mu as well underneath the tower.
He lives.
Low survives. Yamsen also to fall here. Sumner's catching him with the stun. Azure, they put a complete stop to the attempt there from Nouns. They attempt to throw everything down onto low. They didn't do the maths, Fogged. It wasn't enough damage.
Honestly, the Seeds of Serenity, not just the, it gives 150 HP and health. He got it off actually on the floor before they actually got all the combo off, so he gets extra health regen and everything going, and they were quick to react.
I mean, that's got to hurt, right? That was a big commitment from Nouns, and it gets them nothing.
Like, look, he's just standing under the heal. He has 22 HP per second, has a full wand, gets healed up, and then Stampede resets everything. They were very ready, and now they're going to likely get this tower. Gets denied, so at least there's that silver lining there for Nouns. But that's their Ravage play, and they get completely turned on.
That's going to feel rough for Nouns.
It sure is.
Very much means that any sort of opportunity like that where they could maybe go for the Spectre, it's probably not happening again.
Oh my god, FY. He has an Atos already. Wait, what the? That is super early. Okay, well, extra forms of catch versus this Monkey King and PL and it's gonna be potent. This is gonna be strong.
You know, Gunnar, he's obviously still on the way towards the Manta. He's not gonna have to dispel yet, so.
This is gonna be very annoying, the fact that he gets it this early on, and where it's overall, when you're playing it as support, you're pretty squishy. Now you're not. This 300 HP you get from it too is pretty problematic for them to bring down FY. Very farmy game it feels like it's gonna turn into here for Nouns. Well, for Azure, they can constantly look to make these punishing plays around the map.
I mean, K1...
Blink Centaur and everything, they can look to just keep making moves.
K1's making the recovery.
Okay.
They're second highest, sort of in the top 3 at the moment on his PL.
What's he going to be able to do, though, even if he does get the farm, because he's playing into this Lesh, this counter, he's playing into the Spectre, who's going to be able to get this Radiance build up also versus PL, so we'll have to see what he's going to be able to, even if he gets to that farm, because it does feel like they are starting to build up quite a bit of answers for him, even after that early game slowing him down.
They're going to find K1. They've got the setup here with the Atos into the stun, the pushback of the fear. K1 will get the doppel off.
Oh, overgot the plate.
Yeah, but he's still taken down by the double edge of Chalice. Not a chance here for K1. Azure making these moves, and as we saw earlier for Nouns, and as it will continue to be, Azure, their 3 cores, I don't think you're bursting any of them.
No.
If you even get this set up with the Ravage, the Mystic Flare, taking any of these 3 heroes right down from 100 to 0, it's probably not happening, folks.
And it's easy for them to make these type of kills happen with their Spectre, with their carry getting involved constantly. On the other side, on Nouns, feels like they really do need multiple different ults in order to try to get a setup of kill. And even then, sometimes they might not be able to have the damage to bring these heroes down. Game does feel like it's pretty complicated for the side of Nouns.
Farm still solid for Moo. He's going to get very tanky very, very soon. 2,500 gold in towards the heart on top of his phase and blade mail.
Okay. They're getting tankier and something. I'm just worried, like, where's the damage going to start to come out from at some point to be able to bring these heroes down? Because as we saw there, the Spectre already tanked through everything once. There's going to be more layers of tankiness that comes in. Living Armor, the Bloodstone's done on the Lesh already too, so they're definitely going to need, I mean, even when they have Aghanims, they're going to need that next +1 item on K1 before he's probably feeling comfortable at all to look to join.
Yeah, they're going to just have to try and stall it out.
Yeah, that's what it feels
and then
like.
whether that's going to benefit them against the lineup of Azure, who knows? We'll find out.
We'll have to see, because it really does feel like Radiant Spectre, right? Radiant Spectre versus PL feels pretty damn good. How's the farm looking for the support? Shard finished up on the tree.
Still being able to hold onto their mid tower though now. It's not an area that Azure have bothered to put too much effort into pressuring.
It's hard for them. I mean, they're playing. It's them literally just playing the full farm game though. It's hard for them actually to apply any pressure themselves. Try to slow down Spectre's farm, which sometimes can be, you know, the problem with Spectre sometimes is if you don't get off to getting these early type of kills, that's where the hero can get slowed down. Your farm rate can be a little bit slower compared to a lot of other heroes, but they can't actually bring any action to low, and all these moves he's just getting involved in. He's just getting bigger and bigger.
The early pressure attempts from Nouns just weren't successful, and at this point now they've just completely ceased any attempt to can make these aggressive plays whatsoever. So Azure, they're getting to do whatever they want.
And they see Gunnar, the rotation. They have the ward bottom. It actually spots him making the move down. FY's already prepping.
Yeah, he's straight out of there. Yeah, I mean, they know they can't fight into them right now, Nouns.
And he does have the Radiance queued up, so it's going to take a very long time for that power peak to really kick in
it's the
for him.
plan. They just want to stall this out and see if this Monkey King and PL can scale to a point where they will have the damage to get the kills and to fight back against Azure. It's going to be a lot of heavy lifting, it feels, from Moo. You know,
from Moo in particular.
He's got to be there, he's got to survive on the front, he's got to hold these towers and stop Azure from getting any early objectives.
He is tanking up. He does almost have a hard finish, but Centaur has his finished, and The thing is, he is going to be playing versus the Desolate, of course, as the game does go on. The more levels that gets put into that for the Spectre.
Straight in here with a jump. They'll go immediately on top of Lelis. And with the Stampede, they'll look to see if they can chase down K1 as well. Doppelganger's there, and TP's coming into tier 2. They won't be able to stay on top of the PL. It's a quick kill against Lelis. And this time round, the tier 1 will feel a bit of the heat. Fortification will come out. Azure almost certainly going to continue this push.
FY is actually also going down the scaling route. He's going to be going to Leipner. I mean, he's playing versus PL, and he's got a really good start, so why not? He got Grove Bow.
Yep.
I mean, he's definitely going to be able to turn into that tertiary or quad core kind of in a way with the farm that he's been able to get set up. And he is playing versus 2 Edge cores. So if he's able to get good farm, also, yeah, he definitely will be a scaling hero as well. 10-2. K1 gets out. But Yamson.
He's not going to be as lucky. More than enough bursts here from the two of them, Chalice and Somnus.
I like this build a lot. Somnus going for the blink as well too. I think they're feeling we have full control of the game right now. So if we can keep putting this pressure on, it should lead to success. And so far so good. Low. That's the Radiance done.
It's done.
It's so early. 19 minutes with Treads, Blade Mail, Earn being this involved in the game too. He's 9 out of the 11 kills.
This is pretty terrifying.
This is
not going to be an easy game for Nouns to play out.
No.
The difficulty's up.
I mean, and Mu, he's tanky, but that tankiness will disappear pretty quick. There's a lot of damage that's going to be coming out from the side of this, this Spectre, this Lash as well too. So a slow one we have.
And Azure, I don't think they mind that either. Whilst that might be what Nouns are trying to do, slow the game down themselves, it's not something that Azure are concerned about whatsoever. Low, happy to continue farming, get his Manta done on top of the Radiance, and of course Somnus as well can continue to scale him and just become this incredible, unkillable beast on the left track.
Yeah, absolutely.
Careful there!
It's got to happen at least once. Oh, not this time. It'll happen one of these days. We'll get a couple more people dying to the Tormentors here.
Chalice and Tianming, they're on the hunt.
I mean, they're feeling incredibly strong. It really does feel like they can make almost any move so far. And they've gone all aggression. I actually didn't even see the tree build. 0 points living armor.
Go for Mu. See if they want to try anything with any sort of Shadow Step or something, but
nah.
They won't waste any more resources trying to go for the Tide.
That's how you get yourself killed. That's how you would potentially get Nouns back into the game if you do make a big all-in play onto the Tide, and he does get a good Ravage, but they'll know better.
Radiant
holding on for the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, is he going to be able to deny it again? Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, he got it and it got denied.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
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 Same frame.
Anyway, moving on. Anyway, don't bow to this, they're going to try and go for the move. They're with the Stampede, look with his...
Is he dead?
He's gone. The damage is done. They'll try and turn over towards Somnus.
He just walks out.
He's perfectly fine, pretty much still full HP here on the left track. I mean, they're killing Mu. It's not a good sign for Nouns. This was meant to be the unkillable hero. I mean, Mu's fight was fantastic, but we're already at a point where Azure, they can kill this Blade Mail Heart Tide
Exactly.
Hunter.
They have so much damage on their draft, and they have a lot of ways to pierce through it, as we were saying, the Spectre, the Desolate, and stuff like that. They didn't even need him. They just had the Lesh sticking on. And that was Ravage used too, so more downtime for Nouns where they just can't fight. Azure just continue to control absolutely everything. And getting bigger and bigger, scaling harder and harder. And the thing is too is, sometimes in these games, when the game does slow down a lot, we'll wait for a second is quick, easy kill.
Easy one. Doesn't get the last touch on it though. Tianming the one to take that.
Sometimes
getting involved.
Sometimes you can see some of these supports scaling quite a bit, like even for Nouns, like the Enchantress, we've seen it scale a lot in these games, but this is not a game where an Enchantress actually is able to do the work of what we've seen Miposka and the likes do. You're versus a Spectre, you're versus a Leshrac who's gonna eat you alive. So they're not really scaling too much on these supports either. As we said on Azure, the supports are scaling. The Gleipnir is pretty much done on FY.
Going to be one of the faster ones you'll see on a
4 position.
support Muerta.
It's probably one of the only ones you'll see as well too. I think we've seen only the Aether Lens Atos.
No, not in my pubs.
Fair enough.
Radiant's progress at the moment for Gunner. He's about 2,500 in onto the Relic. Still needs time.
Oh boy, it's taking a long time. And now pace kicking up even more. Azure quickly into that Roche. No way that Nouns is going to be able to contest this either. How long in the Ravage? 30 seconds.
Not at all. I mean, Nouns
even with it.
Barely leaving their half of the map right now.
And even, yeah, they can't even set up for Som to stop. He's got a BKB finished up too with an Arcane Root, so and they just have to kind of let this one happen. And it's freedom for Azure to choose what they want to do next.
In the way of a challenge there, that Aegis.
Okay, interesting.
And they know up top that there's a tree around here.
He's just got, but he can just get any solo pick off. If he sees the Skywrath,
the setup can be there.
Lelis, run, my friend. No dust though, actually, on the tree right now. So Lelis actually does have a Glimmer Cape, so he would have been okay. But either way, you can see what he's trying to do with this tree, as he's been doing the last 10 minutes since he's got the shard. He's just scouting for solo pickoffs with the Spectral.
And K1, he's
getting big. It's just,
but how much can a PL do this game?
Yeah, how much he's going to be able to do versus the Lash. We see the next big item coming, the Mage Slayer. That was the answer, especially from Tundra when Wraith Pact and stuff existed, to have the answer versus the Lash when you have illusion heroes. But times have definitely changed. There is no Wraith Pact anymore.
And then the hunt here with his boat underneath the tower. Chalice, he's ready to set up. The boundless strike, the dead shot, and the double edge. Leaves Jansen up. Azure, they can get the push onto the tier 2 tower now. And maybe even more around this Aegis on Chalice.
Chalice having a flawless game so far. Top of the net worth, 407, has his shard now with his heart. He is a menace.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, out farming his own Spectre with his good great timing on a Radiance.
They're all, like, all three cores.
Chalice is getting.
They're all so farmed and so tanky. The damage for Nouns, it's just, it's slow. It's not like this big burst damage. Even though they have Skywrath, their burst damage is not really there. It's long, gradual fights, which at this deficit, with what they're up against, feels harder and harder as the game progresses.
And it feels as well that even in sort of the high ground defense situations, it's not like Azure are lacking heroes that would be happy to just dive past the barracks, dive past tier 3s, and look to go aggressive.
Yeah. Uh-oh, move. It's bound to happen. You're split pushing like this.
Jiaming with the information, Low ready to jump across, Somnus able to make sure that Moot, not a chance of escape. Another kill here for Low.
Top of the net worth again for him. It really does feel like it's been 20 minutes of just mostly dominance. Besides that mid play that happened, right, so long ago, the little mid play that they did to take out the tower, it's been everything for Azure. They're coasting.
At least they had that nice first one.
At least they got the first
something
one.
For now so far out of this game, but everything else looking to go Azure Ray's way.
They may have even also gotten one of the earliest mid-tier 1 towers.
They did, yeah.
I feel like it was 7 minutes in.
Exactly.
But that's, you know,
that was a long time ago.
A long time.
20 minutes ago, and those last 20 minutes have been pretty painful for Nouns.
Another target spotted.
They're on to Gunner. Not a chance.
Deleted in seconds.
Another kill for Low. More money for the Spectre. 4-0-10.
He hasn't even gotten another neutral item. He's still using Seeds of Serenity.
Oh, it did him so well against that early gank down bottom. He's quite fond of it now.
Yeah, why not? The Radiance continues to get slowed down more and more as the map dwindles. And FY continues to scale. Gleipnir done, going for more scaling as well too. Full freedom, and the warding as well too has been phenomenal. Didn't get to touch too much on that from Azure, but they've really just covered pretty much all the entrances. Besides having a tree, scouting everything out, and getting all these pickoffs to the Spectre, they just have ward vision everywhere.
And it really just pick a straight Kaya Sanj on Chalice.
I mean, why not? He absolutely can continue to scale versus this PL, and they're right now staring at
K1. Hello?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they've got him.
Goodbye.
Caught outside of the base.
Still no Manta.
I don't know what's going on there. Maybe hands off the keyboard. But that's indeed a tip. Yeah, Tianming was just eyeing him up, and K1 was not prepared at all for that. They're into the base. The tier 3 tower in a lot of trouble. And maybe Nouns as a whole in this game 1.
Maybe back to the drawing board a little bit with what they're up against. Azure just feels like they got everything they wanted, and so far it's been as clean as it comes. Besides that, like 7-minute move, everything else has been absolutely perfect. Yeah, still no Manta for the PL, so it's a free setup. Brax is gone. Probably talking about the next game.
I think so. And at the least, you know, as you were saying, and as the panel was saying, right, a lot of stuff from the draft of Nows did seem a little bit sort of outside of the box. So definitely things that they can maybe go back to what they were doing in the root stage. And we saw earlier in this run here on the road to the International that did do them so well.
Yeah, I mean, it is the first PL as well, too, right? So maybe wanting to try something out here a little bit, too. And they did, you know, they did pick that tough matchup for Aftergunner that even though he did very well. Yeah, we're seeing the repercussions of what happens afterwards here. So, I mean, the lead just continues. It's getting massive. And this, okay, so what, Manta is even going to finish the Manta? I'd imagine he is. So Manta, PL, plus Radiance on Gunnar. This is, I mean, they have to try to make something. Otherwise, it feels like you're going to just lose.
But K1,
they got to find a fight. Or try for
and turn this around here. They're bringing in the numbers, but already jumping on towards Yamsen. Yamsen's gone. Lowe's going to turn over towards K1. They're trying to bring down Chalice. They'll drop the Ravage upon him.
They can't kill him.
He's having to run. K1 will get out of the fight. Chalice being fully focused, but he's still got so much HP to play with. They can't finish him. He's walking back into the Wukongs. He doesn't care at all.
F-Wise killing Gunnar.
2 dead on Nouns. The dead shot as well. Putting
no way.
His TP out. You cannot escape this Azure Ray. As Moo is surrounded by the squad, a third kill's found. Nouns get nothing.
It's what they probably feel like they have to do, because this game, it's been feeling like this for a long time. It feels very over. They just do not have the damage. They do not have the farm. Everyone's too big. Chalice, he actually tanked the entire anchor. He didn't turn to kill the anchor. He stood in the anchor. They couldn't bring him down.
He didn't care.
Did not care whatsoever.
He started to walk away, and then he was like, you know what, I don't even need to walk away. I'm walking back in.
Yeah. Turns the anchor against them. Another Rax to drop. All heroes on Azure full HP. And another catch.
And they're ready to go in for more. Jump forward on towards Yamsen. 22 to 2, 24k lead here, 29 minutes in.
They're ending this.
And they're not leaving this base anytime soon, Azure Ray. They're ready to close this one up.
Everyone's still full HP. They have ult too. They have tree ult. Stampede's up at 20. No damage from Nouns to push them away.
It's going to be mega creeps at the least here. Up against Nouns. They don't have the Ravage. I mean, the mega creeps are out, and nothing to be done here by Nouns. Somnus.
He's just in.
He's ready to get aggressive. Just jump straight back in on them. He's got the BKB ready if necessary. Off in the Bloodstone, and now the BKB's out. Gunnar, lay down the Wukong's command low. He's just straight in on top of him. They jump forward over towards Gunnar. They've glimmered him up. So Gunnar's surviving a little bit longer, but still the Radiance spurting him down. He'll still fall. Gunnar's out of the game. No buyback on him. Yamsen to fall yet again, as this game should soon and shortly be over. The buyback will come out from Yamsen, but as I say, there's no buyback for Gunnar. The Gleipnir is out there from everyone. Catching the two. The Mystic Flare coming out in return, but it just doesn't do any damage at all. As they'll lose Yamsen again. 4 dead, game's over. GG is called.
Ooh, back to the drawing board.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In a very literal sense, the draft, it did not work out here for Nouns. From the laning stage onwards, nothing really outside of that first blood went their way, Fog.
No, this was flawless play really from the side of Azure. Yeah, I mean, it really did feel like that 7 minutes, and then that play bottom, they tried to make that move. Yeah, that was 3 or 4 heroes die, and then, yep. Yeah, this was a tough one for Nouns.
Very much the beginning of the end there. That failed attempt down bottom. But yeah, definitely things they can change going into game 2.
Yes.
As for Azure Ray, though, I mean, just more of the same, right? They've come in here on this first game of the series for themselves and the playoff stage of this road to the International. You can't really hope for a much better performance than that one, really, Fogged.
No, honestly, I loved the way that they set up the 3 cores. The Lash pick, amazing versus the PL. He didn't even, it feels like he didn't even actually have to do the function of where he's counting the PL, because the PL actually had no start from how that lane went versus the Centaur. So we'll see what adaptation there is going to be coming out from Nouns, but it does feel like there has to be quite a big one.
Yeah, I mean, talking about sort of what Nouns themselves will maybe change. Looking back at Azure Ray, I mean, if you're Nouns, are there any of these heroes you're trying to take away from them? I mean, we saw sort of how much FY got to do on this on Muerta, getting over this kind of Gleipnir route. He had a fantastic time.
Honestly, I don't know. The fact that they got Centaur and Spectre, which are 2 of the most dominant heroes, maybe one of the 2 they got to try to have some type of answer for, but yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see indeed. But as it stands, this game 1 for Azure Ray, incredibly impressive, as they'll take the first game of the best of 3 against Nouns.
Yeah, domination. Azure Ray, they take game 1 against Nouns, and I was thinking about things that looked similar. I thought about a boa constrictor, because definitely Nouns, they could not do anything but just getting choked to death here, Fair.
That's exactly right, and we talked about it earlier on, like this Monkey King pick. It's either gonna be so good, or it's gonna fall flat. And unfortunately, we just saw live what happens when it falls flat. Gunnar didn't have a great game. He had the first blood, but outside of that, got rotated on, couldn't really find much happen on the map. And unfortunately, when your mid laner is in the situation where he's on constant recovery, and the other enemy mid is running around killing, we saw the Tide have a great game, but Salmus, he just walked down there and killed him, got his game back, and now you're having impact, Gunner, he just couldn't find his way back in.
And that play we saw earlier, that was the first move that Nouns tried with that smoke, where they tried to blow everything on the Spectre. They threw in the Ravage, the Mystic Flare, they brought in the Monkey King, but they just couldn't quite get the kill, and they all get wiped as a result. And after that, it just felt like a downhill battle across.
Pretty much. I mean, they did not get a single kill for 23 minutes on Nouns. The second one was at 8-minute mark, but after that, it was all Azure Ray. Lack of damage, I think this last pick didn't work out. Nouns, they were always a team that were pretty hipster when it comes down to Dota picks. This is their bread and butter pretty much, but I think they picked heroes and they got counterpicked. Seems like Chinese teams come into the series today with a lot of preparation. Like you see this first pick, Skyret Mage, Spectre immediately, like Treant Protector as well, so they have a big plan. I think this combo is also slightly broken, I would say, because you pick up the Shard in 15 and just scout things out. This is everything that Tian Ming was doing, providing vision for Spectre to jump, and also they have a Centaur. Have in mind that this was also Monkey King into Centaur, so even if you don't want to take a fight, even if the game is slightly more closer, you can still disengage. Like there's not enough lockdown, there's not enough stuns to keep you inside Wukong so Monkey can deal the damage.
Yeah, this was very strong coming out from Azure Ray. This was the first Phantom Lancer we saw as well. Had no game whatsoever. Of course, wants to go for a long game, did not happen. And there's a lot to think about for the side of Nouns, and they have some time, of course, here in this break. And while they are thinking about what they're going to do better in game number 2, we are going to check in with Tsunami, who has a special guest.
That's right. If you may recall, friends, in TI's past, oftentimes the analysts can do their job, but we have some special predictions sometimes. And in this case, I have a representative from both of the teams going up against each other right now. My friend, introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Yi. I'm rooting for Azure Ray, obviously. FY 牛逼，三区兄弟加油!
All right. That's the Azure Ray representative, and my friend, you're representing Nouns. Introduce yourself.
I'm Sasquatch, co-founder of Nouns. Let's fucking go, NA Dota.
That's what I like to see. But I also want someone very special. So, crowd, could you please welcome the Wolf of Ice Rack? That's right, everyone. It's the Wolf of Ice Rack and Crystal Maiden. How's it going?
Sup?
Right, yes. All right, friends. As we all know, the Wolf of Ice Rack loves to be fed. So I've got here 2 pieces of food, and we're going to let this dog decide between the 2 of you. Azure Ray or Nouns. Who is going to win this series? Wolf, are you ready? My friends, please try to win over the Wolf of Ice Rack.
Go.
North American Dota! My friends, the Wolf has made its decision. We might be going to a 3-game series. I appreciate the effort. It was admirable. But Nouns.
Let's go now.
Let's go now.
Let's go.
Let's go. And thank you very much for your contribution.
TI is just another day. Girl, you gotta slay. Go get them, boys.
Back to the panel.
Thank you very much. The Wolf of Ice Rack never lies, of course. That's the main story of that. I just wish we got to see more of that. I feel like that doesn't do it justice. But we do have to focus on the series here, Lacoste, because there is a lot to think about, and we have seen Nouns experiment in the past also with the series. This was an experimentation, and sometimes experiments go wrong, and then you go back to what works.
Yeah, sometimes these experiments, they take long, sometimes years, but they don't have that much time. I feel like now they need to go back to their bread and butter. It's theory crafting. This last pick didn't work out, just scratch it, start a new one. And I also feel that they might need to risk slightly more. I don't think this was overall a good Monkey game. There was this one highlight where they rotate the support, something that we did mention, where they can play around, maybe gank Clash Track, but other than that, they just lack damage. And we can see, Mu, stats don't lie, 0, 6, and 0. Basically, you didn't get the chance to play the game.
This is a painful stat to look at, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much that you can do at this point as a Tidehunter because, yeah, you're sitting there in the middle of the fight, you're trying to tank damage, you press your Ravage, but if the rest of your team is doing so poorly, what really can you do? And what I want to highlight is that I think that picking PL into a team like Azure, which have just shown us that their fundamentals are so good, that their early game is good, their tempo is good, they will rotate, counter-rotate, and take all of your towers. You cannot play for that ultimate late game PL win condition type. You need a hero on K1 that can fight with your team. You need to be able to fight and farm. We need to see those CKs again. We need that CK, maybe that Wraith King, potentially even that Slark, but anything that can exploit somebody on lane and join fights. Picking PL into Azure, that is unthinkable for a game 2.
Unthinkable for game 2. I just want to have more action. I feel like, Nouns didn't really get to play Dota. Maybe they can do so in game number 2. But before we get to game number 2, we are going to learn a little bit more about Azure.
我们怎么组队是因为当时我们3个都没有队伍嘛，然后我们在一起直播看比赛，然后可能路遥 maybe 他就是心血来潮吧，突然想组个队，大家的可能激情更多一点吧，因为大家都没有工资，然后就是单纯的为了成绩，2个没有就是一起组过队的选手嘛，就是天命和楼。 就大家也处于一个蜜月期吧，差不多这样子。
Despite forming late in the year, Azure still managed to leave a mark at the Bali Major, but even with their impressive performance, their shortage of DPC points directed their path to TI through the challenging Chinese qualifiers.
这次预选赛，说实话打得挺艰难的，因为我们在训练中对于XG这个战队的。 就是训练胜率并不是很高，然后打起来也是有不少的心理压力的。但是可能我们就是比赛经验更丰富点吧，可能临场发挥还有 BP 这些做的比XG好，就是可能运气也好一点。我们磨合的也很快这个比赛，然后也解决了很多问题，对我们这次 TI 会有个很好的就是调回剂的作用吧，相当于有一点点激动的吧。 就虽然打了很多次比赛，打了很多届 TI， 但是我也知道这次 TI 我们能出现很不容易。然后天命比较激动吧，就是他第一次进 TI， 整个职业生涯让我学到的 TS 算是一件吧，就是可能自己当时对这个荣誉啊，还有冠军的，就是那种重视度不是高到必须要拿到它，就是当时还是可能自己是享受这个比赛吧。然后现在就是可能现在很希望当时自己再重视一点吧，就是可能会拿到冠军。
It does sound like the philosophy from Azure is working in Fear. This is like almost, I feel like a dream stack. It's like, hey, you want to play? Sure, I want to play. Let's go. We got these couple guys. Let's just do it. Of course, Extreme Gaming, Aster in the qualifier, they were able to make it through that, and they're just here to enjoy the journey.
I mean, it's just not any couple guys, right? Like some FY, some Chalice, some Somnus, and then, yeah, you get a couple new guys to the squad. You already have a bunch of veterans with a lot of experience. Maybe, they're getting a little older in age. They weren't having the success. They were thinking about potential retirement, even though they're still good enough, right? The hunger, I'm sure, was still there. They wanted to compete, just maybe their past results weren't good enough for them and they were losing motivation. But you get enough of those people together, you reignite that passion, and then you get a team like Azure that's just owning right now.
Yeah, they're owning. They said they just play together. They don't have a salary. They're just playing for the achievement, Lacoste, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it says a lot about the team, coming into TI and just forming as a team, knowing that you're not going to have a salary and you're playing just for the achievements and playing for that prestige. And which bigger prestige can you play other than TI? It's a lot of prestige in the line. Being embodied in that Aegis. Anyone who clicks, there's going to be your name, and it says a lot about the team. And I just love that they managed to, like as Fear said, ignite that fire. Because I followed FY closely, and there was a time during Elephant where the team didn't manage to succeed. And when he joined the team, he didn't look as good for 5 days, and then afterwards it's old FY. It's like, man, how's this guy so good? Because he didn't play for a relatively long time, and when he came back, he's just like FY God once again.
FY got here to play, and at the moment here to stay. We have to talk a little bit about how Nouns can do better in game number 2, because I feel like, other than, was it only the draft, Effie? Do you feel like Nouns can shake this off as, hey, draft issue, that we tried something, didn't work out, something new?
I mean, it wasn't only the draft. I feel like they could have definitely played cleaner. There was a moment where Azure was just diving the PL top and nobody responded. It really took them a while to get the kill, but at that point it felt like the game had slipped out of their hands. For the most part, I feel like Nouns are a team that are capable of a lot. They just need to enable themselves to do so. They need heroes that can fight early on. And the Chinese teams today have shown us that they will not allow you to play for the late game. They're going to fight you from the very beginning. So you need to be able to fight back. You need the treants yourself. You know, you need the CKs, you need the Phoenixes. Anything that can take those early team fights and win them, Nouns should be looking at.
Okay, we're going to find out what Nouns has. The draft is right around the corner. Before we get there, though, let's learn more about them.
During Tours 1 and 2, Nouns found themselves in 3rd for North America, missing out on the Lima and Berlin majors. But in Tour 3, after besting TSM, they clinched a spot in the Bali major, only to exit early in the group stage.
At the Bali major, we just crumbled. We started out really strong with a 3-1 on day 1, and then going into days 2 and 3, like, we just didn't play as well. Honestly, we weren't as good as a team together. We were just not our best selves.
Shaking off their Bali setback, Nouns faced a new challenge. Without enough DPC points for a direct TI spot, their sights were set on the North American qualifiers.
Once we played against Wild Card, it was a bit more stressful because they were the first real opponent we faced, and it was also, we were playing against our ex-teammate that we had replaced just before. It felt kind of bad to beat them because I still consider Husky a good friend of mine. Once we got to the finals, I feel like we were all just so confident in ourselves at that point. Like I in particular was very comfortable with what I wanted to play. I was very confident in my teammates to do their job and perform. It's like you hit the point where there's no more time to learn or get better. It's just hope that you're ready and just play.
Omni slash out takes them all down. Triple kill, and Nouns are going to TI.
Once we won, it was a mixed bag, I think. So Gunnar was almost like, I don't want to say shocked, but like I feel like he was just like taking it in for a moment. I think he was relieved because he's been in this situation so many times. These last chance qualifiers, right? Like I think like 3 times in a row or 4 times. So finally winning and like winning a 3-0 like pretty confidently probably felt really validating to him. And I'm glad that he got to feel that way because he's a really good player. I was happy. I was like, wow, I'm here. Like, take a moment and appreciate that, right?
They're happy to be here, and they have already made it to the upper bracket. And they, of course, look to move very much further. But first, they need to win another game to force out that 3rd. Can they do it?
Nouns versus Azure. Game 2.
A lot of pressure on this squad. They also know that if they drop down, they have a match with another North American team. So it's, you know, they rather move forward here so they don't have to deal with familiar foes. They need to win this upcoming game, though. And I think we heard Mu talk about their performance at the Bali Major, where they bummed out. They came 16th, 15th, 16th. I think maybe, Effie, that might have been a blessing in disguise for a squad that doesn't normally make it to LANs to have that experience at LAN. Of course, they didn't do well, but it did have them learn a lot to make it here.
Of course. I mean, being on that international stage, playing against teams from other regions and not just the teams that you scrim on the regular teaches you so much, but also it gives you hope, right? Once you get to these lands, once you get to experience the vibe of playing in front of a crowd, of meeting other people, and just you can envision a path for yourself where it becomes a reality for you. So I think that Nouns definitely learned a lot from it, but have they learned enough? We're just gonna have to see right now.
It's all about adaptation and being able to adjust your ideas in relatively short time spans here. We got Spirit Breaker making it through the opening bans, and that means we're going to see Nouns on that one, potentially on the Moo side. That will be lovely. And Azure Ray, they opened with the CK. On that Dire side, Fear, what are you thinking at the moment?
Well, I'm thinking right now that Azure Ray is taking the CK away from Hector because they realize how strong this team is. I kind of mentioned before that Nouns is a team that they're still figuring it out. And we heard from the interview with Moo that like they don't have any more time to learn. They're just going to hope they're good enough. And I think they're kind of experimenting a lot as well along the road. And what has been working is the CK. Got banned last game. This time it's taken away. And Moo, he got a Spirit Breaker. It's literally in his name, Moo. He loves playing the cow, and he's really good at it. He's been very passionate about this hero, even when it wasn't good. So now that it's meta, it's even better for him.
And it's a dynamic, active, early game type of hero that they lacked in the last game, where they were getting run over and bodied by Azure Ray. So it already looks better for them in the sense that their draft looks like it's going to fight more, even though this is the only hero that we see.
Yeah, they're
definitely
definitely
going to be everywhere.
Not going to have 2 kills in this game. You have Spirit Breaker, so you have that covered. He ended up the game with 0-6 and 0, so this time we can expect Move to move much more around the map and get involved early on. On the other side, Azure Ray picking up CK and also picking up Grimstroke. This hero has been amazing. This hero seems to be the hero of the playoffs. I would say, even though the day one is still not finished, the hero just has so many good synergies, whether we're talking about all of these tanky offlaners that they go in, or in the safe lane, Spectre, CK as well gives you a ton of potential. I also want to see which hero Hector is going to play, because they're going to need to figure out how to deal with this CK. If you know how to play a CK, you should know how to deal with him as well, because what he wants to do is jump in, like get his explosive damage with the Blink Dagger, lock onto a target and kill it. So we could potentially see, you know, some Battle Fury carry coming out, unless you want to pick Sven immediately, because he does have Battle Fury built in. Maybe something like a Troll. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah, that's going to be the test here, because he's played both those heroes already, and he has lost with both of them. The only heroes he has one with is the CK, Naga's Band, and the Faceless Void, but it's not a particularly good Faceless Void game. So this is going to be a true test for Nouns here. They're going to have to play a new hero on Hector, and they're going to have to win with it if they want to keep their dreams alive on the road to International in this upper bracket.
Yeah, I like the sound of that Troll a lot, actually. It's the fighting type of carry that we were talking about before, and just the axes versus the CK is always going to be valuable, and you can scale against him. Plus, you have the Treant Protector keeping your heroes alive, keeping your towers alive, allowing you to go into that late game. That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. Also, I feel like the Willow is quite underrated in her ability to control these CK type of heroes, have a bunch of illusions or these Nagas in your face running at your team. You can just terrorize them away, give your team a little bit of time to reset, and potentially take a better fight.
I want to see the Lifestealer here for K1. It would be really nice for me, because you can Infest Bomb with the Spirit Breaker. You're laning versus Dawnbreaker and Tusk, so you don't take that bonus damage while raged. You can fight back, and it can be high tempo. Spirit Breaker is a deceptive hero right now in a lot of ways. I think this hero deals with CK pretty well with how much damage this bash does. So it already does a lot of AoE, and Lifestealer, you can buy a Mjolnir on top of it. But I want to see him get out of the laning stage and be more aggressive, and that could be a good hero for it.
But just being able to bash through all of the illusions is a really helpful tool, right? And then once you get that Octarine Core and that Aghanim's, your charge is coming up every 7 seconds.
Speaking of bashing, though, this is a different hero.
It's a lot of bashing.
More bashing.
Yeah, speaking of stuns, I see Azure Ray having multiple stuns, leash mechanics. This hero, like this whole lineup that they just picked for themselves is super easy to play. This is going to be your off-lane duo, your safe lane duo, so now you're going to be looking for the mid laners for both of these teams. And I feel like it's so much easier to execute what Azure Ray picked for themselves.
I agree. I just think that the side lanes on Azure Ray are so clear in how they're going to be played out. I mean, the Tusk plus Dawnbreaker is a combo as old as time, ever since Dawnbreaker came out. It's just the tag team into the Starbreaker is so much damage. You have this Dawnbreaker to counter any kind of overgrowth from Treant. It can heal on top of the Chronosphere and just be able to instantly join the fight. And then, of course, you have the Grimstroke plus CK. Like, the Inkswell on this CK on lane is so easy to get kills. And as the game progresses, the Soulbind into the double stun is not something to be underestimated either.
My question is, where's the damage gonna come from with this Faceless Void? Sure, you can use Bedlam nowadays on allied heroes, so that's a benefit, but there's no damage inside a Chronosphere. And if you look how many saves they have, this is Solar Guardian on top of the Chrono, Snowball later on, Grimstroke with the shard pickup, so you'll have the spell mechanic. So very difficult fights, and they also need to invest a lot, because these heroes are not that good at resetting. Sure, like Faceless Void is, Spirit Breaker want to get the charge, but like, where's the damage? This mid laner needs to deal ton, and I already see Invoker being banned out just for this Cataclysm combo with the Faceless Void and also Earth Spirit. So something that can come on early on, but also still has some damage that they can throw inside a Chrono.
I definitely considered the Faceless Void because I know why they picked it. They picked it because the lane, it should be good versus Dawn Tusk, or it should survive. Let's put it that way. You use your combo on him, you just time walk it off, right? And that's the good part about it. However, the one thing I don't like is everything you're mentioning. Like, it's not really a good Faceless Void scaling because you need to do all the work. And just because you can survive this combination doesn't mean you're gonna win it. So they needed to get some type of damage coming from the mid lane. A lot of them were banned, as mentioned. Maybe you could have went for a Zeus or something, but they're gonna go for the Keeper Light. This one's super fast. You can get around the map. So I do like this in the regard that this Spirit Breaker plus Caudle, he's gonna buy a Boots of Travel on Caudle. Spirit Breaker is gonna be all across the map. You can play really fast if you're announced this game. And that'll give K1 a lot of time to do his thing and brew it up in the kitchen and get really big.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with Caudle for me is while this hero does a lot of damage and runs around the map and is super speedy, he can get punished so easily by just a simple way to jump on him, right? Like, if this Tusk gets a Blink Dagger early on, his lane is fine, ganks him a few times, you have the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian to follow up on it, and you can consistently get kills on this mid Caudle with just a few support rotations. And then you could have some kind of Blink long range type of hero coming out from the offlane, like some Queen of Pain, maybe even a Storm Spirit. Any kind of hero, that archetype that can jump on this Caudle, plus one support rotation should be enough to deal with him.
I like Puck a lot because they don't have enough damage. You can dodge the charge. It synergizes as well with Dawnbreaker. Not the biggest fan of the hero right now. Also, you have Leash Mechanic, another Leash Mechanic against Faceless Void. So pre-BKB, you're going to have... I don't think they should be worried about not having enough stuns in control, because as we already said, every single hero does have a stun, but I feel like this could work out. But on the other side, Spirit Breaker plus Keeper of the Light, that's a strong combo. Having Chakra Magic, lower cooldown. We've seen some of like new tech build on Spirit Breaker with Octarine Core, and also going into Refresher as your like 4th, 5th item with the BKB, where you lock onto one target and just kill it. Refresh, another charge, another strike.
God, that sounds miserable to play.
It really is.
The thing about this Nouns lineup is, you know that with the Spirit Breaker plus the Treant Protector, they are going to be able to hold out for a very long time. With the armor on the towers and Spirit Breaker at some point clearing every wave over and over. I mean, this hero is so obnoxious to play against into the late game.
And there's that Puck, does exactly what you guys are describing, jumping the backlines. How hard is it for Nouns to play that game that you're describing right now, Lacoste?
I'd say very difficult. Also, like the lane matchup, Keeper of the Light against Puck, you see this blast coming. One of the reasons why I mentioned it is like, you're not going to be able to deal damage to this Puck, so the only way this Puck dies if he's caught inside of the Chronosphere. But then again, there is Solar Guardian, there is a Snowball. I feel like they're going to have the same issues that they have in the first game. Not enough damage and just not enough synergy with the Chronosphere and the heroes that they have.
I think that they actually have a pretty solid draft, because once they get that Hex built up on the Caudle, they'll have ways to catch this Puck, right? And so long as the Spirit Breaker can keep cutting the waves and playing his game and extending that game, then Faceless Void will get to a point where he doesn't necessarily need that damage in Chronosphere. So it looks a lot better for Nouns in this game, but based on what I saw from Game 1, I feel like Azure Ray just have every single fundamental, right? They're going to play for every rune, they're going to rotate whenever they can, and they're not going to allow themselves to get their carry ganked.
Yeah, we talk about short cooldowns on the side of Nouns. They can definitely fight, maybe wait a little bit for that Faceless Void. What about Azure Ray here, Fear? How fast can they play this game?
Oh, they can play incredibly fast if they want to. I think this puck, like, he can't be charged, can't be illuminated, and how are you going to catch this puck in this game? It's going to be very difficult.
It's going to be very difficult, but let's see if Nouns can force out that third game. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 2 ready to go here between Nouns and Azure. And as we have for the panel, one thing for sure, it definitely seems that this draft for Nouns, it's an improvement on what we had from them in game 1.
Definitely.
But once again, Fogged, especially towards the end of the draft this time around, Somnus getting his hand on quite a nice-looking hero for this type of game.
Yes, pretty much no disables. He has great ways to catch, as we've seen Coddle now for couple of years now, especially being played in the mid lane, and there's been quite a few answers. We saw the Kunkka ban coming out, especially from Nouns. That's one of the biggest ones to catch. Puck is another one. It's the Puck, the Kunkka, and the Storm in particular are the big ones that I've seen a lot of times people play versus. So let's see if Gunner's going to be able to protect himself, because they have so many ways to get on him in this game. The Dawn ult with the Puck, if they do get any spell on Gunner, he's just going to die. So let's see what he's going to be able to do. It looks like a better draft overall from Nouns, sure, but it does feel like Azure, they have so many answers again.
Yeah, and on a carry that K1 not only is going to be able to have a bit more impact with, but a hero that should be able to get a bit more out of the laning stage, right, compared to what he was able to do as the PL, right? Voids, as the panel was saying, shouldn't really be dying down here. Should be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the more common ones I've seen versus like the Dawn in a way, right? Because you can always get the reset, you have the bash, so you can always trade with her effectively. But there's definitely a lot of kill threats because it is an FY Tusk, right? We have to say, the Tusk King himself is playing his hero, opting for a Blightstone early off, so they're looking to be incredibly aggressive, and let's see what we get going off on these first few minutes.
Yeah, Moot on the Spirit Breaker this time round. You like to see this a bit more than on the Tide. It feels like a hero that Moot can do a bit more aggressively with. You know, last game he got fantastic farm on the Tide, but not much more that he could do in a game that was going downhill in the fashion that one was than sort of just sit there and try and live as long as he can. This time around he gets a good start, he gets good farm, he can start making the moves himself.
Absolutely. I mean, this hero, it's pretty busted, right? It's a Spirit Breaker. This hero, just as we've seen, it's good early, it's good mid, it's even better late. It gets to these ridiculous portions, so on paper, it should be able to have an overall better time, but catching the puck is still going to be an issue. So we'll have to see if that itemization does come out, like Effie said, you know, the eventual Hex or whatever the Coddle would like to build to be able to have that. So let's see how these lanes do end up going down. And let's see how I think top could be a little bit of a difficult one. That's the one thing for Moo. This is definitely not an easy lane for the Spirit Breaker.
Absolutely. I mean, definite kill potential from Azure Ray's duo.
Bottom.
Amson just able to keep himself alive there with the ticks of the Leech Seed.
I mean, Moo as well, too, might just die top. Like, this is just incredibly aggressive.
It is indeed your first blood this time. This game, too, coming out nice and early here for Azure Ray. 1 minute in low. He's the one to claim it.
It really does feel like they have formula again to probably win all 3 lanes. Mid, perhaps Gunner can get a... Maybe it'll be a trade farm of that one, so probably 2-1 lanes, but definitely feels like they have a recipe to be able to do that. It's a lot of aggression that can come out if you do get an early advantage with Azure. These heroes, all of them, as they said, everyone has a stun. Everyone can make moves.
And talking about making moves for Nouns as well on their side of things, right? Gunner on the Col, very different dynamic to when he was doing the Monkey King last game in terms of what he wants to get out of it with this build up into a Radiance. He gets his bots and he's going to be ready to turn up wherever and whenever he's needed.
Absolutely. He just has to, it's going to be positioning, and more than that, it's like somebody else has to give him the information first before Gunner shows up, because Gunner has to know, in particular, where this Tusk is, where the puck is, because if they get on him, there's going to be the follow-ups always in that early mid-game, so I think most of this game for me is going to be up to Gunner's first like 15 minutes for the side of Nouns. How much he's going to be able to slow down the aggression that we've seen from Azure.
Having to be careful up top. A little too close low, and well, they'll definitely look to get aggressive.
Yeah,
and then trying to get the wave in a bit of a better spot to, if they can, set up for an opportunity to go for another kill top.
Yeah, the power of the CK. You just never can really keep this hero low. He's always just full HP in the laning phase. He's got a great combo bottom.
They go next. Amson in with the damage snowball as well.
Massive.
Both side lanes here for Azure Ray, getting kills early on.
This lane is, I love watching this Dawn Tusk, honestly. I mean, we've seen Shopify do it so much throughout multiple different tournaments. I'm glad we're seeing other teams do it as well. Constant kill threat.
It may indeed be a lane that K1 can survive in, but again,
he's getting
struggling to get the CS down here.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely is annoying, you know, the little bit of aspect of like attack speed slow, right? Like this, I think this Tusk, this hero has, we've been seeing more and more of it throughout this tournament. I'm really like, even seen the little things of this attack slow. It is annoying in lane.
Oh, it absolutely messes up with your last hit.
Always.
Absolutely. It really does.
Lotus, they'll be able to claim that one. Top, looks like they were able to get the one on Nouns. Gunner's holding his own. Yeah. He has that good lane so far for himself.
I mean, that should be right. Yeah. Sure, you're not necessarily going to be able to connect with every blast onto the puck, but you're going to be able to push and nuke the wave back out against the pressure of Somnus with his own orbs. So
yeah,
both mids, they're going to farm.
Yep, and Gunner, he's very, very comfortable with this. He's played it for a long time. He's doing the stacks. He's getting those going already for himself. So yeah, I think he's going to be eyes on him, at least for me, to watch what he's going to have to do for these side lanes a bit here. Because as you were saying, yeah, K1 still struggling, Moo as well. That was unlucky for Gunner. Gunner just missed twice uphill to stack his own camp. Very unfortunate for him. Lelis will do a little bit of helping though for Gunner, at least take away that water rune away from Somnus. Somnus still pretty much full mana, full health though, so doesn't hurt him too much.
And do you imagine once sort of the sixes hit on Somnus, are we to expect moves from Azure supports to come and look for the kill mid, or will he be looking to a side lane gank Somnus?
Honestly, it could be either one. I think they can make, it depends on what he wants, how much priority he might talk to his other lanes and just be like, how's the Void doing? Do I need to actually make the move down there? No? Okay, you guys come in and let's just kill this Coddle. He's the only one who's having a good game, so they have options at this point so far. 2-0 for the side of Azure.
Yeah, they're going to know that K1's not getting a lot out of this bottom lane.
They're just in. The Inkswell.
They can close in with the Snowball. They certainly can. Snowball into the Inkswell stun. Janssen nowhere to run. Another kill. Azure.
Cool. They bring the third hero up there. I guess they're just like, yeah, our CK low's not getting slowed down whatsoever. We can make this quick little easy play to get a kill and keep ourselves rolling. Hot start again, 3-0. But Gunner is the one who's farming. So it's going to be eyes. It's really going to be how much he's going to be able to do. Early boots travel. Can definitely look to make some moves around, but does have to watch out also because he's going to be a pretty pinata for once Chalice has level 6 as well too, if they can get on him.
Don't get quite connection with the Brown Ball. Yes, and not a chance to continue with that move onto low. Yeah, the thing is for Gunner as well, when he is making those moves to the side lanes, once he has the bots, you just know that Somnus is going to be as quick with the TP.
He will be.
If he can get in and punish with Dream Coil, we can again potentially start to see some sort of the similar moves that we had in the game one, where Nouns, they were trying to go for these plays under these towers, and Azure, they were shutting them down early.
Oh yeah. And they're going to be tanky, and they're going to have all that extra little bit of healing that comes in too, right? The Dawn, the CK with his own built-in lifesteal.
And they've got so many ways to turn.
So much.
Stay with the Snowball.
Yep.
Bottom lane, they'll look for K1. They've got the silence out here. Jianming joins forces with the other two of them to go and take down the Void. Let's see if they can get more. Gunner in response, able to blast FY.
Can he get more?
But anyway, to stop this, they don't. Nope. Jianming, he's back through the gate, back up to the top lane. He's perfectly fine.
And I like that we see the skill build come out from Tianming. Just having that little bit of pointed silence, it's always going to be very effective versus this Faceless Void in particular.
Yeah, that whole move and sort of skill build completely catching K1 by surprise.
Yep. A good kill though for Gunner, and I believe that is his Butcher Travel finished up at the least there, so keeping himself up there. But it does feel like, I feel like this has to be the most active, keep it alight almost ever. He's got to make these moves constantly. His top also.
He's already used the charge, and even if he had it, he's out of mana. Another kill to be granted here towards Xiaoming and Low in this safe lane.
Wisdom runes, perhaps now he's going to be able to get both of them here. I see Yamsun's making his move toward the opposing one while Lelis is going to get his. So again, might be able to get those early ones. I think they also got both, or they denied it at least one and took the other one last time in the first two, but it didn't end up changing too much of the outcome, of course. At least 2 Wisdom runes, so supports will be high level. Lelis is 5 now.
And hard for these two alone to make them move on towards K1, unless Jianming comes in to join them. K1, he's hit the 6 as well, so Chronosphere could be the tool required to buy time and set up for Nouns to turn things. If Azure do try and get aggressive on towards the Void close to his tower.
Yep, and they have the boots of travel, so they have the hero that wants to be able to join with that Chrono.
They'll have the damage.
They should have the damage. Yeah.
Top lane move. The silence into the Inkswell. And he's still going to get the charge off. So this time round, Moo able to live.
Gold for me.
He's coming back over. They don't have vision of him though. Somnus playing around bottom. K1 has to be very careful showing himself down here. And
he's playing careful enough, yeah. Somnus isn't going to spend any more time looking for the action there.
Power Rune Gunner, he'll get blessed, he'll be able to get it up top, and now they're going to look to make their move. Lelis, still not quite 6, but still very high level on this Willow at the moment. Do they have the damage for low? He's got Phantasm at the random, and he's got a Healing Lotus. And they have level 6 now on Chalice, so this move could quickly get turned around.
Somnus has a TP as well. He can turn up and turn things around if Nouns don't get a quick kill.
Oh, okay.
Phantasm gets taken down as soon as it was summoned there. The blast coming in, the TPs, they're going to be going in now. Solar Guardian as well.
Bit off the mark.
They've just got to back off. If Nouns get out with everyone alive, it's not too bad. They force a response from Azure. They don't lose anything themselves now.
I mean, it's 5 heroes rotating, so a nice little bait play there perhaps from Nouns. Maybe they lose one.
Nice block off here from FY. Do they have the stun in time? They certainly do. Inkswell's there, they'll let it off, they'll take Yamson down. So a kill's found, but certainly could have gone a lot worse there for Nouns. They just lose the support, and very much space literally created there for K1. He is very happy on the other side of the map.
Yeah, maybe a little bit hungry there from Chalice. He used it very early, like nobody was even low. I think ideally most situations you'll see is like as the coil comes out, or if there's a chrono that comes out in particular, that's when that Dawn ult will come out. Chalice just, a little too trigger happy. They do get one kill, but I don't think that Nouns too upset about that one because they're able to get away. And they're going to go greed. It's going to be a very greedy build that we do see coming around. That's why Gunnar, his early game has to be perfect. His Spirit Breaker is going to go Midas. His Void is going to go Midas. Gunnar needs to have a perfect mid game.
One of those patches where 2 cores have got a Midas, one's rushed to Boots to Trap.
Yeah.
Greed is good. Is it going to be good enough for Nouns though? We'll see.
We'll see, because Azure, they're not going greed. Not by any means. They're looking for full aggression.
So they're going to set up for Chalice. Do they need to want to drop the chrono for this one? TPs are going to be coming in. K1, he doesn't want to commit here, as he will jump back. And in fact, sorry, he was all still on cooldown. The last move. See if they can get away with this under the tower. They can. Nice kill to be found there under the tier 1. They'll get away with that.
Great play there. Moo charging across the map, giving that vision the whole time.
Yeah, still a minute until K1's going to be able to have that chrono back up again, but that's a little bit of playing space.
Ooh, Gunnar.
And the Midas done.
Somnus is on him.
Trying to lay down the fear and return to catch Somnus, but he's able to dodge it with a phase shift. Snowball in over towards Gunnar. He is trapped and taken down. Maybe able to find more Azure as they get themselves in on top of Lelis. The X-Force stun catches him as the Shadow Realm comes to an end. The trap's there from FY with the shards down. Azure, they'll take down the 2 of them.
Nothing you can do about that there. He's an invis puck on top of your coddle. You're just, it's always going to be the case. If they do find the coddle like that, it's going to be these free frags. He's almost at his vessel though, so decent farm anyway there for Gunnar, but does get brought down finally from the first move there from the puck.
We'll see again here.
Oh, is that what it was?
Oh, I was
alrighty. I was wondering why it was down.
That's where the chrono went.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, he's going to have it back up soon. 10 seconds, we'll see K1 have that one ready again.
Yeah, because you're like, he might chrono. I'm like, yeah, he might. Yeah. Wait, why doesn't he have it?
Well, at least we found out. Thank you very much, production.
Yep, K1. Expensive.
Can he turn? I don't think he's killing anyone here.